Chapter 1: The Genius Forgotten by God, Part 1. In the Awakening Plaza, a cold, white moonlight filtered through the massive glass dome, casting a frosty glow over the central awakening platform. Energy runes were embedded in the towering alloy pillars surrounding it, their eerie blue halos flickering like breaths, casting shifting light on the faces of the thousands of students below. A stifling silence hung in the air, all eyes fixed on the crystal coffin-like awakening pod on the platform whose door was now slowly opening. Qualification level: SSS. Armed form: Frost Moonsword. Attribute: Extreme Cold Ice. Characteristics: Extreme Ice Domain. Within the domain, the area will be corroded by cold air. The corrosive power increases and accumulates over time, ignoring all defenses. Current domain range: 15 meters. Corrosion power level: low. Energy consumption: 1,500 kilowatt-hour minute. A mechanical female voice read out the result, word by word, and Song Shue's fingers unconsciously tightened around her cuffs. She should have expected this. The scene from the family test was still vivid in her mind, the chilling atmosphere in the secret chamber, the size of the elders sharper than icicles. Swear, this sword is a curse. Her mother's trembling fingertips brushed her hair, an SSS-grade sword with a power consumption of 1500, who will fill this bottomless pit for you? Looking at the detailed description on the screen of the awakening device, Song Shue chuckled self-deprecatingly, but didn't seem very shocked. She just turned around with a slightly bitter smile, preparing to step off the awakening platform. The tests from her family would be even more detailed. Sure enough, the audience erupted in chaos. As the awakening device's rating appeared, the once extremely quiet square suddenly became noisy, but it wasn't filled with shouts of envy and congratulations. Instead, it was almost entirely filled with sarcasm and ridicule. This was because she, as the only aloof goddess in the academy, had awakened such a top-tier goddess weapon. SSS-rank, and it's a melee weapon with a power consumption of 1500. She really is a goddess. Her aptitude and grade are top-notch. If someone were to be her commander, they would definitely be a legendary 3-minute war god, the former goddess of the academy has now become the laughingstock of the academy. It seems she's going to add another glory to our academy. Exactly. If it weren't for her good looks, nobody would want to follow her around every day. So you rejected my confession, and now look what's happened. I'm no longer good enough for you. Even if you kneel before me and beg to form a contract with me, I won't agree. However, if you're willing to stay by my side and be my servant, I'm willing to give you a temporary contract position, Yes, if you're willing to be my servant, I'm happy to reserve a temporary contract for you, Song Shue's back was ramrod straight. She descended the steps one by one, her silver-embroidered high boots clicking crisply on the metal floor. The oncoming wind seemed chilly, causing the girl's shoulders to tremble involuntarily. Listening to the whispers of many people below, her hands unconsciously clenched. She then looked up at the many classmates who used to fawn over her, now mocking her. Disheartened, she seemed to have made a decision, then resolutely walked back to her seat. However, unlike before she went on stage, her figure now stood there alone, seemingly out of place with everyone around her. Quiet. Next up, who you? The teacher in charge of the awakening process on the platform glanced regretfully at the students who had stepped down from the platform, then silently maintained order and continued the awakening process. Another young girl walked onto the stage, stood in front of the awakening device, and entered the awakening chamber. After the chamber door closed, Huyu closed her eyes and felt the energy flowing into her surroundings. After 30 seconds, the energy flow stopped, the chamber door opened, and the screen of the awakening device began to display. Qualification grade: A. Armed mode: High Energy Electromagnetic Cannon. Attribute: Electric. Special feature: the longer it is charged, the greater its power. Energy consumption: 200 kilocalories min. Looking at the detailed introduction in front of her, Huyu jumped up happily. Great! I'm an A-grade firearm. This is the perfect fit. I'm no longer Song Shue's little follower. I'm a genius. I'm a goddess. The most perfect goddess weapon. Rank A. And it's a high-energy electromagnetic cannon. With an energy consumption of only 200, this is simply the perfect goddess weapon of every energy user's dream. Me. I am a rank A energy user, form a contract with me. Although this feature is rather time-consuming, it is not a problem at all for energy users who have contracted with multiple goddesses to wield weapons. On the contrary, it can be used as a powerful weapon. Wow! A rank 2. I wish I were a rank 2, I'm so envious. But it's good that I'm C rank instead of SSS rank. Although I'm not perfectly suited to the goddess armor, I can still find a good energy user. Hearing the cheers and envious voices from the audience, Huiyu's smile widened even more. Enjoying the intense gaze that only Song Shui had ever been able to receive, Huiyu proudly raised her head. At this moment, no one present could match her glory. Not bad, the academy has produced a promising talent this year. If she is properly nurtured, she will definitely become a top-tier goddess warrior in the future. Standing on the top floor of the academy, a man who looked to be only in his 40s snorted. This man was Zhongli, the dean of the academy, a level 7 energy user, with 12 contracted goddess-armed personnel, 1 A level 7, 5 B level 4 level 6 and 1 level 5, 4 C level 4 level 6, and 2 D level 6. Quiet. Huiyu, you go back to the line first. We'll consider your role as a power user after the goddess armor awakening ceremony is over. Yes, teacher. Reminded by the teacher in charge of awakening, Huiyu walked off the stage. Just as she was about to step off the stage completely, she couldn't help but glance at Song Shui's position, her contempt undisguised. However, after meeting Song Shui's gaze and seeing Song Shui's calm and composed eyes, her disgust intensified. Alright, everyone quiet down. The awakening ceremony will continue now. Next up, Xianing. Qualification grade, B. Armed mode, high precision sniper cannon. Attribute, fire. Features, high power and armor piercing capability, with high accuracy. Energy consumption, 60 kilocalories min. Qualification level, C. Armed mode, defensive armor. Attribute, electric. Characteristic, intermediate defense. Energy consumption, 30 units per minute. Qualification level, C. Armed form, extreme speed bow. Attribute, wind. Characteristic, arrows travel at extremely high speeds. Energy consumption, 40 kilocalories min. Qualification level, D. Armed mode, hoverboard supercar. Attribute, magnetism. Features, adaptable to various terrains. Energy consumption, 20 units per minute. Chapter 2: The Genius Forgotten by God Part 2. The Goddess Armament Awakening is now complete. Regardless of your awakening aptitude and weapon form, how you develop depends on yourself. Only by becoming stronger can you hunt more and higher level mechanical beasts in the wilderness to improve yourself and become even stronger. Have confidence in yourselves, everyone. That's right, true strength comes from personal strength. Dean. The teacher in charge of awakening greeted the dean who had just come out from behind. The dean nodded to the teacher. Yes, you're right. The awakening ceremony must have been tiring. You should go and rest now. Leave the rest to me. Yes, Dean. Dear students. First of all, let's congratulate those who have awakened their excellent aptitude in armed forms, especially the A-level awakeners. You are the pride of Fengyu Academy. Congratulations. Fengyu College. Fengyu College. Fengyu College. Alright. Everyone, please be quiet. Of course, those of you whose awakened aptitude in weapon form aren't great shouldn't be discouraged. As I just said, true strength lies within yourself. Currently, among the top-tier teams in the nation, the renowned Divine Commander, there are teams entirely composed of SSS-level goddess-level weapons. This tells us that aptitude in weapon form cannot completely determine our future. The future is always in our own hands. Therefore, I hope you can view yourselves correctly, and improving yourselves is the most crucial thing. Don't let yourselves down, don't underestimate yourselves, and don't arbitrarily decide your future. Now, let's move on to the part everyone's been waiting for, the compatibility test between the power drivers and the goddess armor. I am an E-level energy master, anyone want to team up? I am a D-level energy user. I am a C-level energy user. I am a B-level energy user. Oh. I'm an A-level energy user, choose me. The S-rank energy users haven't even spoken yet, and you actually want to form a contract with Goddess Huiyu? What? Just because someone else isn't talking doesn't mean I can't speak? You B rank, get out of here. Hey! SSS rank 1. Suddenly someone kicked her chair leg. She looked up and saw an E-rank boy with freckles waving a contract. I have 5,000 units of energy in my tank, enough for you to last 3 minutes, okay? But the condition is, he licked his lips, come to my dorm every night to replenish your energy. Roll. The cold words, like ice crystals, slammed onto the ground. The boy staggered back in fright, only to bump into a lazy voice. It's so noisy. Chen Mumming, who was standing in the boy's square line, was finally awakened by the constant shouts. Goddess armor? Energy manipulator? What's going on? Wasn't I dominating in League of Legends? What am I doing here? After Chen Mumming had just awakened as an energy user, he was knocked unconscious by a large number of memory fragments after stepping out of the awakening pod. He had to be carried away by his classmates. After examination, it was found that he had fainted due to a large energy impact and was not seriously injured. Therefore, he was placed at the back of the line and told that he would wake up in a while. Chen Mumming was already somewhat confused after the memory fusion, and now, standing in this chaotic square, he was even more bewildered. As the memories resurfaced, Chen Mumming finally understood his current situation. It was no exaggeration to say that he had transmigrated. Based on the memories of Chen Mumming's original body, Chen Mumming gradually gained some understanding of this world. This world is called the Wasteland. As for how big the wasteland is, no country has explored it yet. Outside the city, in the wilderness, live extremely ferocious and terrifying mechanical beasts. The mechanical beasts vary in level, from level 1 to level 18 and above. Why above? Because the highest level mechanical beast discovered by any known nation so far is level 18. Could there be even higher level mechanical beasts? The answer is yes. After all, there are still many unknown areas on this desolate planet that have not been explored or even explored at all. Humans surviving on desolate planets may have gradually awakened due to environmental influences. Female awakenings are called goddess armor, while male awakenings are called energy drivers. Females can transform into their awakened armor form, but their energy reserves are limited, making it impossible to maintain their combat form even for extended periods, let alone engage in actual combat. Awakening as an energy driver creates a unique energy space within the body called the spiritual pivot, which provides energy to the goddess armor and, under their combined control, unleashes immense and incredible power. The ranks of energy masters are divided into F rank initial energy 5000, E rank initial energy 20,000, D rank initial energy 50,000, C rank initial energy 120,000, B rank initial energy 250,000, A rank initial energy 550,000, S rank initial energy 1,200,000, SS rank initial energy 2,600,000, and SSS rank initial energy 5,500,000. The higher the awakened rank, the more energy it can provide. Newly awakened ones are called awakened rank. Currently, it is divided into 18 ranks, from 1 to 18. The energy provided increases with each level up. The energy recovery speed and amount of an energy master vary depending on their grade. Generally, an energy master can continuously supply the basic combat needs of a goddess armor of the same grade with their own energy recovery ability. However, using combat skills and more advanced combat methods will increase energy consumption. In addition, each energy user has different talent skills. B level and below usually have only 2 talent skills, A level and S level usually have 3, SS level has 4, and SSS level has 5. Talent skills can increase with the progress of leveling up. Therefore, the higher the aptitude of a power user, the greater their potential, the stronger their abilities, the more goddess weapons they can control, and the stronger they become. For energy masters of the same level, the more goddess armaments they contract, the stronger they become in combat. This is because the attributes, characteristics, and abilities of contracted goddess armaments can be stacked, and of course, their energy consumption also stacks. In other words, for energy masters of the same grade and level, unless the grades of the contracted goddess armaments differ significantly, quantity is the primary indicator of strength, provided that energy supply is sufficient. The grade of goddess armor is the same as that of energy master, and the corresponding energy consumption varies depending on the form of the armor, but generally there is not a significant difference. However, the potential of goddess armor is exactly the opposite of that of energy master. The higher the grade, the higher the energy consumption. Therefore, the more high-grade goddess armor you have, the higher the energy consumption will be, and the energy consumption will also increase with the increase in the power exerted. Surrounded by mechanical beasts in the wilderness, continuous combat is essential, and energy consumption is of paramount importance. In addition, the materials required for upgrading are different for different grades. The higher the grade, the more materials and grades are required. Furthermore, since the materials required for upgrading will change according to the form of the goddess armor, the upgrade conditions for each goddess armor are different. The different upgrade requirements for different goddess armor types have evolved through countless attempts by predecessors to form the current known upgrade requirements for goddess armor. However, this is not comprehensive, and upgrades sometimes still fail. Fortunately, low-quality goddess armor has become relatively perfect through long-term development, while S-grade and above are not so lucky, since the total number of people with S-grade and above goddess armor accounts for less than 5%. High-grade goddess weapons are rarely contracted, and there are no precedents to follow, so upgrading them is very difficult. As a result, SS-grade goddess weapons are basically no longer contracted, and even S-grade weapons are only contracted by a very small number of those with good weapon forms, let alone SSS-grade weapons. Therefore, the SSS-rank goddess armor is known as a genius forgotten by the gods. Chapter 3: The Combination of Genius and Waste. Part 1. An energy controller? I didn't even have time to check my own rank before I fell into a deep sleep. Let me check my condition first. Holy crap! F rank. No, I must be still half asleep. Yes, still half asleep. Chen Mumming rubbed his eyes again, shook his head in disbelief, and brought up his Energy Master interface once more, based on the knowledge he had learned from his memory. Energy Control Grade, F. Energy Storage, 5,000 kilowatt-hours. Talents: Physical Enhancement Basic, doubles physical strength, consumes 20 energy points per minute. Perception Enhancement Basic, doubles perception strength, consumes 30 energy points per minute. At this moment, Chen Mumming, who could hardly believe the quality before him, did not notice that in the lower right corner of the interface, there was a gray, technologically advanced triangle icon. The icon seemed to be filled with water, slowly filling the triangle, as if it were loading something. Chen Mumming was unable to calm down for a long time. As the only transmigrator of the noble and dignified Desolate Star, he was actually a low-ranking piece of trash. Who could accept this? It would have been better not to transmigrate at all and instead dominate in League of Legends. Who knows, his first pentakill might have been born there. At this moment, Chen Mumming sat blankly on the ground, his eyes wandering aimlessly across the square. The unfamiliarity of the square made Chen Mumming, who shouldn't be there, feel even more desolate. What Chen Mumming didn't know was that on the other side of the square, there was a girl in the same situation as him. Chen Mumming. You're finally awake. Look, the goddess-themed armor I found for you. Chen Mumming looked at the handsome young man running towards him, with a girl he didn't recognize behind him. Who would have thought that 2 years ago, this boy was a fat man weighing over 300 pounds? Based on his memory, Chen Mumming quickly learned that the boy who called his name was named Lu Shi, and he was Chen Mumming's good friend. Lu Shi's transformation into a handsome young man was thanks to Chen Mumming. Lu Shi's family owned a clothing store, and since the mainstream clothing was geared towards women, Lu Shi could be considered a wealthy young master. However, in his early years, due to his weight and the fact that his family served women, Lu Shi received various forms of pampering from his classmates at the academy. Being extorted for money was a minor matter. He suffered more physical and psychological humiliation. Chen Mumming is an orphan who grew up with the support of the country. Fortunately, through his own efforts, Chen Mumming has always had relatively good grades. Although he is not number one, he is still able to win scholarships. At the same time, Chen Mumming works odd jobs in his spare time to earn money. He believes that he can change his destiny and is just waiting for today's awakening. Who knew that misfortune would specifically target the unfortunate? Not only was she possessed by the transmigrated Chen Mumming when she awakened, but she also awakened the worst F rank. This was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. At least she wouldn't be ridiculed by others for her aptitude anymore. 2 years ago, Chen Mumming and Lu Shi first met in an abandoned factory. On his way home after work, Chen Mumming passed by the abandoned factory and saw Lu Shi being cornered by 5 boys. Not only were all his money stolen, but they also kept tearing off Lu Shi's clothes under the pretense that Lu Shi must still have a lot of money on him, trying to make Lu Shi go home naked. Chen Mumming couldn't stand it, so he rushed in and stood in front of Lu Shi, trying to stop the 5 boys. But these guys wouldn't stop. Not only that, they also tried to rob Chen Mumming. Naturally, Chen Mumming wouldn't sit idly by and wait to be killed, so he fought with them. Although Chen Mumming was quite skilled due to years of working and his own hard work, he was already exhausted from his job and was no match for the many opponents. Despite being beaten and forced to retreat, Chen Mumming gritted his teeth and insisted on preventing them from attacking Lu Shi again. Looking at the strangers who were desperately protecting him, Lu Shi suddenly found the courage from somewhere and rushed into the crowd. Using his physical strength and weight advantage, he knocked the 3 closest people to the ground and held them down tightly. He also kept biting one of them. Seeing that the 3 were being held back, Chen Mumming seized the opportunity and used all his strength to defeat the other 2. Then, without saying a word, he kicked one of the men who had just broken free from Lu Shi to the ground again. It was unclear whether he had broken a few ribs, but he lay on the ground in great pain. Chen Muming didn't give anyone else a chance. He spotted the two men still pinned down by Lu Shi and quickly kicked them a few times. The situation instantly reversed. Under the intervention of Chen Muming and Lu Shi, the 5 bullies began to beg for mercy. Soon after, the 5 boys abandoned what they had stolen from Lu Shi and fled the factory. Lu Shi and Chen Muming then walked out, supporting each other. After that, Lu Shi followed Chen Muming around, constantly pestering him to help him improve himself so that he could protect himself and avoid repeating what happened before. Unable to resist Lu Shi's persistent nagging, Chen Muming had no choice but to make time to help him. After more than a year, Lu Shi completely transformed himself from a fat man weighing over 300 pounds into the sunny and handsome man he is today. It is said that fat people are potential stocks, and this is indeed true. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and form a contract with her. She's a C-grade goddess weapon. Lu Shi looked at Chen Muming, who was sitting on the ground looking dazed, and was afraid that Chen Muming couldn't handle the blow, so he took it upon himself to find him a C-grade goddess weapon. Chen Muming looked at the reluctant girl in front of him and thought it made sense. Why would a C-rank person want to form a contract with an F-rank person? He shook his head helplessly. Sorry, my friend isn't very reliable. He was just joking with you. You should hurry up and find yourself a suitable energy user, or it won't be good if you wait too long. Chen Muming said to the girl in front of him, then turned to look at Lu Shi. Hey kid, tell me, how much money are you promising her to sign a contract with me? What's that? She's always admired you. Lu Shi said, slowly lowering his head. Huh? Really? You'd better tell me the truth or I'll have to take action against you. Although I'm currently an F rank, I think I can still handle an S rank like you without any problems. Before Chen Muming awakened, Lu Shi had already awakened, making him the only S rank energy user in the academy and its only genius. Although Chen Muming had just transmigrated into this body, seeing that Lu Shi hadn't distanced himself from him because of his lack of talent, a warm feeling rose from the bottom of his heart, sweeping away the chill that had been covering him. So he joked that he knew that after the awakening was complete, he would no longer be a match for Lu Shi. Chapter 4: The Combination of Genius and Waste Part 2. That's right, I definitely can't beat you. Seeing the somewhat dejected look on the person in front of him, he said in a flattering tone. You're an S-class energy user, why don't you go find some excellent goddess weapons instead of worrying about me? This isn't. What? Are you afraid I'll be crushed by this? Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Have you forgotten how I've lived all this time? I believe no one in this academy has more perseverance than me. It's just F rank, I can still make it to the top. Although he said that, Chen Muming's appearance at this moment was not very convincing. Alright, hurry up and find yourself some good weapons. I'm going to go find some suitable ones for myself later. Aren't you afraid that if you're late, the person you have a crush on will be snatched away by someone else? Holy crap, this is bad. Well then, you can look for it yourself first, and I'll come help you after I've won over my goddess. Hearing Chen Muming's reminder, she immediately sensed something was wrong and ran to the other side of the square, praying as she ran that she hadn't been contracted yet. Seeing Lu Shi take off running, Chen Muming laughed and whispered, You little brat, if your goddess gets contracted by someone else, you'll be crying, ha. Next up is me, ha. I was just laughing at him, but I don't know how long I'll be laughed at now. Looking at Lu Shi who had already run far away, Chen Muming stood up, shook his head, and laughed at himself before walking towards the other side of the square. Sorry, I already have someone I want a contract with. I've already made arrangements with someone else, so I'm sorry. As expected, 5 or 6 girls rejected Chen Muming without hesitation, before he could even finish speaking. The girls Chen Muming sought out were all at the E rank. Why didn't he look for F rank girls of the same rank? Of course, if they were available, wouldn't he be looking for them? That's right, Chen Muming was the only F rank girl. Looking at the last E rank girl in front of him, Chen Muming hesitated, wondering whether to give it a try. Seeing the excited tank in front of him, Chen Muming felt a chill. After hesitating for 5 seconds, he ultimately couldn't make up his mind and turned to leave. Just as he was thinking about whether to try his luck with the D-rank girls, he inadvertently caught sight of a lone figure standing in the far corner of the girls' group, that genius forgotten by the gods. Having fallen into a deep sleep, Chen Muming was unaware of what had happened to the girl. For some unknown reason, he found himself inexplicably walking towards her. Previously, Chen Mumming had been constantly working to earn money, so he rarely spent time at the academy outside of classes. Although he had heard of the academy's goddess, he had never actually seen her. The girl wore a red dress, and her long, shapely legs were encased in shimmering black stockings, making them appear even more shapely. Her long, beautiful black hair swayed gently in the breeze, and her delicate, captivating face remained expressionless. Even this aloofness couldn't conceal her unparalleled charm. As they drew closer, Chen Mumming was once again stunned by the girl's beauty. Her stunningly beautiful face was framed by deep, indifferent black eyes, and beneath her high, straight nose, her lips were the color of plum blossoms in the winter night. Her slightly upturned chin exuded an innate nobility, and her aura of unapproachability made people only dare to admire her from afar. Standing before the girl, Chen Mumming's gaze subtly moved over her long, fair neck, extending to her slightly protruding collarbone, almost sinking into the milky white cleavage. Her slender waist, which could be encircled with one hand, flowed gracefully down to her pert and rounded buttocks, forming a perfect harmony with her straight and long legs. With each sway, she exuded a cold yet captivating beauty. "Excuse me, have you come to the wrong place?" Song Shui asked, looking at the stranger who was staring blankly at her. Ah. No, I just saw you standing here all alone, looking rather forlorn, so I came over to check on you. But I don't understand, with your appearance, shouldn't you be surrounded by people? How come you're like someone like me, an F rank? Ha ha, ha. Chen Mumming was pulled back to reality by the pleasant voice in front of him, so he awkwardly scratched his head and said. Although Song Shui was somewhat surprised, she quickly replied expressionlessly, because I am an SSS level. Her icy voice seemed to freeze the words, revealing no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. A genius forgotten by God. Chen Mumming quickly realized his mistake and hurriedly tried to cover it up, saying, No, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just a little surprised, yes. Just surprised. You don't need to do that. Song Shui remained expressionless. Chen Mumming, look what's happened. It seems you're disliked. Chen Mumming looked at the aloof expression in front of him and felt annoyed. Just as Chen Mumming turned to leave, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding! System loading complete, hyperdimensional evolution system startup complete, host binding complete, self-verifying all functions. Verification complete, checking host information. Check complete, information as follows. Host, Chen Mumming, a human from Earth. Occupation, energy manipulator. Grade, F evolvable. Energy storage, 5000. System evaluation, the host who is unlucky can only accept their bad luck. The new player reward has been issued, please check your account. Damn. A cheat code. It seems transmigrators do get some perks. Ha ha ha. Great. Check it out, I have to check it out. Chen Mumming was extremely excited and roared in his heart. He ignored the cold and beautiful goddess behind him and opened the newbie gift pack on his own. One unattributed skill book, a skill book that automatically matches the attributes of the user. 2 unattribute crystals, essential item for upgrading any attribute object. Basic Constitution Enhancement Liquid 1 used to enhance Constitution. Universal Medals 5. You will be given 5 chances to win a prize. None of these things seem to change my current trashy nature. It seems I can only pin my hopes on these 5 lottery chances. After checking the gift pack, Chen Mumming entered the system lottery interface. Looking at the countless treasures in the prize pool, his mouth was practically watering. Watch me kill it in one shot. Here comes the goods. Open. 1 non-attribute skill book, not bad. Again. Open. High intensity steel 10, damn it. Open. High strength liquefied metal 1, what is this thing? Never mind. Activate. Skill upgrade book 5, not bad, but I can't use it right now. Just one last chance. Whether you have a great start or not depends on you. Trade my brother's 30 years of single life for a big red prize. Open. Unlimited energy supply engine 1, holy crap. Crimson. Ha ha ha. Once the infinite energy supply engine is installed, it enables the host to continuously and infinitely supply energy, with no limit on the amount supplied. The energy output is determined by the host's qualification level, and the maximum output is the total value of the host's current energy storage. With this engine, I don't have to worry about being a 3-minute war god anymore. After reading the detailed introduction of the infinite energy supply engine, he couldn't stop laughing. System, immediately install this unlimited energy supply engine for me. Loading. Loading complete. Brother Tongzi is indeed Brother Tongzi, haha. Wait, with this, wouldn't I be? Chen Mumming suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and immediately turned around to say to the cold and beautiful goddess who was looking at him curiously. Make a pact with me. The combination of a genius and a good-for-nothing will surely amaze everyone. Chapter 5 Contract Goddess Part 1. What? Song Shue's usually icy face showed a rare look of surprise. She had never expected the person in front of her to do such a thing, but mainly she didn't think anyone would make a contract with her. I said. Please form a contract with me. Chen Mumming had long since lost his previous dejected air. On the contrary, his strong confidence made him no longer care about any restrictions on aptitude or grade. With the system in hand, he had the world at his fingertips. Hee, isn't this our academy's cold and beautiful goddess? She really is a goddess. Even though she awakened a useless talent, people still come looking for her. TSK. Huyu, who had completed the contract at some point, couldn't resist coming over to scold Song Shui when she saw the commotion. Oh. Isn't this the F-rank waste who just awakened? Huyu saw Chen Mumming clearly and her mockery intensified. She looked at Song Shui and said, ha, what a unique goddess. The people she chooses are truly different. You're not as good looking as others, and your awakened form is only ordinary A level, which means your armed form is a bit better, but it's still not as good as SSS level. Where do you get the courage to come here and mock people? Is it Liang Jingru? Chen Mumming retorted to the person who was spewing nonsense as if he owed her a lot of money. Based on the current development on the desolate planet, grade goddess weapons are indeed recognized as the most perfect suited weapons. The top energy users currently contract with almost all of them are a grade. Even SSS grade energy users will only contract with 1 or 2 SS grade or S grade goddess weapons, and they will choose the ones with the best forms. The rest are all composed of A grade weapons. This is why Huyu is so arrogant. However, none of this matters to Chen Mumming now. His current goal is the all SSS level goddess arm team that no one dares to dream of. You. The universally acknowledged A grade is the best right now, do you know what you're saying? Oh. Is that so? Based on the existing S-rank goddess armors that have been contracted and can fully unleash their power, their individual strength at the same level is more than 5 times that of an A rank, easily defeating a whole group of A ranks. Therefore, in my opinion, SSS rank is the most outstanding goddess armor, it's just that no one has been able to truly unleash their power yet, and I will be the first. Su Jian, an A-level energy user who was following behind Huyu, heard Chen Mumming's words and saw Song Shui beside him. Naturally, he wanted to show off and said, ha. Ridiculous. Has the development over the past few hundred years been wrong? You, an F-level piece of trash, dare to challenge me? Whether I'm worthy or not isn't for you to decide. Besides, the reason things have developed to this point is ultimately due to a lack of ability. In the early stages of development, that was the right thing to do, because the primary goal was survival. But to continue like this now is a mistake. Ha! Anyone can talk big. I think you just think you're a piece of trash and no one wants to form a contract with you, so you're trying to find another trash weapon to cover up the fact that you're trash. Huyu was right, you're just a piece of trash. Nobody wants to form a contract with you, so you came here to try your luck. Seeing how forlorn the goddess is right now, you want to rely on your sympathy for her to form a contract with her. I told you, you're not worthy. Su Jian pressed his advantage. Maybe so, it's up to you to think. Chen Mumming chuckled lightly, ceasing his argument and looking directly at Song Shui. He said seriously, what do you think? Do you want to fight alongside me, or go it alone? I don't care what you think, but I want to tell you that making a contract with me will be the best decision you ever make. Rather than being despised for your entire life, why not take a gamble for yourself? At worst, you'll just end up dead in the wilderness, don't you agree? After Chen Mumming finished speaking, he naturally extended his right hand to Song Shui and quietly waited for her decision. In fact, Chen Mumming was very nervous. Although he now had the support of the system, only he knew about it, so it was difficult to judge whether Song Shui would be persuaded by him. After all, finding another SSS-level goddess weapon was like finding a needle in a haystack. The key was that he could not become stronger without a contract, so how could he find other goddess weapons? Why did Chen Mumming act so confidently and nonchalantly? It was, of course, to convince Song Shui that he wasn't just talking casually, but that he truly had the ability, thereby getting Song Shui to form a contract with him. Standing there, staring at the outstretched hand, Song Shui didn't know what to do. Instead, she looked up at Chen Muming intently, thinking, although we are in the same boat, why is he so confident and said such things? But what he said is true, at worst, he'll just die. Her family conducts aptitude tests on clan members at the age of 3 to better cultivate the clan's geniuses. Song Shui had suffered countless scornful treatments within her family since childhood, but because of her SSS level aptitude, she finally made up her mind and reached out to grasp the hand that would completely change her life. Okay. I agree to the contract with you. What? Song Shui. Are you crazy? He's just an F-rank trash. Su Jian couldn't help but shout as he saw Song Shui holding Chen Muming's hand. What? You've lost your composure seeing that the goddess wants to form a contract with a piece of trash like me? Your armor is still standing right here. Chen Muming looked at Su Jian, who couldn't take his eyes off Song Shui, and assumed he was one of Song Shui's suitors, so he became sarcastic. Su Jian. What does it have to do with you that she, an SSS-level piece of trash, is willing to degenerate and be with an F-level piece of trash? So what if she's a little prettier? I bet she's been having an affair with this trash for a long time, otherwise why would he dare to invite her? And she even agreed. Seeing Su Jian's attitude, coupled with Chen Muming's words, Hu Yu's hatred for Song Shui intensified. Hearing Hu Yu's words, Su Jian realized he had lost his temper. Remembering that he still needed Hu Yu, the perfect match, to get preferential treatment, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and retreat behind Hu Yu. He glared at Chen Muming and muttered, "Damn it, I haven't even touched Song Shui's hand yet, and this piece of trash dares to touch her." "Oomph, very well, Chen Muming, I will kill you." Hu Yu, still furious, didn't hear Su Jian's words and continued to hurl insults at Song Shui. So what if she's pretty? She's still a shameless slut. Who knows how many men she slept with in private? I bet. Snap. A crisp sound rang out in the square, causing everyone present to widen their eyes. Indeed, Song Shui slapped Hu Yu, interrupting her ramblings, and glared at Hu Yu with an angry expression. Chapter 6 Contract Goddess Part 2. Song Shui. You dare hit me. You actually dared to hit me. I'll kill you. Ah. Hu Yu lunged at Song Shui like a madwoman. Fortunately, Chen Muming reacted quickly, pulling Song Shui behind him. He then grabbed Hu Yu's hands and pushed her towards Su Jian. Still shocked by the slap, Su Jian didn't react in time and failed to catch Hu Yu as she fell towards him. Hu Yu fell straight to the ground, instantly enraged, and roared, "Su Jian, I want them dead." She then prepared to activate her goddess armor. This is the academy, where armed combat is strictly prohibited. Chen Muming, seeing Hu Yu and Su Jian, quickly invoked the academy's rules to stop them. After all, he hadn't yet formed a contract with Song Shui, and he knew he couldn't possibly defeat the goddess's armed fusion. However, Hu Yu, who was blinded by anger, didn't care about such things. On the other hand, Su Jian, although not blinded by anger, relied on the fact that Hu Yu was now the only level armed person in the academy. Even if she broke the rules, he thought the academy wouldn't do anything to them. So he activated his energy core and took Hu Yu, who had transformed into a high-energy electromagnetic cannon, into his hand. Damn it! I should have made the contract first. If I get hit by this cannon, I'll probably time travel again. Chen Muming complained when he saw the cannon pointed at him. But he didn't move away from Song Shui. Looking at Su Jian, who was charging up his energy, he thought about his past and present lives. Ultimately, since his transmigration, Chen Muming had never truly faced such a situation. Perhaps his legs were too trembling to obey him, or perhaps his pitiful male pride was getting the better of him, causing Chen Muming to stand there in front of Song Shui, waiting for that cannon to come crashing down on him. Just as Su Jian was about to fire the electromagnetic cannon, a figure blocked their path. Chen Muming recognized the person in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief, shouting, "Dean Zhang. They've violated the academy's rules. Punish them immediately." Zhang glanced at Chen Muming but didn't speak. Instead, he turned to Su Jian and angrily rebuked him, "The academy forbids unauthorized armed combat. Have the academy's rules been eaten by dogs? Can't you control yourselves anymore? You've only just awakened and formed a contract, and you already think you can disregard Shui Yuan? Now! Immediately! Disarm yourselves." "Yes, Dean." Su Jian and Hu Yu reluctantly disarmed themselves after hearing the dean's scolding. However, considering that this is your first offense and you haven't caused any significant impact, this is just a warning. If there is a next time, you will be severely punished. Zhang Li looked at the two disarmed men. Although it seemed like a punishment had been imposed, it was actually not substantial. Alright, hurry up and find your suitable partners, don't just stand around here, disperse. Su Jian, Huyu, come with me. Zhang Li dispersed the gathered crowd and left without looking back. Upon hearing the dean's words, Su Jian and Huyu could only lower their heads and follow. Upon hearing the dean's words, Chen Muming thought to himself, as expected, special talents have special privileges. But at least I don't have to die now. The important thing is to quickly form a contract, and my own strength is the most important thing. Chen Muming. How are you? Are you alright? It's all my fault, I was only thinking about myself and didn't notice you. Lu Shi had been preoccupied with being surrounded by people trying to form contracts with him, and he hadn't been paying attention to Chen Muming. It wasn't until he saw Chen Muming being pointed at by an electromagnetic cannon that he realized Chen Muming was in trouble. Luckily, the dean intervened in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. So he said with a look of regret. Alright, I'm fine. The dean has already taken care of me, so what could possibly happen to me? But you, I hope your goddess hasn't been snatched away by someone else? Chen Muming knew Lu Shi was concerned about him, but seeing Zhang Yao standing right behind Lu Shi, he teased her. He. Who am I? If I, Lu Shi, take action, how can I not take them down? Oh? Then take a look at who's behind you. Chen Muming said with a malicious smile. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts so much. I was wrong, let go. Chen Muming. You betrayed me. Zhang Yao grabbed Lu Shi by the ear and said fiercely, really? You, Lu Shi, are going to take action? And you still won't succeed? I was wrong, I wasn't right. You were the one who won me over, he. Lu Shi wasn't angry at all, instead, he said with a grin. Humph. You're smart to know what's good for you. Zhang Yao said before letting go of her hand. Chen Muming, standing to the side, was laughing so hard he was doubled over. You just wait, Chen Muming. Ha? Isn't this the aloof goddess Song Shui? Lu Shi was about to retort to Chen Muming, but he was surprised when he saw Song Shui behind him. Let me formally introduce you. My first goddess weapon, the cold and beautiful goddess Song Shui. Although we haven't had a chance to form a contract yet. Holy crap! You must have saved the world in your past life to be able to contract with our Academy's cold and beautiful goddess. I don't know if I saved the world in my past life, but I will definitely be the strongest in this life. Only in front of Lu Shi could Chen Muming speak his mind without any reservations. I believe you. Lu Shi never doubted Chen Muming's words. I'm not going to chat with you anymore, let's get down to business first. Chen Muming stopped arguing with Lu Shi and looked at Song Shui again, saying, let's start the contract. However, there's a problem with the contract. As you know, I'm an F rank, so we can only sign a lifetime contract. Otherwise, I won't be able to unleash your full potential. There are 3 types of contracts. Temporary contract, a short-term contract in which the goddess armor is completely controlled by the energy master and has no autonomy. The contract usually breaks after 3 hours and can only be renewed after 3 days. Equal contract, a common type of contract where both parties are equal and mutually beneficial, and either party can decide whether to terminate the contract. And lifetime contract, a unique contract that cannot be terminated by either party unless one party dies. This contract ensures complete compatibility between the 2 parties. The goddess armor and its user need to understand and be familiar with each other to better unleash the goddess armor's power. Therefore, the length of the contract period will affect the combat effectiveness of both parties. Moreover, the compatibility of the contract is affected by the applicant's aptitude level. If the aptitude levels are not significantly different, these effects can be eliminated through long-term practice. However, if the difference is too great, only a lifelong contract can eliminate these effects. I know, let's begin. Seeing that Song Shui was still speaking with a blank expression, and it was unclear whether she cared about this, Chen Muming couldn't care less at this moment. He directly activated his energy core and waited for Song Shui to enter into a contract. Seeing Chen Muming unfold his core, Song Shui didn't say much. She simply swapped out her own core crystal and merged it into Chen Muming's core. With the complete fusion of the crystal and the core, the lifelong contract was also signed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully contracted your first goddess weapon. Chapter 7, A Very Unorthodox Experience, Part 1. Chapter 4, A Very Unusual Trial, Part 1. Name, Song Shui. Qualification grade, SSS. Armed form, Frost Moon Sword. Evolvable. Attribute, Extreme Cold Ice. Can evolve. Characteristics, Extreme Ice Domain. Within the domain, the area will be corroded by cold air. The corrosive power increases and accumulates over time, ignoring all defenses. Current domain range, 15 meters. Corrosion power level, low. Energy consumption, 1,500 minute. Chen Muming looked at Song Shui's basic information displayed before him, which was similar to that when she awakened, except for many blank spaces. He pondered, both her armed form and attributes can evolve. She's practically invincible. But why are there so many blank spaces after her traits and in the details section? Could it be that she hasn't obtained them yet? Right, the skill books. System, I want to use the skill book. Please select the object to use. The selected target is Song Shui. Skills are being generated based on attributes. Generation successful. Host, you have used the skill book. Congratulations on acquiring the skill Frozen. Icebound skill description, absolute zero ice can instantly freeze everything around it. The freezing range, freezing time, and freezing damage are all affected by energy consumption and level. The current skill level is 1, and the maximum level is 10. If we don't consider the level, my maximum output is 5,000. Based on that, I think my current strength can only be maintained at this level. Fortunately, my goddess armor is extraordinary. I just don't know if I will be able to handle it if I contract multiple goddess armors. Forget it, SSS level goddess armor isn't something you can just grab. I should focus on improving myself now. There's no time to lose, let's get to work. I'd better register as an energy user first, otherwise I won't be able to leave the city. Also, I need to prepare properly. Chen Muming, who had officially become an energy user, couldn't wait to become stronger. Song Shui, who was standing to the side, sensed the changes in herself, but didn't say much. She simply believed that it was due to the lifelong contract, since very few people actually sign such a contract in reality. Furthermore, the improvement of a goddess armor is completely different depending on whether one relies solely on oneself or has a power user. A power user who has entered into a contract can clearly understand the general direction based on the various attributes and abilities of the goddess armor, while a goddess armor without a contract can only explore on its own because many of its abilities cannot be utilized. Now that the contract is complete, it's time to go out and celebrate. Everyone come, it's on me. Lu Shi was overjoyed to see Chen Muming complete the contract and suggested a celebration. Of course, you go choose a place first, then send me your location, and I'll come find you after I'm done. After saying that, Chen Muming pulled Song Shui straight to the energy control hall. Okay. I'll send it to you in a bit. Lu Shi called out to Chen Muming as he left. Although he was curious about what Chen Muming was going to do, he didn't ask any further questions. At the front desk of the energy control hall, Chen Muming was filling out various necessary information under the guidance of the receptionist. When he filled in that he was a newly awakened student of Fengyu Academy, the receptionist took a second look. Although there were students who came before graduating in previous years, it was indeed rare to see someone who had just awakened. The receptionist originally wanted to see if there was a genius-level energy user, but Chen Muming naturally skipped the talent section, and Song Shui's talent section was also naturally skipped. Hello Mr. Chen Muming, thank you for waiting. This is your energy driver certificate, which allows you to freely enter and exit Fengyu City. The dangers in the wild are unpredictable, so please do not leave the city unless absolutely necessary. With the receptionist's standard smile, Chen Muming received his energy driver certificate. Alright, let's go eat. You finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I would have started eating already. Lu Shi said as he met Chen Muming at the restaurant entrance. Damn. Maoyu restaurant. Did your allowance go up again? Chen Muming joked, looking at the best restaurant in Fengyu City. He, Dad gave me a little reward after he found out I awakened to S rank. Sigh, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's go inside and eat while we talk. Then I'm going to eat my fill. This is my first time at this restaurant, let's go. Inside the private room, Chen Muming looked at the delicious food in front of him and began to eat it voraciously without any restraint, ignoring everyone else and eating on his own. What have you been doing? Why did it take so long? I'm starving. Lu Shi and Zhang Yao, who had finally waited for Chen Muming, were also a little hungry and asked while eating. Oh, nothing. This fish is good, try it. I'm just going to get my Energy Master certificate. Oh, this dish is good too. It takes a while to verify my information since it's my first time. This grilled meat is pretty good too. Delicious, everything is delicious. Chen Muming answered Lu Shi's question while eating the food on the table. Oh, I see. That does mean it will take a while. Wait. What were you doing? Lu Shi, who was eating, suddenly stood up and looked at Chen Muming in disbelief. I'm getting a driver's certificate, what's wrong with that? What's the problem? Hey, you can talk, but don't ruin this whole meal. Do you know what you're doing? Don't gamble with your life. Of course I know that it will take another month for the academy to lead us to obtain the materials. Besides, you probably know how the academy's resources will be allocated, so it's better to go by myself. Whatever we gain is ours, and the materials are very important to me. But didn't the academy say we should consider this after graduation? Right now, we've only just awakened, there's no need for us to hunt mechanical beasts ourselves. Goddess Song Shui, please persuade him, he's courting death. Seeing that Chen Muming couldn't be persuaded, Lu Shi turned to Song Shui for help. We need several times more materials than others. If we don't hunt them ourselves, no one will give them to us. The Academy's resources won't be available to us, so I can't do anything about it, Chen Muming said before Song Shui could. I think he is right, Song Shui said, glancing at Chen Muming. You. All of you. Have you all gone mad? Alright, don't worry, I won't do anything reckless just because I want materials. Anyway, I'll be hunting mechanical beasts on my own in the future. We're just starting ahead of schedule. It's fine. Besides, I've always valued my life, Chen Muming reassured him. But Lu Shi was about to say something when he was interrupted. If we don't do something special because of our special circumstances, we may never become a member of the Divine Command or even just an ordinary strongman. So you don't need to persuade me anymore, my mind is made up. All right. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Lu Shi had no choice but to give up. Chapter 8: A Very Unorthodox Experience Part 2. Chapter 4: A Very Unusual Trial Part 2. After leaving the restaurant, the four of them went their separate ways. Before leaving, Lu Shi kept reminding Chen Muming not to act rashly, saying that as long as one is alive, there's always hope. Not long after leaving the hotel, Chen Muming headed to the trading market alone, muttering to himself, this trip might take 3 or 4 days. Just to be on the safe side, I should prepare enough supplies for 7 days. As for equipment, it seems like my pitiful 50,000 yuan isn't enough to buy anything. Sigh, it's really tough being broke. Chen Muming shook his head helplessly and walked into the trading market. After purchasing the supplies, Chen Muming, who was originally planning to leave, received a message on his communicator, since you've decided to go out and hunt mechanical beasts, you'd better be prepared. This is all the pocket money I have right now, a total of 500,000. You'd better come back alive. Consider this a loan you have to pay me back. After reading the message and seeing the 500,000 in his account, he laughed and said, you little rascal. Having received a huge sum of 500,000, Chen Muming naturally wanted to spend it wisely. With the Cold Moon Sword, his attack power was definitely not a problem, so he needed to improve his defense and agility. Chen Muming spent a whole hour searching in the equipment area, only to find that it was impossible to have the best of both worlds with 500,000, so he had to consider making trade-offs. Chen Muming ultimately chose a slightly lower quality armor that significantly boosted agility and offered some defense. Looking at the equipment he had purchased for 500,000, he exclaimed, the Energy Master is truly a money-devouring profession. 500,000 can only buy a low-quality armor. But it should be enough for this trip. After leaving the trading market, Chen Muming sent Song Shui a message to meet the next morning, and then went home. The next morning, Chen Muming and Song Shui, who had met at the North Gate, quickly left the city with their credentials. After they left, 3 seemingly ordinary people followed them. Sunlight filtered through layers of foliage, transforming into shimmering, golden rays that danced and danced on the ground. The air was filled with the fresh scent of pine and damp earth, a fragrance that soothed the soul. The lush trees stood tall and straight, like loyal guardians, standing silently. Beneath the trees, unnamed wildflowers bloomed freely, red, purple, and yellow, dotting this green world with vitality and tranquility. Stepping into this forest is like falling into a dream woven from green, yet unbeknownst to you, countless dangerous mechanical beasts lurk everywhere in this seemingly peaceful woodland. The setting sun cast long shadows through the forest as Chen Mumming squatted by the stream, wiping the beast blood from the blade of his cold moon sword. The sword reflected the anxiety between his brows, who knew that for 3 whole days, they hadn't even found a single footprint of the cold moon wolf. Something's not right. Song Shui suddenly gripped the sword hilt, ice crystals spreading along the blade from her fingertips. 300 meters to the southeast, a level 4 ice attribute fluctuation. Chen Mumming's eyes lit up. The frost moon wolf was indeed a 4th-tier ice-type mechanical beast. He immediately activated his enhanced perception, and a pale blue energy trajectory appeared in his vision. The two followed the traces and hurried along, only to encounter a breathtaking scene deep in the dense forest. The corpses of 7 frost moon wolves were neatly arranged, and the crystal cores of each corpse had been precisely removed. They were all instantly killed by skills. Song Shui ran her fingertips over the penetrating wound in the wolf corpse's throat, looking at the wound. The attack was from a sword-type user, and the way the level 4 mechanical beast corpses we've seen died over the past 3 days is the same. It must have been done by the same person. What's going on? Could it be that there are some powerful people ahead of us collecting materials? But would someone who can instantly kill a level 4 mechanical beast need a level 4 crystal core? Chen Mumming was completely puzzled. But since someone is taking care of the dangerous ones ahead, we can take this opportunity to collect the materials we need. However, we also need the crystal core of the frost moon wolf. It would be great if we could find one. You're dreaming. Song Shui scoffed at Chen Mumming's words. But the corpse of this level 4 frost moon wolf is worth quite a bit of money. You're still not satisfied. Haha, it's not illegal to think about it. What if we really run into it? What do you think? Chen Mumming chuckled, and casually put the corpses of the 7 frost moon wolves into the exclusive space that every energy master has. As night fell, Chen Mumming took stock of the remaining supplies in the cave. They had hunted 12 level 2 wind weasels, 8 level 2 wild bulls, and along the way, 15 level 3 illusion snakes, 5 level 4 earth turtles, and 7 frost moon wolves, but their crystal cores had all been extracted. The materials were more than enough for Song Shui to level up, but due to her ice attribute, they wanted an ice attribute crystal core for the upgrade. Only such an upgrade would allow Song Shui to better adapt to her extreme cold, making it the most perfect outcome. We'll continue searching for one last day tomorrow. Whether we find a level 4 ice attribute crystal core or not, we have to go back. If we go any deeper, we'll be in the territory of level 5 mechanical beasts. You and I, who haven't leveled up yet, probably won't be able to put up a fight. Chen Mumming shook his head helplessly. Crystal cores are generally only found in mechanical beasts of level 4 and above. Let alone crystal cores, we haven't even seen a living level 4 mechanical beast in the past 3 days. Okay, I'll do whatever you say, Song Shuiqing said. Rest now. Chen Mumming, who had been hunting all day, slowly fell asleep. Little did he know that 3 dark figures were watching the surroundings not far from the cave, as if on night watch. Early the next morning, Chen Mumming, accompanied by Song Shui, who had transformed into the frost moon sword, traversed the forest, hoping to find a level 4 mechanical beast, even one that wasn't of the ice attribute, to obtain its crystal core. This way, they could exchange it for an ice attribute crystal core after returning to the city. However, even as dusk fell, they still hadn't seen any living level 4 mechanical beasts, but they did find 4 level 4 silver foxes, though unfortunately, they still didn't have any crystal cores. We VE hunted so many level 4 mechanical beasts for Miss. Why does this contracted Mrs. Sun still seem unhappy? One of the women hiding in the shadows said to the only man. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? The man said irritably. What the hell? Who is this guy? It's been 4 days, and I've changed locations 7 or 8 times, but I still haven't seen a single living level 4 mechanical beast. My crystal core. Chen Mumming couldn't take it anymore. Standing next to the 4 level 4 silver foxes that hadn't been dead for long, he shouted, seemingly to release the pressure, but actually hoping that the powerful figure who shouldn't have gone far could hear him. The 3 people hiding in the shadows heard Chen Mumming shout and looked at each other awkwardly. So you want crystal cores? I was wondering why I was hunting mechanical beasts everywhere but not leveling up Mississippi. We have to find a way to send them to Mississippi. The only man in the shadows whispered, and then disappeared with the 2 others. Chapter 9 Upgrade Part 1. Sigh. It's getting late. Let's finish packing up and find a place to rest. We'll head back to the city tomorrow. Chen Muming sighed and said to Song Shui when he saw that there was no movement in the woods. Yeah, it's okay even without a crystal core. I can just level up directly and then find an ice attribute crystal core to fuse with later, Song Shui comforted Chen Muming, seeing his dejected appearance. No. You know that as you level up, the amount of extreme cold ice in your body will increase. Without a crystal core to enhance your physical attributes, your body won't be able to withstand it. Besides, you're already struggling to withstand it. If you level up directly, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chen Muming said to Song Shui with great seriousness. The attributes contained in the goddess armor will increase as she grows. Although her physical strength will also increase to some extent, it cannot keep up with the pace of her attributes. If her body cannot withstand it, it will collapse, and then even a god cannot save her. Therefore, during the upgrade process, physical strength generally increases every 5 levels, which everyone knows now. However, what no one knows is that by fusing crystal cores of the same attribute each time, making the body more compatible with that attribute, not only can the problem of insufficient physical strength be perfectly solved, but also the adaptability to the attribute can be improved. However, the SSS grade goddess weapon cannot simply enhance physical strength. Because its high attribute strength and super growth speed place higher demands on the body, the materials required to improve physical strength alone will increase. This is one of the reasons why it is difficult to upgrade the SSS grade weapon. It is also because of the existence of the system that Chen Muming knew that he needed to use crystal cores for each level, along with the necessary materials to improve physical strength, in order to complete the upgrade of the SSS grade female weapon. I understand. Song Shui felt a little shy under Chen Muming's gaze, so she turned her head and said, Forget it, with so many level 4 corpses, I think we can exchange them for a few crystal cores. We'll just have to go back and think about upgrading later. Chen Muming saw Song Shui turn away and thought she was angry, so he softened his tone and left with her. Having rested for a night, the two planned to return before nightfall, so they moved quickly through the forest. Chen Muming's pupils suddenly contracted as he heard a faint scraping sound, like metal scraping against rock. He turned to look at Song Shui. The girl nodded slightly, and an icy blue aura emanated from her. The next second, she transformed into a crystal clear cold moonsword, which landed steadily in Chen Muming's palm. The snowflake patterns on the hilt shimmered, and a cool mental fluctuation entered Chen Muming's mind. Southeast 11 o'clock, a horde of level 3 mechanical beasts is approaching. This was the combat pattern they had figured out. After Song Shui transformed into a sword, her 5 senses were shared with Chen Muming, and she could even predict energy fluctuations. Chen Muming gripped the hilt tightly, his fingertips tracing the raised ice crystal runes on the guard, and chuckled, Whether we get to have our first taste of meat today depends on you. The two held their breath and pushed aside the bushes. The sight before them made Chen Muming gasp for air. A gigantic, silver-white wolf lay lurking among the rocks, its left forepaw bound by dark purple chains, its icy blue crystal core flickering intermittently. The cold moon sword suddenly trembled violently, its blade pointing directly at the pile of wolf carcasses. 3 demon hunters, energy fluctuation level 5. Finally, they've taken the bait. A hoarse voice came from the treetop. The man in black robes leaped down, the snake relief on his mask gleaming eerily. Hand over the level 4 materials you picked up, and I'll leave you with your corpses intact. The bronze level demon hunter badge at his waist jingled, and Chen Muming's palms instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The frost moon sword suddenly raised its tip on its own, and an ice shard shot out towards the bushes on the left. The lurking man in black was forced to reveal himself, and before he could even raise his lightning whip, it was frozen into an ice sculpture by the cold air emanating from the sword. Oh? The sword spirit can actually attack on its own? The man in black narrowed his eyes. What a pity! He suddenly swung out the chain, and the purplish-black energy coiled towards Chen Muming's throat like a venomous snake. Dao dress! The mental energy of the cold moon sword exploded in his mind. Chen Muming instinctively leaned back, the sword grazing his nose and colliding with the chains, sparking blinding sparks. In the instant of the roll, he gripped the hilt and swept the sword horizontally in mid-air, the icy blue sword energy exploding in a fan shape, instantly freezing the ground into a spiderweb-like ice path. Something's wrong with this kid. The man in black robes staggered back several steps, his right arm covered in a thick layer of frost. The intelligence says he only awakened his powers 3 days ago. Chen Muming, panting, knelt on one knee, his hand torn by the recoil. The cold moon sword emitted waves of energy. The energy network in the southwest corner is the weakest, but I need 3 seconds to charge. The ice crystal runes on the hilt of the sword suddenly lit up. Chen Muming understood and abruptly plunged the sword tip into the ground. A powerful burst of cold air exploded outwards from him, instantly turning a 30-meter radius into an ice prison. The black-robed man's chains froze in mid-air, and the other two demon hunters had ice shards pierce their calves. Now! Chen Mumming drew his sword and charged forward, the cold moon sword emitting a clear, resonant hum. Wherever the sword's edge passed, ice crystals automatically condensed into steps, helping him rise into the air. The man in black robes hurriedly raised his hand to block, but saw a glint of cunning flash in the young man's eyes. The sword's momentum suddenly changed direction, and Chen Mumming used the force of his fall to plunge the cold moon sword deep into the frozen earth. Extreme Ice Domain open. Using the sword as a medium, Song Shue's primal chill erupted. A beam of icy blue light shot out from the cracks in the ground, engulfing the three demon hunters. Frozen. A sword light shot out from the sword, pointing directly at the black-robed man. In an instant, the black-robed man was frozen, but because Chen Mumming had not yet leveled up, the effect could not last long against a level 5 energy user. The man in black robes crawled out of the ice pile, his mask shattering to reveal hideous scars. "I will melt your sword into molten iron." As the chains, wreathed in purplish-black flames, attacked, Chen Mumming parried with his sword. Suddenly, a violent mental shock came from the hilt of his sword. It was Song Shui giving him a warning. Without hesitation, he leaned back, and a silver-white figure graced his face. The imprisoned Frost Moon Wolf broke free of its chains, and the crystal core on its forehead resonated with the Frost Moon Sword, bursting forth with a blinding light. The icy blue light swept across the entire forest like a tide. 3 kilometers away, the three mysterious figures who had been secretly protecting him were watching the holographic projection. "That kid's daring to forcibly activate Mrs. innate cold energy. He's got a death wish." The silver-haired woman frantically operated the energy detector. "That man in black robes is a member of Venom Fong. They make a living by hunting newly awakened energy users for bounties." "Wait." The leading man suddenly narrowed his eyes. "The Frost Moon Wolf's crystal core is resonating. Could it be?" "Left." Song Shui, who had transformed into the cold moon sword, suddenly shouted. Chen Mumming turned without hesitation, and a beam of purplish-black energy flew past his ear, blasting the ancient tree that the three of them could barely encircle in half. Chapter 10 Upgrade Part 2. The runes lit up one by one, and the level 5 Frost Moon Wolf King crystal core was drawn in by an invisible force, slowly disappearing into the sword. "No!" The man in black robes lunged forward with bloodshot eyes, but was blown away by the surging sword energy. The cold moon sword emitted a deafening hum, its entire body shimmering with a liquid, eerie blue light. Chen Mumming reached out and caught the falling hilt, feeling as if he had grasped an iceberg. The Frost Moon Sword has completed its evolution. Current form, Ice Star Sword Tier 2. Unlocked trait, Frost Soul Resonance attacks inflict a soul freeze effect. The range of the extreme ice domain has increased to 30 meters, the erosion power has evolved to intermediate, and the slow effect has been added. The sword trembled slightly, and Chen Mumming, on a sudden inspiration, unleashed a horizontal slash. There was no dazzling sword energy, no booming explosion, but everything within 100 meters instantly froze. The black-robed man remained in a forward-leaning posture, sealed into the ice coffin, while the Frost Moon Wolf King, stripped of its crystal core, lay at Chen Mumming's feet, its beastly eyes reflecting submission. Suddenly, spider-web-like ice cracks appeared on the surface of the Ice Star Sword, and a violent energy burst out from inside the Ice Star Sword, throwing Chen Mumming away. As the Ice Star Sword, which had left his hand, transformed back into human form, Chen Mumming saw that the cracks on Song Shue's body were increasing. His eyes widened in fury as he lunged at her. "Hold on." He bit his tongue to stay awake, grabbed all the level 2 crystal cores from his system space, crushed them, and threw out the various materials he had already collected. A surge of energy flooded his body, and the system issued a piercing alarm. "Forced infusion will cause destructive damage to your meridians." "To hell with the damage." Chen Mumming placed his palm on Song Shue's back, and a violent torrent of energy rushed into Song Shue's body, forcefully suppressing the spread of the cracks. At the same time, a backlash force rushed into Chen Mumming's body. Chen Mumming endured the pain of the backlash and began to guide the various materials to be absorbed. 3 kilometers away, the silver-haired woman in front of the holographic projection trembled at her fingertips. The young lady actually allowed him to use the primal resonance. "That's not permission." The leading man stared at Chen Mumming's bleeding hand in the image. "He's using a contract to forcibly share the backlash, while simultaneously guiding the young lady to absorb materials to level up and eliminate the backlash." When the three people hiding in the shadows arrived, they were greeted by a sight they would never forget. Song Shui hovered in mid-air, surrounded by thousands of icicles. Beneath her feet stretched an ice field a kilometer in diameter, everything frozen, trembling subtly, as if bowing in reverence to a monarch. Shenmue knelt on one knee, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, yet he laughed wildly. "It's done." "I see," the silver-haired woman murmured. Mrs. Extreme Cold Ice devoured the mechanical beast's crystal core at the critical moment of life and death, completing its autonomous evolution. Is this the true potential of an SSS-level being? The following morning, inside the repair ward of Fengyu City Hospital, Chen Mumming lay in the hospital's recovery pod, looking at the newly unlocked system interface with a wry smile. Host, Chen Mumming, a human from Earth. Occupation, energy manipulator. Grade, F evolvable. Level, 2. Energy storage, 10,000. Name, Song Shui. Current level, level 2. Qualification grade, SSS. Armed form, Ice Star Sword evolvable. Attribute, Frozen Throne. Evolvable. Characteristic 1, Extreme Ice Domain. Within the domain, the area will be corroded by cold air. The corrosive power increases and accumulates over time, ignoring all defenses. Current domain range, 30 meters, corrosive power level, intermediate, with added slowing effect. Trait 2, Frost Soul Resonance attacks inflict a soul freezing effect. Energy consumption, 2,200 units per minute. Song Shui stood quietly by the repair pod, her hair still covered with unmelted ice crystals. If you force resonance again, your right hand will be ruined. You seemed quite happy when you evolved, didn't you? Chen Mumming shook his bandaged hand. The frequency of the sword's vibration was 15% faster than usual. Song Shui's ears turned slightly red and her cheeks felt a little hot. She got up and ran to the window, where the boy's triumphant smile was reflected on the repair hatch. The materials for the next upgrade will need to be doubled, and we'll need to prepare suitable crystal cores. Chen Mumming waved his hand lazily. A commotion suddenly erupted outside the window, and a golden beam of light shot into the sky. Chen Mumming squinted at the horizon. That Lu Shigai, he actually awakened Zhang Yao's second form? This time, he'll definitely have to treat us. Chen Mumming's fingers then rapidly slid across the system screen, the pale blue data stream making his face appear bluish. The Goddess Arm status section was flashing rapidly, with blood-red warning boxes constantly popping up. Abnormal evolutionary residue detected. Ice Star Sword Core Crystal, stability 72% continuing to decrease. Soul Contract Link Strength, 89% deep tuning recommended. The robotic arm in the repair pod was injecting him with the third dose of nerve repair agent, but the numbness in his right arm showed no signs of abating. Chen Mumming's gaze was fixed on the 3D projection and the damage details. The virtual model of the Ice Star Sword was suspended in the air, with a faint, dark blue crack along the spine of the sword, as thin as a hair yet running through the entire blade. This is... He subconsciously reached out to touch the projection, and the moment his fingertip passed through the holographic image, a new prompt suddenly popped up from the system. Depth scan complete. A soul burn mark was detected, a tear in the origin caused by forcibly absorbing a level 5 crystal core beyond its level. Current solutions: 1. Neutralize using molten core currently located in Crimson Abyss. 2. Obtain the Holy Healer skillbook. It seems this is the effect of the top-level attribute Frozen Throne being too powerful. If it weren't for the circumstances at the time, I wouldn't have directly fused with a higher-level crystal core. Moreover, I forcibly evolved the attribute without doing so simultaneously with the upgrade. It seems to have caused her considerable harm. Chen Mumming looked at the girl by the window, a hint of heartache in his eyes. It seems I need to be more careful in the future, Chen Mumming reminded himself as he came to his senses. But the most important thing right now is to quickly improve my strength. Only level 5 energy users dare to go into the Crimson Flame Abyss, and I'm no match for them at the moment. Besides, the number of goddess armor units is also very important. Chen Mumming pondered, where am I going to find a few more SSS level units? Old Chen. Look how cool my newly awakened holy shield is. Lu Shi's voice pierced through the glass, breaking Chen Mumming's deep thoughts. The golden light shield formed by Zhang Yao drew a dazzling trajectory in the air, and Lu Shi also arrived in front of Chen Mumming's repair pod. Chapter 11 Plans. Awesome. So handsome. I'll treat you to a meal as soon as I'm discharged from the hospital. Chen Mumming lay in the recovery pod, his eyes shining, and he shouted loudly, forcing himself to stay awake. A rare blush of excitement appeared on his pale face. Lu Shi's lips curled into a bright smile, and he proudly raised his chin. Then you're probably going to be disappointed. I came today just to see you before I leave. Tomorrow I'm going on a training trip with the Academy's teachers. I estimate I'll be gone for 10 days to 2 weeks. When I come back, I'll definitely be even stronger, and I'll treat you to a meal again." As he spoke, he unconsciously clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anticipation and longing for the training trip. "Why are you going on training so soon? Doesn't the Academy usually require at least 3 months of training and adjustment? Even if you're an S rank, you shouldn't be going this early. You should at least have at least a month of training, right?" Chen Muming frowned slightly, his eyes full of doubt. He struggled to sit up, but was gently pulled back by the safety belt of the repair pod. Lucy glanced around warily, then slowly approached the repair pod, lowering his voice to say, "To be honest, but you can't tell anyone, Divine Control has launched a special recruitment program. The specific academies haven't said, but it's said that a national selection will be held in Beijing in a little over a month, and the outstanding individuals will be included in Divine Control's seed program. Apparently, only academies with a perfect fit for the goddess armor or an S rank or higher energy user will be notified so far." His voice was deep and mysterious, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Is that so? Then you'll have to work harder to secure a spot in the Divine Ridge. But I believe you can do it now." Chen Muming looked at Lucy earnestly, his eyes full of encouragement, his weak body trying to straighten up as he wanted to give his friend the greatest support. Don't worry, the Academy wouldn't agree if I didn't work hard. My rapid awakening is all thanks to the Academy. They're going to take me on a training trip soon, all in preparation for this. I'm the Academy's next Divine Rider." Ha ha ha. Lucy laughed heartily, his face radiating confidence and pride. "Just keep showing off." Chen Muming teased with a smile, a relaxed smile finally appearing on his pale face. Hee, alright, I'm relieved to see you're alright. I can't be out for long either, the Dean and the others are keeping a close eye on me." Seeing that Chen Muming seemed to be fine, Lucy didn't press him for details about his health. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he hurriedly left, his steps light and quick, as if he couldn't wait to face the upcoming trials. The blue light from the repair pod faded like a star slowly dying out. Chen Muming's right arm was still wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, the crimson bloodstains starkly contrasting against the white bandage. He stared intently at the flashing warning on the system interface, soul burn deterioration rate 12%. Outside the window, he could hear Lucy and Zhang Yao's carefree laughter, but his thoughts had already drifted to that unknown and dangerous distance, his eyes filled with solemnity and worry. 2 days later, Chen Muming, having almost fully recovered, stood at the entrance of an abandoned recycling station 30 kilometers away from the Academy. His eyes held a mixture of wariness and curiosity as he muttered to himself, "This is the black market Uncle Chen mentioned?" The place was desolate, with mountains of rotting mechanical waste piled up, resembling a giant graveyard. Chen Muming activated his nanotech armor. A faint glow emanated from its surface, filtering the acrid, toxic gases in the air. Uncle Chen had been secretly protecting Song Shui ever since she was expelled from her family and arrived in Fengyu City. After rescuing Chen Muming and Song Shui, Uncle Chen told them everything that had happened, even handing over all the level 4 mechanical beast cores he had hunted during their previous training to Chen Muming. Of course, he also returned to Song Shui what her father had left her intact. Chen Muming's gaze was fixed on the platform deep inside the recycling station. Just then, a system notification popped up, endangered SSS level armed fluctuation detected. His pupils contracted slightly, his heart involuntarily quickened, and a hint of surprise and tension flashed in his eyes. Deep within the recycling center, Chen Muming saw the silver-haired girl chained to the reactor wreckage. Her right arm was nothing but bare bone, the icy markings faded to almost nothing, as if they might extinguish at any moment. The energy detector showed that her energy consumption was a staggering 3,000 points per minute, a shocking figure that made Chen Muming's heart tighten. Despite being called an auction house, it was actually a huge abandoned reactor. There were quite a few people standing on it, but none of them intended to bid for the girl. Instead, they were there to watch the spectacle with disdain and ridicule. Frost Soul Armor, SSS Grade Ice Attribute Weapon, starting bid 800,000, third time. Failed to sell. The auctioneer, his face full of disdain, kicked the girl into the waste pit and cursed viciously, "Damn it, even using it as fuel in a furnace is too energy intensive." Chen Muming hid in the shadows, watching the situation at the reactor. He gripped the level 4 crystal core tightly in his hand, his palms sweating from the force. As the crane was about to throw Frost Soul into the furnace, he unhesitatingly ejected 2 crystal cores, saying firmly, "I'll offer 80 credits. 1 credit is equivalent to 10,000 credits, and crystal cores can be converted into credits, with different ratios depending on the level, generally maintaining 10 credits for level 1. A burst of laughter erupted from the audience. I can't believe anyone would want this trash, let alone spend such a huge sum. Are they stupid or just plain dumb? Ha ha ha. The auctioneer, equally surprised, immediately grabbed Frost's soul by the hair like a rag doll and said disdainfully, "Sold. An energy-suppressing collar is included, to prevent this trash from going berserk." When Schwampa was thrown into Chen Mumming's arms, her body temperature was as low as a corpse, lifeless. The system's red light flashed frantically, detection of a shattered weapon core. Activate the gene repair protocol? Chen Mumming did not make a decision immediately, but instead took Schwampa away and found a secluded place, inside a long-abandoned hovercar. Activate gene repair. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mumming resolutely cut his palm and pressed the scalding blood onto Schwampa's forehead. Suddenly, Song Shui beside him experienced a violent energy resonance. Two streams of extremely cold energy formed an ice crystal storm within the narrow hovercar, their powerful energy surging wildly. The level 4 crystal core left behind by Qin Bo was decomposed into primordial energy by the system and injected into Schwampa's shattered core along with the blood. When Schwampa opened her eyes, her icy blue pupils seemed to radiate a deep blue light, and at the same time, Chen Mumming's system interface displayed two notifications. Successfully contracted second armor, Frost Soul Armor SSS grade damaged. Unlock fusion skill, Extreme Cold Resonance. Name, Qin Shuang. Current level, level 1. Qualification grade, SSS. Armed form, Frost Soul Armor damaged evolvable. Attribute, Ultimate Ice. Evolvable. Special feature, Extreme Ice Armor, an armor formed by combining Extreme Ice with Battle Armor, immune to ice elements, defense and attack increase according to energy consumption. Energy consumption, 3,000 units per minute. Why, did you save me? Qin Shuang's voice was weak and trembling, filled with deep weakness and confusion, her eyes full of bewilderment. Looking at her extremely weak body, Chen Mumming's eyes were firm yet gentle as he slowly said, "Because I want to prove that those things treated as trash are the true treasures." Chapter 12 Ice Crystal Reforging and Energy Bill. The massive alloy city gates of Fengyu City slowly closed behind them, shutting out the desolate atmosphere of the wilderness. Inside, the neon lights and holographic projections continued their usual bustling activity, illuminating the hurried crowds. Chen Mumming held Qin Shuang, wrapped in a thick, heat-insulating blanket, in his arms, while Song Shui silently followed beside him. The chill emanating from her caused passers-by to instinctively give way, creating a small, deserted zone. Song Shui's gaze occasionally fell on Chen Mumming and the bundle of objects, a subtle, complex emotion hidden deep within her icy blue eyes. As a fellow SSS rank, she could more clearly sense the utter devastation and near annihilation of the body beneath the blanket as shattering at the very core, beyond the reach of ordinary means, let alone repair. She didn't understand why Chen Mumming would bring back such a seemingly doomed piece of junk, and she was even less certain whether he truly had the ability or rather, whether it was necessary for him to attempt to save it. They didn't return to the academy, nor did they go to the public repair center. They were equally helpless against SSS-level core collapses. Relying on his memory, Chen Mumming led the two through the intricate network of back alleys and streets, finally stopping in front of an inconspicuous metal door. This was one of the safe houses that Uncle Chen had secretly prepared for Song Shui years ago. The facilities were simple, but the concealment was excellent. The metal door creaked open with a dull thud, and a faint smell of dust wafted out. The room was small, containing only a simple bed, a table and chairs, and an old-fashioned power outlet. Chen Mumming carefully laid Qin Shuang flat on the open ground in the center of the room and lifted the heat insulation blanket. The devastated scene made Song Shui's pupils contract slightly. The stark white bones of her right arm and the almost completely dim ice crystal core in her chest, covered with spiderweb-like cracks, all indicated utter destruction. This kind of injury, Song Shui's voice was cold, with a hint of barely perceptible doubt, no one can heal it. Well, conventional methods really won't work. Chen Mumming rubbed his temples, his face showing neither despair nor distress, but rather more like an engineer assessing a complicated project. Fortunately, I have some unconventional methods. His consciousness sank into the system interface. Contractual armament Frost Soul Qin Shuang detected, core integrity 11%, energy channels extensively fractured, right arm structure missing, extreme cold source continuously dissipating. Recommended repair solution, advanced energy infusion reshaping. Requires, high purity energy source requires continuous supply from the host, ice-based energy conducting metal 3 standard units, basic structural fiber 5 standard units, core stabilizing colloid 2 units, vascular reconnection solution 1 set. A long list of materials was laid out. Chen Mumming quickly scanned it and breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from needing him to act as the human energy battery for a long time, the other materials, although numerous and expensive, could indeed be bought with money in Fengyu City's trading market. It's not a big problem, it's just energy intensive and expensive, he muttered to himself, as if calculating a business deal. He immediately accessed the city's trading network through his personal terminal, quickly filtered sellers, and added the materials on the list to his shopping cart one by one. When it came time to pay, he unhesitatingly used most of his savings from selling his previous training spoils, as well as the huge amount of credits he had exchanged for the few level 4 crystal cores left by Uncle Chen. Seeing the wealth in his account, which would make ordinary energy users envious, shrink by more than half in an instant, Chen Muming's lips twitched. He cursed the black market prices in his heart, but his hand did not hesitate at all in clicking to confirm the payment. I hope this investment is worthwhile. This is the money I'll use to upgrade my wife's status with Song Shui. He muttered to himself, unaware of the slightly puzzled glance Song Shui gave him. In less than half an hour, the necessary materials were precisely delivered to the door of the safe house by an unmanned delivery machine. Chen Muming carried a large number of metal ingots, crystal bottles of liquid, and strange colloids that shimmered with different lusters into the house, and placed them around Qin Shuang's body in an orderly manner, as if he were setting up a complicated ritual. What do you need me to do? Song Shui asked, watching him busy. She still didn't think the repair was possible, but Chen Muming's confident attitude that it's just a bit troublesome, not impossible, aroused a slight curiosity in her. Protect me, don't let the energy fluctuations leak out and cause unnecessary trouble. Chen Muming said without looking up as he adjusted the position of the last piece of ice blue energy conducting metal. The process will take a while, but there's no technical difficulty, it's just pure energy consumption. Oh, by the way, if you see my body temperature getting too high and I'm smoking, remember to use your cold air to cool me down, don't actually burn me up like a disposable battery. His tone even carried a hint of joking, as if what was about to happen was not repairing the core collapse of an SSS-class weapon, but simply recharging an old piece of equipment. Preparations were complete. Chen Muming sat cross-legged beside Qin Shuang, his hands resting lightly on the shattered core of her chest. System, initiate repair protocol. Command confirmed. Advanced energy infusion reshaping initiated. Beginning to guide host energy. The moment the command was given, the infinite energy supply engine within Chen Muming's body emitted a deep and steady hum. Previously, it had only passively provided continuous energy, but now it was fully activated. Vast, ocean-like energy surged from Chen Muming's spiritual core, passing through his arms and transforming into two solid yet gentle beams of azure light, continuously flowing into Qin Shuang's body. At this moment, Chen Muming felt like a converter connected to the core of the universe's energy. The infinite engine ensured that the energy would never run out, but the output channel for such a massive amount of energy, his own body was still under tremendous strain. An abnormal flush appeared on his skin, his body temperature began to rise sharply, and the air around him distorted slightly due to the energy dissipation, emitting a faint crackling sound. The injected energy, under the system's exquisite manipulation, became exceptionally docile. It first enveloped the materials piled up nearby. The ice-based conductive metal melted at a visible speed, turning into a liquid blue-silver fluid. As if it had a life of its own, it precisely covered Qin Shuang's bony right arm, smoothly constructing new arm bones in delicate yet complex energy circuits, and finally covering it with a surface that was crystallized into ice, yet indistinguishable from real skin. The basic structural fibers integrate into her broken body, like the most skillful weaver, repairing the internal damage. The core stabilizing colloid and the vascular reconnection fluid, carried by the energy flow, precisely act on those fatal cracks and fractures, carrying out microscopic level healing and reconnection. Chapter 13 Reforged successfully. The core of the restoration lies in the continuous infusion and reshaping of this massive amount of energy. Energy, like an endless tide, washes over every broken energy vein, forcibly opening, widening, and reinforcing it. Even more powerful energy surges into the shattered core, gently yet firmly smoothing and bonding countless cracks little by little, rekindling the dormant extreme cold source within. The entire process was eerily quiet. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no screams of agonizing struggle, only the low hum of continuously flowing energy, and the icy blue runes that occasionally lit up on Qin Shuang's body as the repair progressed. The temperature in the room plummeted due to the presence of the two SSS-level ice attribute sources, thick, beautiful frost condensing on the floor and walls, and an extremely pure, frigid aura permeated the air, as if one were inside the depths of an ice core. Chen Muming maintained a stable energy output, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, only to be instantly evaporated by his own intense heat. He felt time was passing exceptionally slowly. This was less a thrilling repair and more a long-term recharge that severely tested his patience. The system handled all the technical challenges. He only needed to act as a stable and reliable energy socket and provide an enormous sum of money for materials that would make any power cringe. Song Shui watched quietly from the side. Her astonishment gradually accumulated over time. She could clearly sense that the despairing damage within Qin Shuang's body was being forcibly repaired in an inconceivable way. Rebirth was taking place where it was broken. The dim core was regaining its luster at a steady pace, and a faint but tenacious life force was being nurtured anew. This completely overturned her understanding. Occasionally, she raised her hand, a perfectly timed wisp of primal cold air emanating from her fingertips, like the most sophisticated air conditioner, surrounding Chen Mumming, helping him dissipate the excessive heat and ensuring his body wouldn't be damaged from prolonged use as a high-powered energy channel. Her gaze gradually shifted from initial suspicion and curiosity to focused attention, even carrying a hint of indescribable solemnity. She began to truly believe that Chen Mumming's previous boasts might not have been empty words. Time passed quietly amidst the steady output of energy. The materials piled around her gradually diminished, perfectly merging into Qin Shuang's newly formed body. After an unknown amount of time, the moment the last tiny crack on the ice crystal core in Qin Shuang's chest completely disappeared, the entire core suddenly lit up, and a powerful, stable energy fluctuation carrying a chilling aura spread slowly from her body like a giant beast awakening. But it quickly subsided, becoming calm and profound. Repair complete. The core integrity of the contracted weapon Frost Soul Qin Shuang is 100%, the energy meridian reconstruction is complete, and the body structure repair is complete. Status: extremely weak due to excessive energy depletion and long-term damage, requires rest and energy replenishment to adapt to the new core and pathways. The total energy output for this repair was equivalent to 18.3 times the full energy level of a standard SSS level energy master. The infinite engine is functioning normally, but the host's physical load is at 68%. Rest and replenishment of nutrients are recommended. The system notification finally sounded. Chen Mumming let out a long, thorough sigh of relief and cut off the energy output. He leaned back against the cold wall, feeling completely exhausted, panting heavily. He felt as if his body had been drained dry more than 10 times in a row, but his core spiritual core was rapidly replenishing itself under the influence of the infinite engine. He looked at Qin Shuang. What lay there was no longer a broken wreckage, but a complete young girl, radiating a soft, luminous glow. Her right arm was intact, her skin fair and translucent, her chest rising and falling slowly and powerfully, her breathing steady and long, as if she had simply fallen into a deep sleep. Although her face was still pale and her breath still very weak, the heartbreaking aura of death had completely vanished, replaced by a tranquil power like a dragon lurking in the abyss. Finally, all done. Chen Mumming's voice was hoarse, filled with exhaustion. He glanced at his almost empty account balance and the empty materials bag, and grimaced in pain. This electricity bill, it's damn expensive. Uncle Chen's savings and the gains from this adventure are all gone. Song Shui walked to Qin Shuang's side, squatted down, and gently ran her slender fingers over Qin Shuang's newly grown right arm, sensing the smooth energy channels flowing beneath it. She then carefully examined the core, which was intact and even purer than before. She looked up at Chen Mumming, who was slumped against the wall, looking pained. For the first time, her icy eyes revealed a clear and incomparably clear shock and inquiry. You? She paused, seemingly unsure how to describe it. What exactly happened to you? Chen Mumming caught his breath, grabbed a vial of high-grade nutrient solution from the side, and gulped it down. Feeling his strength slowly returning, he chuckled, patted his chest, and said with a tired yet smug tone, I told you, we may not have much else, but we have plenty of energy, and we even have some special connections. So, Song Shui, do you now believe that this F-level waste of mine might actually be able to support you geniuses forgotten by the gods? Just then, Qin Shuang's long, icy eyelashes trembled slightly, and her icy blue eyes slowly opened a crack, a mixture of confusion upon waking and deep weakness. Her gaze moved unconsciously and finally landed on the panting boy by the wall, who looked even more disheveled than she was. Inside the safe house, the chilling atmosphere mingled with the subtle afterglow of energy restoration. Chen Mumming sat against the wall, his infinite energy supply engine operating at high efficiency, rapidly replenishing his spiritual core, which had been nearly depleted from repairing Qin Shuang. The feeling of overexertion quickly subsided, replaced by a surging sense of energy abundance. He glanced at the heartbreakingly low account balance on his terminal, his lips twitching, but when his gaze swept over the other two people in the room, that pain was replaced by a heavy sense of reassurance. On the floor, Qin Shuang had already stood up and was slowly moving her body. Her newly grown right arm had smooth and perfect lines, and beneath her fair and translucent skin, faintly visible energy veins like ice crystals glowed. Between the opening and closing of her 5 fingers, she possessed both strength and agility, far surpassing her previous arm. At her chest, the once shattered ice crystal core now throbbed steadily and powerfully, radiating a restrained yet extremely pure chilling aura. The true essence of the SSS-grade Frost Soul armor was returning. She clenched her fist slightly, the air making a faint freezing sound, a powerful and precise sense of control spreading throughout her body. Song Shui stood quietly to the side, her icy blue eyes fixed on Qin Shuang, a subtle ripple in her cool gaze. As fellow SSS-level beings, she could more clearly sense that what Qin Shuang's body was undergoing was not merely repair, but an optimization and sublimation at a fundamental level. Chapter 14: The Frozen Path of Infinite Power. She turned to look at Chen Muming, this energy user whose rank was only F, who had once again demonstrated abilities that defied expectations. Her gaze was complex, still aloof, yet it contained a deeper level of inquiry and a hint of unspoken agreement. This favor, Qin Shuang will remember. A hoarse and cold voice broke the silence. Qin Shuang looked up, her icy pupils sharp as knives, scrutinizing Chen Muming, trying to see through this incredible F-level energy user. The resources expended will be repaid in the future. Her tone carried the inherent pride and aloofness of an SSS-level weapon, but her gratitude was unmistakable. Chen Muming smiled, stood up easily, and stretched his neck. I've already said, we're all on the same side, let's not talk about this. His gaze swept over Qin Shuang and Song Shui, and his tone turned serious. The most crucial thing now is to improve. Song Shui's soul burn can't be delayed, and your new core also needs a massive amount of energy to be completely stabilized. Staying in the city means not enough money and low efficiency. He walked to the window, gazing at the boundless wilderness outside the city, his eyes sharp. The fastest way is to go out, hunt mechanical beasts, and use their energy and materials to build us up. This time, they had a true cornerstone in SSS-class defensive battlesuit that was recovering. 3 days later, outside the north gate of Fengyu City, in Black Stone Canyon. The wind howled, whipping up sand and stones. More than a dozen gray-black, calf-sized wind fawn wolves with menacing fangs surrounded a small group. They growled, their claws digging at the ground, leaving trails of afterimages as they waited for their chance to pounce. Surrounded in the center, Chen Muming appeared unusually calm. His entire body was covered in a set of visually striking armor. The armor was a deep, icy blue, as if sculpted from the core of millennia-old ice. Its lines were both fluid and sharp, perfectly conforming to his physique. The surface wasn't smooth, it was covered with countless fine, layered, dragon scale-like ice crystals, each slowly rotating on its own, shimmering with a chilling blue light and radiating a visible, biting coldness that seemed to condense the surrounding air. The shoulder armor was shaped like the head of a roaring ice dragon, with sharp ice crystal spikes extending from the elbows and knees. The helmet covered the entire body, and the visor was a single, translucent, icy blue crystal, behind which Chen Muming's gaze remained as calm as ice. This is the complete form of the Frost Soul armor that has been fully integrated with Qin Shuang. Unable to contain itself, a wind fawn wolf roared and pounced, its sharp claws slamming fiercely towards Chen Muming's breastplate with a vicious gust of wind. Clang! A crisp metallic clang rang out. The wolf's claws collided with the ice crystal armor, sending up a few ice shards, but the armor remained completely still. On the contrary, the wind fawn wolf's claws were instantly covered by a thick layer of ice, freezing it so badly that it let out a shrill howl, its movements instantly stiffening and slowing down. From the other side, it launched a sneak attack, its gaping maw biting fiercely at Chen Muming's armor. Snap! A teeth-grinding cracking sound rang out as several of the wind fawn wolf's fangs were snapped off by the extremely hard ice armor. The cold air on the surface of the armor rebounded, instantly freezing its wolf muzzle into a huge ice block. Chen Muming didn't even need to consciously control his defense. The Frost Soul armor's inherent absolute defensive power and the passively emitted extreme cold domain were enough to make the attacks of these level 3 mechanical beasts laughable and futile. In his hand, he gripped a long sword that was not of this world. The sword is 4 feet 3 inches long, its blade seemingly forged from the purest, millennia-old ice, crystal clear and translucent. Light passing through it refracts a breathtakingly beautiful blue glow, as if containing a frozen galaxy. The spine is as straight as a foot, gracefully narrowing from the hilt to the tip. The blade, while not dazzlingly bright, exudes an extreme sharpness capable of freezing souls and tearing apart all things. The hilt is designed in the shape of a blooming ice lotus, its heart inlaid with a deep, abyssal blue gemstone, which now pulsates slowly with the surging flow of its inner energy, like the beating of a frozen heart. The hilt is wrapped in an unknown silver-white ice silk, cool to the touch yet never freezing, perfectly fitting the palm and providing excellent control. This is the Ice Star sword that Song Shui has transformed into. In battle, words are unnecessary. The connection of the soul contract makes Chen Muming's will the supreme command. With the help of the skilled descriptions provided by the system and the marking of the mechanical beast's weaknesses, Chen Muming can easily kill them. With a slight thought, he flicked his wrist. The ice star sword emitted a deep, resonant hum, seemingly emanating from an ancient ice plane. The surrounding icy air instantly converged wildly, and dozens of sharp, angular ice spikes condensed in a flash. Following his will, these spikes shot out like living, venomous ice bees, accompanied by piercing shrieks. Puff, 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 puff. With unparalleled precision, the attack struck the eye sockets of 4 wind fawn wolves that were attacking from different angles simultaneously. The extreme cold instantly invaded and damaged their brains. They didn't even have time to utter a wail before they stiffened and collapsed to the ground, their life force instantly extinguished. Combat instincts and a deep contractual bond allowed Chen Muming to achieve near-perfect coordination with the 2 goddess-level armored warriors. With just a thought, Qin Shuang could maximize the armor's defense, mobility, and even environmental control. Song Shui could perfectly showcase the Ice Star Sword's sharpness, chilling aura, and various combat techniques. 3 steps forward to the left, use the rock wall on the flank for leverage, 45-degree angle to the right rear, slow down the entire group. Qin Shuang's cold voice rang directly in Chen Muming's mind. This was the optimal tactical path and effect calculated through the shared visual perception of the battle armor. The miniature vector thrusters on the ankles and calves of Chen Muming's armor instantly erupted with ice-blue flames. Bang! He glided to the left front like a ghost, not charging in a straight line, but precisely pushing off a protruding black rock wall, using the momentum to spin his body in a treacherous and unpredictable trajectory. His Ice Star Sword swept horizontally, and a condensed, fan-shaped ice-blue ring of sword energy flew off from the sword, spreading rapidly along the ground. Click! Click! Wherever the sword energy passed, the legs of the 5 wind fawn wolves were instantly frozen and brittle. They screamed in agony, lost their balance, and rolled on the ground. Chen Muming landed silently, his sword tip pointing into the distance. Suddenly, several thick ice spikes shot out from the ground, giving them their final end. The battle transformed into a highly efficient and ruthless massacre. With the Frost Soul armor as an absolute shield, Chen Muming could immerse himself entirely in the art of offense and slaughter. The Ice Star Sword in his hands was sometimes invisible, its cold gleam flashing with each thrust, precisely freezing or piercing vitals at other times. It flowed like a cascading glacier, unleashing wide-ranging, chilling sword energy in ice storms, significantly slowing and freezing enemies. Qin Shuang, on the other hand, could always anticipate all attacks, either strengthening localized defenses, providing explosive displacement, or even subtly influencing the surrounding moisture, condensing icy mist to disrupt the battlefield. In less than 10 minutes, the entire pack of over 30 level 3 windfawn wolves was wiped out. Chapter 15 Departure, Crimson Flame Abyss. Chen Muming removed his faceplate, his breath escaping long and thin, his face radiating an air of complete composure. This feeling of possessing invincible defense and superior perception, allowing him to unleash his full power without restraint, was precisely the fighting style best suited to him. With a thought, the Ice Star Sword shimmered, and Song Shui's figure silently appeared. She remained aloof, but the continuous battle seemed to have little burdened her. The lingering pain from the soul-burning marks was suppressed to a minimum thanks to the ample energy supply. Target cleared. 32 level 3 wind fawn wolves, complete with all materials. Chen Muming skillfully dissected and collected the materials while asking through the mind link. Qin Shuang, status report. Energy absorption efficiency increased by 21.5%. Combat load was 18.9% lower than expected. Core stability continued to optimize. Negative environmental impact, none. Qin Shuang's report was precise and calm. Through direct participation in combat, absorbing the energy dissipated by mechanical beasts, and the near-limitless pure energy provided by Chen Muming through the infinite engine, her recovery speed was astonishingly fast. As for the heat of the environment? As long as the energy supply of the energy user was sufficient, the essence of SSS level was enough for her to ignore the attribute restraint of this level. For the past 3 days, they have been active in the Blackstone Canyon outside the North Gate, a region dominated by level 3 mechanical beasts. With Qin Shuang as an indestructible shield and powerful battlefield awareness, Chen Muming has become increasingly bold, actively searching for and hunting lone or small groups of level 4 mechanical beasts. The harvest was plentiful. A large amount of level 3 materials, precious level 4 mechanical beast parts, and the occasional low-level energy cores were mostly sold by Chen Muming after returning to the city, except for a small amount used to suppress Song Shui's soul burn marks, and were converted into real credit points. These funds were quickly converted into advanced energy supplements, highly efficient repair fluids, and a batch of special supplies for the Crimson Abyss, special alloy heat insulating inner armor that can isolate ultra-high temperatures for a long time, broad-spectrum neutralizers to deal with the complex poisonous gases of the Abyss, and short-term high-efficiency energy barrier generators used to deal with sudden lava eruptions, etc. Their levels steadily increased under intense unlimited firepower combat and resource accumulation. Chen Muming steadily reached the peak of level 4, his spiritual pivot capacity expanded, and his control over energy output became more precise. Song Shui stabilized at level 3, and the power of her Ice Star Sword increased. Qin Shuang, under the infusion of massive amounts of energy, completely overcame her weakness, stabilized at level 2, and moved towards level 3. A level 4 peak energy user, equipped with level 3 and level 2 SSS grade goddess weaponry. This configuration, with its unlimited energy and SSS grade nature, is enough to crush ordinary beings of the same level in actual combat, and even has the confidence to challenge beings of higher levels relying on Chen Muming's unreasonable war of attrition ability. Night fell, and the campfire flickered. Chen Muming tallied his spoils. We're heading back to the city tomorrow. This batch of goods, along with the core armor plates of the previous level 4 rock armor Scorpion, is enough to buy that Abyss environment stabilization unit and backup power. Chen Muming looked at the list. With it, we can stay in the core area of the Crimson Flame Abyss for longer. Song Shui sat by the fire, the flickering flames shimmering in her icy blue eyes. She nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over Chen Muming. Qin Shuang, meanwhile, entered a deep energy absorption state, maximizing her efficiency. The following day, at the Fengyu City trading market, Chen Muming handed the large package of materials to the businessman. Wow, impressive. So many level 3 Wind Fong Wolves, and a complete core armor of a level 4 rock armor Scorpion? I'm impressed. The merchant counted the items and quoted the price. Chen readily agreed to the deal, taking the credits and heading straight to Explorer's home to purchase the valuable Abyss Environment Stabilization Unit and its backup power source. This device can generate a larger local environmental stabilization field, further reducing the continuous environmental wear and tear on equipment. All geared up, Chen Muming packed away his equipment. Let's go, Crimson Flame Abyss. Returning to the Crimson Abyss, the team is now completely renewed. A scorching heat wave rolled in. Chen Muming activated the stabilization unit, and a pale blue force field spread out from him, effectively neutralizing some of the extreme heat and toxic gas. He carried the Ice Star Sword on the specially designed stabilizing force field generator, and the discomfort he felt from Song Shui was negligible. He then donned his heat-insulating inner armor. Qin Shuang, environmental scan, route verification. Scan complete. The environment is harsh, but poses no substantial threat to us. Path safety level, medium. It is recommended to maintain routine vigilance. Chen Muming nodded and began to descend. The Frost Soul Armor's basic protective force field easily isolated high-temperature debris and sparks from lava. Qin Shuang's perception overlapped with Chen Muming's own, making the descent smooth and efficient. Even as they descended to a platform 400 meters deep, a patrolling molten giant lizard still spotted them. Roar! A scorching breath swept in. No thinking is required. The will is enough. Defense. Ice barrier creation. In the instant the thought flashed, the Frost Soul Armor shone slightly, and a solid ice blue energy shield instantly formed, firmly blocking the flame breath. Boom! Flames collided with the ice shield with a deafening roar, sending ice shards flying and steam billowing everywhere. The shield remained firmly in place. At the same time, the Ice Star Sword automatically flew up, its tip aimed at the rock wall to the side, and a burst of cold air instantly froze a large area of solid ice. Chen Muming activated the thrusters under his feet and landed lightly on the ice, avoiding the subsequent claw attacks. Suppress, break free. Chen Muming's will was cold and clear. The Ice Star Sword danced through the air, countless ice spikes precisely aimed at the giant lizard's sensitive areas, harassing and enraging it. The Frost Soul Armor fired ice bombs from its shoulders, freezing the ground around it and severely restricting its movement. Chen Muming, utilizing the mobility of his battle armor and the ice surface created by the Ice Star Sword, moved nimbly, fighting and retreating simultaneously. He avoided direct confrontation with the level 5 mechanical beast, instead using continuous long-range interference and control powered by unlimited energy to weaken and restrict it, ultimately successfully luring it into a side path and easily escaping. His SSS-level nature, coupled with unlimited energy, gives him the ability to calmly maneuver against enemies of a higher level, and even wear them down. ventured deep into the abyss to find the cave where the molten core is located. The crimson crystal, resembling a beating heart, floated in the air, radiating terrifying heat. The guardian, the molten giant lizard king, rises from the magma, exuding an astonishing aura. Battle breaks out. The giant lizard king unleashed a pure white breath. Maximize defense, Shen Muming declared resolutely. The frost soul armor shone brightly, and a giant ice crystal shield with multiple layers instantly condensed. Boom! The pure white fire line slammed into the ice shield. The terrifying impact propelled Shen Muming backward, and the surface of the ice shield rapidly melted and evaporated. But the unlimited energy supply engine was running at full speed, and a massive amount of energy surged into the armor, so the repair speed of the ice shield could barely keep up with the melting speed. Although the tremors were violent, it managed to withstand this attack that was close to level 6. Chapter 16, Obtain the Heart of Molten Core, and the Soul Burn Mark is removed. Qin Shuang groaned inside the armor, enduring the pressure, but her defenses remained intact. Attack the eyes. Shen Muming gave the order. The Ice Star Sword transformed into blue light and pierced straight into the giant lizard king's eye, forcing it to stop breathing. The giant lizard king was enraged, its tail sweeping across and its claws tearing. Shen Muming didn't take the attacks head on. Instead, he always managed to dodge them just before they reached him, thanks to Qin Shuang's anticipation and the armor's superior mobility. Meanwhile, the Ice Star Sword continuously released chilling energy, freezing the ground and creating ice barriers, severely hindering the giant lizard king's movements. The battle turned into a protracted war of attrition. Shen Muming didn't care about energy consumption at all. The Ice Star Sword's attacks never stopped. Various ice spikes, sword energies, and cold waves took turns striking. Although a single attack wasn't enough to severely injure the giant lizard king, the continuous attacks were gradually accumulating damage, depleting its stamina, freezing its joints, and stinging its senses. The Frost Soul armor's defense remained fully activated, with its unlimited energy ensuring the shield was always at its strongest. The giant lizard king was enraged, unleashing a barrage of attacks that turned the cave into a living hell, yet it could not truly break through the damned ice shield, nor could it catch the persistent, slippery ice fly. Its energy was rapidly depleting, and its movements were becoming sluggish due to the continuous freezing. Shen Muming, like the most composed hunter, patiently whittled away the opponent. Although his maximum output was limited by his level, preventing him from killing with a single blow, his unlimited energy allowed him to maintain this maximum output indefinitely. As long as breaking through the defense could cause damage, no matter how small, it would accumulate into victory. Finally, after a crazy half-hour of exertion. During the brief pause after the giant lizard king exhaled a breath, its jaw defenses showed a very brief weakness. Now. Song Shui. Maximum power. Extreme penetration. The Ice Star Sword, which had been waiting for its moment, burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. All the energy in the sword was compressed inward to its extreme, transforming into a thin, almost ghostly blue ray of ice that shot out instantly. Puff! The ray precisely penetrated the gap in the defense, sinking deep into the giant lizard king's jaw. The extreme cold erupts from within. Awah! The giant lizard king let out a desperate scream as its jaws were instantly frozen and then shattered. It collapsed to the ground, severely injured. Shen Muming immediately rushed forward, grabbed the heart of molten fire, and put it into his system space. Evacuate! He grabbed the Ice Star Sword, whose light had dimmed slightly, activated the armor's thrusters at full power, and rushed out of the collapsing cave. Inside the safe house after returning to the city. The molten core is placed on a specially designed platform, where the heat is scorching. Shen Muming stood between the platform and the Ice Star Sword, his mind highly focused. Begin purification. The infinite engine operates with extreme precision. A wisp of molten core energy is extracted, harmonized within the body, its ferocity neutralized, leaving only pure and purifying power, which is then slowly infused into the Ice Star Sword. The process was painful and slow, but required extremely high levels of energy control. Shen Muming was drenched in sweat and trembling, yet remained as steady as a mountain. A wisp of pure fire element merged in, scorching the soul burning mark. The Ice Star Sword trembled violently, and Song Shui endured immense pain. When the molten core shrinks by nearly half, the Ice Star Sword suddenly erupted with a pure and flawless azure light. The soul burn mark completely disappeared. Soul burn marks removed. Ice Star Sword restored to optimal condition. Extreme cold essence purity increased. Enhanced compatibility with the Frozen Throne. Shen Muming was almost completely exhausted. Song Shui transformed back into human form, her aura becoming stronger and more harmonious than ever before, her surroundings exuding a chilling aura of majesty and absolute control. "Thank you," she said clearly, the ice in her eyes gradually melting. Chen Muming smiled, tired but happy. Just then, Lu Shi's message arrived, "Old Chen. The selection process is in Beijing in 3 days. Return immediately." Chen Muming's eyes narrowed. "Rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, we'll head to the capital. Ice Star and Frost Soul are ready, and infinite power is about to shake up the arena." Leaving the safe house, Chen Muming didn't linger. He took Song Shui and Qin Shuang directly to Fengyu City's airport. Traveling to Shangjing, spanning thousands of kilometers, was simply impractical on foot or by ground vehicle. Taking a large passenger airship was the only option. The airport was bustling with people, and all sorts of airships rose and fell, their engines roaring incessantly. The trio of Chen Muming and his companions drew considerable attention. A seemingly young energy user with an aura only at the peak of level 4, followed by 2 stunningly beautiful women with icy, unfathomable demeanors. Especially striking were the faint yet chilling energy fluctuations emanating from them, causing many experienced energy users and armed individuals around them to instinctively keep their distance. When buying the ticket, the exorbitant price made Chen Muming's lips twitch again. His savings from hunting mechanical beasts and selling materials had dwindled significantly once more after purchasing Abyss equipment and paying for this trip. Spending money like water. Chen Muming muttered to himself, but still paid the money without hesitation. Investment was necessary. They boarded the giant passenger airship bound for the capital and found their cabins. The cabins weren't large, but they were fairly clean. Chen Muming told Song Shui and Qin Shuang to rest, while he stood by the porthole, gazing down at Fengyucheng, which was gradually shrinking in size. "Going to the capital, for the Divine Chariot selection," he murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and sharp light. He knew that it would be a bigger stage, and he would encounter stronger opponents. But he was fearless. The airship pierced through the clouds and fog at an extremely high speed. No unexpected incidents occurred during its journey. Any unsuspecting flying beasts that occasionally approached were easily dealt with by the airship's own escort forces. Several hours later, a gentle female voice came over the loudspeaker. "Attention passengers, we are about to arrive at Shangjing Airport. Please prepare to disembark." Chen Muming's spirits lifted, and he looked down through the porthole. A colossal metropolis, far surpassing even Fengyu City, came into view. Towering alloy buildings gleamed with a cold, hard light under the sun, while countless small aircraft swarmed along their designated flight paths in an orderly fashion. In the city center, an enormous, silver-white building, shaped like a giant eagle spreading its wings, stood out prominently, the symbol of Shangjing, the national arena, the main venue for this Divine Chariot selection competition. The airship slowly landed on the huge airport platform. Chen Muming led Song Shui and Qin Shuang down the gangway with the flow of people. The air in Beijing seemed to carry a different scent, more tense, more exciting, filled with an atmosphere of competition. Everywhere you looked, you could see young energy users from all over the country in their goddess-themed armor, in groups of 3 or 5, their auras varying in strength, but their eyes were all filled with confidence and desire. Just as Chen Muming turned on his communicator, ready to contact Lu Shi, an excited, loud voice came from the side. "Old Chen! Over here! Over here!" Chen Muming turned his head and saw Lu Shi waving his hand vigorously, running towards him excitedly. Behind him was a girl who looked gentle and lovely, but had bright and lively eyes. She was his goddess weapon Zhang Yao, and a level defensive light shield. Chapter 17, Mocking Gaze. "Good lad. You actually arrived on time." Lu Shi rushed over, laughing as he punched Chen Muming on the shoulder, then his gaze was instantly drawn to Song Shui and Qin Shuang behind Chen Muming. "Holy crap!" Lu Shi's eyes widened instantly, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it. "Goddess Song Shui? And who is this? Old Chen, where did you find this one?" He couldn't sense Qin Shuang's exact rank, but the invisible, icy pressure she exuded and her stunning beauty, which was no less than Song Shui's, made him realize that she was definitely another extraordinary person. Zhang Yao also looked at Song Shui and Qin Shuang with curiosity, a hint of amazement and surprise flashing in her eyes. "Let me introduce you, Qin Shuang, my second goddess-themed armor, the Frost Soul armor," Chen Muming said with a smile, giving a brief introduction. Battle armor? SSS grade?" Lu Shi gasped, still utterly shocked despite having a premonition. An F-grade energy user contracted 2 SSS-grade goddess armors? Who would believe that? Chen Muming nodded, offering no further explanation, and then asked, "And you?" Have you finished the Academy's recommendation process? Absolutely. Lu Shi patted his chest proudly. An S-rank energy user, the Academy's ace, directly guaranteed a spot in the main competition. I'm the Academy's rising star now. He paused, looked at Chen mumming, and his tone became slightly more serious. But Chen, since you're participating on your own, you need to get through the qualifying rounds first. It's over there, in the qualification review hall. He pointed to a strikingly designed building not far from the airport. I know the rules, Chen mumming nodded. To ensure no potential genius was overlooked, the country allowed non-recommended individuals to qualify through the preliminary rounds. This was his only chance. Do you need me to go with you? Lu Shi asked. No need, you go ahead with your work. I'll contact you again after I've secured the qualifications, Chen mumming waved his hand. All right. Good luck, Chen. With your skills, you'll definitely be fine in the qualifying rounds. Zhang Yao and I will go to the Academy's accommodations to register first, and I'll tell you the address once we're settled. Lu Shi had blind faith in Chen mumming. After chatting for a few more minutes, he left with Zhang Yao. Chen mumming watched them leave, then took a deep breath and looked at the qualification review hall. Let's go. The qualification hall was bustling with activity, packed with young energy users from all over the country, hoping to rise to the top through the competition, and their goddess-themed armor. The atmosphere was intense, filled with energy fluctuations of various attributes. The arrival of Chen mumming and his two companions once again attracted considerable attention. This was mainly due to the outstanding temperament and appearance of Song Shui and Qin Shuang, making it difficult to go unnoticed. As for Chen mumming, his peak level 4 aura was inconspicuous here, even considered below average. Tisk, yet another rich kid coming here to gild his resume with fancy clothes? Level 4 peak? You dare to participate in the qualifiers? Aren't you afraid of being eliminated in the first round? What rank are those two armed men? I can't quite figure them out. It's just a charade. They probably used some kind of prop to conceal their presence. Whispers drifted over, mostly tinged with skepticism and disdain. Those who could come here were all somewhat capable, and naturally looked down on a low-level energy user who was accompanied by two pretty faces. Chen mumming ignored this and went straight to the registration area. The staff member looked up, saw Chen mumming's rank, and frowned habitually: name, age, place of origin, rank, and weapon grade. His tone was businesslike, with a hint of barely perceptible impatience. Chen mumming, 18, Feng Yuqing, level 4 energy manipulator. Goddess armor, SSS-rank, Chen mumming replied calmly. What level? The staff member thought he had misheard, then a ridiculous and mocking smile appeared on his face. Kid, you should think before you brag. SSS level? 2 of them? Do you know what SSS level means? It's being forgotten by the gods. His words came to an abrupt end. Because behind Chen mumming, Song Shui and Qin Feng simultaneously raised their eyes slightly. There was no earth-shattering burst of power, nor any deliberate release of pressure. Just that one glance, and an inimitable, supreme chill, originating from the deepest essence of life and the source of energy, swept through the entire hall like a gentle breeze at absolute zero. It wasn't the pressure of power, but the chilling sensation that came from an absolute difference in levels, a sensation that sent shivers down one's spine. The noise in the hall was abruptly cut off. All the mocking expressions froze on their faces. Those who had previously been disdainful of the power users and armed personnel instantly felt a fear and tremor from their very instincts. It was like a wild rabbit encountering a prehistoric beast. Even though the beast might have only glanced at it, its absolute position at the top of the food chain was enough to make them freeze in place. The staff member at the nearest registration desk was deathly pale. He didn't even notice his pen fall to the table. His mouth was agape, his pupils constricted, and he couldn't utter a single word. He couldn't comprehend what rank that was, but he knew it was definitely not some E or F grade. It was a kind of sublime and chilling grandeur he couldn't even imagine. I'm sorry. The staff member snapped back to reality, his voice hoarse and trembling. His attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turn, becoming extremely respectful and even fearful. Your situation is special. According to the regulations, you need to undergo an additional feasibility test to assess whether you are qualified to participate. He frantically operated the system, printed out a special test form, and handed it to Chen mumming with both hands. I understand. Chen mumming took the test form, which read Ability Test Field Number 3. He turned and left the registration area with Song Shui and Qin Shuang. Wherever he passed, the crowd instinctively stepped back, making way for him. The mocking gazes from before vanished, replaced by astonishment, disbelief, and deep-seated fear. Although the SSS-level reputation still evoked their disdain, the chilling sensation they had just experienced made them hesitant to utter a single sarcastic remark. Testing ground number 3 was a large, enclosed hall, already occupied by a few other ability users who also needed to undergo special tests, though not many. A stern-faced officer with sharp, eagle-like eyes sat at the chief examiner's table. His shoulder insignia indicated a high rank. Several adjutants stood behind him. Upon seeing Chen Muming enter, and especially after sensing the strange aura emanating from Song Shui and Qin Shuang that could not be completely concealed, the officer frowned deeply. Number 777, Chen Muming? The officer's voice was deep. Applying for SSS-level weaponry? His tone was full of undisguised skepticism and scrutiny. Clearly, the SSS-level designation was not well received by him. It even meant trouble and impossibility. Yes, Chen Muming replied calmly. Chapter 18 Ability Test. SSS-rank. Humph, it's been years since I've seen anyone dare to apply for that rank. The officer sneered. You know the rules. SSS rank consumes a huge amount of energy, and the theory is detached from reality. To qualify, having the rank alone isn't enough. You must prove you have the ability to control them, prove they aren't a burden, but rather a true fighting force. The tests are simple. First, an energy output test to see how many minutes you can sustain the so-called SSS level. Second, a real-world stress test to sustain yourself for a sufficient amount of time and meet the basic performance targets in a simulated environment. He pointed to 2 areas in the center of the hall. One had a huge energy pillar standing there, with a timer next to it. The other was a huge light barrier simulating a wilderness environment, with the faint phantoms of mechanical beasts visible inside. Energy output, the passing standard is to maintain the declared maximum power output of the weapon for more than 5 minutes. In the actual combat test, you need to last for 10 minutes in a level 6 intensity simulated environment and kill 3 virtual mechanical beasts of the same level. The officer stared at Chen Muming. If you can't do it, go back to where you came from. Divine writing doesn't need unrealistic dreamers. His words carried obvious pressure and distrust, as if he had already foreseen Chen Muming's failure. The other energy users and armed personnel waiting for their tests also cast mocking glances their way. SSS level? Could it even last a minute? Chen Muming didn't say anything, but silently walked to the energy testing pillar. Summon your weapons, maximum power output, attack the energy pillar, the officer commanded. Chen Muming's mind stirred slightly. Song Shui stepped forward, her body enveloped in icy aura, her form blurring instantly, transforming into the crystal-clear Ice Star Sword, its surface shimmering with lotus-shaped gemstones, which landed in Chen Muming's hand. The moment the sword appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted. What a beautiful form, what a pity. A hint of amazement flashed in the officer's eyes, but he immediately shook his head, convinced that it was all show and no substance. Chen Muming gripped the Ice Star Sword tightly. His will was given. Infinite engine, start. Maximum power output. Buzz. The Ice Star Sword suddenly erupted with an unprecedentedly dazzling blue light. The sword body seemed to instantly transform into light. An incredibly thick and extremely condensed beam of ice blue energy, like a roaring glacier, burst forth from the tip of the sword and slammed into the energy beam. The gauge on the energy bar skyrocketed. It instantly broke through level 5, level 6. Heading straight for level 7 output intensity. And it remained stably at this astonishingly high level. What? The officer jumped to his feet, his face filled with shock. Level 7 output? How is that possible? He's only level 4. The adjutants beside him were also dumbfounded. This isn't over yet. Chen Muming maintained maximum power output, but his gaze was fixed on the timer next to the officer. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. A minute passed. The energy output showed no signs of decay, remaining frighteningly stable. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The officers and everyone present paled. Their shock turned into disbelief. A level 4 energy manipulator maintaining a level 7 energy output for over 3 minutes? This completely defied common sense about energy. Let alone an SSS level weapon, even an A-level weapon could drain a level 5 energy manipulator of that output intensity in just a few minutes. 4 minutes, 5 minutes. The target threshold had long been exceeded. But Chen Muming showed no sign of stopping. The energy beam continued to roar steadily. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. The entire testing ground was deathly silent, save for the hum of the energy bombardment. Everyone stared at Chen Muming as if he were a monster. The officer's doubt had vanished, replaced only by horror and disbelief. 20 minutes. Only then did Chen Muming's mind stir, and he slowly stopped outputting energy. The Ice Star Sword's radiance subsided, transforming back into Song Shui, who stood quietly beside him, her aura steady, as if the terrifying energy burst just now was merely an illusion. The values on the energy bar slowly dropped, and the recorder clearly showed continuous output time 20 minutes and 17 seconds, average output intensity level 7.1. Silence. Deathly silence. The officer opened his mouth, and after a long pause, he said in a hoarse voice, "The first test exceeded expectations." His voice was somewhat hoarse. Next, the live fire test. Chen Muming calmly walked towards the simulated combat pod, as if he had just done something insignificant. The officer took a deep breath, his eyes completely changing. He took over the operation himself, even subconsciously raising the intensity of the simulated environment from level 6 to the peak of level 6. He wanted to see where this boy's limits lay. As the light shield descended, a simulated environment was generated, a desolate Gobi desert, where 3 virtual, level 6 peak sandstorm giant scorpions materialized and charged forward with a ferocious aura. As Chen Muming stepped into the arena, he didn't even use his Ice Star Sword when faced with the giant scorpion that pounced on him. Willpower link Qin Shuang. In an instant, magnificent ice blue armor covered his entire body. Frost Soul armor, here it comes. The giant scorpion's venomous tail pierced the armor's breastplate. Clang. Sparks flew. The armor remained completely still, not even leaving a white mark. The poison needles couldn't even penetrate the outermost layer of the ice field. Another giant scorpion's massive pincers came crashing down. Chen Muming neither dodged nor evaded, casually blocking with his left hand covered by armor. Bang! The giant pincers were firmly held in place, causing the giant scorpion to stagger. A third giant scorpion emerged from the ground, attempting a sneak attack. Chen Muming's thrusters activated instantly, propelling him into the air and easily dodging the attack. Simultaneously, a series of ice explosive projectiles fired from the armor's shoulders, precisely striking the connection point of the armor on his back. Bang! 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 Ice shards flew everywhere, and the giant scorpion let out a painful hiss, its movements instantly slowing down. The ensuing battle turned into a one-sided performance. Chen Muming didn't even launch an attack, he was merely testing the Frost Soul armor's defense and mobility. All of the Sandstorm giant scorpion's attacks, whether poisonous stings, giant pincers, or sandstorm impacts, couldn't even budge the armor. He moved through the 3 giant scorpions' encirclement with ease, occasionally parrying or testing counterattacks, each time causing the giant scorpions to howl in pain and retreat. 10 minutes are up. The objective was to kill 3 heads. But Chen Muming was completely unharmed, not even breaking a sweat. He hadn't even begun his actual attack. The light shield slowly rose. The simulated battle has ended. An eerie silence fell over the entire test site once again. The officer looked at the data displayed on the screen. Attack withstand intensity, level 6 peak. Defense integrity, 100%. Energy consumption? Data abnormal, cannot be accurately monitored. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. This wasn't just meeting the standard, it was a complete rout. An absolute rout. That SSS class battle armor, ridiculed by everyone, displayed despair-inducing, absolute defense. Pass, pass. The officer's voice trembled slightly as he picked up a special advancement token with golden patterns and solemnly handed it to Chen Muming. Congratulations, you have qualified for the Divine Chariot selection competition. Your serial number is 777. Chapter 19 Qualifying Trial, The Frosty Path Part 1. The formalities were completed quickly, and the staff handed Chen Muming a qualification test number plate 777 almost with both hands. Please proceed to preparation area number 3 to wait. The trial will begin soon. The staff member's voice was still trembling slightly. Chen Muming took the number plate, nodded, and led Song Shui and Qin Shuang toward the number 3 preparation area. Wherever they went, the crowd instinctively parted to make way for them. The doubts and disdainful looks from before had long since disappeared, replaced by shock, awe, and disbelief. Hundreds of energy users have already gathered in the preparation zone, their auras generally around level 5 or 6, with a few even reaching level 7. Their goddess-level armor is mostly level B or A, with various forms, including swords, spears, halberds, guns, cannons, shields, and armor, all radiating powerful energy fluctuations. When Chen Muming led Song Shui and Qin Shuang in, the preparation area fell silent instantly. All eyes turned to them, filled with scrutiny, vigilance, and disbelief. Although the two stunningly beautiful women's auras were restrained, the invisible pressure emanating from their life level and origin made most of the armed personnel present feel a strange sense of unease and inferiority. Chen Muming found a corner to wait quietly, ignoring the various complicated gazes around him. Song Shui and Qin Shuang stood silently behind him, one on each side, expressionless, like two ice sculptures guarding goddesses. Soon, a middle-aged man in military uniform, exuding a sharp aura, walked into the preparation area, his gaze sweeping across the entire area like lightning. Quiet. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly drowned out all the noise. I am Zhao Feng, the examiner for this qualification trial. The rules are simple. Everyone must persevere on this frosty path behind me. Falling off the path or giving up means failure. There are 100 advancement tokens at the end of the path. First come, first served. Take them all. He stepped aside, revealing a huge alloy door behind him that was slowly opening. Behind the door lay a massive ice path suspended in mid-air. The path, about 10 meters wide, wound its way forward, its end nowhere in sight. Below lay a bottomless, dark void. Above the ice path, an astonishing chill permeated the air. Visible, icy blue freezing energy surged and washed over the path like a tide. The deeper one went, the more frigid the air became, and one could even vaguely see ice blade storms forming. Frost path. It's actually this thing. Damn it. I'm terrible at dealing with ice-type environments. Such intense cold. This must be a domain created by at least a level 6 ice-type weapon, right? Look. There are ice golems along the path. The crowd gasped in surprise. Along the icy path, at regular intervals, stood a puppet made of solidified ice, wielding an ice blade and shield. Their eyes gleamed with blue light, clearly indicating their intention to attack any trial participants attempting to pass through. The trial begins. Examiner Zhao Feng announced without further ado. As soon as the words were spoken, the energy users who were already prepared rushed out and onto the frost path. The moment they stepped onto the path, a biting chill swept over them. Many shivered, and their pace noticeably slowed. Some lower-level energy users, or those whose attributes were countered, needed to immediately activate their energy to resist or have their weapons use their abilities to protect themselves. Bang bang bang! The battle erupted instantly. Those at the forefront were immediately attacked by the ice golems. These golems were quite powerful, with sharp ice blades, and seemed to be able to absorb the surrounding cold air to constantly repair themselves, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Chaos erupted along the frost-covered path, filled with the sounds of colliding energy, shouts of battle, and the cracking of ice. People were constantly being injured by the ice golems, or unable to withstand the increasingly intense cold, screaming as they fell down the path and were swallowed by the void below. They would be teleported out by the safety system, or they deliberately crushed their distressed talismans and gave up. Chen Muming did not rush out. He calmly observed the situation ahead. The intensity of the cold air along the path is increasing, and the number of ice golems is also increasing, as is their strength. The average level is about level 5, with some reaching level 6. Qin Shuang calmly analyzed the intelligence. The quality of the cold air is average, but the quantity is large. The core energy reaction of the ice golem is weak, relying on the path for supply, Song Shui added. Having understood the situation, Chen Muming then took a step and slowly stepped onto the frost path. The biting cold instantly enveloped him, but for him, who was equipped with 2 SSS-level extreme cold weapons, this feeling was like a spring breeze. He didn't even need to use any energy to resist the cold. The extreme cold aura naturally emanating from Song Shui and Qin Shuang meant that the cold air in their path not only couldn't harm him in the slightest, but it even seemed to be actively avoiding him, like a subject encountering a king. The ice golems that were originally charging forward wielding ice blades suddenly became sluggish and stiff when they got close to Chen Muming and his companions. The blue light in their eyes flickered violently, as if they had encountered some incomprehensible and irresistible existence. Some of the golems even began to tremble slightly and dared not take the initiative to attack. Chen Muming walked along the icy path as if strolling in a garden. Wherever he passed, the chill receded, and the puppets lay dormant. This scene completely stunned the other trainees who were still struggling against the cold and fighting against the ice golems. Holy crap! What's going on? How come he's alright? Why didn't those puppets attack him? Cheating. He must have cheated. It's those two armed individuals. Their ice attribute level is ridiculously high. They suppressed the cold energy and puppets in the path. Exclamations and doubts arose. Even Zhao Feng, the examiner watching from the starting line, had a glint in his eyes as he stared intently at Chen Muming and Song Shui and Qin Shuang behind him, his face filled with shock and inquiry. This level of cold immunity and puppet suppression, could it be a double S rank? Or even? An unbelievable thought arose in his mind. Chen Muming paid no attention to the commotion and stares behind him. He gradually increased his speed and soon overtook the trial participants who were struggling to move forward on the path. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the cold became, even forming an ice blade storm, reducing visibility to extremely low levels. The ice golems also transformed into more powerful ice knights, and even ice mages capable of firing ice spikes from a distance appeared. But these methods were still ineffective against Chen Muming. The ice blade storm would automatically subside and dissipate when it approached within 10 meters of him. The attacks of the ice knights and ice mages landed on the frost soul armor. Chen Muming had secretly allowed Qin Shuang to partially possess it, but they couldn't even leave a white mark. Instead, the armor absorbed some of the ice energy. They themselves were also suppressed by Song Shui and Qin Shuang's SSS level primordial aura, making it difficult for them to move. Chen Muming didn't even need to lift a finger. He was like a red-hot dagger, effortlessly slicing through cold butter. Chapter 20 Qualifying Trial, The Frosty Path Part 2. Soon, he saw the end of the path. There was a small platform there, on which floated 100 tokens emitting a silvery light. At this moment, more than a dozen people were already standing on the platform. They were all among the first batch of trial participants who rushed out, possessed the strongest abilities, or had special cold resistance. Each of them exuded a powerful aura and was at least a mid-level 6 energy user. They had fought a fierce battle to finally arrive here, and they were all more or less injured, and were seizing the time to recover. When they saw Chen Muming walk over so easily, almost as if he were taking a stroll, his clothes spotless and without even breaking a sweat, everyone was stunned. Their expressions then turned extremely grim and wary. Chen Muming ignored their wary gazes and walked straight to the token in the center of the platform. Just as he reached for the token, a tall, muscular, level 6 peak energy user with a scar on his face blocked his way. Behind him, a great fire axe weapon radiating a scorching aura was faintly visible. "Hey kid, stop right there," the scarred man said rudely. "What underhanded tricks did you use to get here so fast? You don't get any of these tokens." Others also gathered around, their expressions unfriendly. They had fought their way here and naturally disapproved of Chen Muming's cheating behavior. Chen Muming stopped and looked at the scarred man in front of him with a calm and unwavering gaze. "Move aside," he said calmly. "You're courting death." Enraged by Chen Muming's attitude, the scarred man roared, and the giant flaming axe behind him instantly solidified, carrying a scorching wave of air, and swung it down at Chen Muming. Judging from the power, he showed no mercy. Everyone else watched coldly, some even showing schadenfreude. However, faced with this powerful axe blow, strong enough to split steel, Chen Muming didn't even move. Qin Shuang, who was standing behind him, stepped forward. There was no dazzling transformation, no earth-shattering energy burst. He simply raised his seemingly delicate, fair hand and gently pressed it against the burning giant axe. Click! A crisp cracking sound rang out. Before everyone's horrified eyes, the blade of the A-grade flaming giant axe shattered like fragile glass the moment it touched Qin Shuang's palm. Even the flames on it were instantly extinguished by an invisible, extreme chill. The scarred man was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood and flying backward with a deathly pale face. His flaming giant axe weapon instantly became dull and lifeless, clearly indicating that he had suffered a severe injury. Silence. A deathly silence. No one could believe their eyes. A full-force attack from an A-level weapon was shattered by the opponent's bare hands, with just a light touch? Even the weapon itself was severely damaged? What kind of monster is this? Qin Shuang withdrew her hand and stood back behind Chen Muming with a blank expression, as if she had only swatted away a fly. Chen Muming didn't even glance at the scarred man lying on the ground. His gaze swept over the other silent trial participants. "Now, may I take the token?" No one dared to answer, and no one dared to stop them. Chen Muming calmly walked to the center of the platform and took a gleaming silver advancement token. The token felt slightly cool to the touch, and it was engraved with the character gene. He gripped the token tightly, turned to look at the bottomless icy path, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Qualification secured. Holding the cold advancement token, Chen Muming stood on the platform at the end of the frost-covered path. A deathly silence surrounded him. Those trial participants who had previously attempted to provoke him now only had disbelief and deep apprehension in their eyes. Qin Shuang's seemingly casual yet earth-shattering strike not only dismantled the attack but also seemed to shatter some kind of inherent arrogance. Chen Muming's gaze calmly swept over the crowd, finally settling on the token in his hand. The token was made of a special material, cool to the touch, with runes on the back shimmering with a faint light. He paid no attention to the complex gazes around him. Glory or fear were external things to him. He only cared about the road ahead and how to make his two companions even stronger. "Let's go." He spoke calmly, put away the token, and turned to leave with Song Shui and Qin Shuang. Wherever they went, the crowd silently parted to make way, and there were no further obstacles. The return journey was equally smooth. When they returned to the starting point, Examiner Zhao Feng's gaze became even more profound. He took the token handed to him by Chen Muming for verification, and when he saw the data displayed on the instrument, such as Path Energy Interference Index, near 0, Puppet Attack Count, 0, and Overall Evaluation, abnormal, the corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. He gave Chen Muming a deep look, especially at Song Shui and Qin Shuang behind him. In addition to scrutiny, his eyes held an extremely complex and indescribable meaning, like surprise, or perhaps, some kind of heavy expectation? Number 777, Chen Muming. You have passed the qualification trial and officially obtained the qualification to participate in the main competition of the Divine Chariot Selection Tournament. Zhao Feng's voice regained its loudness and formality as he handed a brand new wristband terminal to Chen Muming. This is your participant terminal, containing the schedule, rules, map, and your temporary permissions in Beijing. The main competition will begin in 3 days at the National Arena. Your accommodation is arranged in Building 77, Area A of the Players' Village. Thank you, Examiner. Chen Muming took the terminal and responded politely. Zhao Feng paused, then added in a slightly lower voice, the main competition brings together the nation's top young generation. Give it your all and show your true value. This country needs to see different possibilities. These words carried a deep meaning, and Chen Muming's heart stirred slightly. He nodded, "We will." Leaving the qualification review hall, the Beijing sun was still dazzling. The murmurs outside grew louder, but Chen Muming ignored them and activated his terminal. The screen lights up. Contestant, Chen Muming. Number, 0777. Level, 4 Peak. Armor, Ice Star Sword Grade Unconfirmed, Frost Soul Armor Grade Unconfirmed. Qualification Trial Rating, Extremely High Data Anomaly, needs further observation. Match schedule information pops up. Round 1 of the main competition, Teamwork. Time, 72 hours later. Location, National Arena 3rd Comprehensive Simulation Battle Zone. Rules Summary, simulating a frontline battlefield environment, teams must complete designated tactical objectives. Evaluation criteria include mission completion, coordination efficiency, survivability, and enemy casualties. Team size is limited to 5 members. Teamwork. Chen Muming pondered, it's pretty much as I guessed before. I need reliable and complementary teammates, Song Shui's cool voice rang out. She had returned to human form and was standing beside Chen Muming. That's right. Chen Muming immediately thought of Lu Shi and was about to contact him when the other party's communication request popped up first. Chapter 21 Crystal Flower Team. Old Chen. Awesome. Lu Shi's booming voice was as energetic as ever. Wandering through the garden on the frosty path. You're a big celebrity now. Chen Muming smiled helplessly, stop joking. The first round of the main competition is the team competition. Forming teams? Absolutely. That's what I've been waiting for. Lu Shi immediately agreed. Zhang Yao and I are already in the athletes' village. Area A is a great place. Come over here and get familiar with the venue. After hanging up the communication, Chen Muming and the other two took the internal hovercar and quickly arrived at the Xinyu Athlete Village located in the eastern part of Shanghai, following the terminal navigation. The athletes' village is vast and its facilities are extremely complete. Inside the high walls, the energy fluctuations are significantly denser and more chaotic than outside. Everywhere you can see energy users and armed personnel conducting adaptive training or sparring, creating a heated, intense atmosphere. Following the road signs, they quickly found Area A. The environment here was noticeably quieter. When they found Building 77, Lu Shi was already waiting at the door. We've finally arrived. This place is quite nice, isn't it? Lu Shi greeted them with a smile, then looked at Song Shui and Qin Shuang with a mixture of curiosity and awe. After settling in, Lu Shi suggested going to the public training area inside the arena to familiarize themselves with the environment and perhaps try their luck in finding suitable teammates. The interior of the national arena appeared even more magnificent than the exterior. The vast space was divided into dozens of areas with different functions. They arrived at the public training area, which was bustling with activity, and various energy lights flickered in and out. As they passed through a simulated jungle training ground, a distinct jeer and murmur caught their attention. In a relatively secluded corner, a very special training session was underway. In the center of the arena stood a suit of ice blue armor, approximately 3 meters tall. The armor's lines were sleek and sharp, covered in layers of ice crystal plates. Its shoulder armor was thick and heavy, exuding an aura of aloofness and power, yet its energy fluctuations were unusually chaotic, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. This was Lin Wei, the captain of the Crystal Flower team, in her SSS-level armor form, the Winter Guardian suit. What's truly astonishing is that this suit of armor is directly equipped with weapons and equipment that the other 4 team members have transformed into. On her right shoulder was a complexly designed heavy particle cannon with flowing, blazing white energy patterns radiant wings. Her left arm was covered and replaced by an enormous impact hammer with sharp ice shards on its head. Earth-shaking hammer. Behind her floated a large shield composed of countless hexagonal ice crystal energy units that constantly flickered. 1,000 manifestations umbrella, and from her right wrist extended a pair of sharp wrist blades that looked like they were carved from ice and shimmered with a cold, eerie light. Shadow dagger. The 4 SSS-level goddess warriors, in their weaponry form, were heavily mounted on Lin Wei's armor. They were unable to move independently. All energy supply, movement control, and weapon activation rested on Lin Wei alone. Even with the external energy source provided to address the energy issue, it was far from sufficient. This condition was clearly extremely poor. The armor moved slowly and sluggishly, each step leaving deep footprints on the ground as if carrying a mountain. The particle cannons on the shoulders charged slowly, and the beams they fired were skewed and weak. Even raising the warhammers on the arms seemed difficult. The shield on the back appeared and disappeared intermittently, its strength extremely unstable, and the cold light of the wrist blades was also dim and uncertain. Look, the Crystal Flower's mobile arsenal is putting on a show again. This is insane. Letting one person wield 4 SSS-class weapons? What's the difference between that and suicide? I heard that after each training session, Lin Wei has to be rushed into the recovery pod, and her soul is almost drained. SSS class? I think it's more like an SSS class torture device. How could something like that possibly have any combat capabilities? Those old men at the research institute are really delusional. The comments were filled with malice and mockery. Chen Mumming's gaze suddenly sharpened. All SSS rank. And they used such a cruel method. He subconsciously activated the system's detection function. Target scanning in progress. Core carrier, Winter Guardian armor. Lin Wei, qualification grade, SSS, energy level, 5, status, extreme overload. Energy core load rate greater than 180%. Soul link strength on the verge of breaking. Structural damage continuously occurring. Weapon 1, Radiant Wings Heavy Particle Cannon, status, energy transmission channel blocked, output power less than 15%, extremely poor ballistic stability. Weapon 2, Earthshaker Impact Hammer, status, kinetic feedback system malfunction, power drastically reduced, operation severely delayed. Weapon 3, 1000 Machine Umbrella Composite Shield, status, barrier generation module alternates between overload and dormancy, resulting in numerous defensive vulnerabilities. Weapon 4, Shadow Dagger High Frequency Wrist Blade, status, Energy Blade Maintenance failed, concealment field cannot be activated. Overall assessment, extremely dangerous forced link. Core carrier on the verge of collapse, mounted weapons ineffective. System could completely disintegrate at any moment. A flood of information rushed into Chen Mumming's mind, shaking him to his core. He instantly understood the team's predicament. While the armored form could indeed act and fight autonomously, to single-handedly bear the energy needs and coordinate the control of 4 other SSS-level armored units was simply a pipe dream. This wasn't combat, it was slow suicide. The captain, Lin Wei, was pushing herself to the limit with her own potential and life force. Just then, the Winter Guardian armor, in the midst of training, attempted a tactical maneuver, but due to another imbalance in energy distribution, its leg joints emitted a muffled creak of strain, and the massive machine staggered, nearly collapsing to its knees. The 4 team members connected to its back also swayed with its movement, and the connecting conduits emitted blinding sparks of energy overload. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding laughter reached its peak. The armored figure came to a complete halt. Beneath the icy blue visor, no expression was visible, but the tightly clenched, slightly trembling metal fist conveyed a suffocating sense of humiliation, resentment, and despair. The 4 team members behind her also silently lowered their heads, the atmosphere terrifyingly oppressive. They didn't say it outright, but the self-doubt and helplessness that emanated from the depths of their hearts almost solidified into a tangible reality. They chose the most difficult path, trying to prove the value of SSS level, only to end up in this predicament. Lucy also saw what was happening over their side, and said in a low voice, "It's Crystal Flower. Their captain, Lin Wei, is in armor form and can move on her own, so the National Research Institute came up with this idea to use her as a mobile platform and energy core to carry the other 4 team members. Unfortunately, the theory is beautiful, but the reality, you saw it too. I heard that it puts a huge strain on Lin Wei, and her core almost melted down several times during training." Chapter 22, the first round of the main competition begins. Chen Mumming silently gazed at the solitary, ice-blue battle armor standing tall, bearing all the pressure and ridicule, and understood. So this was the national-level experiment and predicament so cruel and direct. The front lines were under immense pressure, desperately needing high-end combat power. The SSS class possessed the highest theoretical potential, yet it was considered useless due to energy consumption issues. This extreme approach was both a desperate measure and a tragic experiment. Song Shui and Qin Shuang's gazes also fell on that small team. Song Shui's eyes were filled with complex emotions. She could feel the hardship of fighting alone. Qin Shuang, on the other hand, stared at the armor. As someone in armor herself, she could better understand the heavy burden that was trying to bear everything. A faint resonance flashed in her icy blue eyes. "Let us go," Chen Mumming said, withdrawing his gaze, his heart filled with turmoil. "We'll figure out a solution for our teammates later. Let us go and familiarize ourselves with the other venues first." He temporarily abandoned the idea of approaching them. He wasn't strong enough yet. But he remembered this team, the Crystal Flower, and that solitary, ice-blue armor. Their very existence spoke volumes about the importance and urgency of the problem. And this, in a sense, coincides with his path. Just as he was thinking, the terminal on his wrist vibrated slightly, and an encrypted message from the official source popped up. "Contestant 0777 Chen Mumming, please report to the 7th analysis room of the Central Command Tower at 2000 hours today. Topic: detailed explanation of the team collaboration rules for the main competition and notification of potential risks. Note, your team composition is unique, and some information needs to be provided in advance. Special? Risk disclosure?" Chen Mumming raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at the Central Command Tower that soared into the sky like a sharp sword in the distance. It seems this competition is far more complex than he imagined. And he and his SSS-class goddess armor have already attracted attention from certain quarters. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For the next 72 hours, Chen Mumming barely left his apartment. In the underground training room of Building 77 in Zone A, the energy aura sometimes shone brightly like a starburst, and sometimes condensed like extreme ice. He, Song Shui, and Qin Shuang were undergoing high-intensity adaptive training and honing their teamwork. The existence of the infinite energy supply engine meant that energy consumption was never a concern for them. Chen Mumming's focus was on how to convert this near-infinite energy, through his own will and the characteristics of the 2 SSS-level weapons, into destructive power in the most efficient and precise way. Song Shui's Ice Star Sword is characterized by extreme cold and sharpness. Chen Mumming needs to practice not just simple slashing, but how to perfectly integrate the corrosive power of the extreme ice domain and the soul-freezing effect of the frost soul resonance into each sword strike, creating attacks that are both wide-ranging and lethal. The system's combat assistance module continuously optimizes the energy output curve and attack trajectory. Qin Shuang's Frost Soul armor provided unparalleled defense and battlefield control. Chen Mumming adapted to the enhanced perception provided by the armor, practicing maintaining the stability of his extreme ice armor while moving at high speed and attempting to manipulate the ambient cold to create ice barriers, slides, and even instantly freeze an enemy's joints. The power and defense provided by the armor allowed him to employ more aggressive and oppressive tactics. In the mainstream combat system of the desolate planet, the Energy Master is the absolute brain and core of the battle. Through soul contracts, they directly control the goddess armor, which manifests as weapons, armor, or mechs, with their mental will. All commands, energy allocation, and tactical changes in battle are decided by the Energy Master alone. The goddess armor provides form and abilities, while how to use these abilities depends entirely on the Energy Master's own strength, experience, and will. Therefore, in team combat, communication and cooperation are required between Energy Masters. Powerful energy masters can contract with multiple goddess armor, controlling multiple weapons and armors single-handedly, forming a self-contained entity. However, more energy masters choose to team up because the wild battlefield environment is complex, and different energy masters controlling weapons with different characteristics can cooperate, resulting in a higher margin for error and more flexible tactics. Chen Muming's situation was even more unique. The existence of the infinite energy supply engine meant that energy consumption was never an issue for him. His training focused on how to perfectly control the immense and exquisite power of two SSS-level goddess-grade weapons simultaneously, while maintaining an F-level external quality. His will needed to simultaneously coordinate the extreme sharpness and coldness of the Ice Star Sword, with the absolute defense and battlefield control of the Frost Soul Armor, making them as responsive as his own limbs. The combat assistance module provided by the system continuously optimized his mental command flow and energy output curve, helping him to better control these two powerful forces simultaneously. He practiced how to freeze 1,000 miles with a single thought, and how to make a shield forever solid wherever his mind directed. Lu Shi and Zhang Yao also frequently came over for joint training. Lu Shi's S-rank spiritual pivot provided considerable energy reserves and recovery speed, while Zhang Yao's A-rank, Holy Light Shield, offered additional group protection and energy deflection, complementing Qin Shuang's main defense. Although the training period was short, a basic tactical cooperation framework had already been established. Chen Muming is undoubtedly the core and spearhead, Song Shui is the sharpest spear, Qin Shuang is the unbreakable shield, Lu Shi is the stable energy base and support, and Zhang Yao is the flexible secondary shield and support. This team's combination seems strange, one F rank with two mysterious high-energy weapons, but in fact, its potential is astonishing. Finally, the day of the first round of the main competition arrived. The National Arena, entrance to the 7th Simulated Ecological Zone. A massive crowd surged before the enormous alloy gate. Hundreds of teams, qualified through the qualifiers or recommended by various parties, had gathered here, the atmosphere heavy and tense. The air was filled with fluctuations of energy of various attributes, intertwining and colliding, revealing the tension and anticipation within the participants. The appearance of Chen Muming's team still attracted a lot of attention. Mainly because Song Shui and Qin Shuang's temperament was too outstanding. Even if they just stood quietly behind Chen Muming, their restrained yet profound chill was impossible to ignore. And Chen Muming's level 4 peak level stood out particularly among these teams, which were mostly level 5, 6, and even some level 7 energy users. Look, that F-rank kid actually came. Bringing 2 vases to the main competition? They're courting death. I heard he got incredibly lucky in the qualification trial. I guess the simulated environment just happened to be his weakness. Team competitions are not that simple. Just wait and see how it goes. Whispers drifted over. Lu Shi was furious and wanted to retort, but Chen Muming stopped him with a look, signaling Lu Shi not to cause any trouble. Chapter 23, the first round of battle begins. Ignore them, Chen Muming said calmly. His gaze swept across the crowd, taking in many powerful teams. There were military-recommended teams, all equipped with standard A-level weaponry and displaying strict discipline. There were seed teams trained by renowned energy manipulation academies and exhibiting excellent teamwork, and there were also some lone wolf teams with peculiar attire and strange energy fluctuations. His gaze eventually settled on a relatively isolated corner not far away. It's the Crystal Flower team. Lin Wei stood at the forefront, her face still somewhat pale, but her eyes were firm, carrying a resolute determination as if she were going to her death. The 4 team members behind her, Suwan Radiant Wings, Lei Yu Earthshaker Hammer, Bai Shi Thousand Chance Umbrella, and Xiaoyu Shadow Dagger also had tense faces, trying hard to ignore the mocking and pitying gazes around them, whether overt or covert. Unlike other teams, they did not check their equipment or conduct pre-battle mobilizations. They simply stood there silently, like 5 exquisite sculptures about to be pushed onto the battlefield, tragic and fragile. Chen Muming's system silently scanned the past. Winter Guardian Armor Lin Wei, core stability decreased by 3.7% compared to 3 days ago. The energy channels contain unrepaired hidden damage. Overall link synchronization rate estimated, 65.2%. Danger threshold 70%. Warning, forcing combat may result in irreversible damage. Chen Muming frowned almost imperceptibly. It seemed that the 3 days of rest had not improved their condition. In fact, the pressure might have made it worse. Seemingly sensing Chen Muming's gaze, Lin Wei abruptly turned her head, her eyes meeting his in mid-air. Her gaze first instinctively darted away, then she forced herself to meet his, a hint of stubborn defiance in her eyes, but the underlying inferiority and anxiety were difficult to completely conceal. Chen Muming didn't look away either. He simply gazed at her calmly, nodded slightly after a few seconds, and then looked away. There was no encouragement, no sympathy, just an equal, soldier-to-soldier greeting. But this simple action made Lin Wei pause for a moment. The equal gaze that didn't see her as useless or pathetic inexplicably loosened a taut string in her heart. Just then, the massive gate roared and slowly rose, revealing a distorted light curtain behind it. "Attention all participating teams." A loud voice resounded throughout the preparation area through the loudspeaker system. "The first round of the main competition, the Crucible Trial, is now beginning. The rules are as follows. You will be randomly deployed to different areas of the simulated battlefield Scorching Canyon. The battlefield contains a large number of level 1-4 mechanical beast projections, as well as a small number of weakened level 5 real mechanical beasts. Mission objectives: 1. Survive for 72 hours. 2. Obtain at least 3 flame cores located inside specific mechanical beasts or resource points within the canyon. 3. Reach the escape point in the center of the canyon. Points are calculated based on survival time, number of mechanical beasts killed, number of flame cores obtained, and team integrity. Teams are allowed to compete for flame cores. However, intentionally causing injury or death is strictly prohibited. Violators will be severely punished. Now, enter." As soon as the words were spoken, the teams rushed into the light screen like a floodgate being opened. At the command, the power users displayed their unique abilities, leading their teams into the light barrier. With a thought, Chen Muming instantly transformed Qin Shuang into the Frost Soul Armor, and Song Shui into the Ice Star Sword, the process flowing flawlessly. Lu Shi also held his shield, and the 5 of them charged into the light barrier. A wave of scorching heat washed over us. The Scorching Canyon was a crimson wasteland. Lu Shi, right flank alert, shield coverage to cover Zhao Zhangyao's flank. Qin Shuang, perform a full area scan and share the data. Song Shui, deploy in the low power domain, prioritizing the weakening of high-speed targets. Chen Muming's instructions were concise. He directly issued precise commands to the 2 goddesses through his mental power, while simultaneously communicating verbally with Lu Shi to establish tactical communication between the energy users. "Understood." Lu Shi shouted, and the holy light shield glowed faintly. Qin Shuang's scan data stream instantly flooded into Chen Muming's mind, and Song Shui's extreme ice domain expanded to its minimum extent, dispelling the sweltering heat. 10 o'clock direction, underground, 3 level 2 molten fire lizards. Qin Shuang warned, transmitting sensory data through her battle armor. Chen Muming's eyes narrowed, and he activated the armor's thrusters with his mind, shooting out with explosive speed. His mental commands simultaneously and precisely locked onto the Ice Star Sword. The fire lizard had barely emerged when it was invaded by the extreme cold domain, its movements slowing abruptly. Chen Muming didn't even make a sword-wielding motion, but his will had already been activated. Click. 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 Spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through precisely. Instant kill. The battle was entirely driven by Chen Muming's will, flowing smoothly and effortlessly. "Old Chen, the speed at which you issue commands is insane," Lu Shi exclaimed, referring to the precision and speed with which Chen Muming simultaneously issued different commands to 2 high-consumption weapons. "Stay focused." Chen Muming collected the flame core. To outsiders, his combat style appeared as that of an energy user with ridiculously high control precision, perfectly wielding his 2 top-tier pieces of equipment. "Conserve energy, eliminate efficiently," Chen Muming said succinctly. Having unlimited energy doesn't mean it should be wasted, especially in a battle that could last for days. Minimizing unnecessary consumption is instinctive. He walked to the corpse of the molten fire lizard, and with a gentle flick of his Ice Star Sword, a red crystal core, a simulated product radiating faint heat, fell into his hand. This was the flame core. Good start. Chen Muming put away the flame core. Maintain formation and slowly advance towards the central area. Qin Shuang, continue scanning. Song Shui, maintain the domain. Understood, Lu Shi replied. The ensuing battle became a showcase of Chen Muming's personal art of command. Clad in sturdy armor and wielding a sharp blade, he was like a ruler of ice. His offense and defense were perfectly integrated wherever his will pointed. A chilling inferno descended. His partnership with Lu Shi was a typical example of a power user duo. Chen Muming focused on offense and defense, while Lu Shi provided support and covered for any weaknesses. They efficiently eliminated the mechanical beasts they encountered, and the number of flame cores steadily increased. At the external observation center, a giant screen displays the battle situation of each team. Number 0777. That Chen Muming. His precision in controlling the weapon and his efficiency in energy distribution are simply unbelievable. To simultaneously and precisely command the armor's movement and sword attacks, the mental strain and micromanagement ability required are far beyond F rank. Look at his teamwork with his S-rank teammates, simple and effective. This is what a normal energy user team should be like. Let's look at the Crystal Flower again, sigh. Over the next few hours, they encountered several waves of mechanical beasts. From level 2 fire lizards and fire-breathing beetles to level 3 lava pythons and fire vultures, and even a weakened version of a level 5 lava giant elephant. However, with the perfect coordination of Chen Mumming's team, these mechanical beasts posed almost no threat. Chapter 24 Crystal Flower in Peril. Wearing the Frost Soul armor, Chen Mumming possesses extremely high mobility and invincible defense, making him like the master of the battlefield, always able to launch attacks or defend from the most suitable position. The Ice Star sword in his hands was like the paintbrush of death. Every swing carried a chilling cold that could freeze the soul. Wide-range ice storms, precise ice spikes for killing, icy paths that slowed movement, he could do all kinds of attacks with ease, making full use of the effects of the extreme ice domain. Lu Shi's stable energy supply and Zhang Yao's timely holy light shield provided a solid foundation and a high margin for error for the entire team. They were like a highly efficient and ruthless killing machine, steadily advancing through the scorching canyon, rapidly increasing the number of flame cores they harvested. Chen Mumming even intentionally guided the battle, using the environment and his ice-type abilities to create large-scale frozen areas, greatly restricting the movement of the fire-type mechanical beasts. Their performance was naturally transmitted in real time to the observation center outside the arena via miniature detectors hidden throughout the battlefield. Inside the observation center, a huge screen was divided into hundreds of displays, showing the real-time situation of each team. Numerous high-ranking military officials, academy representatives, and research institute personnel were closely monitoring the situation. When the smooth and overwhelming battle scene of Chen Mumming's team appeared on the main screen, it caused quite a stir. That team, number 0777. And the leader is that F-rank Chen Mumming? Such powerful ice-type abilities. That sword and that armor, they're definitely more than just a rank. Their teamwork is amazing, their energy seems inexhaustible. Look at the size and control of that frozen arena. Wait. They've run into that weakened level 5 lava giant again. Let's see how they handle this. In the scene, a 5-meter-tall lava behemoth roars and swings its burning boulder fist at Chen Mumming. Chen Mumming neither dodged nor avoided the attack. Qin Xuan, defend. Song Shui, penetrate the extreme point. The Frost Soul armor shone brightly, and a giant, multi-layered ice crystal shield instantly condensed. Boom! The giant rock slammed into the ice shield with a deafening roar. Ice shards flew everywhere, but the shield remained completely still. At the same time, the Ice Star sword burst forth with a dazzling, deep blue light, compressing all its energy inward to the extreme, transforming into a thin, almost hair-like, deep blue icy ray that shot out instantly. Put! The ray struck the lava colossus's vital weak point in its chest with pinpoint accuracy. Extreme cold instantly penetrated. The lava giant froze abruptly, the magma on its surface quickly dimmed and solidified, and finally collapsed with a roar, shattering into a pile of cold stones. Another clean and efficient 24-second kill. Inside the observation center, all was silent. The previous doubts and ridicule disappeared, replaced by shock and disbelief. General Li Jinghua stared at the screen, his face expressionless, but his fingers tapped lightly on the back of his chair. Dr. Zhao Qiming, on the other hand, excitedly pushed up his glasses, almost pressing his face against the screen. Did you see that? General! This stability! This output efficiency! And that energy recovery speed! This is definitely not an ordinary SSS level. And that tacit understanding, there must be some kind of deep connection between them that we don't know about. Meanwhile, another split screen showed the Crystal Flower team's arduous battle. They were attacked by 2 level 4 flame leopards. Lin Wei's Winter Guardian armor remained sluggish and heavy. The heavy cannons of Radiant Wings repeatedly struck empty air, splashing up large amounts of lava. The Earthshaker hammer swung with great force, yet it struggled to hit the agile leopard. The Thousand Chance umbrella shield flickered erratically, and was torn open several times by the leopard's claws, leaving deep burn marks on the armor. That Shadow Dagger was almost invisible. The battle was exceptionally difficult and chaotic, with the energy indicator lights flashing alarms. Lin Wei was only managing to hold on by relying entirely on the armor's inherent defensive capabilities and the occasional bursts of weapon potential. The contrast between the two is stark and brutal. Looking at the image of the Crystal Flower, Dr. Zhao's excited expression dimmed, and he sighed. Lin Wei is too strong-willed. If this continues. General Li's gaze grew increasingly profound. He looked at the invincible Chen Muming's troops, then at the struggling crystal flower, and a vague plan began to take shape in his mind. Inside the scorching flame canyon, Chen Muming was unaware of the outside world's reaction. He had just collected the flame core dropped by the lava giant, and his brows suddenly furrowed slightly. Through the enhanced perception of the Frost Soul armor, he detected a chaotic energy fluctuation and explosion coming from afar, mixed with a familiar, overloaded, and collapsing energy signature. That's the direction the Crystal Flower team is heading. He raised his head, looked in that direction, and pondered for a moment. The heat wave in the scorching canyon distorted the view, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur and burnt metal. Chen Muming stood in the center of the ravaged battlefield, ice crystals swirling on his Frost Soul armor, dispelling the uncomfortably high temperature, while the chill from the tip of his Ice Star sword had not yet completely dissipated. Lu Shi, controlling the holy light shield formed by Zhang Yao, cautiously looked around, his tone filled with excitement. "Old Chen, that was a great cleanup. We've got 2 more flame cores, we're not far from our target." Chen Muming did not respond immediately. His senses were firmly drawn to the intense, chaotic, and rapidly declining energy fluctuations emanating from the northwest. It felt like an overloaded precision instrument, its internal parts crackling and on the verge of complete collapse. It was the Crystal Flower team. Their energy characteristics were unique. The mournful cries of 5 SSS-level beings forcibly combined yet conflicting with each other were as clear to him as beacon fires in the dark night. "What's wrong, Lao Chen?" Lu Shi noticed his unusual silence and followed his gaze, but could see nothing but distorted hot air and jagged rocks. "Over there," Chen Muming's voice sounded somewhat low through the armor visor, "Crystal Flower seems to be in big trouble." Lu Shi was taken aback, his expression then becoming somewhat complicated. "They're really pitiful." "But Lao Chen, this is a competition, the rules allow for the contest for the flame core. Given their condition, I'm afraid, but those 2 teams were truly despicable." He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. An SSS-level team without any energy controllers, relying entirely on themselves, is a prime target in the cutthroat arena. Now that they're in danger, it's likely not just the threat from the mechanical beasts, but also the possibility of other teams taking advantage of their misfortune. Getting involved now could easily backfire, drawing them into unnecessary chaos and delaying his own mission progress. Chapter 25. Believe me. Chen Muming remained silent. The system's scan data was updating in real time in his mind. Energy fluctuations in the target area, extremely chaotic, peak value dropped by 73%, multiple high-intensity aggressive energy sources exist, not pure mechanical beast energy characteristics. Winter Guardian armor core stability, below 20%, structural damage continues to expand. Prediction: the link will completely crash within 3 minutes, posing a risk of core overload and explosion. The risks are obvious. Remaining on the sidelines is the most sensible choice. They should bear the consequences of their choices and their predicaments themselves. But the image of Lin Wei's stubborn yet humiliated gaze flashed through his mind, as did the figure in the ice blue armor that struggled to move amidst the mocking laughter, yet never truly fell. It was a kind of foolishness in knowing it was impossible yet still doing it, but also a kind of almost tragic pride in refusing to bow to fate. He thought of Song Shui and Qin Shuang. Without the system, without unlimited energy, would their fate be the same as the Crystal Flower? Or even worse? "Lu Shi," Chen Muming suddenly spoke, his voice regaining its usual calm. "You and Zhang Yao set up a defensive point here and hide until I return." "What? Old Chen, you're going alone?" Lu Shi exclaimed in surprise. "That's too dangerous. Who knows what the situation is over there? Besides, there are 2 other teams there. What if there's no chance of anything going wrong?" Chen Muming interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "I'll go myself. You take care of yourself, and if necessary, abandon the mission to save yourself." "But no buts, if I don't go, they'll die." Chen Muming finished speaking and offered no further explanation. The Frost Soul armor's vector thrusters instantly erupted with intense icy blue flames, propelling him like a shooting star flying backwards, hurtling towards the direction of energy collapse. His speed far exceeded his previous performance. "Old Chen." Lu Shi stared at his resolute back, stamped his foot, and finally gritted his teeth. Zhang Yao deployed a full defensive posture. "We'll hold this place." Meanwhile, the outside world is observing. The main screen then switched to the area where the Crystal Flower team was located. The scene was terrifying. Lin Wei, in her Winter Guardian armor, knelt on the ground, her body covered in charred burn marks and deep claw marks. The ice blue armor was cracked in several places, revealing chaotic energy flow beneath. The Radiant Wing's heavy cannon on her shoulder had completely stopped firing, its barrel even twisted. The earth-shaking hammer on her arm hung limply, its head riddled with cracks. The Thousand Manifestations umbrella shield on her back had vanished, and the shadow blade on her wrist was so dim it was almost invisible. They were surrounded by 6 weakened level 5 lava mammoths and more than 20 level 4 flame leopards. Not only that, but 2 other participating teams were also sneakily lurking on the periphery of the battle, occasionally firing sniper shots, their target being the already exhausted Crystal Flower, clearly wanting to take advantage of her weakness and seize the flame core she might possess. It's over. Crystal Flower is completely finished this time. Those 2 teams are Fire Scorpion and Storm Gang. How despicable. There's nothing we can do, that's how the rules are. They can only blame themselves for being too weak. What a pity about those 5 SSS level weapons. A chorus of regret and disgust erupted in the observation room. General Li Jing's face was ashen, his fists clenched tightly. Dr. Zhao Qiming was pale, his lips trembling, and he could hardly bear to look at him. However, at that moment, a fast-moving point of light suddenly broke into the edge of the satellite monitoring screen and was approaching the battlefield at an alarming speed. What is that? Wow, that's fast. Which team is it? Number 0777. It's Chen Mumming. How did he rush over there alone? Is he crazy? Does he want to die? Or does he want a piece of the pie? Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Chen Mumming's figure charged headlong into the chaotic battle. Without slowing down at all, he crashed directly into a giant lava elephant that was about to pounce on Lin Wei. Xin Shuang. Maximum power. Ice meteor impact. The ice crystal runes on the shoulder armor of the Frost Soul armor suddenly lit up, and the powerful cold air instantly condensed into a huge ice meteorite with a diameter of more than 3 meters. With a shrill whistle, it slammed into the head of the lava giant. Boom! The deafening roar was deafening. Ice and fire clashed wildly, creating a violent explosion. The lava giant was staggered backward by this sudden blow, half of its head was blown off, and lava like blood splattered everywhere. This earth-shattering blow instantly attracted everyone's attention. The chaotic battle came to a halt. Both the mechanical beasts and the 2 scheming teams looked at the uninvited guest with suspicion and uncertainty. Chen Mumming landed steadily in front of Lin Wei's armor, his back to her. The Ice Star Sword pointed diagonally at the ground, and the Frost Soul armor exuded a chilling aura that made him look like a frost god of war who had suddenly descended. Who are you? Trying to interfere in the affairs of our Fire Scorpion? A power user wielding a long, fiery whip shouted from the periphery. He was the captain of the Fire Scorpion team. Get out of my way. Or I'll take care of you too. The captain of the Storm Gang, a power user wielding twin blades of gale energy, also threatened. Chen Mumming completely ignored them. His visor turned towards the Winter Guardian on the ground, which was on the verge of collapse. Can you still move? His voice came through the external loudspeaker of the armor, so calm that no emotion could be detected. Lin Wei's armor trembled violently, and she struggled to lift her visor. Looking at the tall, blue figure before her who had shielded her from all attacks, her icy blue optical lenses flickered, and a weak, pained, and incredulous female voice broke out, Why? No time for nonsense. Chen Mumming interrupted her. If you want to live, listen to me. Abandon the energy supply and control over the 4 of them, immediately. Use all energy to maintain your own core stability and basic defenses. What? Lin Wei's voice was filled with shock and resistance. Giving up the supply and control meant that Suwan, Leiyu, Baiji, and Xiaoyu would completely lose their ability to move, and might even suffer a backlash due to the sudden cessation of energy, which was tantamount to leaving them to wait for death. Trust me. Chen Mumming's voice suddenly became more forceful, carrying an undeniable authority. I will temporarily take over their energy supply. Before Lin Wei could respond, Chen Mumming's mental energy, like a flood bursting its banks, was precisely guided by the system and instantly split into 4 streams, forcibly cutting into the Crystal Flower team's nearly broken energy link network. This is not a contract, but an extremely dangerous external energy intervention. It's equivalent to him using his own energy to simultaneously provide a minimum amount of maintenance energy for 4 SSS-level weapons and temporarily stabilize their weapon forms, which were on the verge of collapse due to Lin Wei's sudden power outage. Chapter 26 Saving the Crystal Flower. Warning! High external energy access request detected. Target for SSS class weapons damaged. Unlimited energy supply engine power increased to 35%. Temporary energy channel construction begins. Energy harmonization activation, simulating the energy characteristics of the target individual, reducing rejection reactions. Buzz. A vast, pure, yet incredibly cold energy surged in instantly. The barrel of the Radiant Wings heavy cannon, which was about to go out, suddenly lit up with a faint light, and then stopped flickering. The cracks on the drooping Earthshaker hammer were temporarily covered by a thin layer of ice, stopping their deterioration. The completely vanished Thousand Chance umbrella shield reappeared as an extremely thin, yet real, ice crystal barrier, protecting Lin Wei's armor. The dim shadow blade was also covered by a layer of frost, temporarily stabilizing it. Although they were far from being back to combat readiness, their most dangerous tendency to collapse was forcibly stopped by this powerful, external energy. Lin Wei clearly sensed all of this. The shock she felt was beyond words. What terrifying energy reserves and mental control would it take to simultaneously stabilize 4 SSS-level weapons on the verge of collapse? Just what kind of monster is this Chen Mumming? There was no time for her to think. Now! Chen Mumming's voice rang out again, cold and urgent. Focus all your energy on repairing yourself. Leave the rest to me. At this moment, Lin Wei's hesitation and pride were completely shattered. Almost instinctively, she chose to obey. She immediately severed most of the energy connection and mental load with the 4 team members, gathered all the remaining power, and focused all her efforts on stabilizing her almost shattered core and repairing the damage to her battle armor. At that very moment, the Fire Scorpion and Storm Group, enraged by Chen Mumming's actions, along with the mechanical beasts that were briefly stunned, launched an attack simultaneously. The fiery whip ripped through the air, and a gust of wind swept in. The lava giant spewed out scorching molten fire, and the fiery leopard pounced from all directions. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Chen Mumming stood firm. His eyes remained completely still. Song Shui, activate the extreme ice domain at full power. Qin Shuang, defensive stance. System, assist me in calculating the optimal counterattack path. Energy output limit lifted by 70%. Boom! Centered on Chen Mumming, a visible ice blue halo suddenly erupted, instantly spreading to a radius of 50 meters. The temperature within the area plummeted to absolute zero. The ground instantly froze into ice several meters thick. All the flame leopards that rushed into the area froze instantly, their flames frozen and extinguished, turning them into ice sculptures. The flaming whip and the swift wind blades collided with the multi-layered ice crystal shield of the Frost Soul armor, which suddenly lit up, creating a deafening roar, but they could not budge it in the slightest. At the same time, Chen Mumming made a move. He wielded the Ice Star Sword, his figure as elusive as he moved through the frozen domain. Each flash of sword light precisely struck the core of a frozen flame leopard, or a weak point in the attack. He didn't use any fancy combat techniques, only extreme speed, extreme cold, and extreme precision. With each swing of the sword, a piece of mechanical beast turned into ice shards. Every block thwarted the opponent's attack. He alone, with only a sword and a suit of armor, actually managed to withstand the frenzied attacks of 2 teams and a large number of mechanical beasts. He even managed to fight back. Monster! He's a monster. What kind of domain is that? My energy is being depleted at an alarming rate. Attacks are ineffective against him. His defense is too tough. Retreat! Retreat now! The members of Fire Scorpion and Storm Gang screamed in terror. Their attack struck Chen Mumming's armor, barely leaving a mark. Instead, they were frozen by the domain, shivering and rapidly depleting their energy. They finally realized that this seemingly level 4 guy was a monster beyond comprehension. The 2 teams retreated in a sorry state, no longer caring about the flame cores they had already obtained. Chen Mumming did not pursue. His only goal was to save people. He stopped, the Ice Star Sword, planted in the ice, and breathed slightly. Of course, it was feigned. Beneath his armor, his energy still surged like the sea. The domain slowly dissipated, leaving behind a mess of ice sculptures and broken mechanical beast corpses. He turned around. Behind her, Lin Wei, in her Winter Guardian armor, had managed to stand up. Her wounds were still gruesome, but the energy fluctuations were noticeably more stable. Her 4 weapons, though still dim, showed no signs of collapsing, maintaining a delicate balance. The armor's visor stared at Chen Mumming, its ice blue optical lenses displaying a complex mix of emotions: shock, gratitude, doubt, and an indescribable hope. Chen Muming didn't say much. He simply took out a few level 4 flame cores containing pure energy from the mechanical beasts he had previously killed from the system space, flicked his finger, and accurately shot them into the vicinity of the core interface on Lin Wei's armor chest. This energy should be enough for you to hold out until you reach the evacuation point. His voice remained calm. Take care of yourselves. After saying that, he didn't linger. He moved swiftly and sped off in the direction of Lu Shi, quickly disappearing into the Crimson Canyon as if he had never existed. Only the 5 members of the Crystal Flower team remained, standing on the ruins where ice and fire intertwined, bathed in countless gazes from the observation room, filled with disbelief and immense questions. Lin Wei looked down at the few flame cores radiating warm energy on her chest, then looked in the direction where Chen Muming had disappeared, and slowly clenched the metal hand of her battle armor. The observation center was already deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by Chen Muming's terrifying outburst and unbelievable methods. After a long silence, Dr. Zhao Qiming suddenly grabbed General Li Jingguo's arm, his words tumbling out incoherently from excessive excitement. General! Did you see that? Did you see that? That's not just simple energy strength. That's near perfect energy control. Stabilizing 4 SSS level weapons on the verge of exploding at the same time. How did he do that? Is his spiritual core a bottomless pit? And that domain strength? That defensive power. This is absolutely not something an F-level energy user should have. Absolutely impossible. General Li Jingguo remained silent, staring intently in the direction where Chen Muming had disappeared, his eyes gleaming as if he had discovered a rare treasure, or as if he had seen the only glimmer of hope to break the deadlock. He slowly uttered 5 words. Find him. Immediately. This match may no longer be necessary for him. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to him, General Li Jingguo murmured to himself, watching Chen Muming disappear into the battlefield. Chapter 27 attracts attention. The scorching winds of the scorching canyon were still burning, but they couldn't dispel the chill and deathly stillness that permeated certain areas. Chen Muming pushed his speed to the limit, the vector thrusters of his Frost Soul armor leaving a long, icy blue trail of flame as they swept across the crimson earth. He had to get back to the meeting place with Lu Shi as soon as possible. The brief burst of power just now, though not fundamentally affecting the limitless energy, still put his concentration to the test by removing the 70% output power limit and simultaneously stabilizing 4 SSS level weapons. More importantly, he didn't want Lu Shi and Zhang Yao to worry for too long. And deeper still, he couldn't suppress his calculations. This rescue was undoubtedly an excellent investment. The Crystal Flower team, with its 5 SSS level goddess warriors that no one could control, wasn't that exactly what he dreamed of? The surge in power brought by the contracts with Song Shui and Qin Shuang made him acutely aware of the true value of SSS-level warriors. He wanted to build a team entirely composed of SSS-level warriors, a team capable of overturning the rules of the world. And this team, currently in dire straits, suffering discrimination yet possessing boundless potential, was his next target. Their exceptional compatibility with SSS-level warriors was his greatest trump card in bait. Before long, the familiar rocky area came into view. Lu Shi gripped the holy light shield tightly, guarding a relatively hidden entrance to a crevice in the rocks. The shield formed by Zhang Yao shimmered with light, clearly maintaining a defensive stance. Seeing Chen Muming rushing towards him, Lu Shi visibly breathed a sigh of relief, but then looked anxiously behind him. Muming, are you all right? How's the situation over there? The energy fluctuations over there were terrifying. Chen Muming slowed down as he landed. The chill from his armor hissed as it came into contact with the surrounding hot air, creating plumes of white mist. He removed his faceplate, revealing a slightly tired face, a necessary disguise to project an image of exhaustion. It's resolved. He said succinctly, the crystal flowers are out of danger for now, and I've given them some flame cores. Solved? Lu Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. You all by yourself? You took down those mechanical beasts, as well as the Fire Scorpion and Storm Gang? He had vaguely sensed through the detector that there were not only powerful mechanical beasts over there, but also 2 teams of considerable strength taking advantage of the chaos. Yes. They've left. Chen Muming didn't describe the process in detail, but instead asked, is everything all right here? And nothing, it's nothing. Lu Shi was still in shock, answering subconsciously. A few waves of scattered mechanical beasts came, but Xiao and I took care of them. Muming, you. He looked Chen Muming up and down, as if he were truly getting to know his brother for the first time. Was that really something an F-level energy user could do? I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. I'll be fine after a rest. Chen Mumming interrupted his investigation, walked to the crevice in the rock, sat down, closed his eyes, and pretended to meditate. In reality, the infinite engine was running at high efficiency, replenishing that negligible consumption. His thoughts, however, had already wandered far away. The successful rescue was only the first step. The key was how to make those 5 SSS-level armed women realize that forming a contract with him was their only way out. What he needed to demonstrate was not just power, but also that unique compatibility, capable of unleashing their full potential. Lu Shi opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed back all his questions. He could tell Chen Mumming didn't want to say more, but the shock and doubt in his heart grew wildly like weeds. Mumming's strength definitely concealed a huge secret. Meanwhile, the outside world is observing. The storm surrounding Chen Mumming's earth-shattering rescue operation serial number 0777 has only just begun. The main screen repeatedly replayed clips of Chen Mumming charging into the battlefield, the ice meteor smashing back the giant, unleashing the extreme ice domain, fighting alone against a group of enemies, and finally stabilizing the 4 crystal flower weapons and gifting them to the Flame Core. Each scene drew gasps of amazement from the spectator area. Unbelievable! He really did it! That energy intensity, that range of the domain, is that really a level 4 energy user? Simultaneously powering 4 SSS class weapons? Even if it's just to keep them from collapsing, the energy output and control precision. His armor's defense is insane. It withstood so many attacks without a scratch. Just who is this guy? When did Feng Yucheng produce such a monster? The hall was filled with murmurs, gasps of amazement, and skepticism. Chen Mumming's performance had completely overturned their understanding of the relationship between the level of a power user and their strength. General Li Jinghua and Dr. Zhao Qiming had already left the public observation area and entered a highly soundproof, confidential analysis room next door. The screen displayed more detailed data analysis charts, all about Chen Mumming's energy output peak, spectrum characteristics, mental fluctuation frequency, and so on, just a moment ago. General! Look here! Dr. Zhao Qiming excitedly pointed to an energy curve that had surged to its peak almost instantly before rapidly declining. The peak output reached the theoretically peak level of level 7. It even briefly touched the threshold of level 8. But then it quickly stabilized at an extremely low level. This is completely abnormal. No energy user's spiritual core can withstand such a massive output and extraction in an instant, unless his spiritual core capacity and energy recovery speed far exceed our imagination, or even violate the existing law of conservation of energy, General Li Jinghua continued, his tone heavy and sharp, and his energy infusion into those 4 weapons was peaceful, stable, and extremely adaptable, almost instantly simulating the energy characteristics suitable for their respective origins. This can no longer be explained by mere innate talent. Such compatibility with SSS class weapons is unheard of. Dr. Zhao nodded vigorously, and his goddess armor. The characteristics, strength, and compatibility between that sword and that armor far exceed the data of any known SSS level weapon. I suspect. He lowered his voice, that they may be more than just SSS level. And the fact that he can perfectly control both at the same time proves their special nature. Li Jinghua's gaze was profound. It seems we all misjudged him before. This Chen Mumming is the biggest variable and hope in this divine chariot selection. His appeal to SSS level weaponry may be the key to solving the predicament of crystal flower and even all high-end weaponry. He tapped his finger on the table. How's the investigation of his information going? An intelligence officer immediately responded, reporting, General. Chen Mumming, 18 years old, from Fengyu City, an orphan raised by the Federation. He awakened this month at Fengyu Academy, awakening grade F rank. According to the Academy's registration information, he has a contract goddess armor, Song Shui, SSS rank, armor form, Cold Moon Sword. Her friend is Lu Shi, an S-rank energy user who awakened at the same time. He has no previous record of special performance. Chapter 28 Lin Wei's private meeting. Only one? Li Jinghua's brows furrowed instantly, and he stopped tapping his fingers on the table. Then where did he get that powerful suit of armor he's wearing? The Academy has no record of it? The intelligence officer glanced at the data, confirmed it, and replied, the Academy's registration information indeed shows only one person. There are no official records regarding that suit of armor. It is speculated that he made a contract for it outside the Academy after awakening, but did not report it to the Academy. Self-contracted? Another SSS level weapon? And it looks even more extraordinary than the registered sword weapon. Li Jinghua's eyes gleamed even brighter. Fengyu Academy isn't keeping it a secret, they themselves have no idea how much this kid is hiding. Keep digging deeper. I need to know everything he's done since leaving the academy. Especially where he found his second SSS level weapon. Yes. Also, Li Jinghua added, how's the situation with Crystal Flower? Reporting to the general, Lieutenant Lin Wei has led her squad to stabilize their condition using the energy from those few fire cores and is moving towards the extraction point. They are expected to complete the minimum standard assessment task. Okay. Have the medical and energy engineering teams get ready. They'll conduct a full check and maintenance as soon as they come out. Tell Lin Wei to come see me as soon as she gets out. Clear. Li Jinghua stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the still noisy public observation area with sharp, eagle-like eyes. Chen Mumming, what secrets are you hiding? Where does your near-perfect compatibility with SSS-level weapons come from? You were able to find and contract a second SSS-level weapon on your own. What kind of changes can you bring to this country? In the Jiaoyan Canyon. After Chen Mumming rested for about half an hour, the team set off again. Perhaps because his previous actions were too terrifying, or perhaps because Fire Scorpion and Storm Gang had spread the news, the rest of the journey went exceptionally smoothly. They encountered almost no harassment from other teams, only some low-level mechanical beasts that were easily dealt with. They quickly collected 3 flame cores and successfully reached the evacuation point in the center of the canyon, a temporary base built on a huge rock platform. At the base entrance, some teams were already waiting to evacuate. When they saw Chen Mumming's team arrive, especially after recognizing Chen Mumming, everyone's gaze became extremely complicated, a mixture of awe, curiosity, fear, and inquiry. Chen Mumming ignored this and calmly led his team through the evacuation procedures before boarding the transport ship back to the arena. Back in the athletes' village, just as I settled in, a military officer in uniform with a blank expression came to my door. Mr. Chen Mumming, the officer saluted, his tone businesslike. General Li Jinghua wishes to meet with you. Please follow me. What's meant to happen will happen. Chen Mumming had already anticipated this, nodded, gave Lu Shi a reassuring look, and then left with the officer. He was not taken to the command tower, but instead to a heavily guarded detached villa in the athletes' village. General Li Jinghua was alone in the study. He was standing in front of a huge strategic map of the desolate planet when he heard footsteps and turned around. Chen Mumming, please have a seat. Li Jinghua's tone was much gentler than before, but his gaze remained sharp, as if it could pierce through people's hearts. Chen Mumming sat down as instructed, his expression calm. Your performance on the field was astonishing, Li Jinghua said bluntly. Especially your rescue operation for the Crystal Flower team, which demonstrated extraordinary strength and courage. More importantly, you seem to possess a special talent, capable of generating a very high level of resonance with SSS-level weapons. He paused, then added meaningfully, moreover, as far as I know, you seem to have contracts with more than one SSS-level weapon. The information registered by the Academy seems to be somewhat outdated. Chen Mumming's heart stirred slightly. It seemed the general had already investigated. His expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, General, your investigation is thorough. I encountered and formed a contract with Qin Shuang by chance during a wilderness training exercise. The situation was urgent, and I didn't have time to report it to the Academy. He once again attributed the inexplicable event to chance and emergency situation. Li Jinghua didn't delve into the details, simply nodding. Being able to independently find and successfully contract a second SSS-level weapon proves your exceptional nature once again. Well, everyone has their secrets. I won't pry too much. I called you here today mainly for 2 things. First, on behalf of the military, thank you for saving the Crystal Flowers. They are an important national asset. Second, he emphasized, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Mumming, I hope you can continue to demonstrate your strength in the upcoming competitions, especially your unique ability to cooperate with SSS-level weaponry. The nation needs to see true geniuses, needs to see the possibility of breaking the deadlock. Perhaps you are the one who can truly unleash the potential of the Crystal Flower. Do you understand what I mean? This was exactly what Chen Mumming wanted to hear. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and nodded solemnly, I understand. I will do my best. I also believe that the power of an SSS-level expert should not be buried. Very good. Li Jinghua nodded in satisfaction. You can go back now. Prepare well for the next round of the competition. Also, he added as if suddenly remembering something, be careful of Fire Scorpion and Storm Team, and the people behind them. Not everyone follows the rules on the field. Thank you for the reminder, General. Chen Muming rose to take his leave. This meeting had yielded far more results than expected. The general's attitude practically paved the way for his future contact with, and even contract with, the Crystal Flower team. Leaving the villa, Chen Muming took a deep breath. The plan was progressing step by step. When he returned to Building 77, he found an unexpected person standing at the door. It's Lin Wei. She had deactivated her armor and changed into a clean combat suit, but her face was still somewhat pale. Her eyes, however, were much brighter than before, showing less self-doubt and more complex emotions, mixed with a faint glimmer of hope that she herself might not even be aware of. She stood there alone, seemingly hesitant about whether to knock on the door. When she saw Chen Muming return, she visibly tensed up and instinctively stood at attention. What's the matter? Chen Muming walked up to her and asked calmly, secretly assessing her state and mentality. In fact, he was very excited, because whether he could form a contract with this team later depended on their desire for him. Chapter 29. The seed has been sown. Lin Wei took a deep breath, as if gathering her courage, and bowed deeply to Chen Muming. Mr. Chen Muming. Thank you for saving my life. And, thank you for your flame core. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to. Her voice choked, and she couldn't finish her sentence. It was nothing, Chen Muming said calmly. I'm glad you're all right. His attitude was peaceful, neither overly enthusiastic to seem like he had ulterior motives, nor too cold to keep people at arm's length. Lin Wei straightened up, her eyes slightly red. She looked at Chen Muming, her eyes filled with gratitude, confusion, and an increasingly obvious longing. Mr. Chen Muming. May I ask a question? She felt the unprecedented smoothness and peace at the moment Chen Muming infused her with energy, an experience unlike anything they had ever had before. It was a sense of harmony originating from the depths of their souls. Explain. How did you do that? Lin Wei's voice trembled. That energy, that control, and why does your energy make us feel? She seemed to be searching for the right words. Feel so comfortable? Even more stable than when we operate on our own? She asked the most crucial question. This was exactly what Chen Muming wanted them to understand. Chen Muming looked at her, remained silent for a few seconds, and then slowly spoke, his words deliberately carrying a guiding force. Rank has never represented everything. What matters is the essential compatibility. My power may have been born to resonate with beings like you. SSS-level power should not be annihilated in struggle, but should blossom in resonance. He didn't directly answer how to do it, but he precisely described a possibility they dreamed of, an existence that could truly understand, bear, and perfectly unleash their power. These words exploded in Lin Wei's heart like a thunderclap. Not only her, but through the remaining faint connection, the other four girls also seemed to feel the power and promise contained in these words. The inferiority complex and confusion that had long plagued them seemed to be suddenly cleaved open at this moment, and dazzling light shone in. She looked at Chen Muming one last time, her eyes becoming incredibly firm, a firmness that came from finding her direction. I understand. Thank you. Sorry to bother you. After speaking, she bowed again, then turned and walked away with unusually firm steps. Though her figure remained slender, it seemed as if it had been infused with a completely new soul. Chen Muming watched her figure disappear, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. The seed had been sown, it was just a matter of time before it took root and sprouted. He could almost foresee what it would be like when the entire crystal flower realized the earth-shattering changes that a contract with him could bring. At this moment, Lu Shi poked his head out from the doorway, his face full of gossip. Muming, what's going on? The captain of Crystal Flower came to thank you in person? You guys? It's nothing. Chen Muming interrupted him, walked into the room, his eyes gleaming with a determined light. Get ready, the next round of the competition will be very interesting. The first round of the main competition, the furnace trial, has officially concluded. The result was no surprise. Chen Muming's team topped the leaderboard with an extremely high level of completion, astonishing efficiency, and a perfect record of 0 casualties. Their evaluation, featuring phrases like exceptionally efficient energy utilization, defensive and offensive performance exceeding expectations, and outstanding battlefield control, has once again sparked widespread discussion. The Crystal Flower team, thanks to the flame cores given to them by Chen Muming and Lin Wei's subsequent arduous support, barely managed to meet the minimum mission requirements and advance narrowly. However, their ranking remained at the bottom, with phrases like extremely unstable energy system, lack of coordinated combat capabilities, and serious structural risks still glaringly obvious in the evaluation. Yet, observant individuals could notice that compared to the extreme assessments of on the verge of collapse and not recommended to continue combat in previous public records, this conclusion seemed to leave a sliver of leeway. Those timely flame cores and the brief period of external energy stability seemed to have been keenly observed and recorded by the experts. Chen Muming wasn't surprised. He, Lu Shi, and Zhang Yao quietly returned to their accommodation in the athletes' village. Along the way, the gazes directed at them became more complex, mostly filled with awe and apprehension, but also mixed with undisguised curiosity and greed. He could sense that he, this fat piece of meat, had become even more tempting in the eyes of many. Inside the living room of Building 77. We're famous now, really famous. Lu Shi slumped on the sofa, his tone excited but also a little worried. Now all the teams are probably watching us. The next round of the competition won't be so easy. Zhang Yao also deactivated her armor, her pretty face showing worry, especially Fire Scorpion and Storm Group. They've lost face so badly this time, they definitely won't let it go. The general also reminded us to be careful. Chen Muming sat opposite him, his fingertips lightly tapping the table, his expression calm, as expected. Fame has its advantages, at least it saves a lot of unnecessary trouble. As for those who covet it, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, we'll deal with them as they come. His inner world was far from as calm as it appeared. The images of the 5 SSS-level goddess warriors of the Crystal Flower Squad lingered in his mind. Their immense potential, coupled with their current extremely poor compatibility, was like a treasure trove that no one could unlock, and he happened to hold the only key the system derived: SSS-level essence's extremely high compatibility and limitless energy. The rescue operation was only the first step, a successful product demonstration. Next, he needed to create more opportunities for contact, allowing them to more deeply experience the vast difference that a contract with him could bring, and letting the seeds of their desire for power take root and sprout completely in their hearts. But then again, Lu Shi leaned closer and lowered his voice. Muming, tell me honestly, did you really save Crystal Flower just because you saw injustice? His eyes gleamed with a "I understand you" light. Chen Muming glanced at him, not denying it, but simply said, SSS-level power shouldn't be wasted like that. They deserve better, writers. Lu Shi gasped. Although he had suspected it, hearing Chen Muming admit it himself still shocked him immensely. Holy crap! You really dare to dream that? That's 5 SSS level. You already have 2, and now you have 5 more. Is your spirit pivot made from the Starseed? That's incredibly energy consuming. Chapter 30. The seeds have sprout. I have my own way, Chen Muming interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for argument. Unlimited energy was his greatest secret, one he absolutely could not reveal. Lu Shi wisely refrained from asking further questions, but simply clicked his tongue and exclaimed, awesome. If this really works, you'll be truly unprecedented. Then let's see who dares to look down on us. Just then, a special notification sounded on Chen Muming's competition terminal. It wasn't a public announcement, but an encrypted private message. The message comes from an unknown code and is brief. Mr. Chen Muming, thank you for the help from the canyon. If convenient, please meet at Training Hall 7, Area C, Athletes Village at 10 p.m. tonight. Lin Wei. Chen Muming's gaze sharpened. It's here. The fish are finally going to take the bait. He quickly replied with 2 words, arriving on time. Meanwhile, in a luxury hotel suite in Beijing. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. A middle-aged man in an expensive silk robe slammed his wine glass to the ground, the crimson liquid splattering like blood. On the screen in front of him, images of the captains of the Fire Scorpion and Storm Gang teams hanging their heads were displayed. 2 full squads, plus so many mechanical beasts, and you couldn't even take down a crippled Crystal Flower. And you were even defeated by some F-rank kid who appeared out of nowhere. You've completely disgraced me, the man roared. He was a senior director of a major business association in the capital and one of the financial backers of the Fire Scorpion team. Director Wang, please calm down. A man with a gloomy face and wearing a sharp suit stood to the side. He was the actual controller of the Storm Group. That kid named Chen Muming is very strange. His energy intensity and control over SSS-level weapons are definitely more than level 4. We suspect that he is hiding his strength or has had some special encounter. A fortuitous encounter? Director Wang sneered. I don't care what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. He dared to ruin my plans and make all the resources I invested in Crystal Flower go down the drain, so he has to pay the price. Those 5 SSS-grade crystal flower items were originally the most important part of my plan. As long as they accidentally collapsed and were damaged during the competition, I could recover those precious SSS-grade core materials from the military at a very low price. Now this kid has ruined it all. A glint of greed and ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Since he likes to meddle so much, let him become part of the accident himself. Isn't he tough? Isn't he full of energy? I don't want to see him come out alive in the next round of the competition. The sinister-looking man bowed slightly. Understood. We have already contacted the people at Fong. Venomous fangs? Director Wang raised an eyebrow. Those money-grubbing hyenas? They're not cheap. Make sure everything goes perfectly. Besides, Fong seems to be quite interested in that Chen mumming lately, the sinister man added. Director Wang pondered for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Money is not a problem. Make sure it's done cleanly. Military Sanatorium, Special Care Unit. Lin Wei lay quietly in the energy repair chamber, the pure energy liquid slowly nourishing her over-damaged body and the core of her battle armor. Suan, Leiyu, Baiji, and Xiaoyu also lay in adjacent repair chambers, their condition worse than Lin Wei's, requiring a longer recovery time. General Li Jinghua stood outside the observation window, looking at the 5 girls inside with a solemn expression. Dr. Zhao Qiming reported the test results. Lieutenant Lin Wei's core damage has stabilized. Thanks to the energy replenishment from those high-quality flame cores and the peculiar stabilizing effect of some kind of external energy, no irreversible damage has been left. The other 4 are also in relatively good condition. Their armed forms are basically stable, but their soul fatigue requires time to recuperate. Have the analysis results for that external energy come out yet? Li Jinghua was more concerned about this. Dr. Zhao's face showed an excited yet confused expression. The analysis is complete, but the results are very strange. Its energy spectrum is exceptionally pure, almost devoid of any attribute bias, yet it possesses extremely strong adaptability, perfectly simulating the frequency suitable for each person's core, thereby achieving nearly 100% energy absorption efficiency and stability. This is simply contrary to existing principles of energy science. It's like a master key. Master key. Li Jinghua pondered the word, his eyes deep. Chen mumming, who exactly are you? At this moment, an adjutant came over and reported in a low voice, General, after Lieutenant Lin Wei woke up, she sent an encrypted message out using her personal terminal. To whom should it be sent? Number 0777, Chen mumming. A glint flashed in Li Jinghua's eyes, and a barely perceptible smile curved his lips. It seems our crystal flower has also begun to actively seek sunlight. Very good. Keep a close eye on it, but don't interfere. If necessary, provide some assistance. Also, report its identity and current situation to the higher-ups, and keep its identity confidential. Yes. It was 9:50 p.m. at night. Chen mumming left Building 77 alone and headed towards the relatively secluded Area C of the athletes' village. He didn't tell Lu Shi where he was going, only that he was going for a walk. Training Hall 7 in Zone C is a small, old-fashioned training hall. At this time, it is almost deserted and seems rather quiet. Pushing open the door to the training hall, only a few basic lights were on inside. In the center of the empty space, a figure stood quietly. It was Lin Wei. She had changed out of her hospital gown and was wearing a combat uniform that allowed for easy movement. Her face was still somewhat pale, but her eyes were exceptionally bright, even carrying a hint of nervous anticipation. She seemed to have arrived quite early. Seeing Chen mumming arrive on time, she visibly breathed a sigh of relief and subconsciously straightened her back. Mr. Chen mumming, you've arrived. Her voice was somewhat clear in the empty training hall. Captain Lin Wei, is there something you need? Chen mumming stopped a short distance in front of her, his tone calm. He noticed that the other 4 girls were not present, so it seemed that this meeting was Lin Wei's personal decision. Lin Wei took a deep breath, as if she had made a great decision, and looked directly at Chen mumming. Mr. Chen, I have called you here to express my sincere gratitude once again. I will never forget your life-saving kindness. I already said it was no trouble at all. Chen mumming nodded slightly. No, it wasn't just a small favor. Lin Wei's emotions rose slightly. You probably can't understand what the energy you injected meant to us. Her voice trembled slightly. It wasn't just energy, it was a kind of recognition, a possibility. A resonance we had almost given up hope of. It was hope. Chapter 31. I do. She stepped forward, her eyes burning. Since our founding, Crystal Flower has endured countless tests, adjustments, and failures. We have suffered scorn, ridicule, and endless disappointment. Even we ourselves have begun to doubt whether the SSS rank was truly just a mistake, a curse. No energy user could truly withstand our drain, no one. Until your arrival. Her eyes welled up with tears again, but this time not from despair, but from the excitement of seeing hope. Your energy is the most correct energy I've ever felt. It has no rejection, no pressure, only acceptance and stability. Although it was only for a brief moment, I could feel it. If it were you, perhaps it really could. She paused, as if what she was about to say was too shocking to utter. Chen Mumming listened quietly, understanding dawning on his mind. Just as he had predicted, that brief energy contact was like a drop of sweet spring water dripping into their parched hearts, rekindling their desire for life. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying a convincing calmness. Captain Lin Wei, I understand how you feel. Power itself is not wrong, the problem lies in not finding the right way to use it. The brilliance of an SSS level being should not be obscured by dust. He paused, looking at her sincerely. I am very interested in your power, and I feel sorry for your situation. If you are willing to trust me, perhaps we can try to have some deeper exchanges and cooperation. Not for the sake of the competition, but to explore the true possibilities of SSS level. He didn't directly mention a contract, but instead used the more euphemistic term communication and cooperation, though the implication was clear enough. Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat. She understood the deeper meaning in Chen Mumming's words. This was exactly what she longed for but dared not hope for. Her breathing became rapid, and a blush rose on her face from excitement. Really? But, She thought of the terrifying energy consumption, the intricate relationships within the military, and the expectations and pressures they carried. Of course there are difficulties, Chen Mumming said frankly, but there is always a solution to every problem. The key is whether you're willing to take the first step, whether you're willing to trust me. His words seemed to possess a magical power, dispelling the last vestiges of hesitation in Lin Wei's heart. I do. Lin Wei blurted out, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. I will do my best to persuade Su Wan and the others. I believe in you, Mr. Chen Mumming. You are our only hope. Just then, outside the training hall, several figures hidden in the shadows were listening to the conversation inside through special equipment. The target has been confirmed to have made contact with Lin Wei, the captain of Crystal Flower. The conversation involved in-depth cooperation, and the target was suspected to be an attempt to recruit Crystal Flower. Please indicate the next steps. A chilling voice came through the earpiece, a rare opportunity. After they separate, prioritize dealing with Lin Wei, creating an accident. Make Crystal Flower completely useless, and also give that Chen Mumming a warning. Clear. A deadly threat lurked in the shadows, silently targeting the girl who had just seen a glimmer of hope. The training hall was empty and silent, with only the basic lighting casting a cold glow. Lin Wei's words, trembling with excitement, echoed in the air, a longing like rain after a drought, a desperate gamble by someone about to drown. I'm willing. I will do my best to persuade Su Wan and the others. I believe in you, Mr. Chen Mumming. You are our only hope. Just then, outside the training hall, several figures hidden in the shadows were listening to the conversation inside through special equipment. The target has been confirmed to have made contact with Lin Wei, the captain of Crystal Flower. The conversation involved in-depth cooperation, and the target was suspected to be an attempt to recruit Crystal Flower. Please indicate the next steps. A chilling voice came through the earpiece, a rare opportunity. After they separate, prioritize dealing with Lin Wei, creating an accident. Make Crystal Flower completely useless, and also give that Chen Mumming a warning. Clear. A deadly threat lurked in the shadows, silently targeting the girl who had just seen a glimmer of hope. The training hall was empty and silent, with only the basic lighting casting a cold glow. Lin Wei's words, trembling with excitement, echoed in the air, a longing like rain after a drought, a desperate gamble by someone about to drown. I'm willing. I will do my best to persuade Su. Looking at the rekindled, almost scorching light in her eyes, Chen Mumming felt a turbulent undercurrent beneath the calm surface of his heart. The plan was progressing steadily as expected. What he needed was this yearning, this sense of dependence that saw him as the only way out. Trust is the foundation of cooperation. Chen Mumming's voice remained calm, carrying a reassuring strength. There's no need to rush. Focus on your recovery first. The upcoming matches may be the best opportunity to observe and verify. I will show you that the true power of SSS level is not just a fantasy. He deliberately refrained from making any concrete promises, but instead painted a very tempting picture. The unknown often inspires more imagination and anticipation than the known. Lin Wei nodded vigorously, as if she had found her pillar of support. The gloom and despair of the past few days were largely dispelled by this sudden hope. Just as she was about to say something more, Chen Muming's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Warning! Multiple high-energy sources detected rapidly approaching. Energy signatures concealed, indicating malicious intent. Location: southeast and northwest entrances, and top ventilation duct. Assessment: encirclement situation, target suspected to be Lin Wei or the host. The system's warning rang silently yet with unparalleled clarity in his mind. Almost at the same time the system alarm sounded, Chen Muming's powerful mental energy also detected those faint signs of killing intent. The area outside the training hall was too clean, even the chirping of insects had disappeared. It was an abnormal silence. It seems our conversation has disturbed some uninvited guests, Chen Muming suddenly said, his tone turning cold as he interrupted Lin Wei before she could finish speaking. Lin Wei was taken aback. Although she was of a high level, she was currently in a state of high excitement, and given the other party's excellent concealment skills, she did not immediately notice anything unusual. However, out of a warrior's instinct and Chen Muming suddenly changed aura, she immediately became alert and subconsciously adopted a defensive stance, with a faint chill condensing around her. What? Before she could finish speaking. Whoosh! 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 Several extremely faint whooshing sounds came from three directions simultaneously. Those weren't energy beams, but physical arrows. The special alloy arrowheads gleamed with a dark luster, clearly coated with a potent anesthetic or energy-suppressing agent. Their purpose wasn't to kill directly, but to subdue or capture. The target is Lin Wei. They want her to accidentally lose consciousness, or even disappear completely. The attack came too fast and too suddenly, with a tricky and ruthless angle, completely sealing off all of Lin Wei's room to dodge. She had just gone through a great battle, and her body was far from recovered. She couldn't even summon her armor instantly, and she was about to be hit. At this critical moment, Chen Muming was moved. His movements were faster than the naked eye could perceive. It wasn't a dodge, but rather an attack. Qin Shuang. Localized coverage. Generate an absolute zero force field on the palm. In the blink of an eye, the Frost Soul armor did not fully materialize, but instead instantly covered his right arm and palm like flowing water. The icy blue armor plates shimmered with a cold light, and an extreme chill that seemed to freeze time and space gathered in his palm. Chapter 32 Rematch with Venomous Fawn. He didn't even look at the incoming arrows. He spread his right hand, fingers outstretched, and clenched his fist in the air in front of Lin Wei. Click! A crisp sound, like glass shattering instantly from freezing, exploded. Centered on his palm, the air, dust, and even the high-speed alloy arrows in the fan-shaped area in front of him were instantly covered and frozen by a layer of deep blue absolute ice. The arrows abruptly and defied the laws of physics, freezing in mid-air less than half a meter from Lin Wei's body. They were completely encased in thick, crystal-clear ice, like insects in amber, even their dark luster frozen dull and lifeless. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Wei didn't even have time to fully react. She only felt a terrifying chill that made her soul tremble erupt from Chen Muming and then instantly subside. Then she saw those deadly arrows frozen in front of her. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and cold sweat instantly soaked her back. The attackers clearly hadn't expected that the seemingly level 4 energy user next to their target would possess such a bizarre and terrifying ability. The sudden burst of cold air not only froze the arrows but also disrupted their concealed movements, causing a momentary stagnation in their energy flow. We've been exposed. Launch a full-scale attack, a hoarse voice roared through the encrypted channel. The southeast and northwest side doors of the training hall exploded with a deafening roar. Four figures clad in jet-black combat uniforms and wearing demon masks pounced in like cheetahs. At the same time, the ventilation panels overhead fell off, and another figure descended like a ghost, wielding two short blades aimed straight at Lin Wei's skull. Their division of labor was clear, and their teamwork seamless. They were clearly a professional assassin team. The energy fluctuations emanating from these 5 individuals were extremely strange, sometimes concealed like an abyss, and sometimes erupting like a venomous snake. Their levels were all between the peak of level 5 and the early stage of level 6. Furthermore, their weaponry was not traditional weapons or armor, but rather more like that of assassins: wrist blades, grappling hooks, poison needle launchers, and a stealth force field generator that could distort light. They're from Venom. Lin Wei exclaimed in shock, her face turning even paler. Venom was a notorious mercenary organization that specialized in taking on all sorts of shady jobs, known for its ruthlessness and unscrupulous methods. Protect yourself, Chen Muming shouted coldly. Facing the attack of 5 elite assassins, he not only did not retreat, but took the initiative to meet them head-on. Xin Shuang. Fully equipped. Permafrost Wasteland Force Field deployed. Buzz. A surge of icy blue light instantly coursed through his body. The magnificent yet chilling Frost Soul armor instantly materialized around him. At the same time, an even more frigid and widespread field of extreme cold erupted from his center, instantly enveloping the entire training hall. Within the force field, the temperature plummeted. The ground, walls, and equipment were instantly covered with a thick layer of frost, and the air became viscous and icy, severely restricting the assassins' movement speed and agility. Their stealth force fields were also severely disrupted by the extreme low temperature, making their figures appear and disappear. What the hell is this domain? Watch out! There's something strange about his armor. The assassins cried out in alarm, their movements noticeably slowing down as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Chen Muming, however, thrived within the force field. The Frost Soul armor granted him not only defense but also exceptional mobility in extremely cold environments. The first assassin charging from the front wielded a poison wrist blade, aiming straight for Chen Muming's face. Chen Muming neither dodged nor evaded. His left hand, covered by armor, shot out with lightning speed and precisely grabbed the other's wrist. Click! A sickening cracking sound rang out. The assassin hadn't even seen the movement clearly when he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if it had been clamped by an ancient, cold iron, and his bones shattered instantly. He screamed in agony as the wrist blade slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Chen Muming didn't even swing the Ice Star sword in his right hand, he merely touched it lightly with the tip, and an extremely cold sword aura shot out instantly, accurately piercing the assassin's chest. The assassin's body stiffened, his skin instantly covered with a layer of ice, and he fell straight down, his life hanging in the balance. At the same time, attacks from behind and the sides have also arrived. A barbed hook wrapped around his neck, and several silent poison needles shot into the gaps in his armor joints. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Chen Muming instantly adjusted the thrusters of his armor, sliding sideways at an incredibly small angle to narrowly avoid the grappling hooks and poison needles. Simultaneously, a barrage of ice explosive bullets fired from the shoulders of his Frost Soul armor, not aimed at the assassins, but rather at striking their path. Bang bang bang! The ice bomb exploded, and a large amount of cold air and ice shards spread instantly, further restricting the assassin's movement and creating brief chaos. Song Shui, Ice Crystal Lotus. With Chen Muming's mental command, the Ice Star sword in his hand suddenly lit up. The lotus-shaped gem on the sword shone brightly, and countless tiny, extremely sharp ice crystal petals appeared out of thin air, as if they had a life of their own, spinning and dancing around Chen Muming at high speed. Hiss 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 hiss. The poison needles, grappling hooks, and even the energy blades hastily unleashed by the assassins that tried to approach were instantly cut, frozen, and repelled upon contact with this beautiful lotus of death. A perfect blend of offense and defense. Completely watertight. Lin Wei leaned against the wall, trying to minimize her presence. She looked at the figure in the arena who seemed like an ice god descending to earth, and the shock in her heart was beyond words. Is this his true strength? Facing the combined attack of 5 professional assassins of a higher level than him, he handled it with such ease. It was even as if he was toying with them. The defensive power of that armor was simply outrageous. The assassin's attacks couldn't even leave a scratch on it. And the sword's attacks were even more unpredictable, sometimes freezing the area, sometimes delivering precise kills. The last trace of doubt she had about Chen Muming's level vanished completely at this moment. Level was a joke in front of him. The assassins grew increasingly terrified and fearful as they fought. Their attacks were completely ineffective, while the enemy's chilling aura was relentless, constantly eroding their bodies and energy, slowing their movements and freezing their minds. The intelligence is wrong. The target's strength is far beyond our expectations. Retreat! The leader of the assassins finally realized that the mission had failed and roared out the order. Trying to leave? Chen Muming sneered from beneath his mask. Too late. Xin Shuang. Extreme cold shackles. The runes on the Frost Soul armor armplate lit up again, and the boundless cold air instantly condensed into several icy chains that shimmered with a ghostly blue light. Like living venomous snakes, they shot towards the 5 assassins who were trying to retreat at an astonishing speed. Chapter 33, Round 2 of the main tournament, The Endless Hunt. The assassins desperately dodged, but under the suppression of the permafrost wasteland force field, their speed was significantly reduced. Click. 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 With a series of sharp cracks, all 5 assassins were tightly bound by the icy chains. The extreme cold contained in the chains instantly invaded their bodies, freezing their energy circulation and rendering them completely powerless to resist, turning them into 5 stiff ice sculptures. The battle lasted no more than 2 minutes from start to finish. The training hall fell silent again, with only the faint sounds of the cold air and the freezing ice remaining. Chen Mumming slowly walked up to the assassin leader who could still blink, his cold armor and mask staring at him. "Who sent you?" The assassin leader's teeth chattered, his eyes filled with fear, yet he clenched his teeth tightly, refusing to speak. Chen Mumming didn't ask any more questions. He raised his hand, a point of extremely cold light gathering at his fingertips, and gently touched the assassin's forehead. The assassin leader's eyes rolled back violently, and he completely lost consciousness. He had plenty of ways to know what he wanted to know, but not now, and not here. He turned and walked toward Lin Wei, who was still in shock. "Are you all right?" The armor was removed, revealing Chen Mumming's calm face, as if he had just done something insignificant. Lin Wei snapped back to reality, looking at the frozen assassin and arrows on the ground, and shook her head with lingering fear. "No. It's nothing. Thank you for saving me again." Only now did she truly understand what Chen Mumming meant when he said, "There's always a solution to every problem." What he possessed wasn't just special energy, but overwhelming strength. "Is it aimed at you, or at me?" Chen Mumming asked, though he already knew the answer in his heart. Lin Wei smiled bitterly. "They're most likely after me. Some people don't want Crystal Flower to continue existing, and they certainly don't want us to find new possibilities." She thought of the infighting within the military research department and the merchant guilds that coveted SSS-grade core materials. Chen Mumming's appearance had touched the interests of too many people. Chen Mumming nodded. It was pretty much what he had guessed. "It's not safe here anymore. I'll take you back." He contacted the emergency communication channel left by General Li Jinghua and briefly explained the situation. In less than 5 minutes, a team of elite military soldiers silently took over the training hall, taking away the 5 assassins and all the evidence. General Li Jinghua personally sent a message, which was only a short sentence: "Understood. Well done. Focus on the competition." The atmosphere was somewhat silent as they sat in the military vehicle returning to Area A. Looking at the night view rushing past the window, Lin Wei suddenly asked softly, "Mr. Chen, are you really not afraid? What about the forces behind them?" Chen Mumming smiled faintly. "Fear won't solve anything. Only by being strong enough can you deter all the demons and monsters." He looked at Lin Wei meaningfully. "The same applies to you." Lin Wei nodded heavily, her eyes becoming even more determined. After safely escorting Lin Wei back to the military sanatorium, Chen Mumming returned to Building 77 alone. Lu Shi was still awake and anxiously waiting there, only breathing a sigh of relief when he saw Chen Mumming return. "Ming, are you all right?" The military came by earlier and said there was some trouble at the C training hall. They asked if I'd seen you. It gave me quite a fright. "It's nothing, we just ran into a few mice, but we've taken care of them," Chen Mumming said casually. Lu Shi could tell that he didn't want to say more, so he didn't press him further, but just muttered, "I have a feeling that there will be more and more troubles after this competition." "Trouble has always been there, it's just that it hasn't come knocking before." Chen Mumming patted him on the shoulder. "Get some rest, the rules for the second round should be announced tomorrow." The following day, the rules for the second round of the main competition were announced as scheduled on the main screen of the National Arena. Round 2 of the main tournament, Endless Hunt. Rules: all advancing teams will enter the simulated battlefield Dark Forest. Numerous level 1-6 mechanical beast projections and a small number of enhanced level 5 real mechanical beasts are randomly distributed within the forest. Boss level mechanical beasts peak level 6 strength will periodically spawn in the central area of the forest. Mission 1: survive for 120 hours. 2: hunt mechanical beasts to earn points. Points are calculated based on the mechanical beast's level. 3: seize the boss's token, only one per refresh, containing a large number of points. New rule: teams are allowed and encouraged to attack each other and steal each other's score tokens. Stealing a score token grants the team 50% of the opponent's accumulated points. The team whose score token is stolen is not immediately eliminated, but loses a significant number of points. Ranking criteria: final total points. Special note: the Dark Forest has a complex environment with special energy interference, which will severely limit communication and perception. The moment the rule was announced, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Encouraging mutual attacks? And taking away 50% of the points? That's too ruthless. It's over, the weak teams are doomed. They'll definitely be targeted by the strong teams and have their points racked up. The Dark Forest also has sensory interference. This creates perfect conditions for ambushes and sneak attacks. A leader-level mechanical beast, peak level 6? Who can defeat that? These rules are almost tailor-made for the strong, and the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, will be fully demonstrated. Chen Mumming narrowed his eyes as he looked at the rules. These rules had both advantages and disadvantages for him. The disadvantage was that he would become a target of public criticism. The advantage was he could now actively hunt. Especially those teams that harbored ill will towards him and those around him. His gaze swept across the crowd, landing on the grim faces of the Fire Scorpion and Storm Gang teams, as well as the equally somber-looking 5 members of the Crystal Flower team not far away. Lin Wei also saw him, casting a complex look at him from afar, a look that held both worry and resolve. Chen Mumming nodded slightly to her, indicating that she was not worried. Just then, a hostile and scrutinizing gaze shot over from not far away. Chen Mumming sensed it and looked in the direction of the gaze, only to see a team completely shrouded in dark red battle armor staring at him. The young man at the head of the team had an arrogant look in his eyes, and his aura had clearly reached the peak of level 6. The 4 goddess-level warriors behind him also had extremely powerful energy fluctuations, at least at the peak of level A, and there might even be 1 or 2 at level S. It's the Inferno team, someone whispered from the side. The top 8 team from last year's Divine Chariot. Captain Zhou Zhang is a battle maniac. It said he once hunted a level 6 mechanical beast solo. Zhou Zhang's gaze met Chen Mumming's in mid-air, as if sparks flew. A sinister smile, full of fighting spirit, curled at the corner of his mouth. He licked his lips and made a throat-slitting gesture. The provocation was self-evident. Chapter 34. The competition begins in the Dark Forest. Chen Mumming withdrew his gaze expressionlessly, his heart unmoved. Why bother with the barking of a mad dog? If it dared to pounce, he'd simply chop it up. His attention was focused more on the Dark Forest and sensory interference. This environment seemed perfect for doing things that he didn't want to be noticed. For example, you might accidentally encounter a team that requires in-depth communication. General Li Jingwa sat on the observation deck, taking in the reactions of the various teams below. His gaze finally settled on Chen Mumming and Zhou Zhang, a deep light flashing in his eyes. Endless hunt, perfect. Let me see just how much fog your sharp blade can cut through, and how many moths it can attract. A storm is about to unfold in the Dark Forest. Chen Mumming, on the other hand, was already prepared to become a hunter. On the massive teleportation platform of the National Arena, light flashed continuously. Enveloped in spatial energy, participating teams were randomly transported to various locations within the simulated battlefield, the Dark Forest. The 4 members of Chen Mumming's team stood together. Lu Shi held the Holy Light Shield, his expression a mixture of tension and excitement. Zhang Yao's shield shimmered slightly, ready to deploy its defense at any moment. Song Shui and Qin Shuang stood quietly behind Chen Mumming on either side, their beautiful faces expressionless, except for a hint of icy blue in the depths of their eyes, indicating that they were ready for battle at any time. Chen Mumming sensed the distorted spatial energy around him, his gaze calm. The competition terminal on his wrist vibrated slightly, indicating that the teleportation coordinates were being randomly generated. Is everything ready? Chen Mumming's voice came through the armor's built-in communication to Lu Shi's ears. Don't worry, Mumming. We'll definitely dominate this time. Lu Shi grinned and patted his shield hard. The light suddenly intensified, engulfing the 4 figures. After a brief period of weightlessness and dizziness, they felt a firm footing beneath their feet, and the surrounding scenery suddenly opened up. A damp, humus-like scent, mingled with the sweet aroma of some strange plant, filled the nostrils. The light suddenly dimmed towering trees, their branches and leaves displaying deep purple, dark green, and even airy blue hues, twisted and coiled, slicing the sky into fragments. The ground was covered with a thick layer of moss and ferns, emitting a faint phosphorescence. A thin mist hung in the air, not only obstructing vision but, more strangely, seemingly absorbing and distorting energy fluctuations, greatly compressing one's sensory range. This is the Dark Forest. Wow, the visibility here is terrible. Lu Shi instinctively gripped his shield tighter and cautiously looked around. His senses were compressed to less than 50 meters here. Beyond that was a blurry, chaotic mass of energy. A special energy interference field exists stably in the environment. Qin Shuang's cool voice rang in Chen Muming's mind, while sharing the limited environmental data she had scanned with him. Initial scan, no high-energy reaction within a radius of 100 meters. It is recommended to prioritize the establishment of defense points and adapt to the environment. Chen Muming nodded. He didn't act immediately, but closed his eyes and tried to extend his mental energy outward. Sure enough, it was like sinking into a quagmire. The mental energy that could previously easily cover several kilometers could now only barely penetrate to about 100 meters, and the feedback was increasingly blurry. This dark forest truly lived up to its name. But at that moment, the infinite energy supply engine within his body fluctuated slightly, and an extremely pure, almost primordial energy flow silently overflowed from his spiritual power. A miraculous thing happened. The mist that could interfere with ordinary energy became significantly less effective at hindering this seemingly higher-level energy. Chen Muming's perception range instantly more than doubled. Although it was still far less clear than the outside world, it was enough to create a huge information advantage. He could even vaguely see that 200 meters away, several level 2 mechanical beasts resembling giant insects were gnawing on a glowing mushroom. System, assist in scanning, mark all energy sources within the visible range, and distinguish between mechanical beasts and contestants, Chen Muming silently recited in his mind. Command confirmed. Environmental scan in progress. Scan complete. Establishing a temporary energy map. For level 2 mechanical beasts, gloomy beetles, 2 level 3 mechanical beasts, shadowclaw monkeys located in the tree canopy, and a pack of level 1 mechanical beasts, phosphorescent moss wolves, dormant state, distributed in the southeast mossy area have been discovered within the area. No other participating team's energy signatures were found. With the system's assistance and his enhanced perception, a relatively clear 3-dimensional map of the surrounding area immediately formed in Chen Muming's mind. The terrain to the northwest is higher, and there's a rock face there that can serve as a temporary base, Chen Muming decided. Lu Shi, shield the front. Zhang Yao, watch the flanks. Qin Shuang, continue environmental scanning. Song Shui, stay alert. We're moving northwest. The group began to move cautiously. The forest floor was soft and slippery, with tangled roots making movement difficult. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the faint sound of footsteps on the moss and the occasional, chilling rustling sound that seemed to come from nowhere. They hadn't gone far when the treetops ahead suddenly swayed. Watch out! Lu Shi shouted in a low voice, and the holy light shield instantly lit up, protecting him. Sizzle! Several jet-black claws, like shadows themselves, tore through the air and struck the light shield with a sickening scraping sound. It was those 2 level 3 shadow claw monkeys. You're courting death. Chen Muming's eyes turned cold, and he didn't even need to give any detailed instructions. Song Shui's figure behind him blurred instantly, transforming into the Ice Star Sword, which fell into his hand. The sword trembled slightly, and a condensed icy sword aura swept out like a crescent moon, not attacking the shadow claw monkeys, but slashing at the thick vines they were using as leverage to lunge forward. Snap! The vine snapped. The 2 shadow-clawed monkeys lost their support and fell with a scream. Before they could hit the ground, Chen Muming pointed his sword again, and 2 incredibly swift ice spikes shot out with precision, instantly piercing their skulls. The movements were clean and swift, without the slightest hesitation. From the initial attack to the counterattack, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. The 2 level 3 mechanical beasts didn't even manage to halt the team's advance for a moment. Lu Shi breathed a sigh of relief and clicked his tongue. Muming, your reaction speed is simply amazing. He felt more and more that his brother was unfathomable. Conserve energy, eliminate efficiently. Chen Muming repeated the previous tactical plan, put away the 2 tiny level 3 energy cores, and said, continue forward. This brief encounter honed the team's coordination, making them even more efficient. With Chen Muming's enhanced perception and Qin Shuang's continuous scanning, they were always able to detect danger in advance, either avoiding it or resolving it in the most efficient way. Occasionally, when encountering small groups of mechanical beasts, Chen Muming could easily deal with them using only the partial abilities of the Ice Star Sword, or Frost Soul Armor, minimizing unnecessary energy fluctuations and moving like a silent ghost in the dark forest. Chapter 35. I'll go scout the surrounding area. Soon, they arrived at the rock face. The view from here was relatively open, and with the rock face behind them, it was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Establish a temporary outpost here, Chen Muming ordered. Lu Shi and Zhang Yao immediately began setting up basic early warning and defense facilities. Chen Muming climbed to the top of the rock face and gazed into the distance. The dark forest stretched endlessly, shrouded in mist, with extremely low visibility. But his gaze seemed to pierce through the mist, looking in a specific direction. System, perform a wide area fuzzy matching scan based on the previously entered energy characteristic spectrum of the crystal flower team. Highest priority. Command confirmed. Wide area scan initiated. Scanning is experiencing strong environmental interference. Feature filtering and matching performed. Warning, wide area scanning will significantly increase the risk of host energy leakage and may attract high-strength mechanical beasts or other contestants. Continue? Continue. Control the energy overflow and simulate the local environmental energy fluctuations. Chen Mumming didn't hesitate. Finding the crystal flower was key to this round of his plan. Energy output optimization in progress. Matching in progress. Scan complete. 5-week matching signal sources detected. The strongest signal is located approximately 8 kilometers southeast of the host. Its energy signature is extremely unstable, with intermittent bursts of high intensity, consistent with the crystal flower team's aggressive operational characteristics. Probability assessment, 87.3%. Found it. A glint flashed in Chen Mumming's eyes. 8 kilometers was a considerable distance in this forest where perception was limited, but it wasn't insurmountable for him. Keep monitoring. Record its movement trajectory and energy fluctuation patterns. Logged. Target is moving, direction, due west-southwest. Energy fluctuation peaks continue to rise, suspected combat has occurred. Combat? Chen Mumming frowned slightly. In his crystal flower form, every battle was like dancing on a knife's edge. Lushi, Zhang Yao, you two stay at the stronghold, establish defenses, clear out the surrounding mechanical beasts, and collect resources, Chen Mumming said, leaping down from the rock face. Ha? You want to go alone because of my reputation? Lu Shi was taken aback. Okay, I'll go scout the area and be right back. Chen Mumming didn't say much more. Keep communications silent. Unless it's an emergency, don't contact me first. After speaking, without waiting for Lu Shi's response, he moved, and the Frost Soul armor silently covered his entire body. However, he did not activate the propulsion system. Instead, relying on the enhanced physical functions of the armor, he silently slipped into the dense forest like a ghost, heading southeast. The complex terrain of the dark forest would be a nightmare for ordinary people, but for Chen Mumming, who wore the Frost Soul armor and possessed system navigation and enhanced perception, it was like walking on flat ground. He darted through giant trees and ferns at high speed, avoiding powerful mechanical beast hordes, and approached the crystal flower in a straight line. The closer they got, the clearer and more chaotic the energy fluctuations in the air became. It was a mournful cry produced by the conflict and barely balanced balance of multiple high-intensity energies, mixed with the roars of mechanical beasts and the booming of energy explosions. Finally, as he passed through a forest clearing covered with giant, glowing mushrooms, Chen Mumming saw the scene in the distance. 5 figures were locked in a fierce battle. It was the Crystal Flower team. The Winter Guardian armor that Lin Wei had transformed into was still the core, but now it was covered with new scorch marks and claw marks. Its icy blue luster was extremely dim, and its movements were more sluggish and heavy than when it was in the training ground. The Radiant Wing's heavy cannon on her shoulder occasionally flickered, but the beams it fired were crooked and weak. The earth-shaking hammer on her arm swung with great momentum, but it missed every time, instead causing Lin Wei to stagger. The thousand-chance umbrella shield on her back flickered and was full of holes, and the shadow blade on her wrist was almost completely devoid of light. They are being attacked by more than 10 level 4 shadow cheetahs and 1 level 5 corrosive serpent. The shadow cheetah moved with ghostly speed, darting through the shadows of the forest and launching attacks from unpredictable angles, its claws and bites leaving numerous wounds on Lin Wei's Winter Guardian armor. Meanwhile, the venomous python, over 15 meters long and dripping with viscous venom, was the main force in the frontal assault. Each swipe of its tail caused Lin Wei's armor to tremble violently, and its venomous spray continuously corroded the already unstable energy shield. Suan, Lei Yu, Bai Ji, and Xia Yu were attached to Lin Wei in weapon form. Unable to move independently, all the pressure rested on Lin Wei alone. Through the system scan, Chen Mumming could clearly see that Lin Wei's energy core load rate had exceeded 200%. The soul link strength was precarious, and could break completely at any moment. She was completely burning her potential and life force to stay afloat. Captain! To the left. Watch out for the poisonous fog. We're running out of energy. The heavy artillery can't keep up with the charging. A faint, anxious female voice, filled with despair, came through the remaining link, coming intermittently. Several shadow cheetah corpses lay on the ground around them, clearly the result of Crystal Flower's hard-fought battle, but also exacerbating their exhaustion. Roar! The venomous python seized an opportunity, its massive tail lashing out like a steel whip at Lin Wei's side. At that moment, 3 shadow cheetahs pounced simultaneously from behind and to the right. Lin Wei was struggling to cope when the Thousand Chance umbrella shield on her back flashed violently and disappeared instantly. She could only barely raise her earth-shaking hammer to block the python tail coming straight at her. Boom! Click! The Earthshaker's hammer struck the python's tail with a dull thud, sending Lin Wei staggering backward from the immense force, her armor groaning under the strain. Meanwhile, the claws of the Shadow Panther on her right and back were already close to striking her armor. At this critical moment, a streak of icy blue light shot out from the dense forest without warning. Its speed was incredible. It wasn't an attacking mechanical beast, instead, it struck the ground to Lin Wei's right and behind her with incredible precision. Bang! A burst of light exploded, and an extreme chill erupted instantly. 3 crystal-clear ice walls, each half a meter thick, rose from the ground in an instant, like the most loyal guardians, blocking the path of the 3 shadow cheetahs as they pounced. Thud! 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 Caught off guard, the 3 shadow cheetahs crashed heavily into the solid ice wall, leaving them dizzy and disoriented, their attack instantly thwarted. At the same time, another, more condensed, dark blue beam of light swept past Lin Wei and accurately struck the poisonous mist that the giant venomous python spewed out again. Laugh! The toxic fog was instantly frozen by the extreme cold, turning into a huge, icy lump of ice that crashed to the ground. This unexpected assistance brought the battlefield to a standstill. Chapter 36: Rescuing Crystal Flower again. Lin Wei's pressure eased instantly. She looked in astonishment in the direction from which the ice arrow had come. There she saw an ice-blue figure standing silently on the branch of a giant tree. The Frost Soul armor emitted a faint glow in the dim environment. The faceplate was cold, and her expression was unreadable. It was him? Chen Mumming. How did he get here? Coincidence? Mr. Chen. Lin Wei's voice came through the external loudspeaker, filled with disbelief and a hint of relief at having escaped a desperate situation. Chen Mumming did not answer her. His gaze swept across the battlefield, and the system instantly completed the locking and threat assessment of all targets. Qin Shuang, use low-power permafrost field to limit the speed of the leopard pack. Song Shui, frosty path, divide the battlefield and isolate the giant python. The command was issued instantly. Centered on Chen Mumming, an invisible, extremely cold force field quietly spread out, precisely enveloping the remaining 7 or 8 shadow leopards. The leopard pack visibly slowed down, their movements becoming stiff and sluggish, as if they were stuck in an invisible quagmire. At the same time, the Ice Star sword appeared in Chen Mumming's hand, and he swung the sword downwards. Click! 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 Several enormous ice spikes suddenly shot out from the ground, not as an attack, but to form an ice barrier between the corrosive serpent and the shadow leopard, temporarily isolating the strongest level 5 mechanical beast from the outside. After doing all this, Chen Mumming leaped down from the tree, landing in front of Lin Wei's armor. With his back to her, the Ice Star sword pointed diagonally at the ground, his voice calm and undisturbed. Prioritize clearing out the minions. Leave the giant python to me. His tone was natural, carrying an unquestionable air of control. Lin Wei stared at the not-so-tall, yet seemingly imposing, blue-clad figure before her, and at the icy power that had so easily averted her crisis. A complex mix of emotions welled up within her. It was him again. Appearing like a miracle when she was at her most desperate. There was no time for hesitation or emotion. The instinct for survival and the inexplicable trust she felt in Chen Mumming made her carry out the order immediately. Su Wan. Lei Yu. Maximum power. Clear out those leopards. Lin Wei gritted her teeth and frantically poured her remaining strength into the shoulder cannon and warhammer. The Radiant Wings cannon lit up again. Although it was still unstable, a blazing beam of light was finally successfully fired, blasting towards a shadow panther that had been slowed down by the frost field. The earth-shaking hammer slammed heavily into the ground with a mournful howl, and the shockwave knocked 2 other staggering cheetahs to the ground. Chen Mumming then faced the enraged, venomous giant python. The giant python's scarlet vertical pupils were fixed on the small insect that had suddenly appeared and was emitting a disgusting chill. It opened its blood-red maw and sprayed out a torrent of venom with a strong putrid stench like a waterfall. Chen Mumming neither dodged nor avoided. Qin Shuang, absolute defense. The Frost Soul armor's chest plate flashed slightly, and a solid, ice blue diamond-shaped shield instantly unfolded, blocking the way. Sizzle! A terrifying torrent of venom crashed against the ice shield, producing a violent corrosive sound and sending up a large amount of poisonous mist. But the ice shield shimmered with light, incredibly tough, and stubbornly blocked all the venom, remaining completely unmoved. Energy absorption efficiency 100%, corrosive toxins neutralized by extreme cold. Threat level, low. Qin Shuang's calm report echoed in Chen Muming's mind. Chen Muming's eyes were cold. The attack from this level 5 giant python couldn't even force his battle armor to operate at full strength. Song Shuat, extreme freezing ray. With a flick of his finger, the light from the lotus-shaped gemstone at the tip of the sword converged, and a slender, dark blue ray, seemingly capable of freezing the soul, shot out instantly, accurately striking the giant python's upper jaw as it bit down again. Puff! The rays easily pierced through the scales, unleashing an extreme chill. Thick blue ice covered the python's upper jaw at a visible speed, rapidly spreading towards its head. Ow! The giant python hissed in pain, frantically shaking its head, trying to escape the terrifying freezing power. Chen Muming seized the opportunity to charge forward. The thrusters of his armor instantly activated, propelling him like a cannonball towards the giant python's vital spot. Break! The Ice Star Sword was raised high, its blade condensing to its extreme cold, transforming into an indestructible, icy blue edge that slashed down fiercely. Click! With a teeth-grinding cracking sound, the giant python's hard scales and bones were easily sliced open like paper by the extreme sharpness of the SSS-level weapon and the power of its unlimited energy. The enormous snake's head was almost completely severed by this sword strike. Only a bit of skin and flesh remained connecting it. The venomous python's frenzied movements came to an abrupt halt, its crimson vertical pupils lost their luster, and its massive body collapsed with a crash, kicking up fallen leaves and dust. On the other side, with Lin Wei's all-out burst of power and Chen Muming's icy force field assistance, the remaining shadow leopards were also wiped out. The battle is over. Lin Wei, in her Winter Guardian armor form, knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. The energy fluctuations around her were extremely weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. Suwan, Leiyu, Baizhi, and Xiaoyu also deactivated their armored forms and collapsed around Lin Wei, their faces as pale as paper, clearly at their limit. Chen Muming sheathed the Ice Star Sword, and the Frost Soul armor quietly faded away. He walked to the giant python's corpse, skillfully extracted the energy core, and then walked up to Lin Wei. He looked at the team on the verge of collapse, his gaze calmly sweeping across the desperate and exhausted faces of each girl, finally settling on Lin Wei's eyes, which were filled with gratitude, confusion, and a deeper longing. Instead of asking meaningless questions like "Are you alright?" he directly stretched out his hand, with the level 5 mechanical beast energy core he had just acquired, which was still emitting a faint energy fluctuation, and 2 level 4 energy cores that he had previously hunted. These should help you recover a little for now. His voice remained calm, yet it was like a warm current that instantly broke down Lin Wei's last line of defense. Lin Wei stared at the 3 energy cores radiating pure energy fluctuations in Chen Muming's palm, especially the one in the middle belonging to a level 5 corrosive venom python. Her breath caught in her throat. For them, whose energy was on the verge of depletion, this was like an oasis in the desert, a life-saving resource. She instinctively wanted to refuse the long-standing scorn and handouts she had endured had fostered an overly sensitive pride. But the waves of exhaustion emanating from deep within her body and the mournful cries of her soul connection rendered her unable to utter a single word of refusal. The other 4 girls also stared intently at the energy core, their eyes filled with longing and struggle. "Mr. Chen, this is too precious." Lin Wei's voice was dry and filled with shame. They had once again incurred an indebted debt of gratitude that was difficult to repay. Chapter 37. The seeds have ripened. Only by living can we have a future. Chen Muming's tone remained calm, yet carried an undeniable power. Absorb and recover as quickly as possible. The commotion from the battle here might attract other things. His gaze swept across the surrounding dark forest, his words carrying a hidden meaning. These words jolted Lin Wei awake. Now was not the time for sentimentality. She took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and solemnly accepted the 3 energy cores. "I cannot express my gratitude. Crystal Flower will remember this kindness." She immediately gave the 2 level 4 energy cores to Suwan Radiant Wings and Leiyu Earthshaker Hammer, who were in slightly better condition, while she herself gripped the level 5 energy core tightly. The 5 of them quickly formed a simple defensive circle and began to painstakingly guide and absorb the energy from the energy cores. The process was far from smooth. Their energy cores and connection networks were severely damaged, like cracked containers, resulting in low absorption efficiency and significant energy loss. Lin Wei, in particular, had a furrowed brow and fine beads of sweat on her forehead. The energy of the level 5 energy core was far too violent for her, requiring immense mental effort to guide and filter it. The slightest mistake could worsen her injuries. Chen Mumming stood quietly to the side, like a silent guardian. His frost soul armor remained on, and his gaze beneath the visor calmly observed the 5 people's condition, the system's scanned data feeding back into his mind in real time. Target Winter's Guardian Energy Core load rate 195%, 193%, slowly decreasing. Energy absorption efficiency, 11.3%. Energy dissipation rate, 62.7%. Soul link stability, extremely dangerous, fluctuating. Warning, at the current rate of efficiency, the target will not be able to recover its basic combat capability before the next engagement. The data is alarming. Their condition is worse than it appears. Just then, something unexpected happened. Lin Wei's body trembled violently, her face turning deathly pale instantly. The level 5 energy core in her hand flickered intensely, and a violent energy seemed to have lost control, rampaging through her body. She groaned, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Team leader! Sister Wei! Su Wan and the other 3 exclaimed in alarm, wanting to interrupt their absorption to help, but they were in dire straits themselves, and the energy fluctuations became chaotic. It seemed that Lin Wei was about to be severely injured, even fundamentally damaged, by the backlash of this out-of-control energy. Chen Mumming was moved. Without the slightest hesitation, he took a step forward, and his hand, covered by armor, pressed directly onto the core of the back of Lin Wei's armor. Don't resist. His voice, penetrating through the armor, carried a strange, reassuring power. The next moment, a vast, pure, yet incredibly gentle cold energy, like a trickle, flowed gently and firmly through his palm into Lin Wei's almost exploding energy core. This energy is so special. It has no attribute repulsion, but instead carries an indescribable inclusiveness and adaptability. It instantly soothed the violent level 5 energy and efficiently repaired the subtle cracks in her core and sorted out the chaotic energy channels in a way that Lin Wei could not understand. What shocked her even more was that wherever this energy flowed, the nearly severed and excruciating soul connection between her and Su Wan and the other 3 seemed to be injected with a magical lubricant and adhesive. The violent fluctuations quickly subsided, the tearing pain was greatly reduced, and it even became slightly smoother and more stable than before the injury. This is... Lin Wei was stunned, even temporarily forgetting to absorb the energy. This feeling was clearer and more profound than when Chen Mumming forcibly stabilized their armed forms during the last battle. It was a comfort and harmony originating from the depths of her soul, a kind of correctness she had never experienced before and had longed for. Su Wan, Lei Yu, Baiji, and Xiaoyu also felt this miraculous change at the same time. Although the external energy was mainly helping Lin Wei, the subtle fluctuations that overflowed swept over them, making them feel like parched seedlings receiving sweet rain. The energy, which was originally difficult to absorb and seriously dissipated, instantly became docile and obedient, and the repair speed was greatly accelerated. In just over 10 seconds, the out-of-control energy within Lin Wei's body was completely calmed down, the core damage was initially contained, and even slightly repaired. The level 5 energy core in her hand also stabilized and began to be absorbed efficiently. Chen Mumming withdrew his hand at the opportune moment, as if he had only done something insignificant. However, his face beneath the mask paled slightly for a moment, only to be instantly replenished and restored by the infinite engine. Just now, he not only transferred energy but also used the system's advanced functions energy harmony and soul link coordination to simulate the energy frequency most suitable for the 5 of them in their current state, consuming far more mental energy than the energy itself. Silence. A deathly silence. The 5 crystal flower girls stared wide-eyed at Chen Mumming in disbelief. If the previous rescue and gift of energy cores were like sending charcoal in snowy weather, then what he just did was nothing short of divine comfort. He not only saved Lin Wei, but also allowed all of them to experience the near-perfect energy sensation. How did you do that? Xiaoyu Shadow Dagger, with her straightforward personality, couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice, her tone filled with shock and longing. That feeling was so captivating. Chen Mumming did not answer directly, but looked at Lin Wei, whose breathing was gradually stabilizing, and said calmly, "How do you feel?" Lin Wei took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and felt the long-lost smoothness within her body. Although she was still weak, the despair of being on the verge of collapse had dissipated. She raised her head, her ice blue optical glasses looking at Chen Mumming with an incomparably complex expression, her voice tinged with a sob and an unprecedented firmness, better than ever before. Mr. Chen, your kindness, we. She seemed to feel that any words would be inadequate. As I've said before, rank doesn't represent everything, the key is the essential fit. Chen Mumming put forward this point again, but this time, to the 5 people, it was no longer an empty statement, but a truth they had personally experienced. My power may have been born to resonate with beings like you. He repeated his previous words, but this time, the impact was earth-shattering. Resonance. Is this resonance? The true state that SSS-level individuals should be in? Instead of the forced blending they had before, where they dragged each other down and suffered greatly? A crazy idea, one that they would never have dared to imagine before, sprouted wildly in the hearts of the 5 girls like weeds if he were to become their energy controller. Once this thought arises, it can never be stopped. Lin Wei's heart pounded wildly. She looked at Chen Mumming, her lips moving as if she were about to blurt out this presumptuous and outrageous request. But her remaining rationality and military discipline made her bite her lip tightly. Chapter 38, Demonstrating Strength. Chen Mumming took in their reactions, knowing that the seeds had been sown and were just waiting to sprout. He stopped pressuring them and instead said, "Recover as soon as possible. Let's travel together for now." These words instantly ignited a bright light in the eyes of the 5 girls. Traveling together? This meant they could experience that magical feeling for longer, have more opportunities to observe and learn, and even receive protection. Yes. Lin Wei replied almost immediately, her voice filled with joy and obedience that she herself was unaware of. Chen Mumming didn't rest in the following time. He had Qin Shuang expand the scanning range and personally set up some simple ice traps and warning runes around the area. Lu Shi briefly reported that he was safe via encrypted communication and didn't ask any further questions. The Crystal Flower team focused entirely on absorbing energy. Thanks to Chen Mumming's miraculous intervention, their absorption efficiency greatly improved, their dissipation rate significantly decreased, and their recovery speed far exceeded expectations. Although they were still far from their peak condition, they at least had basic mobility and self-defense capabilities. During this process, Chen Mumming would occasionally offer some pointers. Suwan, when the energy flows through the 3rd energy node of Radiant Wings, you can try to slightly reduce the output pressure by 0.5%, which can reduce the ineffective loss by 13%. Leiyu, the kinetic energy feedback system of Earth-Shaking Hammer is not necessarily better the stronger it is. Try to increase the synchronization rate with Lin Wei's core fluctuation frequency by 2 percentage points. The counter-shock force will be reduced and the control will be smoother. By Ji, the barrier units of the 1000 machine umbrella do not need to be charged simultaneously. They adopt a breathing alternating cycle, which can extend the continuous defense time by 30%. Xia Yu, stealth doesn't rely entirely on energy. By making good use of the light and sound in the environment, you can reduce the consumption of your shadow blade by 20%. Every word he said was incisive, pointing out details and misunderstandings they hadn't noticed before, and even touching on the core operational secrets of their weaponry. These were the optimal solutions derived from the system's scanning and analysis. The 5 women listened with growing astonishment and admiration. He seemed to understand their weaponry better than they did themselves. A brief attempt at his method yielded immediate results. Energy usage became more efficient, and their teamwork appeared more seamless. Who exactly is he? Could he really be the born ruler of SSS-class weapons? Awe, gratitude, worship, and an ever-growing desire to belong, all sorts of emotions intertwined and fermented in the hearts of the 5 girls. However, the dark forest is never peaceful. Just as the Crystal Flower's condition was beginning to stabilize and Chen Mumming was considering his next move, Qin Shuang's warning rang in his mind once again. Warning! Multiple malicious energy sources detected rapidly approaching. Location, north, northeast. Quantity, 8. Energy signature analysis, highly similar to the assassins who attacked Lin Wei in the previous round, Venomous Fang organization. Assessment, they are well prepared, targeting the host and the Crystal Flower team. Meanwhile, another participating team was detected loitering about 1 kilometer to the southwest, suspected to be the Infernal Prison team. Behavioral pattern, observation, waiting for an opportunity. Chen Mumming's gaze instantly turned cold. The hyenas that won't leave you alone, and the vultures that want to take advantage of you. He stood up, the frost soul armor visor fell off, and the ice blue optical lens swept across the dense forest to the north. Prepare for battle. This time, it's not mechanical beasts coming. Lin Wei and the other four immediately became alert, forcibly suppressing their recovery process and quickly entering combat mode. Although still weak, they were vastly different from before. They clung tightly to Chen Muming's back, as if they had found their only support. Deep in the forest, shadows crept in, and a murderous aura once more permeated the air. Chen Muming gripped the ice star sword tightly, a chill emanating from it. This time, he wasn't just on the defensive. The air in the dark forest seemed to freeze. From the shadows to the north and northeast, 8 figures clad in jet-black combat uniforms emerged silently like phantoms, their demonic masks appearing particularly menacing in the dim light. These were the assassins of Venom Fong, returned in greater numbers, their killing intent even more intense. Almost simultaneously, the trees to the southwest rustled, revealing 5 figures. Leading them was Zhou Zhang, captain of the Infernal Prison team. He wore a set of dark red, monstrous armor that seemed to flow with magma, his aura wild and violent, reaching the peak of level 6. Behind him, the 4 goddesses in their armor had also partially manifested their combat forms, a giant axe burning with flames, a set of gauntlets covered in lava plates, a spear spewing heat waves, and a shield engraved with fire runes. Their energy fluctuations were formidable, at least at the peak of level A, with the giant axe and gauntlets even faintly radiating the pressure of level S. Zhou Zheng stood leisurely not far away, arms crossed, a mocking and greedy grin on his face, clearly plotting to profit from the conflict between the two. He even deliberately released some of his aura to exert pressure. With wolves in front and tigers behind, the faces of the 5 girls of Crystal Flower turned pale instantly. The little strength they had just recovered seemed to be drained away again. They subconsciously tightened their formation and cast hopeful yet desperate glances at the only blue figure in front of them. Chen Muming's expression beneath the mask remained unchanged. The system's data stream rapidly refreshed in his mind. Threat Assessment Update. Target 1, Venomous Fawn Assassins X8. Average level, peak level 5 early level 6. Weapon type, assassin type, high agility, high stealth, specializes in ambush and poisoning. Threat level, medium high grouped. Target 2, Inferno Team X5. Captain Zhou Zhang level 6 peak, suspected S-rank molten core armor, team members X4A plus to S-rank weaponry, all fire-based, highly offensive. Threat level, high strong frontal combat capability, opportunistic. Our team status, Chen Muming 100% energy, Crystal Flower team average recovery to 30% combat power, soul link stability, vulnerable. Environment, dark forest, with suppressed senses, conducive to surprise attacks and ambushes. Mr. Chen Lin Wei's voice trembled slightly, not entirely from fear, but more from guilt and helplessness at having dragged Chen Muming into a desperate situation again. Chen Muming didn't turn around. His voice came through the mask, calm enough to send chills down your spine. Lin Wei used the 1000-chance umbrella at its maximum range for defense, not offense. Everyone else, keep your energy contained and focus on protecting yourselves. Trust me. His tone carried a strange magic, forcibly calming the nearly panicked Crystal Flower girls. Lin Wei gritted her teeth, and the enormous 1000 manifestations umbrella shield behind her, composed of countless hexagonal ice crystal energy units, suddenly lit up. Although the light still flickered somewhat, it stubbornly opened, enveloping the 5 of them. Suan, Leiyu, and Xiaoyu also did their best to conserve their energy and reduce consumption, nervously watching the outside world. Chapter 39: A single encounter, total annihilation? TSK, still putting on airs even when you're about to die? Zhou Zheng sneered, his voice booming with undisguised malice. Kid, hand over your armor, your sword, and those SSS-level scrap metal behind you. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you die a little easier. Chen Muming didn't bother with his trash talk at all. His full attention was already focused on the 8-fanged assassins who were spreading out like venomous snakes, searching for angles to attack. These people are the direct threat right now. They are skilled in coordinated assassinations and would never launch a head-on attack like the mechanical beasts. Really? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several extremely subtle whooshing sounds rang out from different directions. They were no longer physical arrows, but short shuttles formed purely from shadow energy. They were silent and almost blended into the environment, cunningly shooting towards Chen Muming's joints, the back of his head, and other areas where his armor's defenses were relatively weak. At the same time, several were aimed at the nodes where the 1000-chance umbrella shield's energy flowed. Ruthless. Precise. However, with Chen Muming's enhanced perception and Qin Shuang's precise scanning, these hidden attacks were as clear as fireflies in the dark. He didn't even move much. Qin Shuang, cold current barrier. The runes on the Frost Soul armor armplate glowed faintly, and a layer of extremely cold energy, barely perceptible to the naked eye, instantly spread out from him, like a low-temperature domain. As soon as those shadowy shuttles entered this range, their speed suddenly decreased, and fine frost even condensed on their surfaces, making their tracks clearly visible. At the same time, Chen Mumming casually swung the Ice Star Sword in his hand. Ding 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 ding. Like rain pattering on banana leaves, all the slowed-down shadow shuttles were precisely deflected or shattered. His movements were fluid and efficient, without a single wasted moment, as if he had already anticipated the trajectory of all the attacks. What? The assassins were shocked. Their combined assassination technique had never been broken so easily before. That's a tough one. Use that, the assassin leader growled. Two of the assassins suddenly pulled out a fist-sized black metal ball from their waists and slammed it into the ground. Bang! Bang! The metal sphere exploded, not in a violent way, but in a burst of dense, almost living black smoke. The smoke spread rapidly, completely obscuring vision and frantically absorbing and interfering with mental perception. In an instant, it completely engulfed Chen Mumming and the surrounding area. Oh no! It's soul-devouring black mist! Lin Wei exclaimed. This equipment is a military-grade contraband specifically designed to target energy users and those with armed perception. Ha ha ha! Let's see how you hide now. Zhou Zhan laughed loudly outside, seemingly very satisfied with the scene. In the pitch-black fog, visibility was extremely low, and perception was compressed to its limit. The assassins, like poisonous fish slithering into water, silently approached, their sharp wrist blades and poison needles aimed directly at the vital points of Chen Mumming's armor. In their eyes, having lost their sensory advantage, this kid, who relied on the armor's defensive capabilities and that strange ice ability, was already a sitting duck. However, they were wrong. Absolutely wrong. For Chen Mumming, who possesses system scanning and unlimited energy support, this level of black mist merely changed his vision from color to black and white thermal imaging. The location, movements, and even energy flow of all the assassins remained crystal clear in his mind. Game over. Beneath the mask, Chen Mumming's lips curled into a cold smile. He didn't choose to defend, but instead attacked. Qin Shuang, Permafrost Wasteland Force Field, Maximum Power. Song Shui, Extreme Ice Bloom. Boom! Centered on Chen Mumming, an even more terrifying and profound extreme chill suddenly erupted. The Frost Soul armor shone brightly, and its icy blue force field, like a tangible tsunami, instantly swept across the entire black mist area. Crackling sound. A series of teeth-grinding freezing sounds rang out. The dense, soul-devouring black mist, capable of consuming all senses, was actually frozen solid into countless black ice crystals in this terrifyingly low temperature of absolute zero, which then clattered and fell to the ground. The black fog dissipated instantly. Visibility returned. The 8 Fang assassins who had infiltrated the black mist and were preparing to launch a fatal attack were now completely exposed to the light of day. What terrified them even more was that the terrifying extreme cold field not only froze the black mist but also severely restricted their movements. Their bodies became stiff and sluggish, and their energy flow became stagnant, as if they were trapped in steel and concrete. How is this possible? The assassin leader was utterly terrified. What awaited them was a dazzling yet deadly dance of death that had been prepared long ago. The Ice Star Sword in Chen Mumming's hand burst forth with a dazzling blue light. The lotus-shaped gem on the sword rotated, and countless extremely sharp ice crystal petals with edges flashing with absolute cold light were generated out of thin air, sweeping towards the frozen assassins like a storm. At the same time, Chen Mumming himself moved. The thrusters of the Frost Soul armor burst forth with a brief burst of icy blue flames, allowing him to appear in front of an assassin who was trying to retreat as if by teleportation, and his fist covered in solid ice slammed out simply and directly. Bang! Click! The assassin's breastplate caved in like paper, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string. The blood he spat out was frozen into ice shards in mid-air. A storm of icy petals swept through, and the assassins desperately swung their wrist blades to block, but the petals were incredibly sharp and contained terrifyingly cold power. Their weapons were easily cut, frozen, and shattered. Screams of agony rose and fell. Instant kill. Utterly and completely instant kill. With Chen Mumming unleashing his full power and unlimited energy, these level 5-6 assassins, skilled in sneak attacks and assassinations, were utterly helpless when the battlefield was under control. In just 3 to 5 seconds, the black mist dissipated, leaving only 8 ice sculptures of different shapes in the arena. Some were in a blocking posture, while others had extremely terrified expressions. Their life force had been extinguished. Silence. A deathly silence. Not only were the Crystal Flower girls, who were watching the game nervously from a distance with their palms sweaty, stunned. Even Zhou Zhang and his Flame Prison team, who were originally watching the show and ready to seize the prize at any moment, froze on the spot. Their sinister smiles were completely frozen, replaced by disbelief, horror, and a hint of fear. 8 elite assassins from Venomous Fawn, wiped out in a single encounter. Is this something a level 4 energy manipulator could do? What kind of monster is that suit of armor and that sword? And that terrifying force field that instantly froze military-grade interference smoke. Zhou Zhang's facial muscles twitched, and for the first time, his arrogant eyes showed surprise, uncertainty, and intense fear. He realized he might have seriously underestimated this F-rank kid. This guy was definitely hiding his strength, or the quality of those 2 pieces of equipment far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 40 Golden Thunder Vulture. Chen Mumming slowly turned around, the Ice Star Sword pointing diagonally at the ground, with icy blue energy droplets slowly dripping from its tip, freezing the ground. The cold battle armor and visor turned towards Zhou Zhang. Although his expression was unseen, the invisible pressure pressed down like an iceberg. Now, it's your turn. A calm voice came through the visor, yet it carried a chilling undertone. Are you going to get out of here on your own, or do you want to become like them? Zhou Zhang's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Being threatened like this by someone he considered an F-level trash was an utter disgrace. But looking at the 8 cold corpses, then at the crystal flower behind Chen Mumming, who was weak but had a determined look in her eyes, and at Chen Mumming's unfathomable strength, he was suddenly caught in a dilemma. Fight? The overwhelming strength and strange ice ability that the opponent just displayed perfectly countered his fire element. The outcome was uncertain, and even if he won, it would probably be a Pyrrhic victory. In this dark forest, he could be taken advantage of by others at any time. Withdraw? Where would that leave his pride? If word got out that Flame Prison Zhou Zhang had been scared away by an F-rank, wouldn't he become a laughingstock of the world? Just as Zhou Zhang was struggling intensely with his emotions, caught in a dilemma. Warning! A rapidly approaching ultra-high energy reaction has been detected. Location, directly above. Energy level, peak level 6. Type, flying mechanical beast. The system alarm suddenly sounded in Chen Mumming's mind. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Zhang and his team members, as well as Lin Wei and others, also felt the terrifying pressure that descended from the sky, filled with a violent and destructive aura. A piercing, earth-shattering screech echoed through the sky. A massive shadow loomed over the woods below, and a howling wind nearly knocked everyone off their feet. A giant bird, over 10 meters long and with a wingspan approaching 20 meters, tore through the mist above the forest and swooped down. Its entire body was covered in dark golden feathers with sharp, knife-like edges. Its beak, like a giant steel hook, gleamed with a cold light, and its claws, as if forged from refined gold, were capable of easily tearing through steel. Its eyes were bloodshot, filled with a ferocious bloodlust. A level 6 peak flying mechanical beast, the Golden Thunder Vulture. Moreover, judging from its aura, it is far more powerful than a typical level 6 peak beast, and seems poised to step into the threshold of level 7 at any moment. It was clearly attracted by the continuous energy fluctuations and murderous aura below. Damn it! It's a Golden Thunder Vulture. Zhou Zhang's expression changed drastically, no longer caring about saving face. This kind of flying mechanical beast is extremely troublesome, highly aggressive, incredibly fast, and often holds grudges. The Golden Thunder Vulture's crimson eyes instantly locked onto the 2 targets below with the most obvious energy fluctuations: Chen Mumming, dressed in a cool battle armor, and Zhou Zhang, who was covered in flames. It let out another screech, its wings flapped, and dozens of feathers, like golden blades, rained down like a storm, covering a large area. Indiscriminate attack. Defend! Zhou Zhang roared in shock and anger. The shield bearers behind him immediately stepped forward, their fiery shields surging as they attempted to block. Chen Mumming's eyes narrowed. Qin Shuang, diamond shield formation. Lin Wei, retract the shield. Frost soul armor, instantly, multiple layers of rotating ice crystal shields condensed in front of her, while Lin Wei gritted her teeth and shrank the 1,000 chance umbrella shield to only cover the 5 people of crystal flower in order to reduce consumption. Clang! Boom! The golden feather blades struck the ice and fire shields, creating a series of explosive sounds. The power was astonishing. Chaos erupted instantly. Zhou Zhang cursed under his breath, knowing he was doomed no matter what. He glared fiercely at Chen Mumming and said menacingly, "Kid. You're lucky. Don't let me run into you again. Let's go." Having said that, he didn't hesitate at all. Leading his team, braving the attacks of the feathered blades, they quickly retreated into the depths of the forest, soon disappearing into the mist. Clearly, their lives and the competition were more important than saving face. Chen Mumming didn't stop him. His main target was the crystal flower, and there was no need to cause any trouble. Right now, the biggest problem was that huge thing in the sky. Enraged by the failure of its first attack, the golden thunder vulture swooped down again, its claws, sharp enough to tear apart a tank, swooping down with a piercing sonic boom as it grabbed at Chen Mumming's and crystal flower's shields respectively. Crisis strikes again. But this time, only he and the weakened crystal flower remain. Chen Mumming looked up at the huge shadow plunging down, and a cold light suddenly intensified in the ice blue optical lens. The cry of the golden thunder vulture tore through the air, and a huge shadow, accompanied by a gale, pressed down. Its claws, sharp enough to tear through alloy, gleamed with the light of death as they attacked Chen Mumming and the crystal flower below, which was contracting its defenses. Extremely fast, unstoppable. Mr. Chen! Lin Wei exclaimed, instinctively wanting to forcefully activate the 1000-chance umbrella to relieve Chen Mumming's pressure, even though she knew it was futile. Stay calm. Protect yourselves. Chen Mumming's voice was unusually calm, even carrying a hint of an unquestionable command. Facing this powerful, peak-level 6th-tier flying mechanical beast, his eyes showed no fear, but rather a sharp glint. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for, a stage to thoroughly prove the absolute value and absolute control of the crystal flower. Xin Shuang. The Azure Ice Prison protocol has been activated. Energy output limit lifted to 85%. Song Shui. Lock onto its wing joints with absolute zero. The command was issued via mental link within a fraction of a second. The vector thrusters on the back of the Frost Soul armor erupted with an unprecedentedly intense ice blue flame, not for movement, but to instantly transform powerful energy into a torrent of icy air that shot outwards. At the same time, all the ice crystal runes on the surface of the armor lit up, and a more solid and concentrated deep blue extreme cold force field suddenly expanded upwards from Chen Mumming's center. This is not a simple defensive force field, but a domain skill with strong solidification and freezing properties. The immense kinetic energy of the golden thunder vulture's descent crashed into the suddenly appearing Azure Ice Prison, as if it had been plunged into an invisible and viscous millennia-old glacier. Its speed dropped visibly, and a thick layer of eerie blue frost instantly covered its dark golden, knife-like feathers, making its movements incredibly sluggish and stiff. Screech? A hint of anthropomorphic astonishment and anger flashed in the crimson eyes of the golden thunder vulture. It had never encountered such a bizarre ability before. Just as its speed dropped to its lowest point, Chen Mumming was moved. Chapter 41. The seeds have blossomed. He exerted force with his feet, the leg thrusters of the Frost Soul armor propelling him forward like a cannonball, heading head-on towards the enormous claw. The Ice Star sword in his hand erupted with unprecedented brilliance, its blade seemingly transforming into a pure sapphire, the single, cold star at its lotus core shining dazzlingly. Break! He let out a low shout, and the Ice Star sword did not slash at the claws, but instead drew a mysterious arc, precisely striking the most vulnerable joint connecting the thunder vulture's wings and body. That was precisely the location that Song Shui had locked onto using the absolute zero property. Put. Put. Two extremely faint sounds, like ice crystals shattering, rang out. The extreme sharpness of the Ice Star sword, combined with the terrifying kinetic energy and infinite energy provided by the Frost Soul armor, plus the instantaneous brittleness of materials caused by absolute zero, creates an incredible effect. The golden thunder vulture's sturdy joints, which were strong enough to withstand the bombardment of conventional energy cannons, were easily severed by these two swords, as if they were hot knives cutting through butter. Awah! The golden thunder vulture let out a shrill scream of extreme pain. Its massive body instantly lost its balance, tumbling and twisting as it crashed down from the sky. Blood gushed out like a waterfall, but was frozen into blood-red ice crystals the instant it left its body. Boom! Its massive body crashed heavily into the forest, stirring up a cloud of fallen leaves and dust. It struggled but could no longer take flight, and could only futilely flap its nearly severed wings, emitting a desperate cry. The battle lasted less than 10 seconds from start to finish. A powerful level 6 peak flying mechanical beast, strong enough to make a level 6 peak energy master team like Zhou Zhang retreat, had its greatest advantage instantly destroyed by Chen Mumming's precise, efficient, and even artistic counterattack, turning it into a lamb to the slaughter. Chen Mumming landed lightly, his Ice Star sword pointing diagonally at the ground, its tip untouched by blood. He didn't even glance at the dying Lei Jiu before turning and walking towards the crystal flower. Silence. Linwei, Suwan, Leiyu, Baiji, and Xiaoyu had completely lost the ability to think. Their mouths were agape, their eyes wide, staring at the slowly approaching blue figure as if they were looking at an ice god of war descending to earth. Fear, shock, disbelief, all of which eventually transformed into indescribable worship and fanaticism. He did it. He really did it. In a way they couldn't comprehend, he effortlessly defeated a terrifying being they couldn't contend with no matter how hard they tried. Is this his true power? Is this the future that might be possible after merging with him? That thought, buried deep in my heart, erupted like a volcano, and could no longer be suppressed. Chen Muming walked up to them, his armor and visor rising to reveal his calm yet meaningful face. Looking into the burning desire and submission in their eyes, he knew the time was ripe. He reached out his hand, not to the dying Thunder Eagle, but to them. Now, do you understand? His voice was not loud, but it resonated like a great bell, striking the deepest part of the five girls' souls. SSS-level power should never be a burden or a curse. All it needs is a power master who can truly understand it, bear it, and resonate with it. His gaze swept over each agitated and pale face, the stability, strength, dignity, and even the future you yearn for. I can give you all of these. He paused, then uttered the final, decisive words, not as a temporary ally, nor as a merciful benefactor, but as your true, and only, master of power. Are you willing to form a contract with me? These words, like the final key, completely unlocked the long-closed door in the hearts of the five girls, a door leading to hope and strength. Without hesitation. Without struggle. Not even a second of thought. Linwei was the first to kneel on one knee, lowering her proud head that she had never bowed to anyone before. Her voice trembled with extreme excitement, yet it was exceptionally clear and firm. Linwei, Winter Guardian, I swear to form a contract with you. In this life and the next, I will only obey you. Suwan, Wings of Radiance, wishes to form a contract with you. Leiyu, Earth-shaking Hammer, I wish to form a contract with you. Baiji, Thousand Machine Umbrella, wishes to form a contract with you. Xiaoyu, Shadow Blade, I wish to form a contract with you. The other four girls also knelt down at the same time, their voices choked with sobs yet full of strength, as if they had unloaded a heavy burden, or as if they had found their final resting place. 5 pairs of eyes, 10 gazes, filled with boundless trust, fervor, and determination, were firmly fixed on Chen Muming. Okay. Chen Muming's face showed the first genuine, satisfied smile since he came into this world. He unfolded his spiritual pivot, condensing a point of incomparably pure, ice-blue aura containing the system's harmonizing power and the source of infinite energy. Within this aura, it seemed to contain the vastness of the stars and the sea, endless possibilities, and absolute control. He successively merged this icy blue halo into the course that Linwei, Suwan, Leiyu, Baiji, and Xiaoyu had already unfolded. Buzz. The moment his fingertips touched the brow of the last girl, Xiaoyu, an indescribable, vast and powerful energy surge suddenly erupted from the center of the 6 people. In the sky, an invisible resonance seemed to occur, and above the dim, dark forest, the faint phantoms of 7 stars flashed by corresponding to Chen Muming's original 2 SSS-level stars plus the 5 stars from the new contract. Although faint, they carried an aura of supreme majesty. The vast, boundless energy within Chen Muming's body finally found one of the most suitable outlets. Like a dam bursting, it surged gently and powerfully into the long-parched cores and souls of the 5 girls along the newly established soul contract channel. Ah! The 5 girls almost simultaneously let out a sigh of satisfaction and awe. This feeling was completely different from any previous energy injection. That was no longer external energy that needed to be painstakingly absorbed, but a power that seemed to originate from the very source of their lives, as easy as their own limbs to command. Every hidden wound in the energy core was being repaired and smoothed out at a speed visible to the naked eye, even becoming more resilient and larger in capacity. The Soul Link network was completely reshaped, becoming incredibly stable and unobstructed, without the slightest stagnation or pain. The energy fluctuations emanating from them began to surge wildly. Level 5 Beginner. Level 5 Intermediate. Level 5 Advanced. Level 5 Peak. In the blink of an eye, the 5 individuals' energy levels recovered and broke through to the peak of level 5. And this was far from their limit. It was merely the saturation point their bodies could temporarily withstand. More energy settled deep within their cores, awaiting further development and fusion. Chapter 42. The 7-in-1 SSS level lineup has arrived. Their appearances also underwent subtle changes. Linwei's Winter Guardian armor became more ornate and fluid, its icy blue luster deep and restrained, the damaged parts already repaired to look brand new, even better than before. Suwon's Radiant Wings heavy cannon flowed with gentle yet dangerous platinum light patterns. Lei Yu's earthshaking hammer became more solid and substantial. Bai Ji's 1000 chance umbrella shield energy unit was stable and bright. Xia Yu's shadow blade flowed with cold light, as if it could truly blend into the shadows. Most importantly, the inferiority, anxiety, and despair in their eyes completely disappeared, replaced by confidence, a powerful aura, and absolute loyalty and admiration for Chen Mumming. The contract is complete. A 7-in-1 SSS level lineup has arrived. As Chen Mumming felt the 5 clear and powerful soul links newly established in his mind, and the boundless, effortless power they provided, his heart swelled with pride. He could clearly perceive the state and abilities of each girl, as well as their unreserved openness and obedience towards him. "How are you feeling?" he asked with a smile. Lin Wei and the other 4 stood up, exchanging glances, all seeing the excitement and disbelief in each other's eyes. They gently clenched their fists, feeling the surging, terrifying power within them, yet as docile as lambs, completely at their mercy, a feeling that was both dreamlike and surreal. Better than ever before. Lin Wei's voice was full of power. She looked at Chen Mumming with burning eyes. "Captain, please give the order." This cry of captain came from the bottom of his heart and represented complete belonging. Chen Mumming nodded, his gaze sweeping over the still chaotic arena. "Then, let this endless hunt become our hunting ground. Our first objective is to wipe out all enemies who dare to covet us. Our second objective is to win first place in this competition." His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable and absolute confidence. "Yes, Captain," the 5 replied in unison, their fighting spirit soaring. In the days that followed, the Dark Forest welcomed the most terrifying hunting party in its history. Chen Mumming didn't even need to directly participate in every battle. He only needed to issue a simple command or provide target coordinates. Having fully recovered and further improved their strength, the Crystal Flower team truly demonstrated the terrifying combat power expected of a full SSS level lineup for the first time. As the main tank and commander, Lin Wei's Winter Guardian armor greatly increased mobility and made her defense even more formidable. She could even actively release a small-scale winter domain in conjunction with the breathing barrier technique previously taught by Chen Mumming, making her defense incredibly versatile. Suwon's Radiant Wings heavy cannon charges at an astonishing speed, and the particle beams it fires are condensed and precise, hitting exactly where it's aimed, with power far exceeding its previous level. Lei Yu's earthshaking hammer is no longer cumbersome. The kinetic energy feedback is perfectly absorbed and transformed, making each strike earthshaking and extremely powerful in terms of range control. Bai Ji's 1000 chance umbrella shield has become incredibly flexible and reliable. Its size can be changed at will, and there is no longer any worry about it collapsing. Xia Yu's shadow blade truly became a ghost on the battlefield. With the perception sharing provided by Chen Mumming, her assassinations became silent and deadly. The 5 players, under Chen Mumming's near-perfect soul link coordination, achieved a state of perfect harmony. No words were needed, a single thought was enough to execute the most exquisite tactical maneuvers. They are no longer the slow-moving, flawed arsenal, but a precise, efficient, and ruthless SSS-class killing machine. A team attempting to ambush them was blasted through their defenses by a sudden heavy artillery barrage before they could even see where the attack was coming from. They were then slammed into the ground by a giant hammer and finally harvested by a blade of light from the shadows. The scoreboard changed hands instantly. A team that wanted to use its numerical advantage to besiege them found to their despair that their attacks could not break through the seemingly thin but indestructible ice crystal shield. Instead, they were routed by the unpredictable ice attacks and precise point-and-click kills. Even a level 6 mechanical beast that was blind to challenge it was torn to pieces in just 1 minute by Lin Wei's head-on confrontation, Suwon's long-range bombardment, Lei Yu's control, Xia Yu's weak-point assassination, and Bai Ji's full protection. Hunting. A one-sided hunt. Chen Mumming strolled through his hunting grounds like an emperor, occasionally making a move, only using the Ice Star Sword to eliminate any fleeing fugitives or the force field of the Frost Soul Armor to control larger targets. He devoted most of his energy to scanning the entire map through the system, directing operations, and absorbing massive amounts of kill points and the occasionally appearing leaders' tokens. Their points skyrocketed at an alarming rate, quickly climbing to the top of the leaderboard and leaving the second-place team far behind. The outside world, the observation center. They were already enveloped in a deathly silence of shock. On the main screen, the real-time footage and data about Chen Mumming and the Crystal Flower team attracted everyone's attention. When they saw Chen Mumming instantly cripple the Golden Thunder Vulture, their gasps nearly lifted the roof off. Everyone was stunned when they saw the 5 members of Crystal Flower kneel down and swear an oath. When they witnessed the Crystal Flower team's terrifying transformation and overwhelming performance after the contract was completed, the entire observation center fell silent, with only heavy breathing and the beeping of instruments remaining. He made a contract. He actually made contracts with 5 SSS-rank characters at once. That energy fluctuation, peak level 5? Instant recovery and even a breakthrough? This teamwork, this fighting power, is this really the Crystal Flower? A monster, that Chen Mumming is the real monster. Is his spiritual core connected to a star? Exclamations of surprise, gasps of horror, and murmurs of disbelief rose and fell. General Li Jinghua clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, but his eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance, and he couldn't help but smile. Good. 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 It really was him. Only he could have done it. Dr. Zhao Qiming was so excited that his face turned red, and he almost leaned over the data screen. A miracle. This is a miracle of energy science. The peak synchronization rate of the Soul Link reached 99.999%. The energy utilization rate was over 98%. Almost zero loss. Zero repulsion. How did he do that? This has exceeded the scope of existing theories. Representatives from other academies and observers from various factions wore extremely grim and solemn expressions. Chen Mumming and Crystal Flower's sudden rise to prominence had completely shattered the existing order in balance. A power user capable of perfectly wielding 7 SSS-level weapons, their future potential is immeasurable. Immediately. Elevate the strategic importance of SSS-class weaponry to the highest level. Reassess the value of all SSS-class weapon holders. Investigate all information about Chen Mumming at all costs. His energy source. The secrets of his contract. Quickly. Contact headquarters. We need more resources and authority to deal with this unexpected situation. The entire observation center was rife with undercurrents. A storm was brewing. In the dark forest, a storm has already arrived. Chapter 43, Stage 2, First. Chen Mumming led the transformed Crystal Flower team, sweeping across the entire arena with an unparalleled momentum. Every team that encountered them either fled in terror or was instantly crushed and had points stolen. Finally, when the bell rang to signal the end of the game, the top spot on the leaderboard is firmly held by the name Chen Mumming, whose total points are more than 10 times that of the second-place player. This is an unprecedented and overwhelming victory. A flash of light, and all surviving teams were teleported back to the national arena. When Chen Mumming led Lu Shi, Zhang Yao, and 5 newly transformed, powerful, and sharp-eyed SSS-level goddesses out of the teleportation platform, the entire plaza instantly fell silent. All eyes were fixed on them, filled with complex emotions: awe, envy, fear, curiosity. Chen Mumming ignored the stares and looked up at the golden rankings on the main screen. First, Chen Mumming. A faint smile curved at the corners of his lips. The Ice Crown Citadel has been crowned. But this is only the beginning of the conquest. In the central square of the national arena, on the huge holographic leaderboard, the name Chen Mumming hung prominently at the top, while the exaggerated score numbers behind him, like a cold mountain peak, overshadowed all the other names below. As the light faded, Chen Mumming and his team became clearly visible. He stood at the forefront, his expression calm. Behind him, Lu Shi held the holy light shield, its light shimmering, his face filled with barely suppressed excitement and pride. Zhang Yao, having deactivated her armor, stood beside Lu Shi, her eyes equally brimming with excitement. And then, what truly captures everyone's attention is this. Not only the newly contracted and transformed Lin Wei, Su Wan, Lei Yu, Bai Ji, and Xia Yu, but also Song Shui and Qin Shuang, who followed Chen Mumming, stood quietly behind him. Song Shui remained as aloof as snow, radiating an aura that kept strangers at bay. However, a closer look revealed a glimmer of determination in the depths of her eyes, fueled by Chen Mumming's growing strength. Qin Shuang, on the other hand, remained as cold and composed as ever, like the most reliable solid ice, silently protecting her. The 7 SSS-level goddess warriors stood silently behind Chen Mumming in human form. Their temperaments varied, some were aloof, some were calm, some were sharp, some were fiery, some were profound, some were agile, and some were mysterious, but without exception, they all exuded powerful energy fluctuations and a kind of absolute loyalty and fanaticism to the figure in front of them that was deeply rooted in their souls. More importantly, they all stood silently and unreservedly behind the Energy Master, just like the most traditional goddess warriors. This silent declaration was more impactful than any words: 1 Energy Master, 7 SSS-level warriors. The entire plaza was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. All eyes astonishment, jealousy, fear, curiosity, fervor, disdain were fixed on Chen Muming. An F rank on the surface energy user, with 7 SSS rank goddess level warriors behind him? How could he possibly withstand such energy consumption? This was beyond absurdity, bordering on mythology. The host on the platform trembled uncontrollably. Congratulations to contestant number 0777, Chen Muming, and his team for winning first place in the second round of the Endless Hunt competition of this year's Divine Chariot Selection Tournament. Scattered applause broke out, but there was mostly a deathly silence and countless incredulous gazes. Chen Muming nodded slightly. His gaze swept across the crowd, seeing Zhou Zhang, whose face was ashen and whose eyes were filled with shock and resentment, seeing several middle-aged men in Chamber of Commerce uniforms with shifty, uncertain eyes, and seeing General Li Jing's undisguised admiration and burning gaze in the VIP seats, as well as Dr. Zhao Qiming's excited appearance that almost made him faint. He knew that this was just the beginning, and even bigger storms were bound to follow. The award ceremony ended quickly. Chen Muming calmly accepted the rewards, including special grade resource exchange permissions. As soon as the ceremony ended, General Li Jing's adjutant immediately made his way through the crowd to Chen Muming, saluted and said, "Contestant Chen Muming, the general invites you." Chen Muming nodded and said to Lu Shi, Lin Wei, and the others, "You should go back to the athletes' village to rest first." He paused and looked at the 7 girls behind him. "Familiarize yourselves with your power, conceal your auras, and avoid conflict for the time being." "Yes, Captain." Lin Wei and the other 4 responded in unison, with Song Shui and Qin Shuang also nodding slightly. The 7 of them moved with an unspoken understanding and an air of absolute discipline. Chen Muming then left with his adjutant. Inside the study of the villa. "Sit down." General Li Jing was smiled and gestured to the sofa, pouring tea himself, a rare occurrence for him. "Every time I see you, you manage to pull something earth-shattering." 7. A full 7 SSS level. Lifetime contracts for core fusion. Do you know what expressions those old guys up there are making right now? Chen Muming sat down as instructed, his expression unchanged. "General, I only did what I had to do." "Must be done?" "Ha ha ha." "Well said." Li Jinghua laughed, then his tone turned serious. "But this must be done has stirred up a hornet's nest. The value you've demonstrated and the disruptive power you've put on the existing rules have kept many people up at night. Venom is just an appetizer, the real pressure is yet to come. The Chamber of Commerce Alliance, the conservatives in the Research Institute, and even some people with ulterior motives within the military will not allow you to continue to grow." He leaned forward and lowered his voice. "The third round of the competition is no longer child's play. You will be sent to the real frontline buffer zone, the Rust Wasteland, where mechanical beasts roam. The environment is harsh, and more importantly, it is a lawless land, and also the perfect place for some people to tamper with things." He handed Chen Muming a black metal USB drive. "This is the latest reconnaissance data for part of the Rust Wasteland, 10 times more detailed than what's publicly available, including the locations of some unrecorded dangerous areas and suspected high-level mechanical beast lairs. Your special grade resource exchange permission has been activated with the highest priority. Once you get back, spare no effort to convert all the rewards and all your previous gains into real combat power. If you need anything, just contact my adjutant, and I'll use my authority to give you the green light." "Thank you, General." Chen Muming took the USB drive without further ado. He knew this was an investment, an expectation, and a move to firmly bind him to the military, but he didn't reject it. After leaving the villa, we returned to Building 77 in Area A of the Athletes' Village. Before even entering, one could feel several powerful SSS-level energy fluctuations coexisting harmoniously inside. Although they had been deliberately restrained, the inherent pressure was still unsettling. Chapter 44: The Calm Before the Storm and the Transformation. The clamor of the national arena was gradually replaced by the tranquility of the 77 small buildings. Chen Muming pushed open the door and entered, not to be met with the chaotic energy he had imagined, but rather with a strange, harmonious, and powerful energy field. 7 SSS-level goddesses, each with a distinct style yet equally dazzling, were either sitting or standing. Although the energy flowing around them had been deliberately restrained, the pressure generated by the resonance of their soul links still made the interior space of this small building feel somewhat crowded and suffocating. Upon seeing Chen Muming return, 7 pairs of beautiful eyes instantly focused on him. "Captain." Lin Wei was the first to stand up, her movements fluid and without the previous hesitation. Suan, Lei Yu, and the others also stood up, their eyes filled with respect and a hint of barely perceptible dependence. Even Song Shui and Qin Shuang, who had already formed a contract, showed a subtle, gentle tremor in their cold eyes. Chen Muming nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. He could clearly feel the surging power within them and the soul bond that was so closely connected to him, as if it were his own arm. This feeling of absolute control was wonderfully intoxicating. Lu Shi and Zhang Yao sat in the corner, their faces still showing shock and a little unease. Anyone who suddenly had 7 SSS-level beings by their side would probably not be able to adapt immediately. I've heard so much about you, General, that you're here. Lu Shi stood up, his tone somewhat cautious. We discussed the third round, Chen Muming said succinctly, placing the black metal USB drive given to him by Li Jinghua on the table. The third round, Rust Wasteland, is the real frontline buffer zone, no longer a simulated battlefield. The Rusty Wasteland? Lin Wei frowned slightly. As someone from the military, she had obviously heard of this place. The environment there is extremely harsh. The mechanical beasts are not only numerous, but also more bizarre and ferocious. More importantly, there are no rules. Yes, there are no rules, Chen Muming repeated, his tone calm but chilling. That place is a lawless zone, and also the perfect place for some people to eliminate accidents. Our performance in the second round was far too conspicuous. His words instantly tightened the atmosphere in the room. Everyone understands the saying, the tallest tree catches the most wind. Contracting 5 SSS-level beings at once, displaying overwhelming power, had undoubtedly touched a nerve with too many forces. In the next round, they would face far more than just the threat of mechanical beasts. Captain, no matter what we face, we will follow you. Suwan Wings of Radiance said firmly, her eyes gleaming with fervent light. With a stable and powerful energy supply, and having regained their dignity and confidence, they were now filled with high morale and fearless. Lei Yu Earthshaker slammed her foot heavily on the ground, causing the floor to tremble slightly even though she didn't exert any force. Perfect, let's test our new power with these. Chen Muming raised his hand, suppressing their fervent emotions. Your fighting spirit is commendable, but blind confidence is unwise. The Rust Wasteland is different from the Dark Forest. The dangers there far exceed our imagination. And we. His gaze swept over the 7 girls. Although the contract is complete, the soul link is stable, and the energy supply is worry-free, your own energy levels have only just recovered and stabilized at the peak of level 5, and your control over your newfound power is not yet proficient. And I. He paused for a moment, my spiritual pivot level is still at the peak of level 4. These words startled everyone. Indeed, Chen Muming's seemingly bottomless and inexhaustible energy supply made them almost overlook the fact that his apparent energy master level was only at the peak of level 4. Captain, your energy. Lin Wei couldn't help but ask. She had personally experienced that vast energy, which was like a galaxy, and it couldn't possibly be just level 4. My situation is special, Chen Muming interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for argument. But the upgrade of the spiritual pivot will still bring improvements in basic physical attributes, mental strength, and the precision of energy manipulation. This is crucial in complex environments. He naturally Wen Ti explained the existence of the infinite engine. Upgrading the apparent level was a necessary disguise and basic enhancement. He picked up the USB drive, plugged it into the terminal interface in the room, and a wealth of detailed data, maps, danger zone markers, and information on known high-level mechanical beast layers about the Rust Wasteland poured out, more than 10 times more detailed than the public version. The General has given us the highest priority access to resource exchange. We still have time before the third round begins. Chen Muming's finger swept across the holographic map, finally settling on an area. Our goals are simple. First, I will raise Ling Shu to level 5. Second, all 7 of you will be raised to level 6. Everyone gets promoted. And by a whole new level. If an outsider heard this, they would surely think it was a fantasy. Leveling up is no easy feat, especially for high-level beings. Each advancement requires a massive accumulation of energy and a deeper understanding of their own power, fraught with difficulties. But for Chen Muming, who possesses an infinite energy supply engine and the assistance of a system, energy accumulation has never been a problem. The only bottleneck lies in the speed at which his body and soul can absorb and digest energy, and the level barrier that needs to be broken through. As for Lin Wei and the others, after completing their lifelong contract with Chen Muming, their souls and energy cores were already highly synchronized with him, and the bottlenecks to their breakthroughs were largely shared and weakened. Chen Muming's breakthroughs would directly drive their resonance and improvement. We need a place with extremely abundant energy and relatively safe and secluded. Chen Muming pulled up the resource library list. The General has given the green light. We can exchange for anything we need. The list is dazzling: high-purity energy crystals of various attributes, gene enhancement potions, soul stabilizers, advanced repair fluids, disposable defense matrix generators, remote space beacons, and even some unknown strange items labeled "produced from ancient ruins." Chen Mumming showed no politeness whatsoever. He quickly selected with his finger 100 units of superior attribute-free energy crystal, used for basic energy infusion and breakthrough guidance. Soul Resonance Amplifier Large, X1 Auxiliary Contract Link, Synchronous Breakthrough. Level 6 Energy Barrier Generator sustainable for 72 hours, X1. Environmental Camouflage Force Field Device, X1. And a large amount of special materials used to strengthen the foundation of the Seven Goddesses' armament and adapt to the new levels, such as Extreme Cold Ice Marrow, for Songshui, Qin Shuang and Linwei, Radiant Crystal Core, for Suwan, Earth Core Jade Steel, for Leiyu, Void Fiber, for Baiji, and Shadow Essence, for Xiaoyu. Chapter 45 Rust Refining, Departure from the Wasteland. The points required for this list were astronomical. It would have been impossible to achieve without the first place reward in the second round and the general's special approval. But now, Chen Mumming confirmed the redemption without even blinking. The resources were quickly delivered through a special military channel, consisting of 3 large, sealed containers. Before we set off, we need to complete the upgrade first. Chen Mumming put away the supplies. Lushi, Zhang Yao, you stay behind and use these resources to improve yourselves as much as possible. We'll be gone for a few days. Understood. Go ahead with peace of mind. Lushi nodded emphatically, knowing that he and Zhang Yao would not be able to participate in the upcoming operation. Chen Mumming, accompanied by 7 armed goddesses, quietly left the athletes' village aboard a special aircraft arranged by the military, heading towards a secluded location in the mountains on the outskirts of Beijing, an abandoned ancient energy channeling station marked in Li Jingguo's file. The site contained faint underground energy ripples, was remote, and had readily available abandoned structures, making it an ideal location for a breakthrough. The aircraft landed on an abandoned platform overgrown with weeds. The group quickly set up energy barrier generators and environmental camouflage fields, covering the entire core area of the evacuation station. From the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary mountainside. In the core of the evacuation station, in a huge, dusty but still structurally intact circular hall, Chen Mumming placed the Soul Resonance Amplifier in the center, surrounded by piles of superior attribute-free energy crystals, like small mountains. Let's begin, Chen Mumming calmly ordered. The 7 goddesses, armed and in perfect unison, sat down around him and the amplifier, closed their eyes, and fully activated their own energy cores. The soul link between them and Chen Mumming emitted a faint glow, becoming visible to the naked eye. Chen Mumming stood in the center, took a deep breath, and let his consciousness sink into his body. System, assist in guiding the energy surge. Target, spiritual pivot level 5. Synchronize and coordinate the energy resonance of the 7 contractors to assist them in breaking through the level 6 barrier. Command confirmed. Unlimited energy supply engine output increased to 25%. Energy harmonization module activated. Soul link coordination maximized. Initiating impact procedure. Buzz. The Soul Resonance Amplifier first emitted a soft white light, forming a complex spectral force field that enveloped the 8 people. The next moment, the surrounding high-grade energy crystals simultaneously erupted with dazzling light, forcibly drawing in a tsunami of pure energy. This energy was then transformed and amplified, becoming 7 different yet equally powerful energy torrents, which were then injected into the bodies of Linwei and the other 6 individuals. At the same time, an even more vast and fundamental infinite energy surged directly from Chen Mumming's body, part of which was used to support the enormous consumption of the entire process, and the other part was frantically poured into his own spiritual pivot. Chen Mumming let out a muffled groan. Reaching level 4 to 5 was a significant hurdle. The expansion and strengthening of the spiritual pivot brought an impact far greater than before. Faint energy patterns appeared on his body's surface, his muscles trembled slightly, but his eyes remained incredibly sharp. Under the system's precise control, the energy, though violent, was always confined to the optimal path, efficiently scouring, widening, and reinforcing every inch of the spiritual pivot's defenses. On the other side, Linwei and the other 7 people experienced a sudden and violent tremor. The energy surging into their bodies was so vast yet gentle, perfectly matching their individual attributes, and was directly absorbed by their cores with almost no effort required to convert it. Under the impact of such a massive amount of energy and the resonance with Chen Mumming's soul, the level 5 to level 6 barrier began to tremble violently and was on the verge of collapse. Linway's Winter Guardian armor involuntarily partially manifested, its icy blue radiance flowing and becoming even deeper and heavier behind Suan. It seemed as if illusory wings of light unfolded. Leiyu was surrounded by a solid, earthy yellow halo by Ji's thousand chance umbrella. Illusory image spun endlessly. Xiaoyu's figure became indistinct. Song Shui and Qin Xuan, one with sword energy soaring into the sky, the other with frost covering the ground. The entire hall was engulfed by powerful energy radiance of various attributes, and the energy fluctuations surged and roared as if they were tangible. If it weren't for the level 6 energy barrier separating them, this commotion would have been enough to alarm the surrounding area for dozens of miles. Time passed little by little. The energy crystals were being consumed at a visible rate, turning into dust. Chen Muming's aura began to transform first. The level 4 barrier that had blocked him for so long finally shattered under the relentless impact of the infinite energy, making a soft cracking sound that only he could hear. Boom! His spiritual pivot expanded several times in an instant, his perceived spiritual power surged dramatically, and his precision in perceiving and controlling energy improved by a whole new level. His physical strength also increased accordingly. He officially entered the ranks of level 5 energy manipulators. Almost at the moment of his breakthrough, the resonance of the soul link reached its peak. As if in a chain reaction, 7 even stronger energy fluctuations erupted in succession. Click. 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 7 invisible cracking sounds echoed in the hall in succession. Linway suddenly opened her eyes bursting with icy blue light, her body radiating a chilling aura, and her energy level abruptly broke through to level 6. Suwan's radiance became pure and blazing. Leiyu's power became more stable and domineering. By Ji's shield energy was perfectly round. Xiaoyu's concealment was near perfect. Song Shui's sword intent became more refined and sharp. Qin Shuang's chilling aura became even more profound and restrained. At this moment, all 7 SSS level goddesses have advanced to level 6. A massive amount of energy continues to flow in, consolidating their new realm and strengthening their armed bodies. The whole process lasted a full day and night. As the last energy crystal turned to powder and the light of the soul resonance amplifier gradually dimmed, the energy storm in the hall slowly subsided. Chen Muming slowly opened his eyes, feeling the new power brought by the level 5 spiritual pivot within his body, as well as the clearer and deeper connection with the 7 girls behind him. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Linway and the other 6 opened their eyes one after another, feeling the immense power within their bodies far exceeding what they had ever experienced, and the absolute control they had over their weapons. Their faces were filled with excitement and exhilaration. Level 6. This was a height they had never dared to imagine before. And now, after the contract, it had come so naturally. They looked at the figure in the center, their eyes filled with the utmost reverence and loyalty. How do you feel? Chen Muming asked with a smile. Unprecedentedly powerful. Linway answered on behalf of everyone, her voice filled with confidence. Captain, we are now fearless in the Rust Wasteland. Very good. Chen Muming nodded. Consolidate your strength and familiarize yourself with the abilities of the new level. The 3rd round begins in 3 days. His gaze seemed to pierce through the abandoned evacuation station, reaching the desolate wasteland filled with the smell of rust and blood. His eyes were cold and sharp. At that time, all those who covet it will understand what true SSS level power is. A storm is coming, and they have already completed their transformation, sharpening their claws and teeth. Chapter 46 Rusty Wasteland, The Hunt in Ice Crown. The massive teleportation platform in the national arena once again shone with dazzling light. Unlike the teleportation in the previous simulated battlefield, this time, the fluctuations in spatial energy were more intense and raw, carrying a faint scent of rust and blood. Round 3 of the main competition, Survival in the Rust, is now beginning. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue through the loudspeaker, carrying a hint of imperceptible solemnity. All teams will be randomly deployed to the front-line buffer zone, the outer area of the Rust Wasteland. Good luck! Without much preamble, the light engulfed each team. After a brief but more intense sense of spatial disorientation than ever before, Chen Muming's team got back to reality. A thick, pungent wind, carrying the smell of rust and decay, immediately filled my nostrils. A thin layer of radioactive dust permeated the air, reducing visibility. The sky was a hazy yellow, as if shrouded by some massive source of pollution. Beneath their feet lay hard, dark red earth, as if it had been soaked in blood and dried up countless times, dotted with twisted, metallic plant remains and the enormous white bones of unknown creatures. In the distance, there are undulating, rusted mountains that resemble the spine of a monster and the ruins of huge abandoned buildings. Hidden in the silence are eerie rustling sounds and the distant, faint roars of mechanical beasts. This is the Rusty Wasteland, the frontline buffer zone of the war between humans and mechanical beasts, a lawless land where death and opportunity coexist. Damn, this place, the smell is really strong. Lu Shi subconsciously tightened his grip on the holy light shield. The shield formed by Zhang Yao also shimmered slightly, automatically filtering out harmful dust. Chen Muming took a deep breath. The oppressive and dangerous atmosphere unique to the wasteland did not make him uncomfortable. Instead, it stirred a slight restlessness within his body. He quickly scanned his surroundings, and the system's auxiliary scan instantly activated. Environmental scan complete. Moderate radiation contamination, disrupted energy field, significantly suppressing conventional sensing and communication capabilities, approximately 75%. Terrain analysis: the current location is an eroded basin on the outskirts of a wasteland. Threat detection: within a 1 kilometer radius, a pack of 12 level 3 corrosive hyenas, 3 level 4 mech digging beetles, and 1 level 5 acid sprayer lurking in an abandoned pipe on the southeast side have been detected. No other participating team's energy signatures have been found. Establish a defensive formation, Qin Shuang. Continue environmental scanning, prioritizing high energy reactions and abnormal energy sources. Chen Muming calmly gave the order, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears through the armor's built-in communication system. Yes. Qin Shuang responded in a cold voice, and the scanning beam of the Frost Soul armor spread out silently. Lin Wei, Su Wan, and the other three immediately took action. Without needing many words, their long-term collaboration in Soul Link had forged an unparalleled synergy. Lin Wei's Winter Guardian armor leaned slightly forward, poised to activate maximum defense at any moment. Su Wan's Radiant Wings heavy cannon adjusted its muzzle, locking onto potential threats. Lei Yu's Earthshaker hammer lightly touched the ground, sensing the tremors beneath. Bai Ji's Thousand Chance umbrella shield was in a semi-activated state, its energy flowing continuously. Xia Yu's Shadow Blade figure subtly blurred, as if merging into the surrounding shadows, responsible for guarding the flanks and rear. He gripped the Ice Star sword in his hand, ready to fight. This team, consisting of 1 energy user and 7 SSS-level goddess warriors, exuded a chilling and oppressive aura simply by standing there. Mumming, what do we do now? Lu Shi asked, his voice filled with tension, but even more so with excitement. Having witnessed Chen Muming and Crystal Flower's transformed strength, he was full of confidence for this trip to the wasteland. The hunt begins. Chen Muming's gaze beneath his visor was sharp as a knife. First objective, clear out surrounding threats and acquire initial points and resources. Second objective, advance into the wasteland to find resource beacons, gain points, items, and high-value targets. No sooner had he finished speaking than the abandoned pipe on the southeast side suddenly burst open. A massive mechanical beast, its body bloated and its skin dripping highly corrosive sap like melting wax, suddenly emerged. A level 5 acid sprayer. It had no eyes, only a huge, constantly opening and closing cavity spewing acid mist, and locked onto Chen Muming's team, whose energy fluctuations were the most obvious. Laugh. A thick, dark green column of humic acid sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun, making the air hiss as it was corroded. Shield. Lu Shi roared, and the holy light shield instantly lit up with brilliant holy light, meeting the column of acid head-on. However, the power of the level 5 mechanical beast's furious attack should not be underestimated. The holy light shield's light dimmed rapidly under the corrosive acid, and Lu Shi was forced to retreat repeatedly, his arm going numb. Energy attribute counter. Lu Shi, step back. Chen Muming shouted coldly, without taking action himself, but with a thought. Lin Wei, Winter's Bulwark. Su Wan, Radiant Judgment, target the jet nozzle. Yes. Chen Muming instantly took a step forward, and the Winter Guardian armor shone brightly. A huge, heavy, arc-shaped ice shield, carved with ice crystal patterns, materialized out of thin air and blocked the front of the team. The column of corrosive acid slammed into the ice shield, producing a violent corrosive sound and white mist rising, but the ice shield was extremely tough, and the cold air continuously froze the acid, making it impossible for it to penetrate. At the same time, the Radiant Wings heavy cannon on his shoulder was fully charged, and extremely condensed incandescent light condensed at the muzzle. Judgment! Chen Muming shouted. Buzz! A beam of incandescent white particles, only as thick as an arm but extremely solid, shot out instantly. Its speed was astonishing, and it passed through the acid mist with perfect precision, directly entering the open spray nozzle of the acid sprayer. Put! A burst of light erupted from within. The massive body of the acid-spraying creature stiffened abruptly, a muffled explosion resounding from within, before it crashed to the ground, its corrosive slime spreading out and quickly freezing. One-hit kill. From the initial attack to the counterattack, the entire process took less than 5 seconds. Lin Wei's defense was impenetrable, while Su Wan's attacks were precise and deadly. Their coordination was flawless. Lu Shi was dumbfounded. He knew they had become stronger, but he hadn't expected them to be this strong. They dealt with level 5 mechanical beasts so easily. Points plus 150, the participant's terminal displayed a notification. Chen Mumming nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction with the cooperation. Collect energy cores and continue forward. Over the next few hours, Chen Mumming's team advanced steadily in a straight line in the outer area of the rusty wasteland, like an efficient killing assembly line. Why go in a straight line? Of course, it's because the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Chapter 47 Level 8 Mechanical Beast Tyrant Thunder Ape. Encountering a small horde of mechanical beasts? Chen Mumming led the charge, controlling the ice field. Lei Yu's giant hammer slammed down enemies. Xiaoyu finished off the remaining enemies from the shadows. Bai Ji's shield ensured everyone remained unharmed, and Su Wan precisely targeted and eliminated high-threat targets from a distance. Their coordination was fluid and seamless, as if they were one unified force. Have you discovered the level 6 mechanical beast Bone Ripper hidden in the ruins? Song Shui's Ice Star Sword unleashed a torrent of sword energy, the extreme cold slowing its speed. Xin Shuang's Frost Soul Armor engaged in close combat, using absolute defense to withstand the claw's tearing attacks and releasing an eternal freeze force field to further restrict its movement. Finally, a powerful radiant burst finished off its core. The entire process was efficient, calm, and without the slightest delay. His boundless energy, like an inexhaustible spring, sustained the 7 SSS-level goddess-level weapons in continuous high-intensity combat, completely shattering the conventional understanding of the energy consumption of high-grade weapons. They could unleash their ultimate attacks without restraint, maintain their combat stance continuously, and maximize the performance of their weapons. The team's points are skyrocketing, and they are unsurprisingly at the top of the rankings, leaving the second-place team far behind. Their efficient killing and unusually stable energy fluctuations finally attracted the attention of other teams. Behind a high, rusted ridge, several pairs of eyes watched in astonishment through observation equipment as a team led by blue-armored warriors cleared out a sizable Iron Claw Wolf Den average level 4, with the Alpha Wolf at peak level 5 in the basin below, as if cutting melons and vegetables. Are you crazy? Is that really a crystal flower? When did they become so fierce? And that Chen Mumming, just how many can he contract? Why does his energy fluctuation not seem to have weakened at all? Judging from his condition, is this the kind of effect an SSS-level weapon could produce? Is the energy consumption figure fake? Look at the leaderboard. Their points are increasing at an alarming rate. These teams were incredulous, yet also filled with fear and greed. Defeating such a team would skyrocket their points. But their strength was also awe-inspiring. Zhou Zhang from the Flame Prison team was also among them, his face terribly grim. He had originally planned to find an opportunity to retaliate against Chen Mumming in the wasteland, but after witnessing the overwhelming strength displayed by the opposing team, he hesitated for the first time. Not only was their strength bizarre, but their combat power had also undergone a qualitative leap. Captain, we. The team member beside him hesitated. Just clearing out some small fry. Zhou Zhang forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and said stubbornly, the energy consumption of SSS-level tanks is a major weakness. They're charging ahead fiercely now, but sooner or later they'll run out of energy. When that happens, that will be our opportunity. Follow them, and when they weaken or run into trouble, then we'll make our move. Similar thoughts arose in the minds of many teams secretly observing. They lingered at a distance like hyenas, waiting for the moment their prey showed signs of fatigue. However, they were destined to be disappointed. In the basin, Chen Mumming, having cleared out the wolf pack, seemed to sense something. He looked up at the distant mountain ridge, his ice blue mask reflecting the dim light, his expression unreadable. Captain, we've detected multiple teams spying on us from a distance, including Infernal Hell, Xin Shuang calmly reported. Chen Mumming wasn't he surprised. Looks like we're too conspicuous. Should we deal with them? Xia Yu's voice came from the shadows, carrying a chilling killing intent. After advancing to level 6, her stealth and assassination abilities became even more terrifying. No need, Chen Mumming said calmly. Let them follow. We need some spectators just in case. His gaze shifted deeper into the wasteland, where the energy reactions were even more chaotic and powerful. Take a 10-minute break, then head towards the 3 o'clock direction. According to the map the general gave us, there is a small mechanical beast mother nest there, occupied by a tyrant thunder ape at the early stage of level 8. The nest should contain a high-purity energy vein and the golden resource beacon for this competition. Level 8 mechanical beast. A jolt ran through them, but a surge of intense fighting spirit immediately followed. Before, the mere mention of a level 7 mechanical beast would have filled them with despair, but now. Finally, a worthy opponent. Chen Mumming licked his lips, and the Earthshaker hammer crackled with electricity. Level 8, beginner stage, perfect for testing our current strength. Lin Wei's ice blue optical glasses gleamed with a cold light. Chen Mumming looked at his team members, who were full of fighting spirit, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He knew those watching eyes were still there. Weren't they waiting for their chance? Let them see clearly that the so-called energy consumption limit simply does not exist for him. It also made everyone realize that the terrifying power of the 7-in-1 SSS level lineup, which has unlimited energy support, is enough to overturn the understanding of this era. Set off. The blue figure took the lead, heading deep into the wasteland towards the lair of the level 7 Tyrant Thunder Ape. Behind him, Lucy followed closely, their energy fluctuations forming a continuous mass, like a mobile war fortress. The observers on the ridge looked at each other, sensing a chillingly powerful energy reaction from that direction. Where do they want to go? That direction seems to be Thunder Roar Valley? That's the territory of the level 8 mechanical beast, Tyrant Thunder Ape. Are they crazy? They're going to provoke a level 8 mechanical beast? Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. Zhou Zhang's pupils shrank sharply as he stared intently at the direction where Chen Mumming's team had disappeared, his face filled with surprise, uncertainty, and a hint of horror. Actively challenging an 8th level mechanical beast? Even the Infernal Hell team at its peak wouldn't dare to attempt it lightly. The energy required would be astronomical. What makes them think they can do that? Follow him. Zhou Zhang gritted his teeth and said. He wanted to see whether Chen Mumming was just bluffing or truly possessed the power to overturn all common sense. The wind in the rusty wasteland seemed to grow even more biting and chilling. A hunt for a level 7 mechanical beast was about to begin. And this hunt was destined to become the stage where Chen Mumming truly announced the rise of his power, shocking all those who had been watching. Chapter 48 Thunderous Rift Valley, the absolute domain of the Power Master. The howling wind swept across the rusty wasteland, whipping up corroded dust and ominous radioactive particles. Chen Mumming stood at the forefront of the group, his entire body covered in the frost soul armor, the streamlined ice blue armor gleaming coldly in the dim light. His consciousness was like the center of a complex network, simultaneously connected to the 7 SSS-rank goddess warriors behind him, whose souls had merged with his. They were not independent individuals, but extensions of his will and power, peerless weapons waiting to be grasped in his hands and donned upon his body. Target, Thunder Roar Valley, the lair of the level 8 low-level mechanical beast, Tyrant Thunder Ape. Deeper into the Rift Valley, the landscape became increasingly grotesque. The massive fissures resembled scars on the earth, and the roars emanating from the valley floor were no longer faint, but rather continuous thunderous booms, interspersed with the ear-piercing noise of metal being twisted and torn apart by immense force. The chaotic energy storms were enough to shatter the perception of ordinary energy users, but with Chen Mumming's system-enhanced mental power and the support of the Infinite Engine, a three-dimensional scan map with a radius of nearly a kilometer clearly appeared in his mind. The peak energy reading continues to climb, and the core reaction source is located about 800 meters deep in the rift. The surrounding energy field is extremely active, exhibiting strong lightning attribute repulsion and interference characteristics. Qin Shuang's cold voice echoed directly in Chen Mumming's consciousness. She was the Frost Soul Armor, and also his secondary brain, processing and feeding back all battlefield data. Lock onto it. Chen Mumming responded mentally, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing through the pervasive energy dust and landing on the massive entrance to the Rift Valley. The scattered remains of enormous mechanical beasts at the valley entrance and the rock walls that seemed to have been torn apart by giant claws silently testify to the terrifying power that dominated this place. Captain, Infernal Inferno and 4 other teams are still lingering 1.5 kilometers away, their intention to observe is obvious. Xia Yu's voice was like the subtlest electric current running through Chen Mumming's senses. The characteristics of Shadow Blade made her exceptionally sensitive to the spying around her. It's all right. Chen Mumming's mind was calm and undisturbed. Keep monitoring. Today, we are the main actors, and they are just the audience. His attention was now completely focused on the prey ahead. As soon as the team arrived at the entrance to the Rift Valley, a shockwave mixed with the smell of burning ozone and violent energy suddenly exploded. Roar! A roar shook the heavens and the earth, and a visible sonic wave, carrying leaping arcs of electricity, surged forth. The earth trembled violently in response. The next instant, a colossal creature smashed through the dust and smoke in the valley and charged out with overwhelming ferocity. The Tyrant Thunder Ape. A terrifying being at the early stage of level 8. Its nearly 10-meter-tall body is covered in metallic, dark blue fur streaked with lightning strikes. At the ends of its thick arms are 4 enormous metal claws crackling with destructive lightning. Its eyes are 2 pools of boiling lightning, its pure savagery and destructive will almost tangible. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Shen Muming's eyes remained icy, showing no intention of retreating. His powerful mental energy acted like an invisible conductor's baton, instantly activating all the weapons behind him. Array deployed, Throne of Extreme Cold. As soon as the command was given, 7 beams of light shone simultaneously and converged on Shen Muming. First, Lin Wei's Winter Guardian armor didn't appear alone. Instead, it transformed into a thick, icy blue stream of light, directly resonating and merging with Shen Muming's Frost Soul armor. As both being armor types, their characteristics perfectly overlapped. Instantly, the Frost Soul armor on Shen Muming's body underwent a slight adjustment, becoming thicker and more robust. The unique ice crystal patterns of the Winter Guardian appeared on the armor plates, and its defensive power and cold energy output increased exponentially. A massive, arc-shaped ice shield, inscribed with dual iceborne runes, instantly condensed and expanded in front of his left arm. Winter Barrier Absolute Protection. Immediately afterward, the 1000 machine umbrella that Bai Ji had transformed into did not form an independent shield. Instead, it transformed into countless hexagonal energy modules, attaching to and fusing into the dual shield system of the Frost Soul Winter armor as if it possessed a life of its own. This caused the already thick ice shield surface to shimmer with iridescent light, greatly enhancing its adaptive defensive capabilities. Dozens of small energy shields automatically generated, surrounding the body and precisely intercepting the bouncing lightning arcs. 1000 machine coordinated defense array. The earth-shaking hammer that Lei Yu transformed into did not appear in anyone else's hand, but directly in Shen Muming's right hand, which was covered by the fusion armor. The hammer was covered in a blend of ice blue and earth yellow light, and its huge head contained a heart-palpitating weight and freezing power. The heavy particle cannon, which Su Wan had transformed into, underwent structural transformation and disintegrated, precisely mounting itself on the right shoulder of Shen Muming's fused battle armor. The muzzle shimmered with a halo of blazing white and ice blue light, entering an overload pre-charge state, and locked onto the charging Thunder Ape Radiance overload focus. Xia Yu's transformed Shadow Blade did not manifest itself, but instead transformed into 2 flowing shadows, covering the armor of Shen Muming's fused battle armor. This caused the claw blades to shimmer with a high-frequency vibrating dark and cold light, greatly enhancing their close combat tearing and armor-piercing capabilities, and endowing their attacks with the shadow characteristic, making them elusive. Song Shue's transformed Ice Star Sword was held in Shen Muming's left hand. The sword's icy lotus radiance was contained within, and the extremely cold sword energy was highly compressed. The sword tip trembled slightly, ready to strike. Xin Shuang's consciousness was fully integrated into the control core of the fusion armor, optimizing all energy flow and tactical calculations. At this moment, Shen Muming seemed to transform into a mobile frost war fortress. He possessed the strongest shield fusion armor plus 1000 chance umbrella, the strongest heavy blow earth-shaking hammer, the strongest ranged attack radiant wings, the strongest assassination shadow blade, and the strongest point-blank attack ice star sword. The power of the 7 SSS level goddess's weapons perfectly fused, superimposed, and resonated within him. Boom! The Tyrant Thunder Ape charged forward furiously, its enormous lightning claws slamming down with the force to tear the heavens and earth apart. Shen Muming neither dodged nor avoided, and his left arm's Winter Barrier Absolute Protection thrust forward fiercely. A deafening impact exploded. Ice shards and lightning flew wildly everywhere. The double shield, which combined the power of Lin Wei and Bai Ji, trembled violently, and ripples spread rapidly across its surface, yet it withstood this terrifying blow. The extreme cold that spread across the shield even reversed its course, attempting to freeze the raging lightning claw. Enraged, the Thunder Ape raised its other claw high, gathering even more terrifying lightning energy, ready to smash down again. Shen Muming had an idea. A flash of light appeared at the muzzle of the Radiant Wings cannon on the right shoulder. A radiant-piercing bullet of extreme precision and speed was fired silently, hitting the energy node on the elbow of the Thunder Ape as it raised its claws with perfect accuracy. Lei Yuan's movements froze, lightning flashed erratically at his elbow, and the gathered energy was interrupted and backfired. Chapter 49. That wasn't a battle, that was a crushing defeat. Almost at the same moment, Chen Muming thrust out the Ice Star sword with his left hand. The sword light was like a cold star, striking first despite being behind, precisely hitting the same spot that had just been hit by the glowing bullet. The terrifying chill of absolute zero instantly invaded and erupted. Click! A piercing cracking sound rang out. The Thunder Ape's seemingly indestructible metal claw elbow joint was actually breached by this perfectly coordinated attack. Ice spread, the structure brittled, and a deep wound burst open, with lightning spurting out like blood. Awah! The tyrant Thunder Ape let out a roar of extreme pain, its massive body swaying violently due to the intense pain and loss of balance. How could Chen Muming let this opportunity slip by? His right hand, covered by the Shadow Blade armor, suddenly swung the earth-shaking hammer. Earth-shaking shockwave. The warhammer slammed heavily into the ground. A terrifying shockwave, a mixture of extreme cold and seismic waves, surged forward in a perfect fan shape, precisely striking the area where Thunder Ape had lost his balance. Boom! The earth churned and collapsed like waves. Thunder Ape could no longer maintain his balance and fell backward with a wail. Qin Shuang. Freeze the entire superconducting domain. Chen Muming issued the command. The fusion armor covering his entire body shone brightly, and the core powers of Frost Soul and Winter were fully activated. An unprecedented superconducting freezing field expanded rapidly from him, instantly enveloping the fallen Thunder Ape. The temperature within the field plummeted to near absolute zero, frantically drawing out heat and eroding the lightning, greatly slowing down its struggle and energy recovery. Xia Yu. Internal tear. Chen Muming swung his right arm swiftly, the claw blades covered in Shadow Blade, drawing several dark, invisible trails in the air. The high-frequency vibrating shadow energy drilled into the Thunder Ape's body through the wound on its elbow, causing fatal damage. Su Wan. And it. The cannon on his right shoulder, the Wings of Radiance, had already been fully recharged. A thick beam of light, a blend of blazing white and ice blue, shot out with tremendous force, precisely piercing the Thunder Ape's gaping maw, which was agape in agony. Boom! Destructive energy erupted wildly within Lei Yuan's body, with extreme high temperatures and absolute cold clashing and annihilating each other in its core area. The Thunder Ape's massive body convulsed violently, and lightning shot out uncontrollably from its eyes, mouth, ears, and wounds all over its body. Finally, in a deafening explosion, it was blasted from the inside out into countless charred and frozen fragments. The battle lasted less than 2 minutes from start to finish. Chen Muming slowly straightened up, the earth-shaking hammer planted on the ground, the Ice Star sword pointed diagonally, the residual heat from the shoulder cannon's muzzle emanating a chilling aura, and the thousand machine shield surrounding him quietly disappeared. The light on the fused armor gradually subsided, and the power of the 7 goddesses' armor slowly receded, each returning to its independent form and standing behind him, their aura steady, as if the earth-shattering battle just now had not consumed much energy. With the support of the infinite engine, energy consumption has never been a concern for him. A deathly silence hung over the distant mountain ridge. Zhou Zhang's facial muscles twitched violently, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. His previous arrogance and greed had been completely crushed by boundless fear and horror. He had witnessed firsthand how that F-level energy user fused and controlled 7 SSS-level weapons with effortless ease, unleashing terrifying power that could crush an 8th-level mechanical beast. Throughout the entire process, the energy fluctuations remained as stable as a rock, without the slightest sign of weakening or diminishing. That wasn't a battle, that was annihilation. It was the art of a power master wielding absolute power. It was a naked subversion of the existing energy science and contract system. Go, go. Go now. Get away from them. Hurry. Hurry. Zhou Zhang's voice was hoarse and distorted with extreme fear. He turned and fled almost on his hands and feet, not daring to look back even once more. The other spying groups had long since been terrified and fled in panic, wishing they had more legs. Chen Muming ignored the scattered spectators. His gaze was fixed on the golden resource beacon, an energy vein radiating golden light deep within the Rift Valley. Collect beacons and resources. He calmly issued the instructions, as if he had just completed a routine drill. The icy blue figure walked toward the spoils of war. Behind him were 7 loyal and powerful SSS-class goddess warriors and the remains of an 8th-level mechanical beast that was still crackling and emitting a burnt and chilling aura. The wind still howled across the rusty wasteland, yet they seemed to be chanting a new legend, a legend of absolute dominance belonging to the energy master Chen Muming and his perfectly integrated SSS-class weapon, a 7-in-1 fusion. All who witnessed this knew that an era that would overturn all understanding had arrived. Lu Shi and Zhang Yao slowly recovered from their extreme shock. Lu Shi stepped forward and looked at the scattered fragments of the level 8 mechanical beast, still feeling somewhat unreal, mumming, this is it? A level 8 mechanical beast. He had even prepared for a fierce battle or even a retreat. The energy intensity is up to standard, but the combat mode is monotonous, relying on instinct and brute force. Find the weakness and defeat it in one blow. Chen Mumming's voice came through the mask, as calm as if he were commenting on the cooking time of a dish. Efficiency is important. In the wasteland, unnecessary consumption and delays are risks. In fact, there was one thing he didn't say, which was that his strength was already more than enough to easily deal with this level 8 mechanical beast. Only a level 9 mechanical beast could truly allow him to unleash his full power. He walked up to the nearly shattered half of Lei Yuan's head, and Song Shui's Ice Star Sword deftly pried open the charred bone fragments, precisely peeling out an energy core the size of a fist, entirely azure blue, with endless lightning flashing and leaping inside, yet sealed and suppressed by a thin layer of frost. A level 8 mechanical beast energy core. The purity and total amount of energy it contains far exceed what we obtained before. Meanwhile, Lin Wei and Su Wan also completed their mission. Lin Wei used her cold energy to condense a container and carefully stored the golden resource beacon that emitted a soft yet powerful golden light. Su Wan, on the other hand, manipulated a precise energy beam to cut dozens of high-quality lightning attribute energy ores from the nest's rock wall. These were both competition points and excellent enhancement materials. Captain, the valley has been scanned. Apart from some low-level lightning parasites, there are no other threats, Qin Shuang reported. The beacon and ore have been recovered, Lin Wei and Su Wan reported simultaneously. No abnormal energy is approaching in the vicinity. Xia Yu's figure emerged from the shadows and then quietly disappeared again. Chen Mumming nodded and put away the level 8 energy core. Rest here for 10 minutes. Lu Shi, Zhang Yao, you two also need to hurry up and recover. Although the main battles were fought by Chen Mumming and his contracted armed forces, Lu Shi and Zhang Yao also needed to constantly expend energy to resist environmental erosion in such a high-energy pollution area. Chapter 50 Aftermath and Undercurrents, Coveters in the Wasteland. While Chen Mumming's team was resting and digesting their spoils, outside Thunder Roar Valley, the terrified teams had already fled and were spreading what they had seen and heard through their own channels. He's insane. Absolutely insane. That Chen Mumming, he's not human. He single-handedly commanded 7 SSS-rank monsters and chopped down an 8th-rank tyrant Thunder Ape. Less than 2 minutes. I was watching the timer. Almost no injury. The most crucial thing is his energy. The fluctuations barely changed after the fight. That was an 8th-level mechanical beast. That's the energy consumption of 7 SSS-level beasts. Just what level of spirit core is he? Cheating. He must have used some kind of illegal technology that we don't know about. Bullshit. Is the monitoring system for the Divine Chariot competition just for show? Besides, General Li Jingguo is watching from up there. How do you explain this? This has completely overturned our understanding. Has the energy consumption problem of SSS-class weapons been solved? The news spread like wildfire among the contestants in the rusty wasteland, even reaching the rear observation center through special channels, causing a huge uproar. Fear, disbelief, jealousy, fanaticism, a variety of emotions surged beneath the surface. Chen Mumming's name is no longer just that lucky F-rank kid who acquired advanced weaponry. It has become a symbol representing the unknown, power, and disruption. His ability to exhaustible energy and perfectly control multiple SSS-rank weapons has kept countless people on edge and has given them unprecedented hope. In a hidden, rusted tunnel somewhere in the rusty wasteland, Zhou Zhang's face was ashen. He slammed his fist into the metal wall beside him, making a dull thud. The Flame Prison team members around him all had their heads down, and the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. Unlimited energy? Perfect fusion. How is this possible? Zhou Zhang gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot and filled with resentment. How did he do that? Those 7 SSS-level weapons in his hands are practically alive. Captain, should we continue targeting them? A team member asked in a low voice, his voice filled with fear. Target them? Target them with what? Zhou Zhang suddenly turned his head and glared at him, his tone furious. Are we going to our deaths? Even an 8th-level tyrant Thunder Ape wouldn't last 2 minutes. Do you think we'd even be enough to fill his teeth? The team member immediately fell silent. Zhou Zhang gasped for breath, trying to calm his turbulent emotions. Though arrogant, he wasn't stupid. Chen Muming's displayed strength had completely exceeded his comprehension. A direct confrontation would only lead to his death. But we can't just let it go like this. A sinister glint flashed in Zhou Zhang's eyes. If we can't deal with him, someone else can. SSS-level weaponry, unlimited energy. This news is too tempting. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips. Distribute everything we saw in Thunder Roar Valley, especially the details about his seemingly inexhaustible energy, quietly to those large merchant guilds interested in the crystal flower, to those old fogies in the research institutes, to everyone who doesn't want to see yet another monster rise. He looked out at the dim sky outside the tunnel. The rusty wasteland is so vast, there's more than just our team. It seems like the Fang Hyenas have come in too, right? And those real elite teams. I want to see if Chen Muming can withstand everyone's greed. Meanwhile, in another part of the wasteland, a small team shrouded in black cloaks was silently advancing. They were few in number, only 4, but their movements exuded a professional ruthlessness and efficiency. Their energy fluctuations were extremely restrained, as if they had become one with their surroundings. The leader raised his hand, and the group immediately stopped. He looked down at a special receiver on his arm, which was flashing an encrypted message that had just been received. After reading the message, a very soft laugh, like the hiss of a viper, came from under the cloak. Unlimited energy? Perfectly controlling his 7th SSS class. Interesting. It seems the additional intelligence provided by the employer was correct. The value of this target is far greater than we imagined. He whispered to his companion, change target priority. Temporarily abandon harassing Inferno and focus all your efforts on searching for Chen Muming's team. Remember, only observe and record energy data. Absolutely do not engage. We need more precise information to assess the value and risks of this gift. Yes, boss. The other 3 responded in low voices, their eyes as cold as ice. They are one of the elite squads of Venom Fawn, more professional and powerful than the group that attacked the training facility before. 10-minute break time is up. Chen Muming stood up, the energy flow beneath his fused armor remaining steady and vast. Next target, 70 kilometers southwest, Rusty Canyon. According to the map, there's an abandoned ancient energy base there, possibly containing fragments of an ancient core. The points are high, and there might also be special materials suitable for your enhancement. His tone was always so calm, as if he were simply deciding where to eat next. Yes, Captain, the 7 goddesses responded in unison, without any doubt. Whatever lay ahead, they only needed to follow in his footsteps. Lu Shi and Zhang Yao also perked up and followed closely. They knew that although following Chen Muming was fraught with danger, the opportunities and growth were unprecedented. The team set off again, leaving the devastated Thunder Howl Valley and heading deeper and more dangerous into the Rusty Canyon. Chen Muming could sense that although the prying eyes around him had disappeared, a deeper, more hidden malice seemed to be spreading across the wasteland. But he didn't care. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. In this rusty wasteland, the roles of hunter and prey are never fixed. He had already prepared himself to become the nightmare of all those who coveted him. The icy blue figure pressed forward relentlessly, the armor behind him gleaming with a loyal and powerful light, shattering the silence of the wasteland step by step, heading towards the center of an even greater storm. The outline of the Rusty Canyon appeared on the horizon. It wasn't a natural creation, but rather the jagged, twisted metal skeleton of some ancient behemoth, exuding an aura of decay and danger. Chen Muming led his team forward steadily. Having just finished the battle in Thunder Roar Valley, the team's morale was high. The power of the 7 goddesses' armor circulated endlessly, supported by infinite energy, as if they were one. However, Chen Muming's extraordinary mental strength and Qin Shuang's assisted scanning almost simultaneously detected the anomaly ahead. Chapter 51 Frost Fury. Captain, abnormal energy residue has been detected at the entrance to the canyon ahead. It is not of mechanical beast type, but highly condensed and shows signs of being artificially set up. It is a trap energy field with multiple attributes and is triggered. Qin Shuang's cool voice carried a rare hint of solemnity. Range? Chen Muming responded consciously, his steps not stopping, but the overall speed of the team had already slowed down. Covering the main entrance passage and the high points on both sides, the technique is professional, not equipment commonly used in competitions, more like military or mercenary style. Qin Shuang quickly analyzed, the energy imprint partially matches the Fang killer we encountered before, but it is more precise. Chen Muming's eyes, hidden beneath his mask, instantly turned icy. He was like a persistent ghost, and had learned his lesson. He knew direct confrontation wouldn't work, so he started resorting to underhanded tactics. Can we go around it? The mountain walls on both sides are too steep and have turbulent energy flows, making it extremely risky to climb them by force. Furthermore, it cannot be ruled out that other routes are also under control. The canyon is the only efficient route to the target area. Analyze the trap structure and find a way to pass safely or dismantle it quickly, Chen Muming ordered. He wasn't afraid of traps, but he didn't want to waste time and energy on trivial matters, and he certainly didn't want his team to take risks. Analyzing. The structure is complex and will take time. Wait. Xin Shuang's voice suddenly rose. Multiple high-speed energy sources have been detected rapidly approaching from behind the trap area. The energy signature. It's a participating team. But their movement trajectory is abnormal, heading straight for the trap area. It seems they're being chased by something. Almost at the same time as Qin Shuang issued the warning, shrill cries for help and the roars of mechanical beasts came from the entrance of the canyon. Help! Is anyone there? Run! It's a level 6 cracked claw wolf pack. There are too many of them. Is there a group ahead? Please help us. A small team of about 5 or 6 people emerged from the canyon in a disheveled state, all wounded, their energy fluctuations weak and chaotic, clearly indicating they had endured a fierce battle. Behind them, billowing dust rose, dozens of scarlet eyes gleamed in the dust, and mournful wolf howls echoed throughout. These were the cracked claw wolves, level 6 mechanical beasts renowned for their speed and ferocity. The fleeing group was practically running blindly, charging straight towards the trap zone set up by Venom. In their current state, if they triggered those complex energy traps, they would be instantly wiped out. In a flash, Chen Muming made a judgment. Help! It was not out of pure kindness, but because. First, failing to help someone in distress is against his bottom line, especially when he has the ability to do so. Secondly, if this team is wiped out in the trap zone, the subsequent investigation will be very troublesome and may interfere with the game. Third, he needs to get through the canyon as soon as possible. Clearing out the traps and wolf packs is an essential part of the journey. Lin Wei, Bai Ji. Unleash the fusion shield to its maximum extent and protect the front of that team. Su Wan. Precisely eliminate the wolf pack's alpha and elite units. Lei Yu, Xia Yu. Prepare to clear out any fish that managed to slip through the fire net. Song Shui, Qin Shuang, follow me and press forward to forcibly dismantle the trap. The command was completed in an instant through the soul link. Lin Wei and Bai Ji's powers merged instantly, and an enormous ice crystal energy shield instantly unfolded in front of the fleeing team, narrowly isolating them from the nearest trap. At the same time, Su Wan's Radiant Wings heavy cannon was already set up. The blazing white beam of light, like the Grim Reaper's call, accurately shot into the wolf pack, instantly blasting the most magnificent alpha wolves at the forefront into pieces. Lei Yu's earth-shaking hammer slammed heavily into the ground, the shockwave slowing the wolf pack's charge. Xia Yu's figure flickered like a ghost, and wherever the cold light of her wrist blade passed, a hungry wolf would fall down howling in agony. Meanwhile, Chen Muming himself was in perfect sync with the powers of Song Shui and Qin Shuang. The Ice Star Sword shone with unprecedented brilliance, and the extremely cold sword energy was no longer used for killing, but transformed into countless thin, hair-like ice-blue threads, precisely cutting into the energy nodes of the trap. Qin Shuang provides computing power of billions of times per second, analyzing the trap's most vulnerable moments. Song Shui's extreme cold is responsible for freezing and interrupting it instantly before the energy bursts out. Snap! Buzz! Sizzle! A series of dazzling, subtle energy bursts rang out. Under Chen Muming's almost abnormally precise control, most of those insidious and vicious complex traps were dismantled in a very short time. However, a sudden change occurred. Just as Chen Muming was focused on dismantling the last and most concealed mental interference trap, a seemingly panicked member of the rescue team suddenly flashed a cunning glint in his eyes. An inconspicuous device in his hand quietly activated. An extremely weak yet highly targeted mental interference wave instantly shot towards Chen Muming, who was precisely manipulating energy. This interference is extremely insidious. It is not an attack, but rather a clever superposition on the energy fluctuations of the trap itself, attempting to create a tiny, almost imperceptible control lapse. An ordinary energy user wouldn't even be able to perceive this interference. But Chen Muming's control was far too precise, his requirements for energy flow reaching an abnormal level. This external interference was like a grain of sand thrown into a high-speed precision instrument. At the critical moment, Chen Muming sensed the anomaly and forcibly corrected it. However, the extreme cold output of the Ice Star Sword still fluctuated by milliseconds. It's this millisecond level fluctuation. Crack boom. The mental interference trap was not perfectly dismantled, but was partially triggered prematurely. At the same time, the overflowing extreme cold accidentally invaded the residual energy structure of the other traps he had just dismantled, causing an unpredictable chain energy explosion. Although most of the explosive force was blocked by Chen Mumming's own fusion shield and timely retreat, the violent and chaotic energy shockwaves still inevitably spread outwards. As luck would have it, another participating team, neither Inferno nor Venom, that had just arrived after hearing the commotion and was trying to pick up the scraps, was right on the edge of this spreading shockwave. They had no idea they would suffer such an unexpected disaster. Their hasty defenses were instantly breached, and several people were thrown away. Although no one died, everyone was injured. The competition terminal immediately determined that they had suffered a fatal attack. Their energy shields were overloaded, and they lost most of their combat power, which was almost equivalent to being eliminated unexpectedly. The whole scene instantly descended into chaos. The wolf pack was wiped out by Su-Wan, Lei-Yu, and Xia-Yu. The trap was mostly dismantled, but it triggered an unexpected explosion. The rescue team collapsed to the ground, still shaken. The team that was accidentally injured was both shocked and furious. They struggled to their feet and looked angrily at Chen Mumming. Chapter 52: The Web of Rules. Just then, several powerful energy fluctuations descended from the sky. Whoosh whoosh. 3 high-speed hover shuttles painted with the competition's inspector emblem suddenly appeared and came to a steady stop in the arena. The doors opened, and several stern-faced staff members dressed in official inspector uniforms stepped out. The leader, with eyes as sharp as an eagle, locked onto Chen Mumming, whose energy fluctuations were the most intense and conspicuous in the arena. Immediately cease all energy operations. Except monitoring. A chilling voice echoed at the canyon entrance. Chen Mumming slowly withdrew his energy, and the 7 goddesses, armed with armor, also ceased their combat stance and stood quietly behind him. He calmly looked at the approaching inspector. The wounded soldier who had previously launched the insidious interference now had a sly smile of triumph in his eyes, which he quickly concealed, continuing to feign weakness and fear. The inspectors quickly inspected the scene, tested for residual energy, and paid particular attention to the situation of the team that was accidentally injured and the records from the competition terminal. Soon, the head inspector approached Chen Mumming, his face serious as he produced a record board, number 0777, Chen Mumming. According to Article 17, Section 3 of the Divine Chariot Competition Wilderness Stage Rules, it is strictly forbidden to launch any form of proactive attack or maliciously cause other participating teams to lose their combat effectiveness or be eliminated. Article 25, Section 1, it is strictly forbidden to use uncertified equipment or means to interfere with or damage the competition environment or other participants. He paused, looking at the data on the record board, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The on-site energy residue analysis shows that your energy operation just now directly triggered a large-scale energy explosion, causing substantial damage to Team 0893, resulting in multiple members losing their combat effectiveness. This meets the criteria of active attack and disruption of the competition environment. Although the initial assessment suggests that your intention may have been to dismantle the trap, the serious consequences caused by your operational errors still require you to bear the responsibility according to the rules. He raised his head, his gaze sharp as he looked at Chen Mumming. Given the consequences of your actions and the serious impact they caused, referring to the serious accidental injury incident during the competition, and based on the on-site ruling, all accumulated points for you and your team in this round of Rust Survival are hereby cancelled. You are to immediately return with us to the forward base for further investigation and questioning. Results cancelled. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi's face turned pale instantly. Lin Wei and the others also trembled, their eyes filled with anger and resentment. They knew that their captain had only intervened to save people and get through the situation, and that interference was extremely subtle, so much so that even they hadn't noticed it immediately. Chen Mumming remained silent, his cold gaze beneath his mask sweeping over the wounded man who had secretly attacked him, before settling on the incorruptible inspector. He understood this was a meticulously planned scheme. They had used a trap and a pack of wolves to force him to act, then employed underhanded tactics to create an unexpected incident, and finally used the tournament rules to punish him. Mr. Inspector, Chen Mumming's voice came through the mask, revealing no emotion. I request access to the complete energy records and environmental monitoring data for in-depth analysis. The energy anomaly just now was caused by third-party interference. All data will be taken back to base for detailed analysis, the inspector said firmly. But for now, you must obey the decision and leave immediately. Otherwise, you will be charged with resisting inspection, and the consequences will be far more severe. Silence reigned all around, broken only by the howling wind. The rescued team kept their heads down, avoiding Chen Muming's gaze. The team that had been accidentally wounded dared not utter a word of complaint. Chen Muming stood quietly for a few seconds, then slowly raised his hand, signaling Lin Wei and the others not to act rashly. "Okay, I'll go with you," he said calmly, as if he weren't the one whose score had been cancelled. He knew that resisting the surveillance here was pointless. He would swallow this loss for now. But this matter was far from over. The ice blue figure, escorted by the inspector, boarded the hover shuttle. The shuttle took off and flew towards the forward base at the edge of the wasteland. At the entrance to the canyon, only a scene of devastation remained, along with countless eyes peering in from the shadows, each with its own agenda. Chen Muming's score was cancelled, but his terrifying strength in crushing the level 8 mechanical beast in Thunder Roar Valley, and the contradictory scene of his precise control that mistakenly caused the explosion, were even more deeply engraved in the hearts of all the witnesses. The undercurrents, far from subsiding, have become even more turbulent and dangerous because of this victory within the rules. Those hidden forces behind the scenes seem to have found a way to restrain this beast. Chapter 52, Separation and Gift, the beginning of a solitary journey. The military transport plane landed smoothly at a dedicated airport on the outskirts of Beijing. The cabin door opened, revealing the city lights just coming on. The urban hustle and bustle contrasted sharply with the desolate silence of the rusty wasteland. Chen Muming stepped off the gangway first, his expression calm, as if he had simply completed a routine field training exercise. Lu Shi, Zhang Yao, Lin Wei, and 4 other goddesses followed behind him in full armor. Compared to Chen Muming's composure, Lu Shi's face was filled with resentment and frustration, while Zhang Yao showed more worry. Although Lin Wei and the other 3 remained silent, their eyes were sharp, like unsheathed swords, constantly alert to their surroundings. A dedicated vehicle was already waiting and took them directly back to Building 77 in Area A of the Athletes' Village. Back in familiar surroundings, Lu Shi's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and he finally couldn't help but slam his fist against the wall, making a dull thud. Damn it! Why? It was clearly them who did this. That damn committee, are they blind? Zhang Yao tugged at his arm, signaling him to calm down. Chen Muming walked to the center of the living room, turned around, and his gaze fell on Lu Shi. His eyes remained calm, but carried a hint of barely perceptible apology. "Shizi," Chen Muming said, his voice steady, "this time, I've dragged you into this." Lu Shi was taken aback, then suddenly looked up. "What nonsense are you spouting? It's those bastards who are treacherous. What does it have to do with you?" "It's related." Chen Muming interrupted him, his tone serious. "If you hadn't teamed up with me, you wouldn't have gotten involved, and you wouldn't have lost your qualification for the competition and the points you'd accumulated. Your path to becoming a god shouldn't have been interrupted like this." He walked up to Lu Shi and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, sorry." Lu Shi opened his mouth, looking into Chen Muming's deep, calm eyes, and all his complaints and anger suddenly choked in his throat, turning into a bitter taste. He knew that Chen Muming was serious. But Mu Ming, what do we do next? Are they just going to get away with it like this? Lu Shi's voice lowered. Chen Muming did not answer directly, but instead scanned everyone present before finally focusing his gaze back on Lu Shi. Chapter 53, Deciding to go alone. "Shizi, the road ahead may be even more dangerous." Chen Muming's voice was deep and clear. "Those people's target is me, is the power I possess. If you stay with me, you will only become a weakness they use to restrain me." Lu Shi's face turned pale. He wanted to refute, but he knew that what Chen Muming said was true. Therefore, Chen Muming continued, his tone leaving no room for doubt, "We will split up for the time being." "What?" Lu Shi exclaimed in surprise, "You're going to go alone?" "No way. It's too dangerous." He subconsciously glanced at Lin Wei and the others behind Chen Muming, even with them. "They are my contracted armed forces, so naturally they will act alongside me," Chen Muming explained. "It's a lifelong contract. We are one and share the same fate. But if you don't ask, you need to walk your own path." He paused, his consciousness stirring slightly. The next moment, a flash of light appeared, and a large pile of items materialized on the living room table as if by magic. Instantly, the entire living room was filled with rich and pure energy fluctuations. The most eye-catching item was the newly acquired level 8 Tyrant Thunder Ape energy core, still shimmering with violent lightning and frost. Next to it was the shimmering golden resource beacon, and dozens of high-quality lightning attribute energy ores. In addition, there were a large number of level 4 and level 5 energy cores accumulated from previous hunts, as well as various precious enhancement materials, piled up almost like a small mountain. These are all the findings of Chen Muming's team in the Rusty Wasteland. Lu Shi and Zhang Yao were stunned, their breathing becoming rapid. The value of these resources was enough to drive any energy user mad. Mumming, what are you doing? Lu Shi stammered. These are all for you. Chen Muming said calmly, as if he were only giving away a pile of ordinary stones. Your Holy Light Shield has good potential, but its grade limits its development. Use these resources to improve your own and Zhang Yao's levels, lay a solid foundation, and try to find more powerful forces. He looked at Lu Shi, his eyes becoming exceptionally serious. Remember, keep an eye on those S-rank, or even higher rank, goddess warriors who haven't yet been contracted. They are the core fighting force of the future. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi gave a wry smile. S-rank? You know how much energy that takes. With my limited abilities, how could I possibly afford to maintain it? Leave the energy consumption problem to me. Chen Muming's tone carried an absolute confidence that commanded respect. This is one of my key targets going forward. But until I come up with a sound solution, you just need to keep an eye on things and absolutely do not attempt to form a contract. Once you find suitable targets, remember their information and location, and wait for my message. Looking into Chen Muming's eyes, which held an unwavering determination, as if he truly could solve the ultimate problem that had plagued the world of energy users for countless years, Lu Shi nodded emphatically. I understand. I will be careful, but I will never act impulsively. Okay. Chen Muming nodded in satisfaction. Find a safe place and use these resources to improve our strength. Keep a low profile and protect yourself and Zhang Yao. He patted Lu Shi on the shoulder one last time, then turned his gaze to Lin Wei, Song Shui, Jin Xuan, Su Wan, Lei Yu, Bai Ji, and Xia Yu. Let's go. Without any hesitation, the 7 goddesses responded in unison, yes, Captain. Their existence is inextricably linked to Chen Muming. A lifelong contract tightly connects their souls and powers. Wherever Chen Muming is, that is their battlefield and their home. Chen Muming didn't linger and turned to leave. 7 girls, each with a different style but equally powerful, followed closely behind, their invisible aura making the air in the living room seem stagnant. Lu Shi and Zhang Yao watched their departing figures, their hearts filled with complex emotions. There was sadness at parting, worry about the future, but above all, a ignited hope and trust. They believed that Chen Muming would definitely return, bringing a revolutionary solution. As Chen Muming walked out of the athletes' village, the evening breeze fluttered his clothes. Behind him were 7 loyal and powerful SSS-level goddess warriors, a scene that drew the attention of a few passers-by. Chen Muming looked up at the vast and complex city. Countless lights twinkled in his eyes, like stars, or like countless eyes hidden in the shadows. System. Yes, host. Priority mission, crack the energy consumption simulation solution for high-grade goddess weapons. Based on the current level of world technology, design an interpretable high-efficiency energy supply field simulation scheme that can support the regular combat consumption of at least 3 S-class weapons. Command confirmed. Task priority has been increased. Initiating scanning and analysis of existing core energy technology databases, public and private portions, and deducing feasible solutions. Simultaneously, conduct a comprehensive scan of all uncontracted goddess weapon energy signals of grade S and above within the Xinjiang area, marking their location, status, and potential contract difficulty. Maintain covert scanning. Wide area scanning initiated. Target, Advanced Energy Laboratory, Academia Sinica. Select its latest generation of Lingshu enhancement technology papers and experimental data as a reference basis for the proposed solution. Information screening and acquisition plan under development. Risk level assessment, level C. Chen Muming's figure slowly blended into the city's night, his steps steady and firm. The 7 goddesses, armed like his most loyal protectors and extensions, silently followed behind him. Their power merged with his, like an ancient behemoth that had sheathed its claws but was ready to unleash its power at any moment. Acting alone is not a sign of retreat, but rather a means to strike more effectively and to pave a safer future for our brothers. Those behind-the-scenes manipulators thought that kicking him out of the competition was the end of the matter. They will never know that they have created a fully evolved monster that no longer needs any teammates as a weakness. A flash of icy blue light disappeared deep within his eyes. The hunt, in a different form, has only just begun. And this time, he is both the hunter and the one who will redefine the rules. The neon lights of Beijing gradually blurred behind them, eventually being replaced by the wind unique to the wasteland, mixed with rust and radioactive dust. Chen Muming drove a disguised military all-terrain vehicle, speeding through the buffer zone far from the safe zone. The passenger seat was empty, but he wasn't alone in the vehicle. Lin Wei, Song Shui, Qin Shuang, Su Wan, Lei Yu, Bai Ji, and Xia Yu, 7 SSS-level goddess warriors, were all temporarily dormant in energy form. Their consciousness was closely linked to Chen Muming, ready to respond to his call at any time, transforming into the strongest spear and shield in his hands. Leaving the city and escaping the gaze of rules, Chen Muming felt an invisible constraint being quietly broken free. Here, power was the only passport. Chapter 54 Level 7 Mechanical Beast Rotten Weaver. System, report the scan results. Continuing to scan the surrounding environment. Current threat level, medium. The main threat is a scattered herd of mechanical beasts at levels 4 to 6. No high-density human activity signals detected. Priority task, simulation of the high-efficiency power supply spirit pivot is 73.8% complete. Based on reverse engineering and fusion optimization of existing data from the Fusion Resonance Core standard allocation for Level 6 military energy drivers and the psionic recirculation rune technology unearthed from ancient ruins, the preliminary design has been completed. Core solution: construct an externally loadable auxiliary unit with superconducting energy cycling and adaptive frequency simulation capabilities. This unit can significantly improve the energy output efficiency and stability of the Spirit Core, theoretically supporting moderate intensity sustained combat for 3S-class weapons. A list of required key materials has been generated. A complex holographic blueprint appeared in Chen Muming's mind, alongside a long list of rare materials: star pattern blue copper, active nether iron, reverse growth core of withered crystal, stable void dust. These materials are all rare treasures, extremely difficult to obtain through ordinary channels, and mostly produced only in high-risk wilderness areas or deep within certain ancient ruins. Mark all areas where known materials may be present, sorted by distance and risk level. Marked. Recent suspected loot location, 15 kilometers northwest, abandoned outpost 07 underground pipe system, suspected of containing active nether iron and withered crystals. Threat assessment, possibly contains a large number of level 5 crystallized creepers and 1 level 6 rotten weaver. Target, outpost 07. Chen Muming turned the vehicle around without hesitation. At the same time, he issued an order through the Soul Link: everyone, prepare for battle. Focus on collecting materials and testing new tactical combinations. Eliminate enemies efficiently and avoid unnecessary energy waste. Understood, Captain. 7 clear responses echoed in his mind, tinged with excitement and fighting spirit. They yearned for battle, for strength, and for testing even greater power alongside their energy users. The off-road vehicle roared across the barren land, and soon, a vast ruin surrounded by rusted metal walls and dilapidated buildings appeared on the horizon. A strange smell, a mixture of mold and ozone, began to fill the air. The vehicle discreetly stopped behind a boulder a kilometer from the outpost. Chen Muming got out, and the Frost Soul armor instantly covered his entire body, its icy blue light swirling in the dim light. He did not immediately summon all his weapons, but instead moved his mind slightly. Lin Wei, Qin Shuang, dual armor fusion, enhanced defense and ice field. Song Shui, Su Wan, be ready to respond to the call at any time. Lei Yu, Bai Ji, and Xia Yu, you three will form a group. Lei Yu will focus on control, Bai Ji will provide area protection, and Xia Yu will roam and assassinate, clearing out scattered targets on the perimeter. The instructions were clearly given. Instantly, Lin Wei's, Winter Guardian, and Qin Shuang's, Frost Soul armor, transformed into 2 streams of light, perfectly merging with Chen Muming's body. The new fused armor appeared even more imposing and majestic, with complex and profound ice crystal patterns, and the chilling aura it emitted more than doubled the area of white frost on the surrounding ground. Its defensive power and the effect of the extreme cold domain were greatly enhanced. Lei Yu, Bai Ji, and Xia Yu transformed into 3 beams of light, appearing in the distance. Lei Yu wielded the massive earth-shaking hammer, Bai Ji unfurled the Thousand Chance umbrella shield, and Xia Yu vanished as if blending into the shadows. The 3 of them would form an independent combat team, a new attempt by Chen Muming to develop team tactics, aiming to utilize power more flexibly in different combat situations. Chen Muming took the lead, like a cold Grim Reaper, stepping into the ruins of outpost number 07. As soon as they entered the outer area, rustling sounds arose from all directions. Countless mechanical beasts, crystallized crawlers whose bodies were entirely gray crystal and whose shapes resembled both spiders and centipedes, were startled on the walls and the ground. Their scarlet compound eyes locked onto the intruders, and corrosive slime dripped from their mouthparts as they swarmed forward. Full force field activation. Chen Muming shouted in a low voice. A sudden burst of chilling energy erupted from the fused armor, and the eternal frozen wasteland force field spread out from him. The crystallized crawlers that rushed into the force field instantly slowed down, thick frost condensed on their bodies, and their movements became stiff and sluggish. Lei Yu. Received. Lei Yu shouted from afar, and, earth-shaking hammer, slammed heavily into the ground. Boom! A shockwave mixed with earth, rocks, and ice swept forward in a fan shape, knocking large numbers of slowed crawlers off balance and shattering their shells. At the same time, shadows flickered, and Xiaoyu's figure moved through the beast horde like a ghost. Every time the shadow blade flashed, the energy core of a crawler was precisely pierced. Bai Ji stood steadily beside Lei Yu, her thousand-chance umbrella spinning to create a stable shield, blocking any occasional acid bombs or energy rays that slipped through. Chen Muming himself didn't even use the Ice Star Sword and Radiant Wings. He simply relied on the force field of the fused armor and the occasional ice punches to freeze and pulverize the crawlers that charged at him head-on. They are extremely efficient at cleaning, yet their energy consumption is kept to a very low level, and their coordination is becoming increasingly seamless. Soon, the team advanced to the entrance of the underground pipeline network. An even stronger aura of decaying energy surged from the depths. The target is underground. Suwan, light the way ahead and be wary of surprise attacks. Yes. The Radiant Wings component on the shoulder lit up, and a beam of blazing white light shot into the deep passage, like a sharp sword piercing through the darkness. The passage became even narrower and the environment more complex. They hadn't gone far when a sickening grinding sound came from ahead, followed by a massive net made of grayish-white energy threads suddenly descending from above, the net still clinging to the remains of many crawlers whose energy hadn't been completely drained. Level 7 Mechanical Beast Rotten Weaver. At the same time, the walls on both sides broke open, and several larger and darker-colored elite crystallized crawlers pounced out. Angelica, top defense. Lin Wei and Qin Shuang, take it head-on. Song Shui, cut those threads. Su Wan, eliminate the elite units. Chen Muming's command was completed instantly through the soul link. The thousand machine umbrella, formed from Bai Ji, instantly moved upwards, its surface expanding to forcefully withstand the giant net containing decaying energy. The energy on the umbrella surface collided with the corrosive threads, producing a sizzling sound. Chen Muming, fused with his battle armor, unleashed a barrage of punches, the immense chill and force of which blasted away and froze the two elite crawlers charging at him. Clang! The Ice Star Sword was drawn. A condensed arc of ice blue sword light flashed, easily severing a large section of the massive energy net. Chapter 55 Acquisition of Materials. At the same time, Suwan's glowing rays, like precise surgical scalpels, instantly pierced through the other two elite crawlers that were attacking from the side. The entire coordination was seamless, allowing the 7 people to exert their full strength in the confined space, giving their opponents almost no chance. The Rotten Weaver hidden in the shadows seemed to be enraged, letting out a sharp hiss, and more energy threads shot out like venomous snakes. Chen Muming's eyes turned cold. His left hand used the Ice Star Sword to continuously sever the silk threads, while his right shoulder fired continuous bursts of light from the wings of radiance. At the same time, he locked onto a direction. Found you. He took a sudden step forward, and the thrusters on the back of his fusion armor burst forth with a brief but powerful burst of icy blue flames, instantly propelling him through the remaining threads and into a huge chamber deep within the pipeline. In the center of the chamber, a bloated mechanical beast, resembling a combination of a giant spider and a silkworm pupa, was frantically spinning silk, the very essence of the Rotten Weaver. Su Wan. Maximum power. Bombard its silk spinning device. Lei Yu. Xia Yu. Clear out the shield protecting monsters around it. Song Shui. Prepare to end this. A beam of blazing white light instantly struck the Weaver's massive silk spinning device, blasting it to a charred state. Lei Yu's shockwave and Xia Yu's assassination quickly cleared out the scattered guard crawlers around them. The Weaver was momentarily paralyzed and in pain. Now! The Ice Star Sword in Chen Muming's hand burst forth with unprecedented light, its extremely cold sword energy highly compressed. Absolute zero slash. A flash of sword light. The Weaver's massive body suddenly stiffened, and starting from the center, it was swiftly covered and frozen by a layer of absolute, dark blue ice. Its core, along with everything else, was instantly annihilated. The battle is over. Chen Muming slowly sheathed his sword, feeling the still vast energy within his body. Thanks to optimized coordination, the energy expenditure in this battle was at least 30% lower than expected. System: collect materials, scan the next point. Beginning the collection of active nether iron and withered crystal cores. Excellent material quality. Next target, 32 kilometers southeast, small crashed spaceship hull, suspected to contain star-patterned blue copper. Threat assessment: level 6 peak level flying mechanical beast Rift Eagle is lurking. Without pausing, Chen Mumming collected the materials, then led his team away from the ruins and headed to the next location. Like a tireless lone wolf in the wilderness, he embarked on an efficient and ruthless hunting and gathering journey with his 7 powerful allies. Each battle was a refinement of tactics and an accumulation of materials needed for the simulated spiritual pivot. The key to breaking all rules and conspiracies lies in increasing one's strength. And this is only the beginning. Chapter 54: Material Hunters and the Loosening of Level Barriers. The Riftwind Eagle's nest was built atop the highest point of a half-buried interstellar spaceship wreckage, constructed from thick, hard metal branches and the bones of an unknown animal, overlooking the desolate land below. This peak-level 6th-tier flying mechanical beast possessed astonishing speed and a terrifying ability to manipulate air currents. Its claws could tear through alloys, and its roar could shatter the mind. But for Chen Mumming, it was just another source of materials on the list, and a live target for testing new tactics. The armor, Frost Soul Winter's Edge, gleamed with a cold, hard luster in the setting sun. Chen Mumming didn't choose complex tactics this time. He needed to test the ultimate single-target burst damage and precise control. Su-1, Overload Energy Storage, Glowing Ice Explosion Ray, lock onto its left wing energy node. Song Shui, gather your sword intent, prepare that absolute zero feature, I'm going to slash the right flank. Lin Wei and Qin Shuang, solidify the surrounding air to the maximum extent to slow it down. Everyone else be on alert. The command was issued instantly. When the rending Wind Eagle swooped down like a gray lightning bolt, its sharp claws tearing through everything with a gale force wind, Chen Mumming moved. The thrusters on the back of the fusion armor burst forth with a brief burst of extreme icy blue flames, propelling him not backward, but upward at an almost vertical angle. At the same time, he compressed the permafrost wasteland force field to its limit, covering only the space in front of the Galehawk, and the instantly frozen air caused its speed to suddenly stop. It's that moment of stillness. A flash of light appeared on its right shoulder, the radiant wings, and a blazing, icy blue ray struck first, precisely hitting the base of the Galehawk's left wing. The instantaneous explosion of these two contradictory energies, extreme cold and intense heat, disrupted the energy cycle of its left wing, causing its feathers to shatter and its movements to become distorted. Almost at the same moment, Chen Mumming's left hand wielded the Ice Star Sword, which transformed into a cold light that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. The sword energy of absolute zero condensed into a single point, without any leakage, and precisely sliced through the right wing joint of the rending Wind Eagle. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a very faint click sound. The right wing of the rending Wind Eagle was severed cleanly at the root. The cut was as smooth as a mirror and was instantly covered by a layer of extremely cold ice crystals, without a single drop of energy liquid spilling out. Losing its balance, the rending Wind Eagle let out a mournful, desperate cry as its massive body twisted and plummeted from the sky. Chen Mumming landed lightly, not even glancing at the struggling beast. He thrust the Ice Star Sword in a backhand motion, the tip piercing the beast's skull and ending its suffering. Efficient, precise, and ruthless. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Collecting the core feathers and wind attribute crystals of the Gale Eagle. High-purity star-patterned blue copper reaction detected inside the spaceship wreckage. The system notification sounded. Chen Mumming stepped into the spaceship wreckage, avoiding traps and residual radiation, and easily found several pieces of blue metal embedded in the bulkhead structure, shimmering with star-like patterns. This was exactly the star-patterned blue copper he needed. Similar scenarios played out repeatedly over the next few days. Like a top-notch materials hunter, Chen Mumming, relying on the system's precise scanning and his own powerful strength, led the 7-in-1 goddess armor, whose coordination was becoming increasingly tacit, through various dangerous places in the rusty wasteland. He ventured into a swamp teeming with deadly spores, hunted down a rotting giant banyan that was about to advance to level 7, and obtained active nether iron and a large amount of life essence. He ventured into deep underground caverns, battling a group of shadowbats skilled in mental attacks and a sleeping crystal-armored earth dragon, successfully collecting stable void dust. He even ventured into the Energy Storm Canyon, a zone designated as extremely dangerous. Using the long range of the Radiant Wings and the extreme freezing power of the Ice Star Sword, he wore down 2 level 7 low-tier storm elementals that had gone berserk due to the storm's energy, obtaining their cores and the Lightning Strike Stone, unique to the edge of the canyon. Fight, gather resources, move, and fight again. Chapter 56 Objective, Ancient Industrial Complex. Precious materials accumulated at an astonishing rate in his spatial storage device. In every battle, he strived to defeat his enemies with minimal expenditure and in the shortest time, constantly optimizing his coordination with the goddess warriors. Under his command, the 7 SSS-level goddess warriors unleashed astonishing combat power, making challenging opponents of higher levels commonplace. During this process, the vast energy of the infinite engine continuously washes over and nourishes his spiritual core and the core of each goddess's weapon. On this day, in a relatively quiet valley, Chen Mumming had just finished clearing a mine pit infested with a large number of level 5 rock golems and obtained a sufficient amount of obsidian cores. He ordered his team to rest, while he sat on a giant rock and let his consciousness sink into his body. He could sense that the barrier of the level 5 spiritual pivot, after so many intense battles and the infusion of boundless energy, had reached its saturation limit and was on the verge of collapse. The membrane that prevented him from advancing to a higher level seemed ready to break at any moment. Meanwhile, the 7 goddess warriors connected to his soul also felt the abundance of their own power and the level 6 barrier. They were already exceptionally talented, but had always been troubled by energy shortages. Now, supported by unlimited energy and honed by high-intensity battles, their advancement was almost a natural progression. System, assess my current status and the success rate of my promotion with Linwei and others. Assessment in progress. Host's spiritual core energy saturation is 99.99%, soul strength meets the standard, success rate for advancement to level 6 is 100%. Contract Armed Forces, Linwei, Songshui, Jin Xuan, Suan, Leiyu, Baiji, Xiaoyu. Average energy core saturation of 98.7%, extremely high soul link stability 99.97%, success rate for simultaneous advancement to level 6. Recommendation: find a safe location and proceed with the promotion immediately. Chen Mumming opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing within them. It was time. Improving one's strength is the only true measure of success. Only by becoming stronger can one better protect those around them, ignore insidious schemes, and gain the right to set the rules. He stood up and glanced at the 7 girls who were resting. They seemed to sense his presence and looked at him at the same time, their eyes filled with expectation and trust. We need an absolutely safe place to make our breakthrough, Chen Mumming said. System, filter for the most concealed area with the strongest energy interference nearby. Screening complete. 8 kilometers southwest, there is a naturally formed energy turbulence cave with a complex internal environment and extremely chaotic energy field, effectively shielding it from external detection and interference. Threat: the cave may contain native organisms adapted to the turbulence, estimated to be no higher than level 6. Target: Energy Turbulence Cave. Without any hesitation, Chen Mumming led his team to set off immediately. Soon, an inconspicuous cave entrance, emanating chaotic energy fluctuations, came into view. Upon approaching, one could feel streams of chaotic energy scraping against the skin like knives. Even ordinary energy users would struggle to stabilize their energy flow here. But for Chen Mumming and his goddess-themed armor, this chaotic energy environment became the best cover. After clearing out several strangely shaped level 6 shadow beasts that were entrenched at the cave entrance, the team ventured deeper into the cave and found a relatively open cavern. Linwei, Baiji, set up a defensive barrier to isolate the inside from the outside. Leiyu, Xiaoyu, be in charge of guarding the cave passage. Songshui, Qin Shuang, Suan, protect me. Begin the breakthrough. At Chen Mumming's command, the 7 goddesses immediately took on their respective duties. Linwei and Baiji combined their powers to create a thick layer of ice crystal energy barrier, enveloping the entire cave. Leiyu and Xiaoyu guarded the way they came. Songshui, Qin Shuang, and Suan formed a triangle formation, protecting Chen Mumming in the center. Chen Mumming sat down cross-legged, completely releasing the restrictions on the infinite engine. Boom! A vast, ocean-like primordial energy surged forth instantly, frantically pouring into his already saturated level 5 spiritual core. That tough barrier was almost instantly swept away by the surging torrent of energy. His spiritual core expanded and strengthened at a visible speed, his mental power increased explosively, and his perception and control of energy reached a new level. He officially entered the ranks of level 6 energy masters. Almost at the same moment he broke through, the resonance of the soul link reached its peak. 7 even more powerful and terrifying energy fluctuations, like 7 new stars, suddenly erupted inside the cave. Linwei's chill became as deep as an abyss, Suwon's radiance was pure and intense, Leiyu's power was as solid as a mountain, Baiji's shield was perfect and flawless, Xiaoyu's concealment was almost like a shadow, Song Shui's sword intense soared into the sky and cleaved the clouds, and Qin Shuang's frost annihilated all things. The 7 SSS-level goddesses, with their armor fully equipped, naturally advanced to level 6. A massive amount of energy continued to pour in, solidifying their new realm and strengthening their armored forms. Energy surged within the cave, radiating brilliant light. Were it not for the barrier, this commotion would have been enough to cause extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth. As Chen Muming felt the new power surging within him and the closer, deeper connection with the goddess warriors, a satisfied smile curved his lips. Level 6 is a huge watershed. Only when you reach this level can you truly step into the threshold of becoming a strong person. With unlimited energy and 7 level 6 SSS level weapons, his true strength can no longer be measured by simple levels. As the light gradually subsided, Chen Muming slowly opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented power. He clenched his fist, and the space around him seemed to tremble. The material collection is almost complete, and my strength has also achieved a key breakthrough. He muttered to himself, his gaze seemingly piercing through a cave and seeing the distant capital. It's time to start assembling that little toy, and then, go back and settle accounts with those people. A chilling light shone in his icy blue eyes. Chapter 55, A Glimmer of Light Amidst the Ruins and Heavy Shackles. The aftershocks of the breakthrough within the energy turbulence cave had not yet completely subsided. Chen Muming felt the immense power emanating from the level 6 spiritual pivot within his body, and the increasingly close connection with the 7 goddesses' armor. It was time to leave this place and find a more suitable location to transform the precious materials he had collected into a simulated spiritual pivot that could explain his abnormal energy. System, scan the surrounding area to find a hidden and energy-stable location suitable for precision energy forging. Scanning in progress? 11 kilometers southeast, the remains of the main control center of an ancient industrial complex, partially buried underground, have been discovered. The structure is relatively intact, with an independent backup power line now depleted, good shielding, and weak external energy interference. Threat, low. A small number of low-level mechanical guards may exist. Target, Ancient Industrial Complex, Chen Muming ordered. Chapter 57 SSS-rank Goddess Armament Chongyue Mecha Form. The team set off again, their speed increased after their promotion, and they moved even more silently, like an icy blue phantom sweeping across the wasteland. Soon, a vast expanse of ruins came into view. Broken overhead pipes, collapsed factory buildings, rusted giant robotic arms, all spoke of past glory and present desolation. Following the system navigation, they easily found the entrance to the main control center, a heavy alloy door that had been violently torn open. Inside the door was a downward-sloping passageway, dark and damp, with only the emergency indicator lights emitting a faint, intermittent red glow. Suddenly, Xiaoyu, who was walking at the front and had fused with the characteristics of the Shadow Blade, issued a warning. "Captain, there are faint signs of life ahead and chewing sounds?" "Very faint. It's not a mechanical beast." Chen Muming frowned slightly, signaling the group to slow down and quietly approach. At the end of the corridor was a relatively spacious equipment room, filled with abandoned server racks and control consoles. In a corner, a heartbreaking scene came into view. A emaciated, ragged girl huddled there, clutching tightly to a half-eaten piece of food scraps unrecognizable as they appeared to have been scavenged from the garbage and carefully, with extreme delicacy, nibbled at it. Her face was frighteningly pale, her eyes sunken, her lips cracked. Long-term malnutrition made her look as if a gust of wind could knock her over. Old and new scars were visible on her bare arms and ankles. Only her occasionally raised eyes held a faint, stubborn resilience in the darkness. However, what truly caught the attention of Chen Muming and the 7 goddesses behind him was a massive humanoid mecha standing silently beside the girl. This mech stands nearly 3 meters tall, its entire body is somber, dark gray-black, as if weathered by countless battles. Its lines are cold and complex, with thick energy conduction structures visible at the joints. Although its surface is covered in dust and scratches, and some areas show obvious damage and signs of neglected repair, one can still sense the terrifying power and futuristic technology inherent in its original design. At the mech's chest, a massive, dim, seemingly extinguishable crystal is slowly rotating, emitting a barely perceptible yet incredibly powerful energy fluctuation. SSS level energy signature. And it's from the same source as Linwei and the others, yet its fluctuations are even more obscure and heavy. This girl is actually a goddess-level armed woman who has awakened in SSS-class mecha form. Chen Muming instantly understood why the girl had fallen into such a predicament. An SSS-class mech, requiring a massive amount of energy to maintain even in standby mode, would be an unbearable disaster for any awakened individual without background or support. No energy user would dare easily contract with such an energy black hole, and the meager energy she possessed from her awakening was far from sufficient to even maintain the mech's most basic form. This powerful mech, far from being a symbol of glory, had become a heavy shackle crushing her. To prevent the mech's core from collapsing due to complete energy depletion, which would be fatal for the goddess armament, she had probably poured every ounce of energy and resources she could acquire into it, while she herself could only barely survive by scavenging for scraps, like a rat in a sewer. Seemingly hearing footsteps, the girl looked up in terror, like a frightened cub, instinctively trying to hide in the shadows, but her movements were stiff from exhaustion. She stared at Chen Muming and his group, especially at their clearly extraordinary, powerfully equipped armor, her eyes filled with fear and deep despair. Her lips trembled, uttering weak whispers, "No. Don't come any closer, please, I have nothing left." Chen Muming stopped and gestured for Lin Wei and the others to suppress their energy fluctuations. He slowly crouched down, trying to make his voice sound calm. "Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you." The girl still looked at him in fear, her body trembling slightly, and she clutched the little food scraps in her arms even tighter. Chen Muming's gaze swept over the pitiful amount of food, which could hardly be called food, and then he looked at the girl's gaunt face and withered hands. An indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. He took out a high-energy liquid nutrient solution and a small piece of relatively mild-tasting level 5 mechanical beast jerky that he had hunted earlier from his storage space, gently placed them on the ground, and pushed them over. "Here, take this." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a reassuring strength. The girl stared at the nutrient solution gleaming with an enticing energy glow and the fragrant jerky on the ground. Her throat bobbed noticeably, and a moment of struggle flashed in her eyes, but ultimately, the instinct for survival and the craving for food overwhelmed everything. She practically lunged forward, grabbed the nutrient solution, and with trembling hands unscrewed the cap, greedily slurping it down. Her other hand gripped the jerky tightly, as if afraid it would sprout wings and fly away. The high-energy supplement quickly replenished her depleted strength, and a trace of color finally returned to her pale face. As she drank it, she still looked at Chen Muming and the others with a wary yet pleading gaze. It wasn't until she finished a nutrient solution that she seemed to regain some strength, her voice still hoarse. "You are here to capture me? Or want it?" She turned her head with difficulty, glancing at the massive gray-black mech beside her, her eyes filled with complex emotions: dependence, pain, and endless sorrow. "Its name is Chongyue, it's the one I awakened, but I can barely afford to keep it anymore." Her voice trembled with tears. "No one who can control energy wants me, they say I'm useless, a burden." Chen Muming didn't speak, but just quietly looked at her, while carefully scanning the mecha named Chongyue through the system. Target scanned, SSS-rank goddess armor Chongyue mecha form. Current status, extremely low energy, core power below the maintenance threshold by 3.1%, multiple components damaged, adaptive repair system has entered hibernation due to insufficient energy. Estimated full power operation energy consumption, approximately 7-10 times that of a comparable SSS tier weapon armor. Potential assessment, extremely high. Unknown advanced energy circuit and suspected spacefolding weapon interface detected damaged. 7 to 10 times the energy consumption. Chen Muming felt a chill run down his spine. This was indeed a terrifying bottomless pit capable of bankrupting any individual or even a small team. No wonder this girl had fallen to such a state. Chapter 58: Chongyue's submission and the dawn of the simulated Lingshu. Just then, a series of chaotic footsteps and arrogant shouts suddenly came from outside the passage. "That brat is definitely hiding in here. Let's see where she can run this time. Damn it, after guarding her for days, we finally caught her." Although that dilapidated mech doesn't have much energy left, the core materials from the SSS level mech can still fetch a sky-high price. Hurry up, lest things get complicated. The girl's face turned deathly pale instantly. The faint glimmer of light that had just appeared in her eyes was completely overwhelmed by fear. She tried to stand up, but due to weakness and fear, she fell back down. She could only look at the entrance of the passage in despair, her body trembling uncontrollably. Chen Muming's eyes instantly turned cold, like ice that had stood for millennia. It seems that even in this dire situation, the hyenas coveting this SSS level core have never stopped sniffing around. Okay, this is the next chapter written according to your request. The shouts and footsteps outside the passage grew closer, like the relentless beat of a death knell pounding on the frail girl's heart. Her face was deathly pale, her eyes filled with despair, and her small body trembled violently with fear, almost shrinking into the cold shadow of the mecha named Chongyue. Chen Muming's eyes, however, were as cold as iron. These hyenas who took advantage of others' misfortunes and bullied the weak were the kind of people he despised the most. Lin Wei, Qin Shuang, combine your armor and seal the entrance to the passage. Lei Yu, Xia Yu, clear the noise. Su Wan, strike with precision, cripple but not kill. Song Shui, Bai Ji, protect the target. The command was issued silently through the soul link in an instant. The streams of light that Lin Wei and Qin Shuang transformed into instantly merged into Chen Muming's body, and the Frost Soul Winter armor reappeared. He took a step forward, blocking the entrance to the equipment room like an ice wall. At the same time, an extremely cold force field spread out, instantly freezing the entrance into a thick ice wall. Damn it! What's going on? An ambush? The pursuers outside were clearly caught off guard, and cries of alarm and the sound of ice colliding with the walls came from outside. Just as they were in chaos. From the shadows, Xia Yu's figure flashed like a ghost. The shadow blade slashed silently, and the two thugs at the front felt a chill on their wrists. Their weapons and wrists fell to the ground, and their blood was frozen by the cold air before it could even spurt out. They let out a shrill scream. Boom! Lei Yu's earth-shaking hammer slammed into the ground from a distance, and the powerful shockwave traveled through the ice wall, causing the people behind to stagger and their formation to fall into chaos. Whoosh! 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 Su Wan's radiant wings fired out several condensed beams of light, which accurately pierced through the shoulder blades or knees of the fallen villains, completely disabling their mobility, but avoiding vital organs. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye, clean and efficient, without even allowing any enemy to rush into the equipment room and see what was inside. Screams and wails echoed in the corridor, quickly fading into silence, leaving only a chilling atmosphere. Chen Muming deactivated the fusion state and turned to walk back to the equipment room. His expression remained unchanged throughout. The thin girl was completely stunned, her mouth slightly agape, forgetting to eat the jerky in her hand. She looked at Chen Muming, then at the powerful, perfectly coordinated female warriors behind him, her eyes filled with disbelief and a faint hope. These people are so strong. And they really don't seem to be here to steal Chongyue? It's all right now. Chen Muming walked up to her, his voice still calm. You're safe. The girl stared at him blankly, and tears suddenly welled up without warning, falling in large drops. Long-held fear, resentment, and despair seemed to find an outlet at this moment. She choked back sobs, her thin shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Chen Muming did not urge him, but waited patiently. After a while, the girl managed to stop crying, wiped her face with her dirty sleeve, and said in a thick nasal voice, Thank you, my name is Xiaoya. Chen Muming. Chen Muming introduced himself, his gaze falling on the dimly lit mecha behind her. It must have been very difficult for you? Xiaoya followed his gaze to Chongyue, her eyes filled with complex emotions: dependence, pain, and above all, helplessness. It's what I awakened, but I can't afford to raise it. No energy user wants me, they say I'm useless, a money loser, I can only hide with it, scavenging for food. Sometimes, when it's completely out of energy, it can barely move. Am I really useless? Her voice trailed off, filled with self-loathing. It's not that you're useless, Chen Muming interrupted her, his tone certain, it's that this world is not yet worthy of its power. Xiaoya suddenly looked up and stared at him in surprise. The potential of an SSS-class mech far exceeds your imagination. What it lacks is simply a stage to truly unleash its power, and a user who can afford to control it. Chen Muming's gaze was sharp and sincere. Xiaoya's heart pounded wildly. A thought she never dared to even dream of surfaced in her mind, and her voice trembled violently. You mean? I can give it a try. Chen Muming looked at her. I have a way to solve the energy consumption problem. If you are willing to trust me and form a contract with me, Chongyue will no longer be your heavy shackles, but your strongest barrier in glory. A lifelong contract. A contract with a stranger, yet an incredibly powerful energy user. Xiaoya's mind went blank. This was something she had once longed for and then despaired over. She looked into Chen Muming's calm yet confident eyes, and then at the 7 equally powerful SSS-level goddess warriors behind him, their eyes filled with trust and loyalty. She didn't hesitate at all. Long-term suffering has taught her better than anyone else to grasp at hope. The person in front of her is her only lifeline. I'm willing, she almost shouted, her voice shrill with emotion. I believe in you. Please, save Chongyue, and save me too. She struggled to her feet, closed her eyes, and tried to muster the meager strength within her. Beside her, on the massive mecha Chongyue, a dim crystal at its core flickered to life, and a fist-sized, cracked, almost transparent gray crystal slowly emerged, drifting towards Chen Mumming. This was her core, on the verge of collapse due to severe energy depletion. Chen Mumming's expression was solemn as he raised his hand, palm facing upward. His spiritual core trembled slightly, and a vast, pure, yet incredibly gentle energy flow enveloped the fragile core. Chapter 59 Ready. Just as the core was about to merge into his palm, Chen Mumming urgently cried out in his mind, "System. Highest priority. Simultaneously perform energy infusion and core repair. Simulate the soul fluctuations of the lifelong contract." Command confirmed. Infinite engine output power increased to 15%. Energy harmonization module activated, simulating adaptive energy frequency. Core repair program initiated, injecting active nether iron and star pattern blue copper particles. Soul link protocol simulation in progress. A surge of energy, far more powerful and refined than when he helped Lin Wei and the others, flowed gently yet firmly into the core that was on the verge of shattering through Chen Mumming's palm. A miracle has happened. The cracks on the gray crystal were repaired and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dull crystal quickly became full and solid, emitting a thick, earth-like, calm gray-brown luster. The almost depleted energy inside the core was instantly filled, even far exceeding any previous moment. What shocked Xiaoya even more was that a solid and profound sense of power, unlike anything she had ever experienced before, surged from the depths of her soul. The connection between her and Chongyue had never been so clear and so firm. The cold mecha seemed to come alive, conveying to her thoughts of joy and submission. At the same time, a powerful, all-encompassing soul link was established between her and Chen Mumming. She could feel his vast, abyss-like spiritual energy, as well as 7 other powerful and benevolent consciousnesses. Contract complete. The SSS-class mecha weapon Chongyue has officially come under Chen Mumming's command. Xiaoya, perhaps now she should be called by her armed name, Chongyue trembled with excitement, tears streaming down her face again, but this time they were tears of joy. She felt an unprecedented power within Chongyue. The heavy shackles had vanished, replaced by a sense of effortless power. Chen Mumming also breathed a slight sigh of relief. Contracting an SSS-level mecha requires an enormous amount of energy instantly, but fortunately, the system's precise control and the infinite engine provide support. "How are you feeling?" he asked with a smile. "It's better than ever before, Captain." Xiaoya's Chongyue's voice was still choked with tears, but full of strength. "Chongyue, it seems to have come back to life." "Very good." Chen Mumming nodded. "Now, we need to find a place to allow it to fully recover and also to give my little experiment a result." He led his team, including the newly joined Xiaoya, quickly out of the equipment room and into the deeper main control center. This place was indeed as well hidden as a system scan, and contained many abandoned but structurally intact workbenches. Chen Mumming let Xiaoya rest and adjust, and gave her more food. Then, he began his work. He took out the collected materials one by one: star pattern blue copper, active nether iron, reverse growth core of withered crystal, stable void dust, lightning strike stone, obsidian core. A dazzling array, with energy fluctuations intertwined. System, initiate the high-efficiency powered spirit pivot simulation forging program. I will be the main controller. You will perform microscopic energy etching and structural guidance. Command confirmed. Blueprint loaded. Power bootstrapping to begin. Chen Mumming placed his hands lightly on the material, and a surge of powerful spiritual energy and boundless power flowed out, like the most sophisticated 3D printer, beginning to construct that complex auxiliary unit according to the blueprint provided by the system. This was an extremely delicate process, requiring a minute control over energy. Lin Wei, Song Shui, and the other 6 stood silently guarding the area, barely daring to breathe. Xiaoya watched with a mixture of curiosity and awe. She could feel the chilling precision of the energy manipulation. Time passed little by little. A strange device, roughly the size of a helmet, with an extremely complex structure, made of a composite of various metals and crystals, gradually took shape in mid-air. Its surface flowed with a halo of interwoven blue and silver white light, and its interior seemed to contain the movement of stars. Finally, the last energy circuit was lit. Buzz. The entire device vibrated slightly, emitting a stable and efficient energy fluctuation. It succeeded. The high-efficiency power supply Spirit Pivot Simulation Unit Experimental Model 01 has been successfully forged. Theoretical calculations show that it can simulate the output power and characteristics of a Spirit Pivot supporting 3 S-class weapons in continuous combat. Actual performance needs verification. Chen Muming breathed a sigh of relief, a satisfied look appearing on his face. With this, he would have a reasonable excuse to use multiple high-ranking armed personnel in the future. Without stopping, he immediately began repairing and strengthening Chongyue using the remaining materials. With the assistance of the system and unlimited energy, the damage to the mecha's surface was repaired, the internal energy circuits were optimized, and even some hidden injuries were removed. After completing the task, Chen Muming placed the newly forged simulated spirit core unit on the main control panel and then said to Song Shui, try connecting this unit and conduct a low-intensity energy output test. Song Shui stepped forward as instructed and placed her hand on the unit. Instantly, the unit emitted a soft light and steadily output energy tailored to Song Shui's frequency, simulating spiritual fluctuations that were almost indistinguishable from reality. It's a success! Suwon exclaimed in delight. Chen Muming nodded. The first step had been taken. Then, he looked at Xiaoya and her mecha Chongyue. Xiaoya, now let's see just how strong the fully formed Chongyue really is. He reached out and placed his hand on the mech's cold armor. Infinite engine, power infusion, target, Chongyue, power 40%. Boom! A vast, ocean-like amount of energy instantly surged into the mech. The massive, gray-black mech shuddered violently, and all the patterns on its surface instantly glowed with a thick, earthy yellow light. The crystal at its heart erupted with light like a small star. A heavy, majestic, and indestructible aura, comparable to a mountain, suddenly burst forth, filling the entire control center. With the infusion of unlimited energy, the mech Chongyue finally revealed its true power as an SSS-class mech. As Chen Muming felt the powerful force, a smile curved his lips. Materials, experiments, new combat capabilities. This trip was a complete success. It's time to go back and settle accounts with those people. Inside the main control center of the ancient industrial complex, the energy glow gradually subsided. Having successfully contracted the SSS-class mecha weapon Chongyue and completed the initial testing of the high-efficiency power supply Spirit Pivot simulation unit, Chen Muming had exceeded his objectives for this trip. After initial energy infusion and repair, the newly joined Xiaoya Chongyue is still thin, but her complexion has greatly improved, and her eyes have regained the radiance that belongs to her age. However, deep within that radiance lies the resilience honed by past hardships. She stood quietly beside the mecha that now exuded the aura of heavy mountains, as if guarding her most important partner. Chapter 60: The Unexpected Gift and Uncontrolled Energy. Chen Muming inspected the newly forged simulated Spirit Pivot unit. The helmet-sized device shimmered with iridescent light, its internal energy circuits functioning stably, and the simulated Spirit Pivot fluctuations were remarkably realistic. This provided him with excellent cover for publicly deploying multiple high-level armed forces in the future. Although this was only a prototype and there was still much room for optimization, it validated the feasibility of his approach. It's time to go back. Chen Muming put away the simulation unit and glanced at the 8 goddesses beside him. Linwei, Songshui, Jin Xuan, Suan, Leiyu, Baiji, Xiaoyu, plus the newly joined Xiaoya Chongyu, a total of 8 SSS level. If this power were to spread, it would be enough to shock the entire desolate planet. But he knew that the tallest tree catches the most wind, and before possessing absolute strength, he still needed to be low-key and strategic. Xiaoya, can you retract the Chongyue form? Chen Muming asked. Maintaining the mecha form all the time was too conspicuous. Xiaoya tried it out, shook her head with some difficulty, and said apologetically, Captain, before, when I had too little energy, I could hardly control it. Now that I have enough energy, I'm not quite used to this state of abundance, and it's a bit difficult to control. I need some time to get used to it. Chen Muming nodded understandingly. It's alright, let's maintain this form for now. Let's leave here. The team left the underground complex and returned to the wasteland. Now possessing the fully equipped heavy mountain, the team exuded a completely different aura. The 3-meter-tall, gray-black mech strode with heavy steps, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, radiating a chilling sense of oppression. Ordinary mechanical beasts, sensing this aura, had already fled in terror, making their return journey much smoother. Chen Muming was eager to return home. He was concerned about Lu Shi's safety and wanted to hand over the simulated Spirit Pivot unit to Lu Shi as soon as possible so that he could have the opportunity to contract a stronger goddess armament. At the same time, he needed to understand the latest developments in the capital. Those behind-the-scenes manipulators would not back down just because he was disqualified. With the help of his memory and the system, Chen Muming quickly found the hidden safe house that Lu Shi had mentioned when they parted ways, a disguised semi-underground structure located on the edge of an abandoned mining area. As they approached the safe house, Chen Muming signaled the team to stop, and Xiaoyu went in first to scout. A moment later, Xiaoyu emerged from the shadows. Captain, there are only Lu Shi and Zhang Yao in the safe house, no ambush. But Lu Shi seems a bit agitated. Chen Muming frowned slightly and led his team over. Pushing open the disguised stone door, the scene inside the safe house came into view. The space was small and the furnishings simple. Lu Shi was pacing restlessly. Zhang Yao's shield leaned quietly against the wall, its energy fluctuation stable, yet a sense of unease could still be felt. Seeing Chen Muming enter, Lu Shi was initially stunned, then his face lit up with immense joy. He rushed forward and gave Chen Muming a hard punch on the shoulder. Muming! You're finally back. I was so worried about you. He then saw the 8 goddess-like warriors following behind Chen Muming, especially the enormous, visually striking mecha. His eyes widened instantly, and his mouth gaped open enough to fit an egg. Holy crap. This is, you contracted another one? And a mecha? Xiaoya shrank back behind the mecha, feeling a little shy. Chen Muming smiled and introduced her simply. Her name is Xiaoya, she's armed with Chongyue, and she'll be our new partner from now on. He didn't elaborate on Xiaoya's situation, but instead asked, what were you so agitated about just now? What happened? Mentioning this, Lu Shi's face immediately fell, and he said angrily, what else could it be? The news of your disqualification has spread. Now everyone in the capital is saying all sorts of things. Those bastards are not only smearing you, but also ostracizing people who were close to us before. I went out to inquire about the news and almost got into a fight with a bunch of bastards. Damn it, I'm so frustrated. Chen Muming's eyes turned cold. He hadn't expected this. He patted Lu Shi on the shoulder. Don't get angry over these things, it's not worth it. Strength is the only thing that matters. He changed the subject, taking out the Radiant Simulated Spirit Core unit. Look what I brought back for you. Lu Shi's attention was immediately drawn to it. I call it the High Efficiency Power Supply Pivot Simulation Unit, Chen Muming explained. It can simulate the energy output that supports the normal combat of S-class weapons. With it, you will have the opportunity to find and contract with S-class goddess weapons. What? Lu Shi's voice suddenly rose, filled with unbelievable joy. Really? I've heard so much about you. You solved the energy consumption problem? This news was like a bolt from the blue for him. The problem that had plagued the world of energy users for countless years had actually been solved by his own brother? It's just a preliminary prototype. Its effectiveness and stability still need to be verified, Chen Muming said calmly. But it's theoretically feasible. Now, you try it and see if you can drive it. He handed the simulation unit to Lu Shi. Lu Shi excitedly accepted it with both hands, his hands trembling slightly as he felt the stable energy fluctuations emanating from the unit's surface. Following Chen Muming's instructions, he attempted to inject his spiritual power and Ling Shu energy into the unit, trying to establish a connection with it. At first, everything went smoothly. The unit glowed softly and began to respond to Lu Shi's energy. Lu Shi's face showed excitement. He could feel an energy flow that was much stronger and more stable than his own spiritual core, and it seemed that it could be guided. However, just as the connection was deepening and Lu Shi was trying to increase the energy output for testing, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! The simulation unit suddenly emitted a piercing shriek. The halo on its surface became extremely unstable and flickered violently. The intricate internal energy circuit seemed to have been triggered by subtle differences in Lu Shi's energy characteristics, or perhaps by unknown defects in the unit itself as an experimental subject, causing a chain reaction of disorder in an instant. Not good. Chen Muming's expression changed, and he immediately tried to cut off Lu Shi's connection with the unit. But it was too late. Boom! The simulation unit suddenly exploded into a chaotic energy shockwave. It wasn't a massive explosion, but rather an extremely unstable energy eruption. Lu Shi, who was directly hit in the chest by this chaotic energy, groaned and flew backward, crashing heavily into the wall. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and the unit in his hand flew out of his grasp. The surface of the unit instantly dimmed, emitting wisps of blue smoke, clearly indicating that it was damaged. Z. Chen Muming rushed forward to support Lu Shi, and a surge of powerful energy immediately flowed into his body to check his injuries. Fortunately, the impact wasn't too strong. It was mainly caused by energy disorder leading to turbulent blood and qi and slight internal organ tremors. There was no danger to his life, but he still needed to recuperate. Chapter 61, The Hidden Polishing and the Undercurrent of Murder. I'm fine. Lu Shi coughed, looking at the damaged unit on the ground, his face filled with regret and guilt. I'm sorry, Muming. I ruined what you worked so hard on. It's none of your business. Chen Muming frowned, feeling more fear and remorse than anything else. I was too hasty. This unit isn't stable enough yet. I should have given it to you after I had fully tested and perfected it. He had placed too much faith in the system's design and his own skills, neglecting the variables and risks involved in actual use. Just then, the chaotic energy that exploded from the unit did not completely dissipate, but instead darted around the safe house like a headless fly. By sheer coincidence, a portion of it crashed into the holy light shield that Zhang Yao had transformed into, which was quietly leaning against the wall. Zhang Yao! Lu Shi exclaimed. Buzz! The holy light shield was invaded by this foreign, chaotic energy with vastly different attributes. The shield trembled violently, and the originally stable holy light became flickering. Zhang Yao's consciousness transmitted painful fluctuations through the link. She was only a B-level weapon and could not withstand this level of energy impact at all. Seeing that Zhang Yao's core might be damaged, Chen Muming was about to forcefully suppress the chaotic energy. Suddenly, Xiaoya, who had just formed a contract and was not yet proficient in controlling energy, saw this scene and, in a moment of panic, subconsciously activated Chongyue. Buzz! A thick, earthy yellow light erupted from the mecha Chongyue. An incredibly powerful gravitational field instantly formed around it. The chaotic energy seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, forcibly pulled and compressed, and finally forcibly absorbed into the core crystal on Chongyue's chest. The mech's massive body trembled slightly, its surface shimmering with light, as if its internal energy circuits were automatically operating, rapidly decomposing, neutralizing, and absorbing the chaotic energy. For an SSS-class mech with enormous energy consumption, this amount of chaotic energy, though of the wrong nature, was not significant in total and was thus treated as impurities and eliminated. The safe house instantly returned to calm. Everyone was stunned, staring at the silent, gray-black mecha. Xiaoya was startled herself and said timidly, I didn't mean to, it moved by itself. Chen Muming looked at Chongyue, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, before he understood. The SSS-class mecha weaponry was indeed extraordinary. It actually possessed this ability to passively absorb and neutralize abnormal energy? This was indeed an unexpected discovery. He first checked on Zhang Yao. She had only suffered a minor shock, her core was slightly shaken, and she would be fine after some rest. Lu Shi's injuries were also not serious. Chen Muming helped Lu Shi up, looked at the damaged simulation unit on the ground, and said in a deep voice, Shizi, this time I didn't think things through. Don't worry, I will improve this unit. As for Zhang Yao, I will find a way to help her improve her rank. The most important thing right now is for you to recover from your injuries. Although Lu Shi was disappointed, he knew that things couldn't be rushed, so he nodded, I understand, Mu Ming, you also need to be careful. This accident served as a wake-up call for Chen Muming. The application of technology must be approached with caution, especially when it concerns the safety of those around him. At the same time, the special abilities displayed by Chongyue gave him new insights. He collected the damaged unit fragments, his gaze growing increasingly profound. The vortex of the capital, the risks of technology, the formidable enemies of the future, everything reminded him that the road ahead was still fraught with thorns. But this only made him more determined. He looked out at the dim sky outside the safe house, as if he could see the shadows hidden behind it all. Let's go, let's get out of here first. It's time to settle some scores. The unexpected incident inside the safe house was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Chen Muming's slight arrogance caused by his successive successes. Looking at Lu Shi, pale-faced, bloodied, and filled with remorse, and at the completely destroyed, smoking simulated spirit core unit on the ground, he was filled with self-reproach. The path of technology allows no room for luck or recklessness. Shizi, focus on recovering and don't overthink it. If it's broken, it's broken. I was too hasty and took it out before it was fully perfected. Chen Muming helped Lu Shi up, his tone steady and reassuring. Zhang Yao only suffered some shock and will be fine after a few days of rest. He took out several potent healing potions and energy supplements and handed them to Lu Shi. He then personally channeled a wisp of pure energy to gently soothe Lu Shi's disordered blood and qi and Zhang Yao's slightly trembling core. Nourished by the boundless energy, Lu Shi's complexion quickly improved, and the light emanating from Zhang Yao's shield stabilized once more. I admired it, but Lu Shi was still somewhat annoyed. Alright, let's not talk about this between brothers. Chen Muming interrupted him. The most important thing right now is for you to recover. It's not safe here anymore, let's find another place. He led everyone away from the safe house quickly, and with the help of the system's scanning, they found another, more secluded hiding place deep in an abandoned mine. The environment here was worse, but it had the advantage of being extremely well hidden and having stronger energy interference. After settling Lu Shi and Zhang Yaoan, Chen Muming immersed his consciousness into the system. System, conduct a comprehensive analysis of the cause of damage to the simulated Ling Shu unit experimental type 01. Analysis in progress. Main causes of damage: 1. Insufficient stability of the energy loop node void dust, prone to cascading collapse under high load and non-standard energy frequency impacts. 2. A slight phase difference between the user's energy characteristics and the analog output frequency, leading to energy resonance imbalance. 3. The structural strength of the unit can be optimized to withstand higher threshold energy backlash. Recommendation: replace void dust with stable star core fragments to be found, optimize the energy phase synchronization algorithm, and strengthen the internal structural support of the unit. The root cause of the problem has been found. Chen Muming was not discouraged at all, instead, he became even more focused. Failure is the mother of success, and this unexpected event provided valuable experimental data. Redesign the blueprint for the simulated Ling Shu unit improved 02. Prioritize the use of existing materials for structural reinforcement and algorithm optimization, and do not pursue the highest output for the time being. Stability and compatibility are the primary goals. Command confirmed. Blueprint redesign underway. Optimization is expected to improve stability by 300%, compatibility by 150%, and output power to support 2S-class weapons in conventional combat. At the same time, Chen Muming did not give up his own cultivation and the refinement of the goddess warriors. Every day, he would set aside time to venture deep into the mines, searching for remaining high-purity energy ores or powerful mechanical beasts for practical training. After advancing to level 6, his spiritual core capacity and control over energy improved further, but he still had a long way to go to reach the enormous barrier of level 7. He needed more accumulation and understanding. Chapter 62: The First Sound of the Forge. The 8 Goddesses' armor was a key focus of his training. Lin Wei and Qin Shuang's dual armor fusion became increasingly refined, and the range and intensity of their icy force field increased day by day. Su Wan's Radiant Wings has begun practicing multi-target locking and rapid-fire techniques, building upon her precise point-and-click attacks. Lei Yu's earth-shaking hammer is no longer limited to ground slams. She has begun to try to concentrate the shockwaves into the hammerhead for more penetrating single-target attacks. Bai Xi's Thousand Chance Umbrella shield is more dynamic and can even split into small energy shields to provide partial blocking for teammates. Xia Yu's Shadow Blade stealth ability has reached a new level, making assassinations even more silent and stealthy, and it can even simulate energy phantoms to confuse enemies for a short time. Song Xue's Ice Star Sword energy has become more refined. The chilling Absolute Zero can be controlled at will, no longer easily causing large-scale freezing, but concentrating the destructive power on a single point. The newly joined Xiaoya Chongwei is Chen Muming's main focus. She has the weakest foundation and is the least skilled at controlling her own power. Chen Muming did not rush to have her participate in high-intensity fusion battles, but instead started with the most basic energy control. Xiaoya, feel the energy flow of Chongwei and try to contain it, don't let it unconsciously spread outwards. Try raising your left arm, yes, slowly, feel the energy flow through your joint. Very good, now let's try to condense a small energy shield. Xiaoya studied very diligently, even relentlessly. She knew this opportunity was hard-won and understood the gap between herself and the other older sisters. She didn't want to be a burden to the team. Under Chen Muming's patient guidance and nourished by boundless energy, her progress was astonishing. In just a few days, she could control Chongyue relatively smoothly for basic movement, defense, and simple energy attacks. Although it was far from refined, she was no longer the frail girl who couldn't even retract her form. Her thin body seemed to have become stronger due to the nourishment of energy, and the timidity in her eyes was gradually replaced by focus and determination. Chen Muming also discovered that the Chongyue mecha seemed to have a natural affinity for earth attribute energy. During a drill, in a moment of desperation, Xiaoya instinctively stomped Chongyue on the ground, triggering a small-scale spike attack. Although the power was not great, the control was quite precise. This made him even more excited about the potential of this SSS-class mecha. While Chen Muming was quietly honing his skills and team's abilities, the undercurrents in the outside world did not stop. On this day, Xia Yu, who was in charge of perimeter security, brought back a message. Captain, I've discovered traces of venom activity 15 kilometers to the east. They're few in number, but their movements are elusive. They seem to be searching for something. They're carrying high-precision energy detection devices. Chen Muming's eyes narrowed. Venomous fangs? These persistent hyenas were indeed still looking for him. Was it because he had ruined their plans in Rusty Canyon last time, or because the people behind them still wouldn't let him go? Can you determine their search area? Not for now. They're very cautious and their area of operation is quite large. But their direction seems to be leaning towards Outpost 07, where we used to be, and the ancient industrial complex. Chen Muming pondered for a moment. It seemed that the other side was conducting a comprehensive search based on the areas they had previously been active in. Although their current hiding place was well concealed, passively hiding was not a long-term solution. Continue to monitor them and keep track of their movements, but don't alert them. Clear. Xia Yu's figure disappeared into the shadows once more. Chen Muming walked to the mine entrance, gazing at the gloomy, oppressive sky outside. He knew that the peaceful period of dormancy was about to end. Some people would not allow him to develop in peace. He returned to the cave and looked at Xiaoya, who was diligently practicing energy gathering, as well as the other goddess warriors who were either cultivating or on guard nearby. He made a decision. System, what is the progress of the improved 02 blueprint optimization? Optimization completion rate, 92%. Final simulation test expected to be completed in 3 hours. Speed up the process. At the same time, analyze the weaknesses of Venom's commonly used tactics and equipment. Analysis in progress. Fang excels in stealth, traps, poisons, and mental interference. Its equipment is highly resistant to extreme environments such as extremely high temperatures, extremely low temperatures, and strong electromagnetic interference, but relatively weak against pure energy overload and absolute physical force. Pure energy overload? Absolute force at the physical level? Chen Muming's gaze swept over Su Wan's radiant wings and Lei Yu's earth-shaking hammer, then looked at Xiaoya's massive Chongyue mecha, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He turned to the crowd and said, "Our guests will be arriving soon. The simulation unit is nearing completion, and everyone's abilities have improved considerably." His gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping across every face. "Next, perhaps we should take the initiative and prepare a surprise gift for these uninvited guests." Inside the mine, a chilling atmosphere quietly permeated the air, while a silent fighting spirit rose within. The dormant blade has been sharpened, ready to be drawn and drink blood. Deep within the mine, time slipped away quietly as he focused intently on his work. 3 hours later, the system notification sounded precisely in Chen Muming's mind. The blueprint for the simulated Lingshu unit improved 02 has been optimized. Final simulation testing has passed, and stability and compatibility have met expectations. Proceed with forging? Begin. Chen Muming said without hesitation. He took out the spare materials. This time, he was more cautious, his mental energy highly concentrated. The infinite energy was like the most precise carving knife, and under the microscopic guidance of the system, he reconstructed the complex device in the void. With the experience from the previous attempt and a more optimized blueprint, the forging process went much more smoothly this time. Several hours later, a unit with a similar appearance to the previous one, but a more stable internal structure and a more restrained and peaceful energy flow, floated in front of Chen Muming. It was no longer as dazzling as the prototype, but instead possessed a kind of simple and steadfast quality. Chen Muming did not immediately conduct a physical test, but carefully put it away. The improved 02 was more of a safety valve designed for non-limitless energy users like Lu Shi. For him, its significance lay more in technology verification and possible future explanation applications. His attention was drawn more to Xiaoya, who was struggling to adapt to her power, and her Chongyue. After several days of intensive training, Xiaoya's control over the mecha was no longer what it used to be. Although she couldn't yet achieve perfect precision, her basic movement, defense, and energy shield formation were already quite good. Her connection with Chongyue had also become increasingly close, and that feeling of being connected by blood and able to control her own body often brought an excited blush to her pale face. Chapter 63 Chongyue's Awakening. Xiaoya, Chen Muming walked up to the girl who was practicing condensing an energy shield. "How does it feel?" "Captain." Xiaoya dispersed the earth and yellow light shield in her hand, wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, and her eyes gleamed. "Very good. Chongyue, it seems to be getting more and more obedient. I feel that the power I can control is also getting stronger." Chen Muming nodded, his gaze falling on the silent, gray-black mecha. He could sense that something dormant within the mecha was being gradually awakened. It wasn't just a change brought about by the increased energy, it was a kind of essential sublimation. The system performs an in-depth scan of the Chongyue core, analyzing its energy circuits and potential characteristics. Deep scan initiated, analysis in progress. A highly encrypted and adaptive evolution module has been detected in the core energy circuit. As energy abundance increases and user compatibility improves, some encrypted circuits are gradually unlocking. New feature analysis. 1. Earth Resonance Basic allows for small-scale manipulation of earth and rocks to create simple defensive fortifications or spike attacks. 2. Energy Absorption Passive can absorb, convert, and store some of the energy from external attacks, requires further activation. 3. Unlocked. As expected. Chen Muming understood. The potential of SSS-class weapons was far more complex than it appeared, especially a composite weapon form like a mecha. Xiaoya's previous weakness not only limited her energy but also restricted the awakening of these characteristics. Xiaoya, Chen Muming's eyes turned serious. Would you like to try the true power of Chongyue? Xiaoya was taken aback at first, then nodded emphatically, her eyes resolute. I want to. Okay. Chen Muming looked at the others, Linwei, Xin Shuang, Suan, Leiyu, Baiji, Xiaoyu, Songshui. Here, the 7 replied in unison. We will conduct a live fire exercise. The objective is to help Xiaoya familiarize herself with Chongyue's new ability and test its limits. The location is the rocky valley outside the mine. Yes. The team sprang into action. Chen Muming left Lu Xi and Zhang Yao to rest deeper in the mine, while he led the 8 goddess warriors to a wide valley outside the mine, filled with jagged rocks. Xiaoya, stand in the middle, Chen Muming commanded. The rest of you, take turns attacking, starting with low intensity and gradually increasing it. Pay attention to Chongyue's reaction. The drill begins. Xiaoyu made the first move. Her figure flashed, appearing like a ghost on the flank of Chongyue, her shadow blade flashing with cold light as it pierced the gaps in the mech joints. This was a probing attack. Xiaoya was a little nervous, but she reacted immediately. Chongyue appeared bulky, but in the nick of time, it sidestepped, and its thick armor accurately blocked Xiaoyu's wrist blade, producing a metallic clang. At the same time, the ground beneath the mecha trembled slightly, and several sharp stone spikes silently rose up, forcing back Xiaoyu's subsequent attack. Earth Resonance. Well controlled. Chen Muming praised. Immediately afterward, Suwan's Wings of Radiance began firing ranged attacks, condensed beams of light shooting towards Chongyue's chest armor and legs. Xiaoya raised her energy shield, the earth and yellow light shield steadily blocking the beam bombardment. Though its light rippled, it was indestructible. It was Lei Yu's turn. With a sharp cry, she unleashed the earth-shaking hammer, which slammed into the ground with a whooshing sound. The powerful shockwave spread out like ripples, attempting to shake the foundation of Chongyue. This time, Xiaoya neither resisted nor dodged. As if struck by a sudden inspiration, she controlled Chongyue to stomp down heavily. Buzz. A powerful, yet more solid, shockwave emanated from beneath Chongyue's feet, colliding violently with Lei Yu's shockwave. With a deafening roar, a small section of the ground at the point of intersection collapsed, while Chongyue merely swayed slightly before regaining its footing. Energy absorption and conversion for counterattack? A glint flashed in Chen Muming's eyes. This was more than just resonance with the earth, it was transmitting some of the absorbed kinetic energy through the earth. Although still very crude, it had already demonstrated terrifying potential. The intensity of the drills continued to increase. The icy force field created by Linwei and Qin Shuang attempted to freeze Chongyue, but it was largely resisted by the thick energy layer that automatically circulated on the surface of the mecha. Baiji's 1000 machine shield changes, testing the defensive effect of Chongyue against attacks of different attribute energy. Song Shui's Ice Star Sword underwent precise armor-piercing tests and discovered that the armor strength of Chongyue far exceeded expectations, and even the extreme cold sword energy could only leave shallow marks. From initial nervousness and awkwardness, Xiaoya gradually became more composed, and her cooperation with Chongyue became increasingly seamless. The mecha was no longer a cold creation, but an extension of her body, a manifestation of her will. She began to actively utilize her newly awakened abilities, manipulating the rocks on the ground to form simple barriers, trying to guide some of the absorbed energy to enhance the next attack. Although still somewhat immature, the terrifying potential and comprehensiveness of the SSS-class mech armament have already begun to show. Just as the exercise was nearing its end and everyone was preparing to stop, Chen Muming's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he raised his hand to stop them. Something's up. His sharp gaze swept towards the cliff on one side of the rocky valley. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, several dark figures suddenly appeared on the cliff. They were dressed in uniform black combat suits, wore demon masks, and carried specially made energy crossbows and jamming devices. They were the assassins of Venom. "You're here. Found you, Chen Mumming," the leader of the assassins said in a hoarse voice, a cruel smile on his face. "This time, let's see where you run. Form the formation." Whoosh whoosh. Several interference stakes were hurled and planted around the valley, instantly creating an energy interference field to suppress Chen Mumming and the others' perception and energy flow. Simultaneously, poison crossbow bolts rained down like a storm. They were clearly prepared, having chosen this relatively open terrain that would allow them to suppress enemy forces from a distance and set up traps. Defense! Chen Mumming shouted coldly, and the Frost Soul armor instantly covered his entire body. Lin Wei, Bai Ji, and the others immediately tightened their formation, raised their shields, and blocked the rain of arrows. However, this time, before Chen Mumming could make a move or Su Wan could launch a counterattack from a distance, a huge figure suddenly stepped forward and blocked everyone's way. It was Chongyue, controlled by Xiaoya. Faced with the dense rain of arrows and energy interference, Xiaoya's eyes showed no fear, only the anger of being provoked and a resolute determination to protect her companions. She unleashed all the results of her practice over the past few days, as well as her trust in the power of Chongyue at this moment. Chongyue. Protect. Chapter 64: Thunderous Sweep and the Beginning of the Return Journey. With a clear shout, she crossed her arms in front of her chest, and the thick, earthy yellow energy erupted with unprecedented intensity. Buzz! A massive, solid energy shield, as solid as a mountain wall, instantly took shape. It not only completely blocked all the crossbow bolts, but even the fluctuations of the energy interference field were isolated to a certain extent by this thick energy shield. That's not all. As Xiaoya felt the energy fluctuations from the crossbow bolts striking the shield, a flash of inspiration struck her, reminding her of the feeling she had when fighting against Lei Yu's shockwave. She tried to guide this impact energy. Chongyue. Give it back to them. With her will, the surface of the massive energy shield trembled violently. All the absorbed crossbow bolt kinetic energy and some of the interference field energy were compressed and transformed, then erupted like a volcano, transforming into countless earth and yellow energy spikes that shot back towards the Fang assassins on the cliff. Faster and more powerful. What? Get out of the way. The assassins on the cliff had no idea that this massive mech had such a counterattack capability, and they were immediately thrown into chaos. The energy spikes covered a wide area, and several people were hit instantly, screaming as they fell off the cliff. In the first round of combat, Venom's sneak attack not only failed to work, but also resulted in a great loss. Xiaoya controlled Chongyue, maintaining a massive energy shield. Her chest rose and fell slightly. The burst of power just now had been a considerable burden on her mental and energy control. But standing at the forefront of the group, her gray-black mecha resembled an insurmountable mountain in the dim light, radiating a reassuring power. Chen Mumming watched Xiaoya and Chongyue walk away, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. The furnace roared for the first time, and the towering mountains awakened. This most solid shield has begun to demonstrate its unparalleled value. This sudden attack officially kicked off the counterattack. His cold gaze locked onto the panicked figures on the cliff, as if he were looking at a flock of lambs to the slaughter. Leave no one alive. Chen Mumming's icy voice echoed through the valley of chaotic rocks like the pronouncement of death. The 7 goddess warriors behind him were already poised to attack, while Xiaoya Chongyue, who stood at the forefront, was like an enraged guardian deity, her gray-black mecha radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. The Fang assassins on the cliff had just regained their footing after the counterattack from the energy spikes and hadn't even had time to organize the next wave of attacks when a fatal blow struck. Chen Mumming was moved. Frost Soul Winter, the armor covered his entire body. He did not choose complicated tactics, but the simplest and most direct way to crush his opponent. Su Wan, provide cover fire to suppress the formation. Lei Yu, use Earth Shatter to destroy their foothold. Xiaoyu, Lin Wei, follow me and charge forward. Song Shui, Qin Shuang, coordinate the overall operation and freeze the escapees. Bai Ji, maintain the team's shield. Xiaoya, strengthen the defenses and be ready to take control of the land at any time. A series of commands were completed instantly in the Soul Link, and the power of the 8 goddesses' armored forces, like precisely meshed gears, roared into operation. Su Wan's wings of radiance on her shoulder unleashed their power first. It was no longer a single target kill, but a sweeping barrage like a metallic storm. Blazing white beams of light, like a sudden downpour, instantly enveloped the entire clifftop, forcing the assassins to either dodge with all their might or erect energy shields, making it impossible for them to mount an effective attack. Almost simultaneously. With a sharp cry, Lei Yu slammed the earth-shaking hammer into the ground with immense force. This time, the shockwave didn't spread. Instead, she precisely directed it to the weakest point in the cliff's structure. Rumble. The rocks at the edge of the cliff cracked and collapsed under the violent tremors. Several Fang assassins standing on the edge lost their footing and fell with screams. In that chaotic moment, Chen Muming, Lin Wei, whose fusion armor provided an extreme cold field and defense, and Xiaoyu, who provided stealth and deadly assassination, were like three ghostly figures, instantly rushing up the cliff. The Ice Star Sword was drawn, its chilling aura piercing wherever the sword light passed, whether it was energy shields or flesh and blood, everything was instantly frozen and cleaved. Xiaoyu, like a true phantom, darted through the chaotic battlefield, and with each appearance, an assassin's throat or energy core was precisely pierced. Song Xuan and Qin Shuang provided support from the perimeter. The ranged sword energy of the Ice Star Sword precisely targeted and killed any targets who tried to escape or secretly launched sneak attacks, while the cold energy of the Frost Soul armor, controlled by Qin Shuang, continued to spread, further restricting the assassins' movements and freezing those assassins who were knocked down or injured in place, cutting off their possibility of resistance or escape. Bai Xi's Thousand Chance Umbrella shield steadily protected Su Wan and Lei Yu below, ensuring that the ranged firepower was not interfered with. Xiaoya's Chonghua stood like a steadfast anchor in the valley. Remembering Chen Muming's orders, she didn't rush in, but instead focused on maintaining the massive energy shield while cautiously attempting more refined earth resonance. She manipulated the ground beneath Chonghua, making the rock layers more solid and subtly weakening the cliff's stability, complementing Lei Yu's attacks. Occasionally, any stragglers attempting to flank Su Wan and the others in the valley were thwarted by her timely conjured earth spikes or small-scale ground collapses. This was an unequal massacre. Supported by Chen Muming's terrifying multitasking abilities and limitless energy, the 8 SSS-level goddess warriors each performed their duties to the fullest, showcasing their individual strengths to the fullest. Their teamwork, honed through numerous rehearsals and drills, was near perfect. Although the Venom Fang assassins were highly trained and ruthless, their stealth, poisons, and traps proved utterly ineffective against absolute power and flawless tactical coordination. The battle began suddenly and ended even more quickly. In less than 5 minutes, the cliff had fallen silent. All the Fang killers perished, turning into cold corpses or frozen sculptures. The pungent stench of blood mingled with the chill, permeating the air. Chen Muming stood atop the cliff, his Ice Star Sword pointing diagonally at the ground, its blade unstained by blood. His cold gaze swept over the corpses strewn across the ground, his heart utterly unmoved. He felt no pity for these hyenas who had repeatedly tried to kill him and bullied the weak. "Clean up the battlefield and gather useful information," he ordered. Xiaoyu and Lin Wei immediately began searching the body, looking for identification tags, communicators, or any clues that might point to the mastermind. Su Wan and Lei Yu vigilantly watched their surroundings, preventing any escapees or other unexpected incidents. Bai Xi removed her shield and stood guard beside Chen Muming with Xiaoya. Chapter 65, The Return stirs up the storm, the Ice Crown stands atop the capital. Soon, Xiaoyu came over with an encrypted communicator and several special metal badges. "Captain, the communicator is severely damaged and cannot be read directly. But these badges are the insignia of squad leaders within Fang. This time, it's their elite." Chen Muming took the badge, his eyes growing even colder. An elite squad? It seemed they were determined to kill him. System, attempt to crack the residual data from the communicator and analyze the origin of the badge's material. Command confirmed. Cracking in progress? Data corruption rate 95%, recovery probability less than 1%. Badge material analysis contains trace elements characteristic of the Blackwater Guild's special smelting plant. Blackwater Merchant Guild. A cold glint flashed in Chen Muming's eyes. Sure enough, they were there. This large chamber of commerce, entangled with multiple shady dealings, seemed to be one of the financial backers of Poison Fang, and also one of the masterminds behind framing him and suppressing Crystal Flower. "Looks like it's time to go back and have a chat with them," Chen Muming muttered to himself. He led his team back to the mine and shared the information and assessments they had gathered with Lu Shi, who was recovering from his injuries. Upon hearing the name Blackwater Chamber of Commerce, Lu Shi gritted his teeth. "It's those bastards again. We've heard so much about them, when are we going to go back and kill them?" Chen Muming looked at Lu Shi's still somewhat pale face and shook his head. "Shizi, your injuries haven't fully healed yet, and Zhang Yao also needs to recover. This time when we go back, the situation will be more complicated than in the wasteland. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. He took out the improved 02 simulated Lingshu unit and handed it to Lu Shi. Keep this safe. Although it's not perfect yet, the idea is right. Once I go back and resolve the problems there, and find more stable materials, I'll make you an even better one. Lu Shi took the unit and nodded emphatically. I understand, I admire you. Don't worry, go back. Zhang Yao and I will stay here to recover and cultivate. We definitely won't hold you back when you need us. Chen Muming patted him on the shoulder between brothers, no words are needed. He glanced at the 8 goddess warriors beside him. Through repeated battles and drills, their auras had become more refined, and their eyes sharper. Xiaoya had also completely shed her previous timidity, standing beside the massive Chongyue with a resolute gaze. We should go back, Chen Muming said slowly. Back to the capital, back to that place full of intrigue and scheming. His gaze seemed to pierce through the rock walls of the mine, revealing the vast and complex city. Some people think that kicking us out of the game and exiling us to the wilderness will put their minds at ease. They are wrong. Now, it's time to go back and tell them that the rules of the game need to be changed. A calm flame burned in his icy blue eyes. The period of dormancy and tempering in the wilderness has ended. Armed with the might of 8 SSS-level goddesses and possessing power and technology that could overturn all perceptions, Chen Muming embarked on his journey back to the capital. This time, he will no longer be a pawn to be manipulated. Instead, they returned to play chess. The sandstorms of the rusty wasteland were left far behind as Chen Muming and his group, traveling in a camouflaged off-road vehicle, entered the outer perimeter of Shangjing's security zone. Unlike their silent departure, this time, he made no attempt to conceal their presence. The dusty, yet undeniably powerful off-road vehicle, along with the massive, gray-black mecha Chongyue beside it, emanating a chilling energy fluctuation, served as the most conspicuous announcement. The news spread like wildfire, reaching certain circles in Beijing at an astonishing speed. He's back. That Chen Muming. Weren't you disqualified in the rusty wasteland? How dare you come back? He's not just back. Didn't you see? He's surrounded by so many goddess-level warriors. The energy fluctuations are terrifyingly strong. And that mech. My god, what grade is it? It feels even more terrifying than a regular S-class mech. Did he have some kind of extraordinary encounter in the wasteland? It hasn't been that long. Surprise, shock, speculation, unease, a multitude of emotions surged beneath the surface of the capital. Chen Muming's return was like a boulder thrown into a seemingly calm lake, stirring up countless ripples. Ignoring the undercurrents, Chen Muming drove directly to the military headquarters building. The tall building stood solemnly, and the armed guards at the entrance had sharp eyes. The vehicle stopped, and Chen Muming stepped out. He was still wearing his ordinary combat uniform, with no energy fluctuations emanating from him, appearing completely unremarkable. But as he stood still and his gaze calmly swept across the headquarters building, an invisible pressure naturally spread out. Following him off the bus were 8 goddesses, each with a distinct style yet equally dazzling. Linwei, Songshui, Qinshuang, Suan, Leiyu, Baiji, and Xiaoyu 7 SSS-level girls who had already formed a contract now possessed restrained auras and sharp, piercing eyes. Having endured the baptism of blood and fire in the wasteland, they no longer carried any trace of their former confusion or inferiority complex, only a tempered composure and absolute loyalty to the figure before them. They stood quietly behind Chen Muming, like 7 peerless divine weapons sheathed, ready to be unleashed, yet exuding a chilling aura. Most striking was the massive mech Chongyue, standing to the side and rear, its consciousness linked to Xiaoya's. Its grayish-black armor gleamed with a cold, hard sheen in the sunlight, its 3-meter-tall form exuding unparalleled visual oppression. The steadily rotating crystal at its chest, radiating a heavy energy fluctuation, silently proclaimed its SSS-class nature and power. Xiaoya looked out through the cockpit, her palms slightly sweaty, but more than anything, filled with determination. She knew that from this moment on, she was no longer the girl trembling in the ruin. She was Chongyue, the captain's strongest shield. The 9 people including Xiaoya standing in front of the military headquarters building created a striking scene. A seemingly ordinary young energy user was followed by 8 SSS-level goddess-level warriors. This included an extremely rare SSS-level mecha. This completely overturned people's understanding of the limits of energy user contracts and their energy consumption. The guards at the gate instinctively tightened their grip on their guns, their eyes filled with vigilance and disbelief. Officers and staff entering and leaving headquarters also stopped in their tracks, staring in disbelief at the scene. Chen Muming ignored all the gazes and strode towards the door. Halt! Please show your identification and access permit. The guard dutifully stopped him, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of tension. Chen Muming stopped in his tracks, but before he could speak, a steady yet excited voice came from inside the door. Let him in. Chapter 66 High Efficiency Energy Supply Spiritual Pivot. General Li Jingguo strode out, surrounded by his adjutants and guards. The old general's gaze immediately fell on Chen Muming, a complex and unfathomable light flashing in his eyes, a mixture of relief, shock, and a touch of solemnity. Then, his gaze swept over the 8 goddess-like warriors behind Chen Muming, lingering particularly on the Chongyue mecha for several seconds, his pupils slightly contracting. General. Chen Muming nodded slightly. Good. Good. It's good that you're back. Li Jingguo patted Chen Muming's shoulder heavily, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. I knew it. The wasteland couldn't hold back a true dragon like you. His voice was loud and clear, carrying throughout the surroundings as if he were announcing something to everyone. Then, he lowered his voice, making it audible only to the two of them. You brat, the commotion you've caused this time is much bigger than I imagined. 8 SSS level, you really are. He shook his head, seemingly unable to find the right words to describe it. It was a coincidence, Chen Muming replied calmly. Besides, some scores should be settled. Li Jingguo's eyes sharpened, and he nodded. Let's go inside and talk. His gaze swept over Lin Wei and the others. They are one with me, there is no need to avoid them, Chen Muming said calmly. Li Jingguo gave him a deep look, did not object, and turned to lead the way. Follow me. Under countless shocked, inquisitive, and awe-inspiring gazes, Chen Muming, accompanied by his 8 goddess-like warriors, calmly stepped into the military headquarters building. The massive mecha Chongyue strode heavily across the polished marble floor, its heavy steps resonating deep within everyone's hearts. This scene, like a silent declaration, instantly spread to every corner of the capital. The Blackwater Chamber of Commerce headquarters, top floor office. The director, Wang, who had smashed the wine glass earlier, now had a face so dark it was almost dripping with gloom. On the screen in front of him, a live feed of Chen Muming and his group entering the military headquarters was being displayed. 8 SSS class, and a mech, how is this possible? He roared, his voice trembling with anger and a hint of fear. Those Fong bastards. Not only did they fail to defeat him, they made him even stronger. The sinister-looking man standing beside him also had a grave expression. Director, the situation has changed. This boy has grown powerful, and with that old bastard Li Jingguo backing him, I'm afraid it's too late to use the same methods as before. What are you afraid of? Director Wang suddenly turned his head and glared at him. Are we just going to let it go like this? He's ruined so many of our plans. He thwarted the Crystal Flower project, and now he's back with this force. He's clearly determined to fight us to the death. He was breathing heavily, his eyes flickering. No, we absolutely cannot let him grow up. We have to find a way, no matter the cost. Military headquarters, General Li Jingguo's private conference room. The shielding field was activated, isolating the inside from the outside. Inside the conference room, there were only Li Jingguo, Chen Muming, and 8 goddess warriors in human form. Xiaoya also came out of her mecha and sat quietly to the side. I know everything. General Li Jingguo cut to the chase, his face serious. Fong, the Blackwater Chamber of Commerce, and certain people in the military committee, you've come back this time to lay your cards on the table? Chen Muming sat on the sofa, relaxed, but his eyes were sharp as ice. This is not a showdown, it's a reckoning. It's time for them to pay their debts. Do you have any evidence? Li Jingguo said in a deep voice. As for the committee member Zhang insists it's a matter of rules, and there's no direct evidence that he's involved in framing you. The Blackwater Chamber of Commerce is even more elusive. The evidence will come. Chen Muming said calmly, but with absolute confidence. When they realize that all their schemes and tricks are meaningless in the face of absolute power, they will naturally slip up. He looked at Li Jingguo. General, I need a legitimate identity and authority to stay in Shangjing and participate in some matters. Li Jingguo stared at him for a long while, then slowly asked, what kind of identity do you want? I remember that although the Divine Chariot competition removed me from the list, it didn't explicitly stipulate that those who were removed from the list could not serve the country in other ways, right? Chen Muming's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. For example, forming a special rapid response team to handle some tricky problems that regular troops can't solve, especially problems related to high-level mechanical beasts or certain unstable factors. A glint flashed in Li Jingguo's eyes. He immediately understood Chen Muming's intention. This was to gain an officially recognized identity, possess legitimate rights of action and the authority to use force, and at the same time, to legitimately coincidentally encounter certain people or forces he was looking for. Organization, designation, authority, these are not problems. Li Jinghua tapped his fingers on the table. With the power you've demonstrated, and with my push, even if those old guys on the committee have opinions, they won't dare to openly oppose us. But he abruptly changed the subject, staring intently at Chen Muming. You have to put my mind at ease, and truly put the higher-ups at ease. How do you explain how you can simultaneously support the energy consumption of 8 SSS-level armed personnel? This is the most crucial point. If you can't provide a reasonable explanation, even if I forcefully suppress it, there will be endless troubles in the future. All eyes in the conference room were on Chen Muming. Lin Wei and the others also looked at him. They knew this was a hurdle their captain had to face. Chen Muming seemed to have anticipated this problem. He calmly took out the improved 02 simulated Lingshu unit and placed it on the table. The unit's surface shimmered with light, radiating stable and efficient energy fluctuations. This is the high-efficiency powered spirit pivot auxiliary unit that I developed myself by combining ancient relic technology with modern energy theory, Chen Muming said without changing his expression. It can greatly improve the energy output efficiency and stability of the spirit pivot. Although it cannot completely solve the energy consumption of long-term high-intensity combat for SSS-level weapons, it is more than enough to support regular missions in medium-intensity combat. He paused, then added, of course, this is just a preliminary version and still needs continuous improvement. But at least it proves that the energy consumption problem of high-grade weaponry is not unsolvable. This may also be the key for us humans to fight against increasingly powerful mechanical beasts. General Li Jinghua picked up the unit, carefully sensing the intricate energy flow within, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented brilliance. Although he wasn't a technical expert, he possessed basic judgment. The technological concepts contained within this unit truly far surpassed current mainstream levels. If what Chen Muming said was indeed true. Excellent! What a brilliant high-efficiency power supply pivot! Li Jinghua slammed his hand on the table, his excitement overflowing. With this, many things will be much easier. Muming, you've truly made a great contribution this time. Chapter 67 The First Cry of the Ice Crown, Mountains Amidst Blazing Flames. He stood up, paced back and forth, and quickly made a decision. Special Rapid Response Team, approved. Number, it'll be Ice Crown. Directly under the Supreme Command, and I'll be in charge. You'll be the captain, with the highest level of operational autonomy. Ice Crown. Chen Muming pondered the name, then nodded. Okay. He knew that from this moment on, he was no longer a contestant who could be manipulated and disqualified at will. He was the captain of Ice Crown, the leader of a special force armed with 8 SSS-level goddesses and possessing what appeared to be groundbreaking energy technology. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the 8 girls behind him before finally settling on General Li Jinghua. So, General, what is the first mission for the Ice Crown squad? Li Jinghua revealed a meaningful smile. According to the frontline reconnaissance report, a small-scale abnormal gathering of high-level mechanical beasts has occurred 200 kilometers northeast of Shanghai, suspected to be the activity of level 7 mechanical beasts, threatening the nearby energy collection station. Originally, we planned to send conventional troops to handle it, but now it seems that it's a good opportunity to hand it over to your Ice Crown squad to practice, and also, show everyone what true SSS-level power is. A cold glint flashed in Chen Muming's eyes. Practice? Showcase strength? Just what he wanted. Ice Crown squad, obey orders. Chen Muming's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable power, echoing in the general's conference room. Li Jinghua looked at him, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration and anticipation. He knew that this hastily formed yet formidable team would inevitably cause a huge stir. The order was issued swiftly, and the formalities were completed in the shortest possible time. When Chen Muming, accompanied by his 8 female warriors, drove out of headquarters in a high-speed armored personnel carrier provided by the military and painted with the brand-new Ice Crown insignia, a simple ice blue crown pattern, all eyes in the capital were on him. The formation of the Ice Crown squad, and its first mission to wipe out the high-level mechanical beast horde near the energy collection station in the northeast, sweep through all the major and minor forces that were paying attention to the matter like a whirlwind. Ice Crown? What an arrogant name! Granting him absolute autonomy? General Li is determined to protect him to the very end. 8 SSS level, can they really act simultaneously? Is Chen Muming's spirit core made of a black hole? Just wait and see. We'll find out what it's made of once we take it out for a spin. A level 7 mechanical beast is no joke. Doubt, anticipation, apprehension, and indifference, a mix of emotions swirled within them. Many wanted to see if this seemingly glamorous team, on which Li Jinghua had placed high hopes, truly possessed the strength to crush everything, or was merely a paper tiger unable to withstand the pressure. Armored vehicles sped across the wilderness, kicking up clouds of dust. Inside, however, the atmosphere was not tense. Chen Muming closed his eyes to rest, but his consciousness was connected to the system, constantly receiving and analyzing the latest data transmitted from the front lines. Lin Wei, Song Shui, and the others also sat quietly, adjusting their state. Their eyes were calm, having experienced even more brutal battles in the wilderness. This clearing mission with a clear objective did not cause them much emotional turmoil. Only Xiaoya, sitting near the Chongyue mecha, had her small hands slightly clenched, appearing somewhat nervous. This was her first official mission as a member of the Ice Crown team, and also Chongyue's first appearance before the world. "Don't be nervous, Xiaoya." Bai Ji, sitting next to her, gently patted her shoulder. "Trust the captain, trust Chongyue, and trust yourself." Xiaoya looked at Bai Ji's gentle smile, then at Chen Muming, who was resting with his eyes closed, took a deep breath, and nodded vigorously. Several hours later, the armored vehicle arrived at the edge of the target area. A faint smell of sulfur and burning could be smelled in the air, and the sky in the distance was shrouded in a dark red, an energy phenomenon caused by the gathering of a large number of fire attribute mechanical beasts. The vehicle stopped, and Chen Muming opened his eyes, his icy blue pupils clear and bright. System, perform a full scan of the area ahead, construct a 3D map, and mark all high-energy reactions. Scanning in progress? Area map completed. Numerous level 4 lava hounds, level 5 exploding fire lizards, and level 6 flame vultures detected. A strong level 7 energy reaction was detected in the core area, confirming it as a lava behemoth mid-level 7. This mechanical beast possesses high-strength physical defense, flamethrower, and lava field capabilities. The energy harvesting station's defensive barrier has only 37% energy remaining. The situation is critical. The holographic map was presented to everyone, making the distribution, number, and strength of the enemies clear at a glance. Chen Muming glanced at the map and quickly made arrangements. Mission objective: eliminate all mechanical beasts and ensure the safety of the energy extraction station. Core objective: kill the level 7 lava behemoth. Tactical arrangement: Xiaoya Chongyue, you are the main tank. You will draw the fire of the lava behemoth from the front and use the earth resonance and energy absorption properties to limit its movement and territory expansion as much as possible. Lin Wei and Qin Shuang, the dual armors merged to provide an extreme cold force field, suppressing the surrounding fire attribute mechanical beasts and providing flank support for Chongyu. Su Wan, take control of the high ground, prioritize eliminating the aerial units' flame vultures, and conduct precise strikes on the weak points of the lava behemoth. Lei Yu, Xiaoyu, clear out the ground enemies and protect Su Wan's flank to prevent interference. Song Shui, Bai Ji, follow me. As a mobile force, you will provide support to all sides at any time and be responsible for the final slaying of the lava behemoth. The instructions were clear and unambiguous, instantly conveyed to every member through the soul link. Understood, the crowd responded in unison, their fighting spirit rising. The rear hatch of the armored vehicle opened, and everyone quickly got out. Xiaoya took a deep breath, her eyes hardening. She leaped into the cockpit of Chongyue, and the massive, gray-black mech's eyes shone with a heavy, earthy yellow light. With heavy steps, it took the lead in heading towards the area shrouded in flames and thick smoke. Su Wan unfurled her wings of light and gracefully swept towards a nearby high ground. Lei Yu, carrying a giant hammer, followed closely behind, with Xiaoyu's figure blurred in the background. Lin Wei and Qin Shuang exchanged a glance. Amidst the flashing light, they merged with the frost soul armor on Chen Muming's body. The fused armor, now even more majestic and icy, covered Chen Muming's entire body, and an extremely cold aura began to permeate the air. Song Shui held the Ice Star Sword, while Bai Ji opened the Thousand Chance Umbrella, standing guard on either side of Chen Muming. Ice Crown Squad, move out. With Chen Muming's command, the battle officially began. Chongyue was like a mobile fortress, charging into the horde of mechanical beasts. It ignored the lava hounds and exploding fire lizards that pounced on it, its thick armor and energy shield easily deflecting or crushing them, its target being the giant beast in the distance, as large as a small mountain, with scorching lava flowing around its body. Chapter 68: Undercurrents and Silent Warning. Roar! The lava behemoth spotted this defiant iron lump and let out a deafening roar, unleashing a massive pillar of lava fire from its mouth. The intense heat distorted the very air. Xiaoya, maximize energy shield. Earth resonance, stabilize your feet. Chen Muming's voice came through the link. Xiaoya gritted her teeth and frantically poured in energy. Chongyue crossed its arms, and a solid, thick, earth-yellow energy shield instantly took shape, forcefully withstanding the impact of the molten lava pillar. The scorching lava crashed against the shield surface, making a hissing sound, and the energy was consumed violently, but the shield remained unmoved. At the same time, the rocks on the ground beneath the mecha surged, becoming even more solid, resisting the high-temperature erosion of the lava field. Just then, extreme cold descended. Chen Muming in his fused state with Lin Wei and Qin Xuan was like an ice god descending to earth, a dense ice blue force field spreading out from him, colliding fiercely with the molten lava behemoth's scorching domain. The clash of ice and fire produced a sizzling explosion, and a large amount of white mist rose up. The surrounding fire attribute mechanical beasts visibly slowed down, and frost began to condense on their bodies. Whoosh! 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 On the high ground, Suwan's Wings of Radiance unleashed its power. Streams of condensed, blazing white beams shot out like the Grim Reaper's call, precisely targeting the circling flame vultures in the air. With each strike, a vulture would cry out in agony as it plummeted into a fireball. She could even spare a moment to occasionally harass the lava beast's relatively vulnerable joints and eyes. Although she couldn't inflict fatal wounds, she effectively disrupted its attacks. On the ground, Lei Yu and Xia Yu were like tigers among sheep. Each strike of Lei Yu's earth-shaking hammer cleared out a swarm of minions. Xia Yu's shadow blade weaved through the beast horde, each flash of its cold light signifying the end of a life. Working in perfect harmony, they wiped out the mechanical beasts attempting to approach the high ground or attack Chongyue from the flanks. Bai Ji's Thousand Chance umbrella shield sometimes expands to cover everyone, and sometimes splits into smaller shields to block stray bullets, protecting the team completely. Song Shui moved along the edge of the battlefield, her Ice Star Sword, wielding its sword energy to freeze and shatter any stragglers or those exploding fire lizards attempting to spew fireballs from a distance. The entire battlefield, under Chen Muming's precise control and the perfect coordination of the goddess-level armed warriors, formed an efficient and ruthless killing rhythm. The combined power and complementary characteristics of the 8 SSS-level armed warriors displayed astonishing dominance. The originally menacing horde of mechanical beasts was swiftly cleared away by them as if cutting melons and vegetables. The lava behemoth, tightly bound by Chongyue, was utterly frustrated. Its pillars of lava fire couldn't break through that damned, thick shield. Its lava domain was constantly compressed and neutralized by the extreme cold force field. Its movements were hampered by Xiaoya's tentative earth resonance, creating small-scale ground collapses or rockfalls, and it was also constantly harassed by sniper fire from the high ground. It possesses terrifying power at the mid-level of the 7th rank, yet it seems to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to use its strength anywhere. Now! Chen Muming's eyes flashed with a cold light as he watched the lava behemoth lose its balance due to a ground collapse. Song Shui. Bai Ji. A full-force attack. Song Shui understood immediately. She raised the Ice Star Sword high, her entire body condensing sword energy and chill to the extreme, the lotus-shaped gem on the sword shining brightly. With a delicate shout, she became one with the sword, transforming into an extreme cold light that tore through space, piercing straight into the giant maw of the lava beast that had opened due to its roar that was its relatively vulnerable internal area. At the same time, Bai Ji concentrated the protective power of the Thousand Chance umbrella in front of Song Shui, clearing away all energy obstacles for her. The lava behemoth sensed a deadly threat and frantically tried to close its mouth and activate its lava defenses. But it was too late. Put! The icy blue sword light, imbued with the characteristic of absolute zero, pierced into the lava behemoth's mouth like a hot knife through butter, cutting straight through its core. The massive body of the lava behemoth suddenly stiffened, and the lava flowing on its surface dimmed, solidified, and froze at a visible speed. Its crimson eyes lost their luster, and it finally crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. In the core area, the strongest level 7 mechanical beast was instantly killed in one hit. With the death of the lava behemoth, the remaining mechanical beast horde lost its leader and immediately fell into chaos, and was quickly wiped out. The battle is over. From start to finish, it took less than 15 minutes. The alarm at the energy harvesting station was deactivated, and the defensive barrier stopped flashing. The staff inside looked through the observation windows at the ravaged battlefield outside, the mountain-like gray-black mech standing before the lava behemoth's corpse, and the powerful, composed young women. Their faces were filled with the joy of surviving a catastrophe and immense shock. Chen Muming deactivated his fusion state and looked at everything before him calmly. After confirming through the system that there were no more threats, he issued the order, collect the level 7 energy cores, check the damage to the energy collection station, and prepare to return. Xiaoya emerged from the cockpit of Chongyue, her face flushed with excitement and slight exhaustion, but her eyes shone with an astonishing light. She had done it. She had truly withstood the attack of the level 7 mechanical beast alongside Chongyue. Lin Wei and the others also concealed their auras, their faces showing relaxed smiles. This time, their teamwork was smoother than in the wasteland, and their control over their own power was more refined. The Ice Crown team's first mission ended with a clean, textbook-perfect, and overwhelming victory. When the battle footage and results were transmitted back to the capital through various channels, the shock caused far exceeded the scene when they returned. All doubts and ridicule were shattered at this moment by the towering mech, by the efficient killing, and by the sword that instantly killed the level 7 mechanical beast. The first cry of the Ice Crown crane resounded across the fields. Everyone realized that the landscape of the capital was about to undergo a dramatic change because of this suddenly rising team. Chen Muming stood at the edge of the battlefield, gazing in the direction of Shangjing, his eyes deep and thoughtful. This is just the beginning. Okay, here's the next chapter, written as requested. The news of the Ice Crown Squad's triumphant first battle, swiftly wiping out the level 7 mech horde, was like a mental earthquake, its shockwave sweeping across the entire capital city more violently than any energy explosion. The circulated battle footage, the gray-black mech Chongyue crashing against the lava pillars like a mountain, the extreme cold force field and the blazing domain locked in a fierce struggle, the precise beam strikes, and finally, that ultimate icy blue sword beam piercing the core of the behemoth repeatedly assaulted everyone's cognitive senses. The dissenting voices vanished almost overnight, replaced by a complex mix of emotions, awe, fanaticism, calculation, and a deep-seated fear. Chapter 69. Dragons have scales that cannot be touched, they will surely enrage you. The Blackwater Chamber of Commerce Headquarters, top floor office. The atmosphere was oppressive, like the deathly silence before a storm. Director Wang stopped smashing things. He simply sat behind his large desk, his face ashen, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the surface, making an unsettling clattering sound. The screen repeatedly played clips of the Ice Crown team's battle, especially the scene of the Chongyue mech's shield defense and Song Shue's decisive sword strike. 8 SSS level, perfect coordination, and that unheard of energy technology. Director Wang's voice was dry and hoarse, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. What kind of monster have we? What have we provoked? The sinister-looking man standing to the side had beads of cold sweat on his forehead. He said in a low voice, "Director, the situation is completely out of control. This boy has already gained the upper hand, and with Li Jinghua and the military protecting him, our previous plans are probably all going to be ruined." Invalidated? Director Wang suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, a product of extreme resentment and fear. Invalidated, and then what? Are we just waiting for him to find out and uproot us? Do you know how much we've invested in him, in Crystal Flower? How much we've lost? He suddenly stood up and paced around the room like a trapped beast. No. We absolutely cannot sit and wait to die. If the hard approach doesn't work, we'll try the soft one. If the open approach doesn't work, we'll try the covert one. Doesn't he have a brother named Lu Shi? Wasn't he injured in the wasteland? And that damn simulated spirit pivot, there must be a weakness. Find it. At all costs, find something to use against him. The sinister-looking man hesitated. Director, wouldn't attacking Lu Shi completely enrage him? What would the consequences be? Enrage? Director Wang chuckled nervously. It's a fight to the death now. If we don't take advantage of the fact that he hasn't fully established himself yet, and wait until he's perfected all the technology and wiped out all his enemies, will we even have a chance to survive? Go for it. Be discreet. Also, contact our people in the Research Institute and the committee, and keep a close eye on that high-efficiency power supply spirit hub. Find a way to get a sample or the technical details. If we can master this technology. A flicker of greed rekindled in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by a greater fear. He knew he was playing with fire, but at this moment, he had no other choice. Military Headquarters, General Li Jinghua's office. Unlike the Blackwater Merchant Guild's constant anxiety, the atmosphere here was one of exhilaration mixed with a touch of solemnity. Good. Well done. Li Jinghua looked at the detailed battle report, his face beaming. 15 minutes. 0 casualties. Including a mid-level rank 7. I'm impressed, your Ice Crown team has really given me a huge surprise. Those guys outside are practically bulging their eyes out. Ha ha ha. Chen Muming sat opposite him, his expression still calm, as if he had only done something insignificant. Mission objective accomplished. General, what are the next steps? Li Xingguo's laughter subsided, and his expression turned serious. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. Your appearance this time was too stunning. Some people are probably having trouble sleeping. He pointed upwards. In the committee member Zhang has already sent 3 inquiry letters in succession, requesting a safety assessment and shared research of your high-efficiency power supply pivot technology. The implication is that they still don't believe you can independently master this technology and suspect you of having ulterior motives. A cold glint flashed in Chen Muming's eyes. The technology is mine, and I decide how to deal with it. I know, Li Xingguo nodded. I've already defended them for you. I told them that the technology is still in a highly unstable experimental stage and needs further verification, so it can't be made public for the time being. But this is just a temporary measure they won't give up. He paused, then lowered his voice. Also, I've heard that the Blackwater Chamber of Commerce is like ants on a hot plate, and might do something desperate. You need to be careful with your brother Lu Shi and that goddess-like armed woman by his side. Chen Muming's eyes suddenly turned icy cold. They dare to touch Lu Shi? A cornered dog will do anything, Li Xingguo said in a deep voice. But don't worry, I've already sent extra men to protect them secretly. But you should also remind Lu Shi to keep a low profile recently and not to trust strangers easily. I understand. Chen Muming nodded, his mind already raising the threat level of the Blackwater Chamber of Commerce to the highest level. Even dragons have their scales touch them and they will be enraged. Lu Shi was one of his scales. As for the next task, Li Xingguo switched the screen and pulled up a new document. The border outpost has reported that there have been small, unidentified groups operating in the buffer zone recently. Their behavior is suspicious and they don't seem like ordinary explorers or mercenaries. They appear to be surveying the terrain or searching for something. The outpost has limited resources and cannot investigate further. I would like to entrust this matter to your Ice Crown. He looked at Chen Muming. The mission level is tentatively set at B. The main task is reconnaissance, to find out the identity and intentions of the other party. If it is confirmed to be a hostile force, we can deal with it as appropriate. This mission is not difficult, but it is very sensitive. We may come into contact with some people or things in the gray area, which is a good opportunity to train the team's ability to handle complex situations. Chen Muming took the mission document and quickly glanced through it. Okay. He knew that this was both a mission and a test of the Ice Crown clan's ability to handle non-combat missions. After leaving the general's office, Chen Muming returned to the temporary base of the Ice Crown team, a courtyard located inside a military base, with its own training grounds and defensive facilities. The 8 goddess warriors were all busy with their own tasks. Lin Wei and Qin Shuang were exchanging their experiences in fusion of their armors, Suan was maintaining her heavy cannon, Lei Yu and Xiaoyu were sparring, Bai Zhi was adjusting her 1000 machine shield, and Song Shui was meditating to comprehend sword intent. Xiaoya sat at the feet of the Chongyue mecha, holding a small notebook, diligently recording the data from the battle and the areas she needed to improve. When Chen Muming returned, everyone gathered around him. Captain, what are our tasks next? Lin Wei, as the vice-captain, asked first. Chen Muming briefly explained the border reconnaissance mission, then his gaze fell on Xiaoya. Xiaoya, for this mission, Chongyue is too big a target and it's easy to alert the enemy. You need to master the deployment and retraction of the mecha form as soon as possible. Xiaoya quickly stood up, and said with a mix of nervousness and determination, Yes, Captain. I will do my best. Chen Muming then looked at the others. This mission is mainly for reconnaissance. We will avoid high-intensity combat unless absolutely necessary. Suan and Xiaoyu, you will be in charge of long-range reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Lin Wei, Qin Shuang, Song Shui, and Bai Zhi, you will follow me. Lei Yu, you will stay at the base and be responsible for guard duty and support. Understood, everyone responded in unison. Chapter 70 Shadow Reconnaissance and Chongyue's Transformation. After assigning the task, Chen Muming contacted Lu Shi, who was still recuperating in the mine, through encrypted communication, and told him about General Li Xingguo's reminder and his own concerns. Lu Shi's voice was much louder on the other end of the communication. Don't worry, Mu Ming. Zhang Yao and I are much better. We've also received a notice from the military, and we'll be careful. You need to be even more careful on the front lines. Those bastards won't be open about it, they'll definitely resort to underhanded tactics. After ending the communication, Chen Muming's eyes were deep and unfathomable. He stood on the lookout tower of the base, looking down at the brightly lit military base below, and further away at the vast and complex capital city of Shangjing. The undercurrents are already surging, and he has sounded the horn of counterattack. Now, the roles of hunter and prey are quietly being reversed, but the venomous snakes lurking in the shadows will still choose their prey to devour them. He gently stroked a ring that wasn't actually on his finger, connecting his consciousness to the system. The system monitors all public and private communication frequencies related to the Blackwater Chamber of Commerce and committee member Zhang in Beijing, and marks abnormal information flows. At the same time, it scans a 50-kilometer radius around Luxi's mine to establish a real-time threat early warning network. Command confirmed. Monitoring network deployment in progress. Threat warning system established. He doesn't need to wait for the opponent to make a move. What he wanted was absolute control. He must be prepared to have any malicious intent toward those around him severed instantly. As night deepened, the neon lights of the capital still flickered, but in the shadows where the light couldn't reach, an invisible battle had already begun. The Ice Crown had already revealed its edge, and what followed would be an even more brutal covert war and purge. And Chen Mumming was already prepared. The ripples caused by the Ice Crown team's first battle continued to reverberate in Beijing, but Chen Mumming paid little attention to the outside noise. He knew that while reputation and deterrence were important, the true foundation lay in absolute strength and control over the situation. After receiving the border reconnaissance mission, the team immediately entered a state of intense preparation, with the primary task being to resolve the issue of Xiaoya and Chang Yue's concealment. The massive mechs are unparalleled war fortresses on the front lines, but in reconnaissance missions requiring covert operations, they are like beacons of light in the darkness. In the base's dedicated training ground, Xiaoya is sweating profusely as she undergoes the most crucial special training: the deployment and retraction of her mech form. This is not a simple transformation. The structure of SSS-class mechs is extremely complex, with intricate energy circuits, and their very existence anchors them to a considerable spatial structure. Forcibly retracting them requires not only a massive amount of energy for compression and anchoring release, but also the user's meticulous control over their own weaponry, temporarily transforming it from a physical existence into an energy imprint or conceptual core, and storing it within a specific level of the soul link. Xiaoya sat cross-legged in the center of the training field, her eyes closed, completely immersed in communicating with Chongyue. The massive, gray-black mecha stood silently behind her, its core crystal slowly rotating, radiating heavy energy fluctuations. She was trying to sense every inch of the mecha's structure, the direction of every energy circuit, attempting to understand the essence of its existence. Chen Mumming stood aside without making a sound to disturb her, but his consciousness was deeply connected with the system, monitoring Xiaoya's energy flow and the structural stability of Chongyue in real time. The system assists in analyzing the convergence nodes of the Chongyue energy loop and constructing the optimal energy guidance path. Analysis in progress. The Chongyue energy loop has 1,174 major convergence nodes. Guiding path construction. Path optimization complete. Starting energy guidance simulation. An extremely pure, gentle energy with powerful analytical capabilities quietly flowed into Xiaoya's senses through Chen Mumming's connection with the system. This wasn't a direct substitution, but rather like a top-tier mentor clearly outlining the complex yet feasible path in her mind. Xiaoya, suddenly inspired, followed the clear guidance and began carefully mobilizing her own energy, like weaving an invisible net, slowly enveloping the massive body of Chongyue. This was an extremely delicate and mentally taxing process. She had to ensure that the energy was evenly distributed without the slightest deviation, otherwise, at best, the process would fail, and at worst, it could damage the mecha's structure or even her own soul connection. Sweat soaked her brow, her small body trembled slightly, but she gritted her teeth, her eyes incredibly focused. She recalled the bitterness of scavenging scraps from the ruins, the fear of being hunted, and even more so, Chen Mumming pulling her from despair, giving her and Chongyue a new lease on life. She couldn't fall here. She had to become a useful member of the team. Buzz. The Chongyue mecha emitted a deep hum, and the earthy yellow light flowing across its surface began to recede inward, making its massive body appear somewhat blurry and transparent. The crystal at its heart spun faster, but its light became even more restrained. Linwei, Su Wan, and the others also stopped their training, watching this scene intently. They had all experienced the armament deployment and retrieval phase and knew its difficulty, especially for a mecha with such a complex structure. Time passed second by second. Xiaoya's energy output is becoming more and more stable, and she is becoming more and more proficient in grasping the path. Finally, when the last energy circuit was successfully guided and converged, the massive body of Chongyue suddenly emitted a strong, yet not dazzling, grayish-brown light. The light rapidly contracted and finally converged in front of Xiaoya, transforming into a rhomboid crystal about the size of a fist, entirely grayish-black, with thick, mountain-like patterns on its surface. It floated quietly, radiating a steady, mountain-like energy fluctuation. It was a success. Xiaoya suddenly opened her eyes, staring at the crystal representing the core of Chongyue before her. A smile of immense excitement and joy bloomed on her pale face. She reached out her hand, and the crystal gently fell into her palm, a profound feeling of connection to her bloodline washing over her. Captain! I did it! Xiaoya looked at Chen Muming excitedly, her voice trembling with tears. Chen Muming smiled approvingly. Well done, Xiaoya. He could sense that after this successful deep mastery, Xiaoya's compatibility with Chongyue had reached a new level, which was crucial for her future growth. Everyone rushed forward to congratulate her, creating a lively atmosphere on the training field. Xiaoya's breakthrough means that the Ice Crown team's tactical flexibility will be significantly improved. With the biggest hidden danger resolved, the team immediately began preparing for the border reconnaissance mission. Chen Muming reiterated the mission details and division of labor. Su Wan and Xiaoyu, as the reconnaissance vanguard, would be responsible for preliminary intelligence gathering and route exploration, utilizing the beyond visual range reconnaissance capabilities of Radiant Wings and the ultimate stealth of Shadow Blade. Chen Muming would lead Linwei, who had merged with Qin Shuang, Song Shui, and Bai Ji as the main support team, with Xiaoya, who could now retract Chongyu accompanying them, and Lei Yu remaining at the base. Chapter 71: Border Fog and Silent Hunt. At the same time, Chen Muming did not relax his monitoring of potential threats. Following his instructions, the system, like an invisible net, covered the relevant area. Alert: abnormal activity detected on encrypted communication frequency bands, originating from several shell companies under the Blackwater Chamber of Commerce. The communication content is heavily disguised, and keywords include mine, infiltration, and causing accidents. Alert: 3 unidentified teams have been spotted approaching from 32 kilometers southeast of Luxi's mine. The teams consist of both reconnaissance and assault-type energy users, and their behavior closely matches that of the Venom Fong Peripheral Organization. They've arrived. A cold glint flashed in Chen Muming's eyes. The Blackwater Chamber of Commerce and Venom Fong finally couldn't hold back any longer and extended their reach towards Luxi. System: locate these 3 squads and simulate their optimal routes of movement and possible attack plans. Simulation complete. The enemy is expected to arrive at the mine's perimeter in 4 hours and 27 minutes. The optimal attack plan is to take advantage of poor visibility at night, sending reconnaissance units in to infiltrate and create chaos, followed by a surprise attack by assault units. Contact General Li Jinghua, inform him of the situation, and request authorization to eliminate the threatening targets. Communication established. General Li Jinghua replied, authorization confirmed. Ensure the safety of Luxi and Zhang Yao at all costs, by any means necessary. Having received authorization, Chen Muming had no more reservations. He couldn't possibly rush back to the mine himself, that would take too long and might alert the enemy. But he had a better plan. System: activate the remote energy projection protocol and link to Su Wan's Wings of Radiance. Command confirmed. Establishing remote energy link stable. Begin calculating trajectory, energy decay, and environmental interference, parameter input complete. Hundreds of kilometers away, Su Wan, who was conducting high-altitude reconnaissance outside the border buffer zone, was slightly taken aback. She then felt a vast and boundless energy surge into her, Radiant Wings, heavy cannon through her soul link. This energy was pure and powerful, far exceeding the limits of her own spiritual core, and it carried the captain's unique, cold, and precise will. Su Wan, coordinates marked. 3 beyond visual range precision strikes, 5 seconds apart, saturation coverage. Chen Muming's cold voice rang in her mind, and at the same time, 3 precise coordinates appeared in her tactical field of vision. Understood. Su Wan didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately entered sniping mode. She hovered in mid-air, adjusted the muzzle of Radiant Wings, and locked onto the first coordinate. It was the entrance to a narrow valley that the Venom Squad was about to pass through in the simulation. She didn't need to understand how the captain achieved remote energy transfer and beyond line of sight locking, she just needed to trust and execute. Charge. Launch. A beam of extremely concentrated, almost blending into the night sky, tore through the air and, at a speed exceeding the limits of conventional physics, traversed hundreds of kilometers and landed precisely at the entrance of the valley. Boom! Far away in the mountains near the mine, a huge, dark blue energy sphere suddenly erupted, the extreme heat and shockwave instantly turning the area into scorched earth. A Venom Fong squad that was stealthily moving forward was completely vaporized before they could even scream. 5 seconds later, a second beam of light descended, wiping out the second squad along with their makeshift forward base. 5 seconds later, the third beam of light, like the final pronouncement of death, enveloped the last squad that was trying to scatter and escape. 3 beams of light, traversing a vast distance, were precise, efficient, and ruthless, like divine punishment. Inside the mine, Lu Shi, who was wiping his shield, seemed to sense something. He looked up towards the southeast and saw only a faint, almost imperceptible blue light flash across the horizon before silence returned. He scratched his head, not paying any attention, and continued his maintenance work. Unbeknownst to him, a potentially fatal crisis was being resolved in such an unbelievable way by his brother hundreds of kilometers away. At the headquarters of the Blackwater Chamber of Commerce in Beijing, Director Wang's communicator suddenly emitted a rapid busy tone before falling completely silent. His 3 elite perimeter teams, along with their expensive equipment, had all lost signal within seconds, as if they had never existed. Director Wang's face turned deathly pale, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head. He slumped into his chair, his body ice cold. He didn't even know what had happened, who had attacked, or what methods had been used. This unknown, absolute, and overwhelming power was more terrifying than defeat in a direct battle. At the ice-crowned base, Chen Muming slowly opened his eyes, the remote energy projection ending. He looked towards the border, his gaze calm and undisturbed. After swatting away a few annoying flies, it's time to meet those unidentified guests at the border. The ice-crowned squad officially set off, heading towards the border buffer zone, disappearing silently into the vast night like a sword drawn from its sheath. The hunt in the shadows was about to begin. The night in the border buffer zone was deeper and thicker than in the outskirts of Shangjing. This was land repeatedly fought over by humans and mechanical beasts, the air thick with a mixture of faint radioactive dust, metallic rust, and the smell of decaying biomass. The terrain was fragmented, littered with the remnants of war and naturally growing, distorted, radiation-resistant vegetation, all of which strongly interfered with perception and mental power. The ice-crowned squad moved swiftly and silently through the broken terrain like phantoms blending into the night. Chen Muming led the way. His Frost Soul armor wasn't fully revealed, only covering key areas to provide basic protection and enhance functionality, minimizing energy fluctuations. His mental energy, aided by the system and his own enhancements, acted like invisible tentacles, cautiously probing his surroundings, avoiding chaotic energy vortexes and potential mechanical beast layers. Lin Wei, whose consciousness was synchronized with Qin Shuang's and could merge at any time, Song Shui and Bai Ji formed a triangular formation to protect him on his flanks, their auras restrained and their eyes sharp. Xiaoya followed closely beside Bai Ji, clutching the gray-black Chongyue core crystal tightly in her hand, both nervous and excited. This was her first time participating in a formal mission, and also the first action of Chongyue in its concealed form before the world. In the darkness further ahead of them, Suwan and Xiaoyu, like 2 invisible shadows, had already infiltrated ahead of them. Chapter 72 City of Freedom. Suwan hovered atop a high, partially collapsed communications tower wreckage. Her radiant wings were in reconnaissance mode with the lowest power consumption. The special lens structure scanned the vast dark area like an eagle's eye, feeding back any abnormal energy signals or heat sources it detected to Chen Muming and the system. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was like a true night elf. Her Shadow Blade ability made her almost one with the shadows, allowing her to silently move among the jagged rocks and ruins, exploring details and corners that Suwan could not see. Data received from Suwan, faint but orderly energy residue detected 7.3 kilometers northeast, non-mechanical beast fluctuations, suspected to be traces of human activity. The traces are relatively recent, no more than 24 hours ago. Xiaoyu adds, the traces point to an abandoned observation station codenamed Vulture Cliff. The station's structure is relatively intact, and there are signs of passive energy shielding. Vulture Cliff. Chen Muming brought up the system map in his mind. It was an outpost built on a towering rocky mountain. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack, with a wide field of vision. It was indeed an ideal place to set up a temporary base or carry out secret activities. Move towards Vulture Cliff and maintain the highest alert level. Suwan, continue monitoring the observation station and surrounding airspace. Xiaoyu, go forward to scout the situation inside the observation station, be discreet, and avoid contact unless absolutely necessary, Chen Muming ordered. The group quietly changed direction, surging towards Vulture Cliff like an undercurrent. The closer they got, the more obvious the unnatural silence in the air became. Even the rustling sounds of the low-level mechanical beasts that usually roamed at night disappeared. Suddenly, Xiaoyu, who was scouting ahead, issued an urgent warning. Captain! There's an ambush! Passive sensor mines and energy tripwires have been deployed around the observation post. Very professional, not the work of ordinary explorers or wandering mercenaries. They probably already know we're approaching. Almost at the same time as Xiaoyu's warning, Chen Muming's mental power also detected several extremely subtle and malicious energy locks coming from the direction of the observation station and from the pile of rocks on the flank. As expected, the other side came prepared. And their reaction was extremely swift. We've been exposed. Change tactics, launch a strong attack to reconnoiter. Chen Muming's eyes turned cold as he made a decision instantly. Lin Wei and Qin Xuan, merge. Break through head-on. Bai Ji, provide shield cover. Song Shui, clear the left flank. Xiaoya, on the right flank, summon Chongyu to hold the line. The instructions were transmitted through the soul link as quickly as lightning. Buzz. A flowing, icy blue light emanated from Lin Wei and Qin Shuang, instantly merging their powers with Chen Muming's. The majestic and icy, frost soul winter, armor covered their entire bodies, and the extreme cold force field expanded forward like a tide, causing fine ice crystals to condense in the air. Bai Ji's thousand chance umbrella instantly unfolded, and a gentle energy shield enveloped the core area of the team. Song Shui moved like lightning, drawing her ice star sword and transforming into an icy blue phantom as she pounced on the pile of rocks to the left. Even before the sword energy arrived, the chilling aura almost froze the blood of the lurking enemies. Xiaoya's heart skipped a beat the moment she heard the command, but she didn't hesitate at all. She gripped the Chongyue core tightly and frantically poured her will and energy into it. Chongyue. Descend. A burst of dark gray light erupted. The rhombus-shaped crystal instantly expanded and unfolded, rising like a mountain from the ground. The massive, 3-meter-tall mech slammed into the ground, the heavy shockwave causing the earth to tremble slightly. A thick, earth and yellow energy shield instantly activated, forming an insurmountable wall on the right side of the formation, blocking several energy sniper shots and solid projectiles coming from that direction. Ripples spread across the shield's surface, yet it remained unmoved. The ambushers clearly hadn't anticipated the target's swift reaction, nor had they expected that the enemy team would be hiding an SSS-class mech. The ambush fire from the right flared up instantly. At this moment, Chen Muming's direct breakthrough had arrived. The thrusters on the back of the fusion armor erupted with icy blue flames, propelling him like a cannonball into the makeshift fortifications surrounding the observation station. The permafrost wasteland force field was fully activated, instantly freezing and disabling passive mines and energy tripwires within its range. He didn't even use the ice star sword, his fist, covered in solid ice, simply and directly blasted out. Boom! Crack! The fortifications built with scrap metal and sandbags were torn apart and frozen like paper. The two ambushers hidden behind them, dressed in gray camouflage combat uniforms and holding energy rifles, did not even have time to scream before the extreme cold invaded their internal organs and turned them into stiff ice sculptures. On the left, Song Shui's cleanup was even more efficient. The ice star sword, like the scythe of death, flashed its light, and 4 ambushers who leaped out from behind the rocks, attempting to fight at close range or use distraction skills, were instantly decapitated, their wounds frozen, without a single drop of blood flowing out. The battle turned into a one-sided affair within just a dozen seconds. The traps and formations meticulously laid by the ambushers proved utterly vulnerable in the face of the Ice Crown clan's overwhelming strength and seamless teamwork. Clear the remnants, storm the observation station. Chen Muming didn't hesitate, his fused armor smashing through the rusted door of the observation station and rushing inside. A few short exclamations and the sound of energy weapons firing came from inside, but soon silence followed. When Chen Muming carried out a prisoner who had been knocked unconscious and stripped of all weapons and suicide devices, the battle outside had already ended. Xiaoyu emerged from the shadows and reported, "Captain, all 9 men at the outer ambush point have been eliminated." There were no survivors. They all had nano-sized poison sacs inside their bodies, which were all triggered just before they were captured. Su Wan also fell from the sky and added, "Temporary communication equipment and data storage devices were found inside the observation station, but the core hard drive has been physically destroyed. These people are very professional and very decisive." Chen Muming stared coldly at the sole survivor on the ground. These people were highly trained, well-equipped, and possessed strict counter-surveillance and self-destruct procedures. They were no ordinary force. System, scan the prisoners and analyze their equipment, signs of physical modification, and energy characteristics. Scanning in progress. Target is male, approximately 35 years old, with moderately modified non-military standard body, mixed energy signature, containing residues of various unofficial energy drugs. Equipment is the Shadow Wolf series, traded on the black market, with no obvious factional markings. Language analysis shows accent characteristics of the Free City region. The City of Freedom? It's a chaotic place on the edge of human-controlled territory, jointly managed by various merchant guilds, mercenary groups, and exiles, a paradise for outlaws. Clean up the scene and collect all possible clues. We should find another place to properly entertain this guest. Chen Mumming tossed the prisoner to Lin Wei, his gaze sweeping over the now deathly silent ruins. Chapter 73: The Pride, Open Mouth and Deeper Waters. The fog at the border seemed thicker than expected. But this first encounter also allowed the newly honed blade of the Ice Crown team to taste the blood of the enemy hidden in the darkness for the first time. The hunt has only just begun. And the identities of prey and hunter are already determined the moment they set foot on this land. The battle at the abandoned observation station had ended, the stench of blood dissipated by the cold wind, leaving only a mess and frozen corpses. The Ice Crown squad, with the only unconscious prisoner, silently withdrew from the area as they had arrived, venturing deep into the buffer zone and finding a more concealed, partially collapsed underground bunker as a temporary base. The bunker was dimly lit, with only the emergency lights casting a pale glow. The prisoner was firmly bound to a rusted metal chair by a special energy restraint device, still unconscious. Lin Wei, Song Shui, and the others were scattered throughout the bunker on guard. Bai Shi maintained a minimal shielding field, while Xiaoya sat quietly in a corner, still tightly gripping the Chongyue core, recalling the moment she had piloted the mech to withstand the attack during the battle. She felt both lingering fear and an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Chen Mumming stood before the prisoner, his frost soul armor already sheathed. He looked like an ordinary young man, but his icy blue eyes seemed to pierce through the soul. He didn't rush to wake the prisoner, but instead used the system to conduct a deeper scan. System deeply analyzed the target's memory cortex and subconscious areas, attempting to bypass any possible mental defenses and extract key information. Focus, identity, affiliated faction, mission objectives, contact methods, and connections with the Blackwater Guild or other factions in Freedom City. Command confirmed. Deep mental scan initiated. Primary mental encryption barrier detected. Attempting non-destructive infiltration. Infiltration successful. Initiating information extraction and analysis. The invisible spiritual force, like the finest scalpel, probed into the prisoner's chaotic and defensive mind. This process required extremely high skill and immense mental strength. Without the system's assistance, Chen Mumming would have found it difficult to do so without damaging the opponent's brain. Time ticked by. The prisoner's body began to twitch slightly and unconsciously, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Clearly, even in his unconscious state, his subconscious was resisting this intrusion. Finally, the system notification sounded. Information extraction complete. Key information is as follows. Target codename, Grey Rat. Affiliation, Night Owl, a registered mercenary group in Freedom City with a complex background, undertaking various shady missions. Mission objective, infiltrate the Vulture Cliff observation post and monitor the buffer zone, paying particular attention to any military or special forces activity originating from the direction of Shangjing. If the Ice Crown team is detected, capture or eliminate its core members to obtain samples of its high-efficiency power supply spirit pivot technology or related information. Communication method, one-way information transmission and command reception via physical beacons buried at specific coordinates. The next information exchange point is 15 kilometers southwest, under the third red boulder at the entrance to Rust Canyon. Related factions, the mission instructions were transmitted through multiple encrypted relays, ultimately pointing to an anonymous Free City account with close financial ties to the Blackwater Chamber of Commerce. Night Owl himself has connections with multiple chambers of commerce and foreign forces. Night Owl. Blackwater Merchant Guild. It really was them. Although they went through layers of disguise, it ultimately pointed to that persistent Blackwater Merchant Guild. Not only were they causing trouble in the capital, but they had also extended their reach to the border, and they had so accurately targeted the Ice Crown team, their goal being the simulated Ling Shu technology. A cold glint flashed in Chen Mumming's eyes. The other party's reach was longer than he had imagined, and their actions were even more unscrupulous. He gestured, and Lin Wei stepped forward, brushing a pungent, icy energy across the prisoner's face. Grey Rat jolted awake from his unconsciousness. He was momentarily dazed, then realized he was tightly bound, in unfamiliar surroundings, with the nightmarish young man standing before him and the powerful young women around him. Despair and fear instantly gripped his heart. Who are you? What do you want? His voice was hoarse as he tried to struggle, but found that the energy binding device did not move at all. Chen Mumming did not answer his question, but looked at him with calm, expressionless eyes, and slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it carried a cold pressure that pierced straight to the heart. Night Owl, Grey Rat. Mission: monitor the buffer zone, capture or kill Ice Crown members, and seize the high-efficiency powered Nexus technology. Contact point: the third red boulder at the entrance to Rust Canyon. Employer: Blackwater Guild. With each word he uttered, Grey Rat's face paled further, until finally he was completely ashen-faced, his pupils contracting in utter terror. This was top-secret information within their organization. How could the other side know so much? Even his codename and specific contact points were known perfectly well. This wasn't an interrogation, it was a verdict. No, impossible, how could you know? He stammered, his mental defenses completely collapsing in the face of the other party's accurate mind reading. I know far more than you can imagine. Chen Mumming looked down at him as if he were an ant. Now, I'll give you two choices. First, cooperate with us and lure out your superiors, which might save your life. Second, I'll send you down now to reunite with your comrades. A chilling killing intent enveloped Grey Rat as if it were a tangible force, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and even breathing became difficult. He had no doubt that if he dared to utter a word of dissent, he would become a cold corpse in the next second. The opponent could even defend against the nanotoxic sacs within their bodies. Their methods far exceeded his comprehension. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. I'll cooperate. I'll cooperate with everything. Grey Rat shouted hoarsely, completely giving up resistance. But the communication is one way. I can only place or retrieve information at designated times according to instructions, and I can't proactively contact my superiors. You don't need to worry about that, Chen Mumming interrupted him. You just need to follow the original plan and retrieve the next instruction. He already had a plan in mind. He would use this Grey Rat as bait to catch bigger fish, or at least figure out the Night Owl's complete network on the border and its next course of action. Just then, Xiaoyu, who was in charge of perimeter security, suddenly sent an urgent message. Captain! Something's up. An unidentified convoy is heading this way. There are 3 vehicles, modified off-road vehicles, and they're carrying heavy weapons. They're about 5 kilometers away and moving very fast. They don't seem to be military personnel. Everyone's expression tightened. They just dealt with Night Owl's ambush, and now an unidentified convoy had appeared? Was it a coincidence, a follow-up tactic by Night Owl, or perhaps another force? Chapter 70 for the Madman's End and the Intertwined Conspiracy. Chen Mumming narrowed his eyes and made a judgment instantly. Prepare for battle. Lin Wei, keep an eye on him. He pointed to the ashen-faced Grey Rat, then gave orders to the others. Suwan, take the high ground and scout the convoy. Xiaoyu, approach stealthily and confirm their identity and intentions. Song Shui, Bai Shi, come with me to face the enemy head-on. Xiaoya, you stay in the cover, protect yourself and the prisoners, and don't summon Shongyu unless absolutely necessary. Yes. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Like a nimble swift, Suwan silently climbed onto a broken wall above the cover, her radiant wings entering reconnaissance mode. Xiaoyu's figure seemed to melt into the shadows, stealthily moving towards the direction the convoy had come from. Chen Mumming led Song Shui and Bai Ji to the vicinity of the bunker exit, using the ruins to conceal themselves. He peered out through the gaps and saw dust billowing in the distance as 3 heavily modified off-road vehicles, welded with thick steel plates and menacing ramming corners, and equipped with rotating energy cannons on their roofs, roared towards them like wild horses, exuding an aura of arrogance and dominance. It's wilderness madmen. Suwan's voice came through the link, tinged with seriousness. A notorious raider gang in Freedom City, they're arrogant and ruthless, and they like to plunder border outposts, caravans, and small settlements. Why are they here? And why are they heading straight for us? Wilderness thugs? Chen Mumming frowned slightly. These lawless bandits usually only operate in more remote and less defended areas, and rarely venture so deep into the buffer zone, let alone so precisely towards their hidden stronghold. Was it a coincidence? Or was someone leading them here? The opponent's energy fluctuations are active and hostile. Prepare to engage. Xiaoyu's warning came through. Boom! The energy cannon on the roof of the foremost SUV fired first. A thick, crimson energy beam tore through the air, heading straight for the entrance to the bunker. Angelica de Hurica. Buzz. Bai Ji's 1,000 chance umbrella instantly opened, and a gentle energy shield appeared in front of the bunker entrance just in time. Boom! The energy beam slammed into the shield, unleashing a blinding light and a violent shockwave. The shield rippled violently, yet stubbornly withstood the attack. You're courting death. Song Shue's eyes turned cold, and the Ice Star Sword was already in her hand. Chen Muming's eyes were cold. The other party attacked without asking any questions, and their malice was obvious. Since you've come to us, don't leave. Ice Crown Squad, prepare for battle. Chen Muming's icy voice was like a battle horn. Faced with the wilderness madman's arrogant and unreasonable first round of shelling, a counterattack was launched in an instant. Su Wan, who held the high ground, reacted first. The instant the enemy's energy cannon bombarded by Ji's shield, the Radiant Wings cannon had already subtly adjusted its aim and locked on. Call out. A highly concentrated beam of bright white light, like an arrow of dawn piercing through the shadows, struck the rotating turret base of the firing off-road vehicle with near-straight trajectory. Boom! A blinding flash of light and the sound of metal tearing apart rang out as Su Wan blew the menacing energy cannon, along with half of the vehicle's roof, away. The vehicle rolled out of control and crashed into a boulder, bursting into flames. The fate of the occupants inside was unknown. This precise and deadly counterattack caused the other two SUVs to pause abruptly, clearly not expecting the target's counterattack to be so fierce. In the instant they were stunned, the shadow had already descended. Xiaoyu, like a true ghost, had already stealthily moved to the side and below the second SUV. The high-frequency vibration of the shadow blade flashed, and the SUV's thick bulletproof tires, along with part of its transmission structure, were instantly severed. The vehicle lost its balance, veered off the road, and screeched as its chassis rubbed against the ground before finally overturning. The madman inside screamed and tried to climb out. Chen Muming and Song Shue, like tigers released from their cages, head-on confronted the last and most sturdy-looking lead SUV. Covering his entire body in the Frost Soul winter armor, Chen Muming neither dodged nor evaded, charging directly at the vehicle. With the extreme cold field fully activated, a smooth and hard layer of ice instantly froze in the path the vehicle took. The screeching sound of tires skidding filled the air. The off-road vehicle driver frantically swerved the steering wheel, but could not control the vehicle on the ice. The vehicle spun and crashed into the nearby ruins. At the same time, Song Shue moved. The Ice Star Sword drew a perfect ice blue arc, not slashing at the car body, but precisely slicing into the gap of the vehicle's hood. Snap! Extreme cold seeped into the engine through the gaps, causing the delicate structure to brittle and seize up instantly at the ultra-low temperature. The engine let out a wail of unbearable strain, then completely shut down, emitting billowing white smoke-frozen water vapor. In less than 10 seconds, 3 aggressively modified off-road vehicles were destroyed, overturned, and disabled. The arrogance of the wilderness madman was completely shattered. Kill them. Kill these guys. 7 or 8 madmen crawled out of the overturned and disabled vehicles. Each had a ferocious expression, their bodies covered in crude cybernetic implants and battle scars. Wielding various energy weapons and physical knives and axes, they charged forward howling like wounded beasts. Their energy fluctuations were chaotic and violent, filled with the savagery and bloodlust unique to raiders. However, against the Ice Crown Citadel team, such a chaotic charge was tantamount to suicide. Chen Muming didn't even make a move, he just watched coldly. Lin Wei and Qin Shuang's fused state stepped forward, cold air condensing on the armor of her fused battle armor, and punched the ground. Frozen path. Click. Click. A path of ice, several meters wide, stretched forward in an instant. The few madmen at the front slipped and fell, their speed greatly reduced. Su Wan calmly fired shots from her high vantage point, each beam of light precisely hitting the arm or leg of a madman wielding a weapon, disabling their ability to attack without taking their lives. Xiaoyu weaved through the fallen crowd, her shadow blade dancing like a dance, each flash precisely severing the tendons in their hands and feet, ensuring they were completely incapacitated. Song Shue was like a frost-covered Grim Reaper with flashes of swordlight. Any madman who tried to get up or unleash a ranged attack would have their key joints frozen or their weapon knocked away in an instant. This was an unequal and crushing defeat. A well-trained, perfectly coordinated, and well-equipped SSS-class squad was no match for a motley crew relying solely on brute force and ferocity. In less than 2 minutes, all the wild madmen who had rushed out of the vehicles were lying on the ground, screams, pleas for mercy and curses filling the air, but without exception, they had all lost their fighting ability. Chapter 75 Rusty Canyon and the Deadly Beacon. Chen Muming walked to the disabled lead SUV and ripped open the twisted door. Inside was only the driver, whose face was pale and trembling from the chill emanating from Song Shue. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Chen Muming. Why did you attack us? Chen Muming's voice was devoid of any emotion. The driver's teeth chattered as he stammered, It's someone posted a bounty on the dark web in Freedom City, saying there's a team of easy targets in this area, carrying high-value energy technology, coordinates are here." A bounty? Chen Muming's eyes narrowed. It really wasn't a coincidence. Who posted this? No. I don't know. The dark web is all anonymous. I only know that the reward is very high, and many teams like ours have received the news. We just got here quickly. The driver confessed fearfully. While Chen Muming was interrogating the driver, Xiaoyu had already quickly searched the other two vehicles and the fallen thugs. "Captain, these people have no obvious markings on them besides the looted items. The vehicle modifications and weapons are common in the Freedom City black market." However, Xiaoyu paused, picking up a metal plate that was still faintly glowing red, which she had taken from a gang leader. "They all wear this, it looks like a locator or vital signs monitor." Chen Muming took the metal piece, and the system immediately began scanning and analyzing it. Analysis complete, simple life signal transmitter with short-range positioning function. Signal receiver, pointing southeast, approximately 80 kilometers away. Signal source is mobile. Not only has someone issued a bounty, but they're also monitoring the fate of these cannon fodder in real time? Is this an attempt to assess Icecrown Citadel's strength, or is there another motive? Chen Muming crushed the metal shard, his gaze growing even more profound. The waters of the border were more murky than he had anticipated. The Blackwater Merchant Guild, using mercenary groups like Night Owl to operate covertly, while simultaneously issuing anonymous bounties in Freedom City to lure cannon fodder like wilderness madmen for probing and attrition. What a cunning scheme! He walked back to the bunker and looked at the prisoner Grey Rat, whose face was ashen and who was so terrified by the one-sided massacre before him that he almost lost control of his bladder. "It seems your employer doesn't trust you Night Owls," Chen Muming said coldly. "They've prepared a backup plan, or rather, you're just one of the pawns being used." Grey Rat's lips trembled, unable to utter a word. The situation before him was completely beyond his comprehension and control. "Change plans." Chen Muming decisively ordered, "This place has been exposed, we can't stay any longer. Suwan, Xiaoyu, clear the battlefield and make sure there are no survivors or tracking signals. Lin Wei, take him with you, we'll move immediately to Rust Canyon. He wanted to use this Grey Rat, but not by waiting as originally planned. Instead, he would take the initiative to disrupt the mastermind's plans. Since the other side wanted to use chaos to cover up their true intentions, he would stir things up even more, forcing them to reveal their true colors. The Icecrown squad moved swiftly, like efficient war machines. Suwan and Xiaoyu ensured all wilderness madmen were completely silenced and destroyed all vehicles and any possible tracking devices. Lin Wei lifted the limp Grey Rat, Bai Shi maintained the shield, Song Shui kept watch on the surroundings, and Xiaoyu followed closely behind the team. The group once again disappeared into the desolation and darkness of the buffer zone, rapidly advancing towards the Rusty Canyon to the southwest. Behind them lay only burning wreckage and cold corpses, silently recounting the brief but brutal clash that had just taken place. As Chen Muming hurried along, he sorted through the clues in his mind. Blackwater Guild, anonymous bounties, Night Owl mercenaries, wilderness outlaws, real-time surveillance. At the heart of this intricate web of conspiracies lies him and his highly efficient energy-supplying Spirit Core technology. The enemy's aim is not merely destruction or seizure, but more like testing and coercion. They are testing the limits of Icecrown, forcing him to reveal more of his trump cards, and perhaps even wanting to completely trap him in a preset snare. Want to play? Chen Muming's lips curled into a cold smile. Then let's see who falls into the trap in the end. He glanced at the constantly moving coordinates of the signal receiver in the system, his eyes sharp as knives. The prey has entered the game, and the hunter is preparing to close the net. However, who the real prey is remains to be seen. Rusty Canyon, like a hideous scar on the earth, is flanked by steep rock walls of dark red and rusty yellow. It is perpetually filled with slightly corrosive metallic dust, and the wind howls through the jagged rocks like the wailing of wronged spirits. This is a notoriously dangerous area in the buffer zone, not only for its harsh environment but also for the frequent appearances of bizarre, metal-eating mechanical beasts adapted to this habitat. Led by Chen Muming, the Icecrown team, like shadows blending into this rusty world, silently arrived near the canyon entrance. Having survived the attack by the wilderness madmen, the team moved with even greater caution, concealing their presence to the extreme. Chen Muming gestured for the team to take cover behind a huge, weathered rock. His sharp gaze swept across the canyon entrance, and the system scan silently began. Scanning the entrance area of Rusty Canyon, multiple passive energy sensors were discovered, arranged similarly to those at Vulture Cliff, but more concealed and densely packed. A sniping position is suspected above the rock face. No obvious signs of life were found, but residual energy indicates recent high-level activity. It was indeed a trap. After their failure at Vulture Cliff, the other side had clearly strengthened the defenses of this contact point, or rather, this place was a pre-planned hunting ground. Grey Rat was pinned behind a rock by Linway, his face pale and his body trembling slightly. He stared at the desolate yet deadly canyon ahead, his throat dry. He knew that once he stepped inside, his life and death would be completely out of his control. Chen Mumming did not act immediately. He communicated rapidly with the system in his mind. System, simulate the optimal infiltration route, avoiding all sensors. Analyze the blind spots of the sniping position on the rock wall. Path simulation in progress. There are overlapping blind spots in the sensors, but extremely high precision and speed are required. The field of view coverage of the rock wall sniping point is as follows. There are 3 usable brief blind spot windows. An extremely complex infiltration route, requiring absolute precision, appeared in Chen Mumming's mind. This route would be virtually impossible for an ordinary person, but for him, with his system's precise navigation and his own powerful control, along with the SSS-level Goddess-level armed forces behind him, there was a sliver of possibility. Chapter 76 Tracking the Wilderness Madman. Plan changed, Chen Mumming conveyed through the soul link. We're not going to retrieve the beacon, we're sending a beacon back. Everyone was slightly taken aback, but then they understood what he meant. Suwon, Xiaoyu. Exist. Follow this route, infiltrate the canyon, find the 3rd red boulder, and confirm the beacon's location and the surrounding ambush situation. If possible, leave our own little gift without triggering the alarm. Chen Mumming shared the simulated route and blind spot information for sniping positions with them. Understood. A sharp glint flashed in Suwon and Xiaoyu's eyes. Suwon excelled at long-range observation, while Xiaoyu was an expert in stealth and infiltration. Together, they formed the perfect reconnaissance and infiltration duo. Linway, Songshui, Baiji, you stay with me on the perimeter to provide support and be ready to launch a strong attack at any time. Xiaoya, you stay here, keep an eye on him, and be ready to summon Chongyu to provide area suppression at any time. Yes, the crowd replied. Suwon and Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, then moved simultaneously. Suwon's wings unfolded in their lowest power mode, providing brief levitation and precise displacement. Like a nimble swift, she darted along the complex path calculated by the system, weaving through the gaps in the sensors, each landing perfectly precise. Xiaoyu, like a true shadow, clung to the shadow of the rock wall, using the visual information provided by Suwon and her own stealth abilities to perfectly avoid all possible detection. Chen Mumming and the others held their breath on the outside, sharing Suwon and Xiaoyu's vision through their soul links. The two worked seamlessly together and quickly reached the depths of the canyon, where they found the striking, blood-stained 3rd red boulder. At the base of the boulder was a highly concealed metal box disguised with optical camouflage, the very beacon exchange point for Night Owl. Xiaoyu clung to the shadows on the side of the giant rock like a gecko, the properties of the shadow blade making her almost one with her environment. She carefully observed her surroundings and quickly discovered 2 snipers hidden in a crevice higher up, as well as several hidden bunkers built against the terrain further away, through subtle traces and residual energy. Target located. 2 snipers, bearing XXX, altitude YYY. 3 bunkers, locations marked. The beacon box has no physical traps, but is connected to the alarm system, Xiaoyu reported calmly. Can we place the gift away from the alarm? Chen Mumming asked. It requires millimeter-level precision and speed, with an alarm trigger delay of approximately 0.3 seconds, Xiaoyu assessed. Suwon, can you do it? Chen Mumming placed his hopes on Suwon, who possessed superb and precise control abilities. We can give it a try. Suwon's voice was filled with absolute focus. She hovered at the edge of the blind spot. The muzzle of the radiant wings did not gather destructive energy, but instead extended an extremely fine, condensed energy probe as thin as a hair. She needed to manipulate the energy probe to penetrate the optical camouflage and metal shell without touching the beacon box itself or triggering its physical structure, and precisely place a tracking beacon the size of a grain of rice, specially made by Chen Mumming, containing a faint but special energy fluctuation, next to the original beacon inside the box. This is a task that demands an abnormally high level of precision and energy control. Everyone held their breath, and even the guarded grey rats subconsciously stopped trembling, staring blankly at the thin energy filament dancing like an art piece in their shared field of vision. Suwon's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, but her hands were as steady as a rock. The energy filaments, as if possessing a life of their own, deftly bypassed the alarm sensor wires, penetrating the microscopic gaps in the camouflage layer and the metal casing. It was a success. The tiny tracking beacon was placed perfectly in its intended position, almost blending in with the existing beacon, without triggering any alarms. The gift has been delivered. Suwon breathed a sigh of relief, her voice tinged with fatigue. Withdraw, Chen Mumming immediately ordered. Suwon and Xiaoyu quietly retreated along the same route, the whole process going unnoticed. Less than 10 minutes after they withdrew from the core area of the canyon and reunited with Chen Mumming and the others, an extremely faint energy fluctuation, but which could not escape the perception of Chen Mumming in the system, came from inside the canyon. Someone had come to retrieve the beacon. The fish has taken the bait. Chen Mumming's eyes were icy. System, lock onto the tracking beacon signal. Signal locked. Target is moving at a moderate speed, heading southeast, roughly matching the coordinates previously indicated by the Wilderness Madman life signal transmitter. They were definitely in cahoots. The signal source monitoring Wilderness Madman is very likely one of Night Owl's mobile outposts or command nodes. Follow him, keep a safe distance, Chen Mumming ordered. The Ice Crown team, like the most patient hunters, lingered at a distance behind the Night Owl member who had taken the beacon. The target was extremely cautious, constantly maneuvering and changing direction in the complex buffer zone terrain, attempting to shake off any potential pursuers. However, with the system's powerful lock-on capabilities and Suwon's high-altitude vision assistance, all his efforts were in vain. The tracking lasted for several hours, and darkness gradually fell. The Night Owl member eventually disappeared into a complex area in a broken hilly region, consisting of numerous natural caves and war-era tunnels. The target signal has entered the underground, at a depth of approximately 50 meters. The area is experiencing severe energy interference and contains numerous abandoned mine shafts and mechanical structures, suggesting it may be a secret outpost of Night Owl, the system notification indicated. Chen Mumming signaled the team to stop at a secluded high point overlooking the hilly area. It seems this is one of their hideouts. Chen Mumming observed the honeycomb-like area below. Suwon, scan the underground structure and try to create a rough map. Xiaoyu, go ahead and scout the entrance and the surrounding security situation. Yes. Suwon switched her radiant wings to deep scan mode, and invisible energy waves penetrated the ground, beginning to outline the complex underground structure. Xiaoyu, meanwhile, once again merged into the shadows, approaching the hills like a ghost. Soon, the information was relayed back. The underground structure is complex, with multiple entrances and interconnected passages. A concentrated energy source has been detected at a depth of approximately 40 meters, suspected to be the core of the stronghold. Submarine sentries and vibration sensors are deployed around the perimeter. Xiaoyu added, we discovered 4 entrances, both visible and hidden, heavily guarded. The situation inside is unknown, but it feels very dangerous. Chen Mumming stared at the still somewhat blurry underground structure map constructed by the system, along with the marked core energy source, his eyes gleaming. This was undoubtedly a crucial node for Night Owl, and might even be one of their command centers in the border region. Chapter 77 Desperate Situation, The Roar of Ice Crown. A direct assault? The enemy has the advantage of terrain, their internal situation is unclear, and the risk is too great. Waiting? The other side may have already received news of Vulture Cliff's loss of contact and the complete annihilation of wilderness maniacs, and may relocate at any time. Using gray rats? But the other party just took the beacon and may not contact him again in the short term. Just as Chen Mumming was weighing his options, the system suddenly issued an urgent alarm. Warning! High-strength, high-priority encrypted communication signal detected from the base core. Decoding attempt failed. Signal structure is unique and contains a self-destruct protocol. Warning! Multiple high-intensity energy sources have been detected approaching at high speed from different directions at the same time. Energy signature identification contains Night Owl characteristics and unknown force characteristics. Number, more than 50. Level, at least 3 level 7 energy reactions. Chen Mumming's pupils suddenly contracted. It's not a trap. It's an encirclement. The enemy wasn't trying to hide or relocate, they'd laid a massive encirclement here. The person retrieving the beacon might actually be bait. And the encrypted signal they sent was the order for the final assault. We're surrounded. Prepare for battle. Chen Muming shouted sharply. Instantly, the Jefrost Soul Winter armor covered his entire body, and the extreme cold force field was unleashed at full power without hesitation. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, countless energy fluctuations filled with killing intent surged from all directions like a tide, turning the high ground where the Ice Crown team was located into the eye of the storm. In the dark, hilly terrain, countless bloodthirsty eyes gleamed. The true hunt had only just begun. And this time, Ice Crown Citadel faced its most severe test since its inception. Okay, this is the next chapter written according to your request. The high ground instantly became the eye of the storm. More than 50 powerful energy fluctuations surged from the darkness in all directions, like a closing net of death, locking onto the Ice Crown team. 3 energy reactions of level 7, like 3 erupting volcanoes, slowly approached from 3 different directions with overwhelming pressure. The air froze, even the sound of the wind seemed to be choked by the terrifying killing intent. Grey Rat, held down by Lin Wei, rolled its eyes back and fainted. Xiaoya's face was deathly pale, her hand gripping the core of Chongyu trembled violently, but she bit her lip tightly, refusing to back down. A desperate situation. This is the most deadly crisis the Ice Crown clan has faced since its inception. The enemy came prepared. 3 level 7s, more than 20 level 6s, and the rest are all peak level 5s. This is an all-out attack. Su Wan's voice came through the link, carrying an unprecedented solemnity. Her high-altitude view gave her the clearest picture of the enemy's situation. Energy is surging from the underground stronghold too. We're completely surrounded. Xiaoyu added, her concealment being greatly reduced by the energy fields of so many high-level enemies. The enemy's formation was clearly layered. Long-range gunners occupied advantageous positions on the perimeter, while close combat assault teams moved like venomous snakes between cover, closing in. The 3 level 7 energy masters, like anchors in the center, firmly locked onto Chen Muming. They had clearly studied the battle before Ice Crown and adopted the safest tactic of attrition and overwhelming force, giving him no chance to be picked off one by one. In a flash, driven by the system and his own will, Chen Muming's brain processed and analyzed at an unprecedented speed. A direct confrontation would be a certain death. The enemy had an overwhelming advantage in numbers and high-level combat power. Even if they could exchange some losses, they would ultimately face total annihilation. We must break this deadlock. We must create an opening before the encirclement is complete. His gaze swept across the entire terrain, the enemy's distribution, and his own team's status in an instant. An extremely risky, even crazy, tactical prototype formed in his mind. Everyone, listen up. Chen Muming's voice, transmitted through the soul link, was cold and urgent, yet carried a strange, reassuring power. Abandon the defense. Charge in the opposite direction. Target the level 7 reaction source to the southeast. A reverse charge? Charging towards the enemy's strongest point? Everyone was stunned, but out of absolute trust in Chen Muming, no one questioned it. Tactical execution, Xiaoya. Immediately summon Chongyue, maximum power energy shield, charge in a straight line and clear the way for us. You are the only shield, smash through everything in your way. Lin Wei, Qin Shuang. Fully enhance Chongyue with the fusion force field to strengthen its defense and impact force. Su Wan. Abandon precise point kills, switch to wide area coverage fire to suppress the enemies on both sides of our charge path, especially the long-range firing positions. Lei Yu. Earth-shaking hammer keeps bombarding the ground ahead, creating chaos and obstacles to disrupt that level 7's rhythm. Xia Yu. Infiltrate the shadows. Don't kill the enemy. Focus all your efforts on disrupting the other 2 level 7 lock-on and command operations. Song Shui, Bai Ji. Stay close to Chongyu with me. Bai Ji, your shield will retract to protect the 3 at the core. Song Shui, you are the final blade, prepare to behead them. Action. The command was executed in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation. Chongyue. Descend. Xiaoya screamed with all her might, turning all her fear into determination. A burst of gray-black light flashed, and the massive mech rose from the ground like a mountain. The thick, earth-yellow energy shield instantly activated with unprecedented intensity, completely enveloping it and the 3 people, including Chen Muming, who were right behind it. Charge! Chen Muming roared. Roar! Chongyue let out a deep roar. The massive machine was no longer a fortress, but transformed into the most ferocious battering ram, launching a desperate charge towards the level 7 energy user in the southeast who was radiating a scorching aura of flames. With each step it took, the ground trembled. Cover! Su Wanqing shouted, hovering in mid-air. Radiant wings abandoned all energy-saving modes, and the muzzle blazed brightly, unleashing a torrent of blazing white beams that covered an area of nearly 100 meters on both sides of the charge path. A large number of low-level enemies in ranged firing positions were instantly suppressed and destroyed by this ferocious firepower. Boom! 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 Leiyu, like a raging war god, slammed down the earth-shaking hammer. Shockwaves mixed with rubble and frost exploded in front of Chongyue, clearing out the mobs and making the ground uneven, greatly interfering with the stability and spellcasting of the level 7 fire energy user. The extreme cold force field fused by Lin Wei and Qin Xuan was no longer spread and controlled, but was precisely guided by Chen Muming. Like an invisible propulsion and reinforcement layer, it tightly wrapped around the shield of Chongyue, which not only increased the impact force, but also greatly offset the energy attacks from all directions. Chapter 78: The Desperate Rush and the Silent Guardian. Xia Yu's figure flickered wildly in the darkness. She no longer pursued a one-hit kill, but instead, like the most annoying ghost, she constantly appeared in the blind spots or key casting points of the other two level 7 energy users, one exuding a heavy earth elemental aura, and the other with a strange shadow attribute, using the Shadow Blade to interrupt and interfere in the most vicious way, forcing them to be unable to focus their fire on the charging Chongyue. Bai Xi's Thousand Chance Umbrella shield shrank to its maximum, tightly protecting Chen Muming, Song Shui, and herself, blocking any stray bullets and energy aftershocks that occasionally pierced through their defenses. Song Shui, like a peerless sword poised to strike, gripped the Ye Star sword tightly in her hand, her eyes coldly locked onto the approaching level 7 flame. Her sword intent and chilling aura were concentrated to the extreme, awaiting the earth-shattering moment. All of this, though a long story, actually happened in just a few seconds. The Ice Crown team's completely illogical and desperate countercharge caught the enemy off guard. They had anticipated holding their ground and even splitting up to break through, but they never expected the enemy to choose the most aggressive, direct, and seemingly foolish method, heading straight for their strongest point. "You're courting death." The level 7 flame manipulator from the southeast roared in fury, his body surrounded by howling flames, as if a fire god had descended to earth. Facing the heavy mountain charging towards him like a small mountain, he thrust his hands forward with tremendous force, burning the heavens and boiling the seas. A towering wave of fire appeared out of nowhere, transforming into a gigantic fiery serpent. It opened its maw wide enough to devour the entire mech, carrying a terrifyingly high temperature capable of incinerating everything, and crashed fiercely into Chongyue. This is a furious strike from a level 7 expert. Its power far surpasses that of the previous lava behemoth. Xiao Ya! Hold on! Chen Muming's voice pierced Xiao Ya's mind like an ice pick. A glint of madness flashed in Xiao Ya's eyes as she pushed her connection with Chongyue to its limit, even at the cost of burning some of her core potential. The energy crystal on Chongyue's chest erupted with dazzling light, and the shield's thickness instantly increased by 3 points. Without dodging or avoiding, it crashed head-on into the giant fire python like a real mountain. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the night sky. Flames and earth and yellow energy collided and annihilated each other. A terrifying energy shockwave spread out in a ring, leveling everything within 100 meters. The massive body of Chongyue trembled violently, its shield flickered, and its surface armor even showed signs of melting, causing its momentum to falter. Xiaoya coughed up a mouthful of blood in the cockpit, but she gripped the control stick tightly, her eyes still resolute. Now! Song Shui! Chen Muming and Song Shui were almost of one mind. In the instant when Chongyue collided with the giant fire python, when the energy was most chaotic and the opponent's old power had just been exhausted and new power had not yet been generated, Chen Muming's extremely cold force field fused with his battle armor suddenly contracted, and all of it was added to Song Shui. At the same time, his own mental power acted like the most precise guiding rope, pointing Song Shui to that fleeting gap, the most vulnerable gap in the flow of fire energy. Song Shui moved. Man and sword become one. The Ice Star sword burst forth with unprecedented brilliance, the cold star at its lotus heart shining as if it were solid. She transformed into an ultimate icy blue stream of light that tore through space and froze souls, following the trajectory guided by Chen Muming, like a master butcher dissecting an ox, precisely cutting into the core weakness of the flame python's energy structure, and then passing right through it. Put! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a faint but unsettling sound, like red-hot steel being thrown into ice water. The icy blue streak pierced through the giant fire python, its momentum undiminished, and in the horrified gaze of the level 7 fire energy master, it instantly swept across his neck. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The raging flames surrounding the level 7 flame manipulator seemed to be extinguished by an invisible force, quickly dimming and dissipating. He stood frozen in place, his pupils dilated, and a thin line of ice, radiating absolute chill, appeared on his neck. The next moment, his head separated from his body, the wound instantly freezing, not a drop of blood flowing out. The headless corpse swayed and fell heavily to the ground. A level 7 expert was instantly killed in one strike. Quiet. A deathly silence enveloped the battlefield. Whether it was the Ice Crown clan members charging forward or the enemies surrounding them from all sides, they were all completely stunned by this incredible and earth-shattering scene. A level 7 expert was instantly killed in a head-on confrontation by a swordsman who appeared to be only level 6? This was completely beyond their comprehension. The breach has been opened. Charge out. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mumming activated the full thrusters of his fusion armor, seizing the momentary chaos and fear that the enemy felt due to the death of their leader. He led his troops like a flood breaking through a dam, relentlessly breaking through the encirclement that was about to close in, following the bloody path smashed open by Chongyue. Stop them. Don't let them get away. The other two level 7 energy masters were both shocked and furious. They tried to organize an interception, but Xiaoyu's harassment, Suwan's relentless barrage of fire regardless of her own consumption, the unreasonable charge of Chongyue, and Lei Yu's continuous ground bombardment made it difficult for them to effectively carry out their orders. The Ice Crown team, facing overwhelming odds, managed to carve out a bloody path and escape to safety thanks to Chen Mumming's terrifyingly precise tactical command and the unwavering trust and execution of their teammates. However, Chen Mumming's expression did not relax at all. He knew this was just the beginning. The enemy's encirclement would not stop there, and they had paid a considerable price. Xiaoyao was overdrawn, Suwan's energy was greatly depleted, and everyone was injured. But the roar of Ice Crown Citadel has already echoed across the border. This bloody breakout battle is destined to become legendary, and it will inevitably attract an even more frenzied counterattack and attention from higher levels. In the darkness, the blood-soaked Ice Crown squad raced desperately deeper into the buffer zone. Behind them, burning hills and the furious roars of the enemy echoed. The icy night wind, carrying the stench of blood and burnt flesh, lashed at every member of the Ice Crown squad like a whip. Like a wounded pack of wolves, they fled desperately through the shattered buffer zone, the furious roars of the enemy and the sporadic beams of pursuing energy behind them like a death knell tolling for their demise. They broke through successfully, but at a heavy cost. Xiaoyao was no longer able to maintain the Chongyue mecha form. She clutched the gray-black core crystal tightly to her chest, while Linwei half carried her as they hurried along. Her face was as pale as paper, and there were still traces of blood at the corners of her mouth. Her breath was weak. Forcibly overdrawing the core to withstand a strike from a level 7 expert had caused considerable damage to both her and Chongyue. Chapter 79 Crisis approaches. The light from Su Wan's wings dimmed. In order to cover the charge, she had almost exhausted her regular energy reserves. At this moment, she could only rely on her own physical strength to keep up with the team, and her face was also not good. Lei Yu's earth-shaking hammer was no longer as fierce as before. With each slam of the ground to propel herself forward, her arm trembled slightly. Xiaoyu's concealment seemed to be affected as well, her figure appearing and disappearing in the shadows. Bai Xi's thousand chance umbrella shield shrank to only cover a few people at the core, and the energy flow became sluggish. Although Song Shui had killed a level 7 expert with a single sword strike, that attack had also concentrated all her energy and spirit. Although her eyes were still sharp, they could not hide the deep exhaustion within them. Even Chen Mumming, having sheathed his Frost Soul Winter armor, was slightly pale. The tactical planning, precise energy allocation, and guiding Song Shui's deadly sword strike in that split second had greatly depleted his mental energy and refined control over the infinite engine. He had a charred mark on his left shoulder, grazed by the aftershock of an energy wave that pierced through his shield. Although not fatal, it had affected his mobility. The only ones in slightly better condition were Lin Wei and Qin Shuang, in a state of coordinated consciousness, who had been under protection and responsible for watching over the gray rats now being carried by Lin Wei, but they had also exhausted nearly half of their power. The entire squad was wounded and running low on energy, like walking a tightrope, on the verge of collapse. We can't stop. They won't let this go. Chen Mumming's voice was hoarse, but it carried an undeniable determination. As he sped along, he frantically scanned the surrounding environment through the system, searching for possible hiding places or usable terrain. Scanning. Entrance to a large underground drainage system ruins discovered 3 kilometers ahead. The structure is complex, extends deep underground, and is subject to severe energy interference, effectively shielding it from tracking. However, the internal conditions are unknown, and potential risks may exist. Target: remains of the underground drainage system. Full speed ahead. Chen Muming made a decision immediately. The most important thing now was to shake off the pursuers and gain a chance to catch his breath. The team gritted their teeth, squeezing out the last of their strength, and sprinted in the direction indicated by the system. The pursuers behind them seemed to be slow in their pursuit because they had lost clear command. The 7th level expert had been killed, and Xiaoyu was constantly harassing the other two, and because they were wary of the Ice Crown team's terrifying explosive power and last-ditch counterattack. However, like a leech, they kept a tight grip on them. The 3-kilometer distance seemed incredibly long at that moment. Every step she took aggravated her wounds and drained her already dwindling strength and energy. Finally, a huge, dark pipe entrance, half hidden by vines and rusted metal, appeared before them, like the open mouth of a giant beast, exuding a damp, decaying, and unknown aura. Go in. Chen Muming was the first to crawl in, followed closely by the others. The inside of the pipe was pitch black, filled with a strong smell of mold and rust. Slippery mud and puddles lay beneath her feet, while cold water dripped intermittently from above. Suwan managed to gather a faint light, illuminating a small area ahead. The pipe was clearly enormous, large enough to accommodate the Chongyue mecha form, but the surrounding walls were covered in thick moss and unknown fungi, and beyond lay endless darkness. Xiaoyu, scout the next 100 meters. Everyone else, stay put, treat your injuries, and recover quickly. Chen Muming, leaning against the cold, damp pipe wall, breathed heavily as he issued the order. Xiaoyu nodded, her figure disappearing into the darkness ahead. Lin Wei tossed the unconscious gray rat into a corner and immediately began checking Xiaoya's injuries, using her own faint chilling energy to try and stabilize her disordered energy core. Bai Ji erected the smallest possible shield, isolating herself from the surrounding energy. Suwan, Leiyu, and Song Shui also immediately sat cross-legged, focusing all their energy on circulating their spiritual cores, absorbing the sparse energy in the air in an attempt to recover a sliver of strength. Chen Muming closed his eyes and let his consciousness sink into the system. The system comprehensively scans the internal structure of the ruins, constructs a detailed map, and marks all exits, potential threats, and energy-rich points. Scan initiated. Scan depth limited by strong energy interference and metal structure shielding. Preliminary map construction. Multiple branching paths discovered, complex maze-like structure. Weak life signs detected, form unknown, threat level to be assessed. No direct exit found, but multiple ventilation shafts and possible collapse connection points exist. An incomplete but roughly directional map of the underground network appeared in his mind. It was indeed complex and hidden enough, but equally fraught with unknown dangers. Prioritize finding relatively safe and easily defensible areas. 3 candidate locations are marked. The closest one is at the end of the second fork in the road to the left, which is an abandoned pump station control room. It is relatively spacious and has only one entrance. Let's go there. At this moment, Xiaoyu returned and whispered, "Captain, the road ahead is safe. We haven't spotted any trackers or unknown creatures yet. There are many forks in the road, and I've left some markers." Okay. Let's go to the pump station control room. The group moved on again, trudging through the darkness and mud. Each step was cautious, wary of potential attacks from the shadows. Fortunately, aside from a few frightened, low-level irradiated creatures resembling giant rats fleeing in panic, they encountered no real danger. Soon, they arrived at the abandoned pump station control room. The metal door was rusted and peeling off, and the room was filled with abandoned machinery and debris, covered in dust and cobwebs, but there was enough space for the team to fit in, and there was only one entrance, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Bai Ji immediately set up a concealment and warning energy barrier at the entrance. The group was finally able to relax their tense nerves and slumped to the ground, breathing heavily. Lin Wei carefully treated Xiaoya's injuries and fed her a highly effective healing potion. Chen Muming also took out a spare energy crystal and distributed it to everyone for absorption. He himself went to a corner and examined the wound on his left shoulder. A stream of pure, boundless energy flowed through it, and the charred marks faded and healed at a visible speed. He glanced at the unconscious gray rat and said to Lin Wei, "Keep an eye on him, he still has a use." Then, he walked to the center of the control room, looking at his team members, some sitting, some lying down, their breaths weak, and his heart sank. This time, it had truly been too dangerous. If it weren't for his decisive action at the critical moment and the unwavering trust and execution of his team members, they would already be withered bones on the border. We really killed a level 7? Lei Yu murmured in disbelief as she absorbed the energy. She was still somewhat dazed. Chapter 80 Underground Rest and Secret Deals. Song Shui was wiping the Ice Star Sword when she heard this. She looked up and a complex look flashed in her cold eyes. The captain found his weakness. She knew very well that without Chen Mumming's precise timing and energy guidance down to the millisecond, she would never have been able to kill a level 7 expert who was on full alert so easily. Suwon leaned against the wall and smiled weakly. It seems that the name of our ice crown will really resound throughout the border this time, even if it's in such a pathetic way. Under Lin Wei's care, Xiaoya's breathing stabilized somewhat. Looking at the dim Chongyue core in her arms, her little face was full of guilt. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm so useless. No, Xiaoya. Chen Mumming walked up to her, squatted down, and said calmly and firmly, if it weren't for you and Chongyue standing at the forefront today, none of us would have survived. You are our hero. His words carried a strange power, dispelling the gloom in Xiaoya's heart and invigorating the other team members. Yes, although they were in a sorry state, they had survived. They had even managed to kill a level 7 expert in a desperate situation. That in itself was a miracle. The captain is right. Lin Wei patted Xiaoya on the shoulder. Get some rest and recover as soon as possible. Chongyue and we all need you. Chen Mumming stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Hurry up and recover. This is only a temporary safe haven. The pursuers won't give up, and the Blackwater Merchant Guild and Night Owl's retaliation will only become more ferocious. We must restore our fighting strength as soon as possible, and then find a way to contact the general, or find a way back to the capital. He walked to the door of the control room, looked out through the broken window into the endless darkness, his eyes deep and thoughtful. This trip to the border yielded far more gains than expected, but also proved far more dangerous. He not only verified the combat capabilities and tactics of the Ice Crown squad, but also obtained direct clues about the collusion between the Blackwater Merchant Guild and Night Owl by capturing Grey Rat, and personally killed a level 7 powerhouse, enough to deter many villains. However, this also completely exposed them to the enemy, making them targets that had to be eliminated as quickly as possible. The road ahead would only become more difficult. He gently rubbed his fingers, connecting his consciousness to the system. The system continuously monitors the movements of external pursuers and analyzes their possible follow-up actions. At the same time, it attempts to find possible, unblocked communication nodes through underground structures and try to make contact with General Li Jinghua. Command confirmed. Monitoring ongoing. Pursuers are gathering around the ruins, suspected of deploying detection equipment. Analysis plan being generated. Communication node scanning initiated. In the dark underground ruins, the Ice Crown team, like wounded beasts, licked their wounds, gathered their strength, and awaited the next storm, or, to deliberately stir up a new tempest. Chen Mumming was the team's silent and steadfast guardian and strategist. Inside the abandoned pump station control room, time flowed slowly in a stifling silence. The air was thick with the smells of rust, damp, decaying earth, faint traces of blood, and the suffocating tension of excessive energy expenditure. The stark white light of the emergency lights illuminated every weary yet vigilant face. Chen Mumming leaned against the cold metal control panel. The wound on his left shoulder had mostly healed under the nourishment of the boundless energy, leaving only a faint mark. However, his mind was not completely relaxed. His consciousness remained connected to the system, monitoring the slightest movement in the outside world while analyzing the complex structural diagram of the underground ruins. External pursuers have reached the entrance area of the ruins and are deploying high-precision life detection and energy tracking equipment. It is estimated that it will take 1 hour and 37 minutes to completely seal off all known exits. A weak encrypted communications signal has been detected flowing between different nodes around the ruins, suggesting that the enemy may be coordinating a search operation. Attempts to establish communication with General Li Jinghua failed due to severe interference from the underground environment and enemy signal jamming. The situation is dire. The enemy clearly has no intention of giving them any respite and is methodically weaving a web of death. His gaze swept over the team members who were working hard to recover. Xiaoya huddled in the corner, clutching the core of Chongyue tightly in her arms. Lin Wei stayed by her side, continuously using gentle, chilling energy to soothe her disordered energy channels. Xiaoya's face was still pale, but her breathing had become much more steady. Under the nourishment of highly effective healing potions and the boundless energy secretly guided by Chen Mumming, her overdrawn core was slowly but steadily repairing itself. She could no longer summon Shongyue, but at least her foundation had been preserved. Suan, Leiyu, Xiaoyu, Songshui, and Baizhi sat in a circle, holding the energy crystals distributed by Chen Muming, absorbing the pure energy within with all their might. Their auras stabilized at a visible speed, a trace of color returned to their pale faces, and their greatly depleted spiritual cores, like parched land receiving rain, greedily absorbed the power. Although they were still far from fully recovered, they had at least regained some mobility and self-defense capabilities. The gray rat, who had been tossed into the corner, had woken up at some point. He dared not make a sound, only staring in terror at the group of menacing figures, his body trembling slightly with fear. He knew that his life or death was entirely in their hands. Time ticked by. The only sounds in the control room were the faint hum of energy circulation and the suppressed breathing of the people inside. Suddenly, Baizhi, who was in charge of monitoring the outer barrier, opened her eyes and whispered, "Captain, something has triggered the outer warning barrier. It's not human energy. It's moving very fast, not very big, and there are a lot of them." Almost simultaneously, a system alarm sounded in Chen Muming's mind. A large number of low-life energy responses have been detected rapidly approaching from the depths of the ruins. Species identified: mutated radiation rat swarm mutated by the ruins' environment, possessing some energy resistance and aggression. Threat level: low to medium large number. Prepare for battle. It's a native creature from within the ruins. Chen Muming instantly stood up, and the Frost Soul armor instantly covered his right arm, exuding a chilling aura. The others immediately stopped recovering, stood up alertly, and grabbed their weapons. Although they were not in good condition, dealing with the rat swarm was not a problem. The rustling sound grew louder as it approached, and soon, a dark mass of shadows with glowing red eyes surged out of the dark passageway outside the control room like a tide. These irradiated rats were several times larger than ordinary rats, their fur had fallen off, revealing rotten or metallic skin underneath, their fangs were sharp, and their claws gleamed with an ominous energy glow. "Guard the entrance," Chen Muming shouted coldly. He didn't need to give much command at all. The Ice Crown team, having survived life or death trials, demonstrated astonishing combat skills. Chapter 81: Ancient Creations and Choices. Lin Wei and Qin Shuang's fused state took a step forward. Although the range of the extreme cold field of the fused battle armor was smaller, the concentration was higher, like an invisible ice wall blocking the entrance. The radiation rats rushing into the field suddenly slowed down and their movements became stiff. Suan didn't even need to use heavy artillery, she simply focused her fingertips on tiny beams of energy, like precise scalpels, to kill the leading rat swarm leader. Leiyu's earth-shaking hammer did not smash the ground, but stood guard at the door like a gatekeeper. Any rat that tried to break through the icy force field was smashed into mincemeat by her hammer. Xiaoyu's figure flickered, and the shadow blade left streaks of blood in the swarm of rats, officially clearing out those trying to climb in from the side wall. Song Shue's ice star sword didn't even need to be drawn, it froze and shattered several nearby radiation rats simply by emitting sword energy. Baizhi's Thousand Chance umbrella shield steadily protected everyone behind them, preventing any rats from sneaking in through ventilation ducts or other gaps. The battle was efficient and ruthless. Despite their numbers, the sheer disparity in strength rendered their charge as utterly annihilated as waves crashing against rocks. Within minutes, a thick layer of radioactive rat carcasses piled up at the control room entrance, their stench of blood staining the ground black. The remaining rats seemed to sense that these two-legged beasts were not to be trifled with, and with a sharp screech, they retreated like a tide and disappeared into the darkness. "Clean this up," Chen Muming instructed, removing his armor. This low-intensity combat was a good opportunity for the team members to stretch their muscles and get used to their recovered strength. It also cleared the obstacles at the entrance, preventing the smell of blood from attracting anything more troublesome. Xiaoyu and Suwan worked together seamlessly, using an energy blast to push the rat carcass away from the doorway and quickly cleaned up the bloodstains. After this minor incident, the atmosphere in the control room actually relaxed a bit. Real-world testing is the best way to assess the degree of recovery. Chen Muming walked up to Grey Rat and looked down at him. "Now, we can have a proper talk." His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable pressure. "Tell me everything you know about Night Owl, about the Blackwater Company, about all their arrangements on the border. That's your only value." Grey Rat trembled, looking into Chen Muming's eyes that seemed to see through everything, then at the girls around him whose auras were gradually returning and whose eyes were cold. His last shred of hope was completely shattered. He collapsed to the ground and blurted out everything he knew, like spilling beans. He was a squad leader on the periphery of Night Owl and had limited intelligence, but when pieced together, it painted a chilling picture. Night Owl's activities on the border are far more extensive than the military's knowledge. They have not only established numerous outposts like Vulture Cliff and underground strongholds, but also maintain intricate connections with several raider groups and arms dealers in Freedom City, constructing a vast network of smuggling, intelligence, and gray market operations. Behind all this is the Blackwater Company's financial support and some high-end equipment. The Blackwater Chamber of Commerce's goals extend beyond suppressing Chen mumming and acquiring the high-efficiency powered Spirit Pivot technology. They also seem to be searching for something on the border, ancient relics or technological remnants from the pre-Nirvana era. They are willing to pay any price for this, even daring to directly confront the military. Grey Rat also provided a crucial piece of information. Just a few days ago, he overheard communications from the Stronghold's senior management, mentioning a place codenamed Dark Beach where a major discovery seemed to have been made. The Blackwater Merchant Guild had sent his special envoy who was on his way, demanding that Night Owl fully cooperate and eliminate all possible interference. Nether Beach. Chen mumming memorized the place name. Could this be the Blackwater Merchant Guild and Night Owl's true target on the border? Just then, the system alarm sounded again, this time even more urgently. Warning! High-intensity spatial fluctuation detected. Location, southeast of the ruins, approximately 100 meters deep. Fluctuation characteristics, similar to conventional spatial teleportation, but more unstable and with strong interference. Warning! The source of the disturbance is rapidly approaching the surface. The expected breach point is located approximately 300 meters directly above and slightly east of our control room. Spatial fluctuations? Teleportation? Chen mumming's pupils contracted. In a place like this, who would use spatial teleportation? Could it be a special envoy from the Blackwater Merchant Guild? Or something else entirely? Everyone! High alert! Something's about to emerge. Chen mumming shouted sharply, and the Yefrost Soul Winter armor instantly covered him, with the extreme cold field expanding at full power. Everyone felt the chilling spatial fluctuations, as if the entire underground ruins were trembling slightly. Suwon immediately activated the Wings of Radiance, Xiaoyu merged into the shadows, Leiyu gripped her warhammer tightly, Song Shui held back her sword energy, Bai Ji's shield shone brightly, and even Xiaoyu struggled to sit up, tightly grasping the core of Changmu. Rumble! A deep, muffled roar, seemingly from the depths of the earth, resounded. This was followed by a piercing noise of collapsing rocks and twisting metal. A massive hole was forcibly ripped open in the rock strata to the southeast. Chaotic energy currents and dust erupted from it. Amidst the billowing dust, a blurry yet enormous silhouette slowly emerged from the hole. It exuded an aura entirely different from that of the mechanical beasts, an aura far more ancient, chaotic, and dangerous. The brief respite underground was shattered, and an unknown threat descended in the most unexpected way. The smoke and dust slowly settled, like a curtain being drawn back, revealing the true form of the thing that had forcibly broken through the rock layers to descend. It wasn't a living being, nor a mechanical beast in the conventional sense. It was a battered and shattered machine, yet still radiating a suffocating aura of oppression, a gigantic robot? Standing nearly 5 meters tall, it possessed a dull, dark gold hue, as if weathered by countless ages. Its material was neither gold nor stone, covered in incomprehensible geometric patterns and long extinguished energy conduits. Its form was humanoid, but its structure was more rugged and heavy. Its arms were massive, serrated, and impaled tool-like structures. One leg was broken below the knee, barely levitating and supported by a residual energy field. Its head was a multifaceted crystalline structure, most of its faces now dull and lifeless, except for a single, enormous, one-eyed red crystal in the center, which flickered faintly at an unstable frequency, locking onto the waiting Ice Crown team. Chapter 82: The Legacy of the Lost Era in the Nirvana Era. It lacked any life force, yet emanated a cold, deathly energy fluctuation that contained an immense computational power. An ancient creation, far surpassing current technological levels, belonging to a pre-Nirvana era. What is this? Leiyu muttered to herself, gripping the warhammer, her eyes filled with shock and vigilance. This thing felt even more dangerous to her than a level 7 mechanical beast. It was a sense of oppression stemming from the unknown and a fundamental difference in their nature. System, scan and analyze. Chen mumming snapped to attention, simultaneously signaling his team members to remain vigilant and not attack rashly. Scanning. Target energy structure highly encrypted, material unidentifiable. Detected extremely weakened Titan-class war unit core reaction. Threat level assessment, extremely high, extremely unstable state. Database comparison. No matching record, suspected to be a remnant of the pre-Nirvana era lost era. Titan class? Lost era? Chen Muming was deeply shaken. The history of this world was far more complex and profound than he knew. Before the Great Nirvana era, there seemed to have existed a highly advanced civilization, and this broken war machine was a relic of that era. How did it appear here? Did it arrive by accident through unstable spatial teleportation, or was it buried beneath this land all along, and now activated or summoned by some force? Just as Chen Muming was thinking rapidly, the ancient creation's single eye suddenly lit up with a dazzling red light. Unauthorized life form detected. Threat level high. Execute. Elimination protocol. A broken, emotionless synthesized electronic voice, like the grinding of rusty gears, echoed in the empty underground space. Its broken body creaked and groaned as its massive tool arm slowly rose, aiming at the pump station control room where the Ice Crown team was located. A chilling energy began to gather between the serrated edges of its arm. This energy was not simply elemental, but possessed a quality of decomposition and annihilation. It's going to attack! Suwon exclaimed, and, radiant wings, instantly locked onto the opponent. We can't take it head-on! Chen Muming shouted. He could feel the terrifying power of the gathering energy. Even at its peak, Zhongyuan might not have been able to completely block it, let alone now that the team was in poor condition. Scatter! Find cover! Chen Muming made a decisive move, activating the fusion armor's thrusters and speeding to the side. The others reacted immediately as well. Lin Wei pulled Xiaoya and rushed to the back of the control panel, while Suwon, Lei Yu, Xiaoyu, Song Shui, and Bai Ji also found cover. Boom! A dark red, distorted beam of unstable energy shot out from the ancient artifact's tool arm like a death ray, instantly passing by the control room doorway. Laugh! The metal walls and floor grazed by the energy beam did not explode or melt. Instead, they disappeared silently, as if erased by an eraser, leaving behind smooth, mirror-like surfaces. Even the radiated rat corpses piled up at the entrance were annihilated along with them. Everyone gasped in shock. What kind of bizarre attack was this? Its energy is unstable. The attack interval should be quite long. Chen Muming keenly noticed that after the opponent fired, the light in its single eye dimmed instantly, and the energy fluctuations plummeted. Now's the time. Counterattack. Aim at its single eye and energy core. Although the exact structure of this ancient creation is unknown, it is generally true that the core of such observation and energy convergence is often the weak point. Suwon. Xiaoyu. Without a word, Suwon's radiant wings and Xiaoyu, who had merged into the shadows, launched their attacks simultaneously. Suwon's beam of light accurately struck the flickering red eye, while Xiaoyu appeared behind the creature like a ghost, her shadow blade piercing a relatively concentrated area of energy flow on its back. Ding! Poof! Suwon's beam of light was deflected by an invisible energy field on the surface of the one-eye creature, only causing a ripple. Xiaoyu's wrist blade successfully pierced the energy node, but it seemed to have pierced some kind of extremely tough alloy, only penetrating an inch before becoming difficult to advance further, and was instead repelled by a recoil force. Such strong defense! The ancient creation seemed to be enraged. Its single eye lit up again, locking onto Xiaoyu, who had retreated after a single attack. The tool arm rose once more. Lei Yu! Earth shake! Disrupt it! Chen Muming shouted. Lei Yu understood, and the earth-shaking hammer slammed heavily onto the ground beneath the creator's feet. Boom! The ground shook violently and cracked, causing the creator, which was already levitating on the energy field, to stagger. The energy beam aimed at Xiaoyu went astray, annihilating a large hole in the rock wall to the side. Song Shui. Bai Ji. Cover! Chen Muming charged out like a cheetah, the Ice Star sword appearing in his hand. The extremely cold sword energy was highly compressed, its target aimed directly at the energy node where Xiaoyu had pierced a small gap. He needed to concentrate his power and attack this one point. Song Shui followed closely behind, her Ice Star sword, wielding a crisscrossing sword aura. Instead of launching a direct attack, she continuously slashed at the creation's joints and other suspected energy conduction points, harassing and restraining it. Bai Ji's Thousand Chance Umbrella shield stayed close to Chen Muming, blocking the small, automatically activated defensive energy rays that occasionally emanated from the creation. Lin Wei stood behind the control panel, protecting Xiaoyu while continuously releasing cold air in an attempt to slow down the creation's actions, but the effect was minimal, as the creation had extremely high resistance to elemental attacks. The battle reached a stalemate. The ancient creature possessed astonishing defense and terrifying attacks, but seemingly due to its damaged state and insufficient energy, its attack frequency was slow, and its movements were somewhat sluggish. The Ice Crown team, relying on their excellent teamwork and flexible tactics, managed to hold their own, but struggled to inflict effective damage. Each attack felt like a tickle on this iron behemoth, while a single successful hit could result in attrition. This can't go on. Chen Mumming's mind raced. Their energy was being depleted, and the pursuers outside could find them at any moment. Just then, the ancient creation's single eye suddenly blinked faster, emitting an even more rapid electronic sound. Energy core overload instability warning imminent self-destruction eliminate threat. Self-destruction? Chen Mumming's expression changed drastically. The self-destruction of a Titan-class war unit was powerful enough to raise the entire underground ruins, and even half of the buffer zone, to the ground. They would absolutely not be able to escape. Stop it! Chen Mumming roared, no longer caring about holding back. He unleashed the infinite engine at full power, and a vast amount of energy surged into the Ice Star Sword. The sword erupted with an unprecedented icy blue radiance, as if to freeze the entire space. He had to destroy its core before it self-destructed. However, the defensive energy field of that ancient creation also increased dramatically as the self-destruct program was activated, and the dark red light enveloped it as if it were a tangible substance. Chapter 83 Data Core and the Mystery of the Beach. At this critical moment, Xiaoya, who was being protected by Lin Wei, suddenly experienced an uncontrollable and violent vibration in the core of Chongyue in her arms, emitting a strong, thick, earthy yellow light that was somewhat similar to that ancient creation. What's going on? Xiaoya exclaimed. She felt the core of Chongyue was burning hot and yearning, as if it had encountered some kind of existence of the same origin. At the same time, the ancient creation's single eye suddenly turned towards Xiaoya, and the flashing red light seemed to carry a hint of doubt? Or perhaps, some kind of recognition program was triggered? Detected secondary Earthworder protocol unit signal reassess threat. Its self-destruct program seemed to have paused, and the light from its single eye was fixed on the core of Chongyue. Chen Mumming abruptly stopped his charge, a flash of inspiration striking his mind. A secondary Earth Guardian? Could it be that the mecha technology of Chongyue originated from the same source as this ancient creation? Or perhaps, Chongyue is some kind of simplified version or derivative? This is an opportunity. An opportunity to avoid mutual destruction. Xiaoya. Try to communicate with it. Use the energy frequency of Chongyue. Chen Mumming immediately gave the order through the soul link. Although Xiaoya was afraid, she obeyed Chen Mumming's orders unconditionally. She tightly hugged the burning hot core of Chongyue, trying her best to transmit her consciousness and the heavy, steady energy fluctuations of Chongyue towards the ancient creation. It was a kind of ignorant, benevolent, and inquiring fluctuation. The ancient creature's single eye flickered, seemingly analyzing the sudden signal. A moment later, the cold, electronic voice sounded again, but seemed to have lost some of its killing intent. Secondary unit, energy signature matches, authority level, low, unable to terminate self-destruct protocol, but can provide data core and emergency escape coordinates. Before anyone could react, a piece of armor plating on the ancient creature's chest suddenly popped open, revealing a fist-sized, multifaceted crystal shimmering with a ghostly blue light, along with a constantly flashing, complex spatial coordinate diagram. Then, its broken body erupted with a final, blinding light, its single eye locking onto the rock layer above. Self-destruction. Countdown. 10. Get the stuff. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mumming activated the fusion armor's thrusters at full power, rushing towards the pop-up data core and coordinate map like lightning. Xiaoyu's figure also appeared there at the same time, and the two of them touched the two items almost simultaneously. 9. Chen Mumming instantly stored the data core and coordinate graph into the system space. 8. Everyone. Evacuate to the coordinates. Quickly. Chen Mumming roared, pointing to the top of the huge hole created when the ancient creation broke through the rock layer. The coordinate map showed that there was a relatively weak spatial node there. 7. The team unleashed their last strength and charged madly toward the hole. Lin Wei picked up Xiaoya, followed closely by Su Wan, Lei Yu, Song Shui, and Bai Ji. 6. Chen Mumming and Xiaoyu covered the rear. 5. Just as they were about to burst out of the hole, Chen Mumming glanced back at the ancient creation that was about to self-destruct. He saw that its broken body had been completely engulfed by the blinding energy light. 4. Walk. Everyone used all their strength to leap out of the underground ruins and rush into the cold night sky of the buffer zone. 3. Behind them, a blinding light, as bright as the sun, and a deep, ancient roar. 2. The intense light swallowed all sound, and a huge energy shockwave erupted from the ground like a tsunami, violently blowing the Ice Crown team, who had just landed, away like falling leaves. 1. Before losing consciousness, Shen Muming only had time to push Bai Ji's shield to its limit to protect his teammates behind him as much as possible before he was completely engulfed by the boundless darkness and violent energy turbulence. After an unknown amount of time, Shen Muming slowly woke up amidst violent shaking and anxious calls. "Captain! Captain! Wake up!" He opened his eyes and saw the anxious, pale faces of Lin Wei, Su Wan, and the others. They seemed to be in an unfamiliar valley filled with rubble, surrounded by the acrid smell and dust of energy overload. He was still alive, and so were his teammates, though they were all injured and in a sorry state, but at least, they survived. He struggled to sit up, feeling his nearly depleted energy and excruciating pain throughout his body, and immediately checked the system space. The dark blue data core and the flashing coordinate graph were unharmed. The self-destruction of the ancient creation not only severely damaged the Night Owl and the Blackwater Merchant Guild who might have been pursuing them, but also unexpectedly opened a way for them to survive, and left behind a legacy from the lost era. Shen Muming gazed at the underground ruins in the distance, which had collapsed and been completely sealed off, his eyes filled with complex emotions. This time, they not only escaped death from the enemy's encirclement, but also came into contact with the deeper secrets of this world. Is the Beach of the Dead that the Blackwater Merchant Guild is searching for also related to this lost era? What information is hidden in the core of this data? Where will that emergency departure from the coordinates lead them? The Ice Crown clan's journey to the border has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. The real storm may have just begun to brew. A cold night wind swept through the valley, ruffling the dust and blood-stained hair of the Ice Crown team members, and bringing a sliver of clarity after surviving the ordeal. The terrifying energy shock from the self-destruction of the ancient artifact not only blasted them away but also left a shockingly large crater on the surface of this buffer zone. The original entrance to the underground ruins had long been completely buried, along with any potential pursuers, sealed dozens of meters deep beneath the rocks and soil. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Muming, supported by Lin Wei, struggled to stand upright. Waves of weakness washed over him from the near depletion of his spiritual core. The infinite engine was slowly but steadily drawing upon the sparse energy in the environment to replenish itself, but this would take time. He looked around. Although his teammates were all injured and their auras were weak, thankfully no one had been killed, a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune. Bai Ji's Thousand Chance umbrella had played a crucial role in providing a shield at the last moment, otherwise, the aftershocks of the self-destruction alone would have been enough to worsen their injuries. "Captain, are you all right?" Su Wan asked with concern, clutching her still throbbing shoulder. Her radiant wings had been severely depleted during the previous battle and the final escape, and were now dim and lifeless. "It's nothing, just an energy depletion." Shen Muming shook his head, his gaze falling on Xiaoya, who was being held tightly in Lin Wei's arms. Xiaoya's face was still pale, but the core of Chongyue in her arms was no longer dim. Instead, it emitted a warm and heavy earthy yellow halo, as if its brief communication with that ancient creation had given it some benefit. "Xiaoya, how are you feeling? Has Chongyue changed at all?" Chapter 80 For the Beach of the Dead. Xiaoya looked up, her face showing a mixture of confusion and surprise. "Captain, I feel like Chongyue seems more awake. The feeling it gives me is no longer just simple heaviness and defense, it seems there's something else in it, I can't quite put my finger on it. Also, it seems to absorb energy and recover faster." Shen Muming's heart skipped a beat. A secondary Earth Guardian protocol unit. It seems that the technology of Chongyue is indeed of the same origin as the creation of that lost era. This contact may have unexpectedly activated a deeper potential of Chongyue. This can be considered a small gain amidst misfortune. "Captain, what do we do next? The commotion here is too great, it'll probably attract something else soon." Xiaoyu emerged from the shadows behind a boulder. Her voice carried a hint of weariness, but her eyes remained sharp, constantly alert to any movement around them. As the team's eyes and assassin, she knew very well that the explosion had been like a beacon in the darkness. Shen Muming took a deep breath, forcing himself to ignore his physical weakness and the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He walked to a relatively flat rock, sat down, and let his consciousness sink into the system. System, check the core data and attempt to interpret it. At the same time, analyze the emergency escape coordinates to determine our current location and the details of the location the coordinates point to. Command confirmed. Data core unnamed is stable, external energy seal is intact, internal information structure is highly encrypted, encryption method unknown, 99.7% different from current mainstream technology. Attempting to crack it. Estimated time, 23 hours 41 minutes affected by environmental energy concentration and host status. Emergency escape coordinate analysis complete. Coordinate location, approximately 87 kilometers northeast of the current valley, the terrain features identified as the edge of withered woodland, the site of an abandoned pre-Nirvana era meteorological observatory. This area is currently marked as a level C danger zone, frequently inhabited by level 4 to level 6 mechanical beasts. The coordinates contain weak spatial beacon characteristics, suggesting a possible unstable spatial node or hidden entrance. An abandoned weather station 87 kilometers away? Chen Mumming frowned slightly. That wasn't a short distance, and given the team's current state, crossing the buffer zone teeming with mechanical beasts would undoubtedly be extremely risky. But those coordinates were the only escape route given by the ancient creation before its self-destruction. Perhaps it held clues to leaving the border and returning to Shangjing, or perhaps it was related to the Nether Beach that the Blackwater Merchant Guild was searching for? The codename Dark Beach provided by Grey Rat, the lost era mentioned by the ancient creations, and the ancient ruins or technological remnants that the Blackwater Merchant Guild is willing to collude with Night Owl and defy the military to find, these clues all seem to point in the same direction. Could Dark Beach be a relic of a lost era? And is that weather station an entrance or a connecting point? System, retrieve all known information about withered woodland and the target meteorological station, including the distribution of mechanical beasts, environmental hazard level, and whether there are any records of Nether Beach or abnormal spatial fluctuations. Intelligence gathering in progress. Withered woodland, named for the unnatural graying and metallic appearance of its vegetation, the area is permeated with weak inert energy radiation, which is somewhat attractive to low-level mechanical beasts. Known resident mechanical beast species, rotten claw wolf level 4, corroding iron beetle level 3, social, rock giant mammoth level 5, rare. No official records of Nether Beach were found. The target meteorological station was built at the end of the pre-Nirvana era and abandoned at the beginning of the Great Nirvana era. It has no significant strategic value, and there are no records of military or large-scale exploration team activities in the past decade. 3 unverified explorer reports mention occasional abnormal mirage phenomena and brief energy reading disturbances in the area. A mirage? Disrupted energy readings? Chen Mumming pondered. This sounded very much like the characteristics of an unstable spatial node. Perhaps there really is a path there. He exited the system space, looked at the team members who had gathered around him, and briefly explained the current situation and analysis. That's the situation. The usual route back to the capital has likely been blocked by the Blackwater Merchant Guild and Night Owl, and we can't contact the general for the time being. This coordinate is our only definite direction right now, but it's not a short distance, and given our current state. Chen Mumming didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Captain, wherever you go, we'll go, Lin Wei said without hesitation. Her hand remained gently on Xiaoya's back, channeling a faint chill to help stabilize her energy channels. Although Qin Shuang's frost soul armor had merged with her, maintaining it for an extended period of time and fighting had taken a toll on Lin Wei herself, and her face was now somewhat pale. That's right, staying here is just waiting to die, might as well take a gamble. Lei Yu replied in a deep voice, leaning on the earth-shaking hammer. Although exhausted, the fighting spirit in her eyes had not been extinguished. They're just some level 3, 4, or 5 mechanical beasts, I'll take them down with one hammer. Suwan nodded and began to silently check the energy circuit of Radiant Wings. My energy has recovered to about 10%, which should be enough for regular marches and low-intensity combat. Xia Yu and Bai Ji both agreed. Song Shui, wiping the Ice Star sword, said in a cool voice, the captain decides. Grey Rat, bound to the side, trembled even more violently as he listened to their conversation. He heard Nether Beach, he heard spatial coordinates. He knew that once this information was brought back, he would be completely worthless to Night Owl and the Blackwater Merchant Guild, and might even be silenced. He looked at Chen Mumming, his eyes filled with pleading. Chen Mumming glanced at him but ignored him. This man was still useful for the time being. He could be used as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the military or certain forces, or thrown out to draw fire at a crucial moment. Okay. Chen Mumming stood up. Although he was still weak, his eyes had regained their usual calmness and determination. Rest here for 30 minutes and try to recover as much as possible. After 30 minutes, we will set off for the abandoned meteorological observation station in the northeast direction. The order was given, and the team sprang into action. Each member found a place to sit, gripping the energy crystals refined from infinite energy that Shen Mumming had distributed again, and absorbing them with all their might. Having survived a life or death ordeal, the team's cohesion was stronger, and their execution of orders was more efficient. No one complained, no one hesitated, only silently and swiftly recovered and prepared. While absorbing energy, Shen Mumming also separated a portion of his consciousness to connect with the system and attempt to conduct a preliminary probe of the data core's encryption. At the same time, he planned his route in greater detail, avoiding known high-danger mechanical beast lairs and possible night owl patrol teams. Chapter 85, A Secret Move and the Activation of the Node. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. When Shen Mumming opened his eyes again, although he was far from being at his peak, he had at least recovered 30–40% of his energy and could move freely. The team members' breathing had also stabilized considerably, at least providing them with the foundation for a long journey and dealing with unexpected battles. Set off. Without further ado, Shen Mumming took the lead, speeding northeast along the optimal route planned by the system. Lin Wei followed closely behind with Xiaoya, Suan and Lei Yu brought up the middle, Xiaoyu scouted from the flanks, and Song Shui and Baiji brought up the rear. Like arrows disappearing into the night, the group silently left the valley that had just experienced a devastating explosion. The next 2 days were a tedious and stressful trek. The withered woodland lived up to its name. As far as the eye could see, there were twisted, dry, and lifeless gray-black trees, many of which were covered with a thin layer of rust-like oxide. An indescribable oppressive atmosphere permeated the air, carrying a faint radiation. Although it didn't have much effect on Shen Mumming and the others, staying in this environment for a long time still made them feel depressed. They moved cautiously through the forest, relying on Xiaoyu's reconnaissance and Shen Mumming's system warnings to avoid the roaming groups of mechanical beasts on several occasions. When they occasionally encountered small groups of mechanical beasts that were unavoidable, they tried to resolve the battle as quickly and quietly as possible, never lingering in combat. Even so, the continuous marching and high vigilance were still draining their already limited energy. Xiaoya, in particular, although the Chongyue core was slowly recovering, her own energy had not been fully replenished, and Lin Wei or Lei Yu had to take turns carrying her most of the time. During this time, Shen Mumming tried to contact General Li Jinghua several times, but the signal was still severely jammed and he could not get through. This deepened his anxiety. The situation on the border was probably more complicated than he had imagined. By evening of the second day, they had finally reached the outskirts of their target area. In the distance, they could already see the outline of the dilapidated circular building built on a low hillside, the abandoned weather station. System, scan the observation station and surrounding area, vital signs, energy readings. Shen Mumming signaled the team to stop and hide at the edge of the dead forest. Scanning in progress? The main structure of the observation station is approximately 65% damaged, and no active life signs have been detected. A small amount of energy signals from level 2 and 3 mechanical beasts have been detected in the surrounding area, with no signs of clustering. Weak, unnatural energy residue has been detected inside the observation station, matching the coordinate beacon characteristics by 87%. Multiple traces of recent human activity have also been detected, including footprints and energy weapon residue. The time of these traces is estimated to be within the last 24 hours. Someone arrived first. Shen Mumming's eyes narrowed. Were they from the Blackwater Merchant Guild? Or Night Owl? Or some other force? Captain, there's a situation. Xiaoyu's voice came through the soul link, tinged with seriousness. About 500 meters east of the observation station, traces of a temporary camp have been discovered. There are embers of a campfire, and the number of people is estimated to be around 5 to 8, well equipped. Hidden sensors have been deployed around the camp. As expected. Shen Mumming's heart sank. It seemed they weren't the only ones eyeing this place. Can you determine what kind of person they are? The camp wasn't clearly marked, but the energy signature of one of the people felt somewhat familiar to me, very much like the spiritual energy fluctuations of the Night Owl sniper I fought at Vulture Cliff before, Xiaoyu recalled. The Night Owl team is here too. Are they guarding this coordinate point, or are they waiting for something? Just then, the system notification sounded again. Warning! Rapidly increasing spatial fluctuations detected inside the target observatory. Energy readings are rising. A weak resonance response is occurring with the data core. Warning! The space node is about to enter its active phase. Estimated full activation time, 1 hour and 32 minutes later. Chen Muming suddenly looked up at the silent observation station. He felt that the dark blue data core in his system space was slightly warm, conveying a desire to get closer. The entrance to the Shoal of the Dead is about to open. And the Night Owl members are clearly guarding the entrance. Captain, what should we do? Everyone looked at Chen Muming, waiting for his decision. With Night Owl blocking their path ahead and an unknown spatial node about to open behind, should they force their way through, wait for an opportunity, or give up? Chen Muming's gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over the tired but determined faces of the team members, and then looking at the observation station that was radiating an ominous aura. The data core, the lost era, the Blackwater Guild's goals, the ancient creation's last words, all the clues point there. Giving up means all previous efforts are wasted, and it means potentially missing out on crucial intelligence and a way out. He took a deep breath and made his decision. Xiaoyu, conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the enemy camp layout and personnel distribution. The rest of you, remain hidden, take energy potions, and make final adjustments to your condition. His voice was deep and clear, carrying an undeniable determination. We will move out in 1 hour. Since Night Owl has guarded the door for us, then, we won't be polite. We at Ice Crown Citadel want this observatory. Yes, the crowd responded in hushed tones, their fighting spirit rekindled in their eyes. A storm is brewing, and this time, the Ice Crown clan will no longer be prey, but rather, the hunters who will unleash a tempest. The night in the withered woodland was as dark as ink, with only faint starlight filtering through the twisted branches, casting dappled and fragmented light on the ground. The abandoned weather station, like a silent behemoth, lay prostrate on the low hillside, and the faint spatial fluctuations emanating from within it, like a gradually accelerating heartbeat, stirred the surrounding oppressive air. Chen Muming lay prone at the edge of the withered forest, his sharp gaze sweeping across the distant observation post and the enemy camp location reported by Xiaoyu. In his mind, the system interface continuously updated the data. Spatial fluctuations continue to intensify, activity level 78%. Estimated full activation time, 1 hour 15 minutes. Enemy camp's energy signal is stable. 5 individuals confirmed, one of whom exhibits energy levels approaching a level 6 energy master, suspected to be the leader. The perimeter sensor layout for the camp has been modeled. The core data resonance response is intensifying. It is recommended to approach within 100 meters of the data point before it is fully activated, as this may help stabilize the channel or obtain more information. Time is of the essence, and the enemy's defenses aren't particularly tight, but that near level 6 leader is a problem. A direct assault isn't out of the question, but it would inevitably alert the enemy and could even stall them, causing them to miss the optimal time to activate the node. Chapter 80's SSS objective is to enter the node. Captain, how do we fight? Lei Yu asked in a low voice, eager to try her Earthshaker hammer, already itching to get going. Chen Muming did not answer immediately. His mind was racing. Combining the terrain map provided by the system, the enemy's deployment, and the status of his team members, a plan quickly took shape. We can't launch a direct attack. Chen Muming finally spoke, his voice low and clear. Our goal is to enter the node, not to annihilate them. If we get bogged down and miss the node's opening time, or attract more enemies, all our efforts will be in vain. He looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you're in charge of dealing with the sensors around the camp. Are you confident you can clear a safe path without alerting the enemy? Xiaoyu's figure appeared and disappeared in the shadows. She nodded and said, okay, but it will take time, at least 20 minutes. Okay. Linwei, Suwan, Lei Yu, the 3 of you come with me and approach the main body of the observation station from the western cliff. Chen Muming pointed to the almost vertical steep slope behind the observation station, which was full of weathering cracks and fragile rocks. That's a blind spot for defense, and also an unexpected route for them. Linwei frowned slightly as she looked at the steep cliff, but quickly relaxed. No problem, I can create ice steps to help me climb. Su Wan and Lei Yu nodded in agreement. Song Shui, Bai Shi, Xiaoya. Chen Muming looked at the remaining 3. You stay here and establish concealed sniping and support points. Song Shui, your Ice Star Sword, has the most refined sword energy, so be responsible for long-range precision strikes. If we are exposed, prioritize suppressing that level 6 leader. Bai Ji, the 1000-chance umbrella, shield is ready to provide area protection at any time. Xiaoya. He looked at Xiaoya, whose face was still somewhat pale, and said, your mission is to protect yourself, and at the same time, try to use the core of Chongyue to sense the situation inside the observation station, especially that spatial fluctuation. Your Chongyue is related to the Lost Era, and may be able to discover details that we cannot detect. Xiaoya nodded vigorously, hugging the core tightly in her arms. I understand, Captain. Action. Chen Muming gave the order, and the team immediately split up silently. Like a true shadow, Xiaoyu blended into the darkness of the withered forest, stealthily making her way towards the enemy camp. Her mission was crucial. It was the prerequisite for the success of this clandestine operation. Chen Muming, along with Lin Wei, Su Wan, and Lei Yu, took advantage of the terrain and the cover of night to quickly move towards the cliff behind the observation station. The cliffs were even more precipitous than they appeared from a distance, the rocks severely weathered and threatening to crumble at any moment. Lin Wei walked at the front, her hands pressed against the rock face. An extremely cold aura spread out, not freezing, but cleverly seeping into the cracks in the rocks, using the condensation of water vapor and the expansion of ice to create brief but stable icy footholds on the seemingly smooth rock face. Chen Muming followed closely behind. Having fused with the Frost Soul armor, he moved with agility and speed, using both hands and feet. Although Su Wan and Lei Yu weren't skilled climbers, as high-level goddess-armored contractors, their physical abilities far surpassed ordinary people. With the ice steps opened by Lin Wei and Chen Muming's assistance, they were able to keep up, albeit with difficulty. The climb was tense and silent. Everyone held their breath, afraid of making a sound that might alert the enemy below. The only sounds were the wind and the increasingly clear hum of energy emanating from the distant observation station. At the same time, Chen Muming was multitasking, his consciousness always connected to the system, monitoring Xiaoyu's progress and the fluctuations inside the observation station. Xiaoyu has successfully deactivated the first sensor, and is now approaching the second. Space fluctuation activity 85%. Abnormally rising energy readings inside the observatory, structural stress changes detected. 20 minutes later, Chen Muming and his 3 companions successfully reached the top of the cliff, hiding in the shadow of the damaged outer wall of the observation station. From here, they could clearly see the huge circular main hall inside the observation station, where the radar antenna had originally been located. The floor in the center of the main hall was emitting a faint blue light, and intricate geometric patterns were faintly visible. The energy in the air was so dense that it was almost suffocating. Almost simultaneously, Xiaoyu's voice came through the soul link. Captain, all peripheral sensors are silent. The enemy in the camp is unaware. Well done, Chen Muming praised, then whispered to the 3 people beside him, prepare to enter. Lin Wei, open the door. Lin Wei understood and walked to a rusty metal side door, placing her hand on it. An intense chill instantly spread, freezing and brittle the lock and hinges. Lei Yu stepped forward, gently pressing her hand down without much sound. The entire door collapsed inward, shattering into several pieces of frozen metal. The 4 filed in and entered the observatory. The interior was even more dilapidated than the exterior, with collapsed equipment and piles of rubble everywhere. The air was thick with the smell of dust and the increasingly strong energy aura carrying spatial fluctuations. They cautiously approached the main hall along the dilapidated corridor. The closer they got to the main hall, the stronger the energy fluctuations became. Chen Muming could even feel the data core within the system space vibrating slightly, emitting an almost joyful resonance. Just as they were about to reach the entrance to the main hall, something unexpected happened. Wah-ah! A piercing alarm suddenly blared from the camp below. This was followed by the deafening roar of energy guns firing and shouts from the personnel. We've been discovered. Su Wan's expression changed. It wasn't us. Chen Muming's eyes narrowed. Through the system, he saw several level 5 mechanical beasts, a swarm of ironclad beetles that had been attracted by the intense spatial fluctuations and appeared on the site of the camp at some unknown time. They were frantically attacking the camp. It's a mechanical beast. The spatial fluctuations were too strong, attracting those nearby. Lei Yu spat. They're just unlucky. This was good news for Chen Muming and his team, as it diverted the enemy's attention. Opportunity. Hurry! Chen Muming shouted, and the 4 of them sped into the circular main hall. The main hall was unusually spacious, except for a complex energy pattern, over 10 meters in diameter, gleaming brightly on the central floor. Its eerie blue light illuminated the entire hall, making it appear like a ghostly realm. The space at the center of the pattern was distorting and blurring, as if through a layer of rippling water. One could see a blurry scene beyond, definitely not inside the observation station. A desolate, dark red sky and the outlines of jagged, strange rocks. The spatial node is about to be fully opened. Right next to the node, there were 2 people standing there. They were wearing Blackwater Merchant Guild uniforms, and one of them was holding a compass-like instrument, seemingly recording data or trying to guide something. The 2 men were clearly not expecting anyone to sneak in from behind the cliff. They turned around abruptly when they heard footsteps, their faces filled with astonishment. Who are you? Chapter 87 The First Battle on the Beach in Core Resonance. Before he finished speaking, Chen Mumming had already made his move. The If Frost Soul Winter armor instantly covered his entire body, his speed skyrocketed, and he pounced on the researcher holding the compass like an icy blue lightning bolt. He could tell that this guy was the key. The other guard reacted quickly, roaring as an earthy yellow light rose from his body. His arm muscles bulged as if covered with a layer of rock armor, and he threw a punch carrying a fierce wind at Chen Mumming. This was an Earth-type energy user, and his level was not low, at least at the mid-level of level 5. Your opponent is me. Lei Yu shouted, and the earth-shaking hammer arrived with tremendous force, blocking the guard's path. Boom! The fist and hammer collided with a dull thud, and a violent shockwave swept outwards, scattering the dust on the ground. Lei Yu swayed, while the guard was forced back 3 steps, his face showing horror, clearly not expecting this seemingly petite girl to possess such terrifying strength. At the same time, Lin Wei and Su Wan also made their move. Lin Wei's extreme cold force field instantly spread out, not as an attack, but as interference, causing the researcher holding the compass to freeze, as if stuck in quagmire. Su Wan's wings of radiance locked onto the compass in his hand, and a slender but condensed beam of energy shot out, accurately piercing through the core of the compass. No! The researcher let out a desperate scream as the compass emitted a plume of black smoke and became completely unusable. Chen Mumming appeared before him like a ghost, his hand covered in ice armor like an iron clamp, directly gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground. What's on the other side of the node? What did the Blackwater Merchant Guild find on the Shoal of the Dead? Chen Mumming's voice was icy, like the cold wind of the Arctic. The researcher stared in horror, making a hoarse sound as he choked and was unable to speak. Just then, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the spatial node in the center of the main hall. The buzzing sound reached its peak. Warning! Spatial node fully activated. Stability 65%. Unknown interference present. Data resonance has reached its peak. We recommend entering immediately. Captain. The men below have dealt with the mechanical beasts and are coming up. Xiaoyu's urgent voice came through the link. There's no time for interrogation. Chen Mumming acted decisively, slashing the researcher's neck with a chop, knocking him unconscious. At the same time, he shouted to Lei Yu, who was fighting with the guards, Lei Yu, finish him off. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Lei Yu's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and a dazzling earth-yellow light erupted from the earth-shaking hammer, earth-shaking collapse. The warhammer, carrying the power to shatter mountains and split rocks, crashed down heavily. The guard barely managed to raise his rocky arms to block, but with a crack, the rock armor on his arms shattered along with his arm bones, and he was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall, his life hanging in the balance. Walk! Without hesitation, Chen Mumming charged towards the shimmering spatial node. Lin Wei, Su Wan, and Lei Yu followed closely behind. At the last moment before stepping into the distorted light curtain, Chen Mumming ordered Song Shui and the other 2 who remained behind via Soul Link, Song Shui, Baiji, Xiaoya, evacuate to the backup rendezvous point as planned. Wait for our news. The next moment, a strong sense of spatial tearing came, as if to stretch the body and soul into noodles. Before my eyes was a bizarre and chaotic flow of colors, and in my ears was a strange noise that distorted spacetime. Chen Mumming kept his mind clear and focused, and the infinite engine ran at full power to offset some of the spatial pressure. At the same time, he connected the energy fluctuations of Lin Wei and the other 2 with his own to prevent them from getting separated during the teleportation. I don't know how much time passed. It might have been a moment, or it might have been eternity. The ground beneath my feet suddenly became solid, and intense sunlight pierced my eyes, accompanied by a blast of hot, dry air carrying the smell of sulfur and metallic rust. Chen Mumming steadied himself, quickly adjusted to the light, and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. They stood on a dark red earth, the sky a similarly dark red, devoid of sun yet radiating an unsettling heat. In the distance stretched an endless, jagged, and bizarre dark stone forest, along with enormous, pale skeletons resembling the remains of some kind of creature, half buried in the red sand. A thick, deathly silence permeated the air, along with an aura of a more ancient, more chaotic energy. This is definitely not the desolate planet buffer zone they are familiar with. Is this the beach of the dead? Su Wan murmured to herself, looking at the eerie scene before her. Chen Mumming sensed the energy fluctuations in the air that were faintly similar to those in the data core and the ancient creation from before, and his eyes became solemn. System, scan the environment, determine coordinates, and analyze energy composition. Scanning in progress? The environmental energy composition is complex, inert energy radiation exceeds the standard, and there is high-intensity spatial interference. Unable to connect to the main network to determine precise coordinates. Energy characteristics match the data core 41%, and match the residual fluctuations of Titan-class war units 33%. Warning! Multiple high-energy reactions detected rapidly approaching. Threat level, B+2A. Chen Muming's heart tightened, and he suddenly looked up into the depths of the stone forest. Behind the jagged stone pillars, several enormous shadows, emanating chilling energy fluctuations in crimson, malevolent eyes, slowly revealed themselves. Were they mechanical beasts, more grotesque in form and more terrifying in energy, unlike anything they had ever seen before? Or perhaps, some kind of ancient threat adapted to the environment of this nether beach? Prepare for battle. Chen Muming roared, and the Ice Star Sword instantly appeared in his hand, its chilling aura completely out of place in this scorching, deathly world. New perilous lands, unknown enemies. The Ice Crown clan's journey to the beach was fraught with deadly danger from the very beginning. The dark red sky hung low, like congealed blood, radiating suffocating heat and an omnipresent, eerie wind carrying the smell of sulfur and metallic corrosion. Beneath their feet lay soft, scorching dark red gravel, dotted with jagged black rocks resembling monstrous fangs, and some enormous, pale skeletons half buried in the sand belonging to some creature never before seen in any known encyclopedia. This is the Beach of the Dead. A desolate, barren, yet eerie and dangerous alternate dimension. The four of them, including Chen Muming, had barely steadied themselves and hadn't even had time to properly examine this unfamiliar landscape when the system's urgent warning and the rapidly approaching high-energy reaction from the depths of the stone forest made their hearts leap into their throats. Prepare for battle. Chen Muming's slow roar was exceptionally clear in the scorching air. Almost the instant he finished speaking, Linwei, Suwan, and Lei Yu simultaneously shone with light. Linwei's Winter Guardian armor, fused with Qin Shuang's, covered her entire body, its extreme cold field expanding as much as possible, attempting to create a small patch of coolness in this scorching hell, but its effectiveness was significantly weakened by the environment, its range reduced to only half of its usual size. Suwan's Radiant Wings heavy particle cannon completed its structure, energy gathering at the muzzle and emitting a dangerous glow. Lei Yu immediately entered combat mode, Earthshaker hammer in her hand, earth and yellow energy flowing around her, faintly resonating with the unfamiliar earth beneath her feet. Chapter 88: The Hunters of the Dark Beach. Chen Muming held the Ice Star Sword, its blade shimmering with an icy blue light that contrasted sharply with the dark red world. His sharp gaze was fixed on the direction of the stone forest. It's here! Accompanied by a tooth-grinding metallic scraping sound and a deep roar, several enormous figures suddenly leaped out from behind the stone pillars. Their form was drastically different from the mechanical beasts commonly seen in the outside world. Their bodies resembled scorpions magnified dozens of times, covered in dark red metallic shells, but instead of a stinger, their tails were spherical generators that constantly rotated and flickered with unstable energy sparks. Their massive pincers were not biological structures, but rather composed of twisted metal and some kind of dim crystal, their edges shimmering with high-frequency energy ripples. Most chillingly, their heads were devoid of eyes, consisting only of a multifaceted sensor emitting a scarlet glow that constantly scanned its surroundings. Target detected, Beach Hunter tentative name. Energy level, B+2A. Characteristics, high physical defense, energy resistance unknown, tail energy generator suspected of releasing area of effect energy shocks or interference weak points speculated to be head sensors and joint connections. The system's analysis instantly entered Chen Muming's mind. 3. One is grade A, and the other two are grade B+. Lei Yu, B+ on the left flank. Suwan, B+ on the right flank, long-range suppression. Linwei, control and disrupt. Leave the A in the middle to me. Chen Muming issued the orders instantly, without the slightest hesitation. Facing an unknown and powerful enemy, seizing the initiative was crucial. Clear. Lei Yu roared, and the Earthshaker hammer, with unstoppable momentum, charged towards the smaller nether beach hunter on the left flank. The warhammer collided violently with the massive metal scorpion pincers, producing a deafening roar. Lei Yu swayed slightly, while the hunter was slammed backward several meters, fine cracks appearing on its dark red carapace. It let out an angry hiss, and the energy ball at its tail accelerated its rotation. Suwan's Radiant Wings had already fired, a condensed beam of energy precisely aimed at the head sensor of the hunter on the right wing. However, the hunter reacted extremely quickly. The crimson sensor flashed, and a dark red energy shield instantly formed in front of its head. Suwan's beam struck the shield, only creating ripples, failing to penetrate. Energy shield. Suwon frowned and immediately changed her strategy. She slightly adjusted the cannon muzzle, and a continuous stream of energy beams bombarded the hunter's armor and joints like a storm. Although they could not cause fatal injuries, they effectively restricted its movement, preventing it from joining the siege of Lei Yu or Chen Muming immediately. Lin Wei moved along the edge of the battlefield, her Winter Guardian armor radiating icy energy. Ice spikes and wisps of icy mist relentlessly attacked the three hunters, especially targeting their joints and the energy orbs in their tails. The extreme cold clashed fiercely with the scorching heat of the environment, producing a hissing sound. While it couldn't freeze them as effectively as it would in the open, it still successfully reduced their movement speed and energy efficiency, creating a better environment for Lei Yu and Suwon to unleash their attacks. Meanwhile, Chen Muming had already clashed head-on with that level nether beach hunter. This hunter was much larger, with a darker carapace, almost black. It seemed to possess greater intelligence, not immediately attacking with its giant pincers, but instead, a burst of energy from its tail suddenly shone brightly. Buzz! An invisible shockwave, carrying intense mental interference and energy disorder, suddenly spread out from its center. Chen Muming felt a slight dizziness, and the flow of energy in his body's spiritual core momentarily sluggish. The brilliance on the Ice Star Sword also dimmed slightly. Watch out! It's area of effect interference. Chen Muming warned sharply, simultaneously operating his infinite engine at full power to forcibly stabilize his energy and mental state. The creatures of the underworld beach truly have bizarre attack methods. Lei Yu and Suwon on the other two sides were also affected. Lei Yu's movements slowed down noticeably, and she almost got hit by her opponent's scorpion pincers. Suwon's energy beam also became off target. The A-level hunter seized the opportunity, its massive body charging forward at a speed disproportionate to its size. Its two enormous, high-frequency vibrating metal pincers, one on each side, like the scissors of death, clamped down on Chen Muming. Even before the pincers reached him, the sharp whistling sound and energy ripples from cutting through the air already stung his skin. Don't take it head-on, Chen Muming judged instantly. The thrusters on the back of the fusion armor erupted with a brilliant blue light, propelling him backward rapidly. At the same time, the Ice Star Sword unleashed a barrage of icy sword energy, raining down on the hunter's head sensors and joints. Clang! Most of the sword energy was blocked by its hard shell and the occasional opening of its energy shield, with only a few leaving shallow white marks at the joints. Such strong defense! The hunter's attack missed, the crimson sensor locked onto Chen Muming, who was retreating rapidly, and the energy ball at its tail lit up again, clearly preparing to launch a second disruptive attack. Just then, Chen Muming felt the data core from the ancient creation within the system space suddenly vibrate more intensely. A strong fluctuation, carrying a certain guiding meaning, pointed towards the constantly rotating energy ball at the hunter's tail. The weakness lies in the energy sphere? No, it's not just a weakness. The data core seems to be yearning for contact? In a flash, Chen Muming made a bold decision. Lin Wei. Freeze its tail with all your might. Suwon. Lei Yu. Cover me. The command was transmitted instantly through the soul link. Without hesitation, Lin Wei abandoned her harassment of the other two hunters. The chilling aura of the Winter Guardian armor erupted at full power, and a beam of ice blue light, condensed to its extreme, shot out like an ice dragon emerging from its cave, directly at the rotating energy ball at the tail of the A-rank hunter. At the same time, Suwon and Lei Yu also unleashed even stronger attacks, tightly entangled their respective targets, and did not give them a chance to interfere with Chen Muming. Crack! The extreme cold beam struck the energy sphere precisely. Although it couldn't completely freeze it, it successfully reduced its rotation speed drastically, and a thick layer of frost even condensed on its surface. The impending disruptive shockwave was also forcibly interrupted. Now! A glint flashed in Chen Muming's eyes. His fusion armor's thrusters operated at overload, and he transformed into an icy blue afterimage. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the stiff-moving A-rank hunter. He sheathed the Ice Star Sword, and his right hand directly grabbed the energy ball that had been temporarily frozen. This move is extremely risky. If the energy ball explodes out of control, or if the hunter has other backup plans, he will be the first to be caught. Captain! Lin Wei and the other two were in their throats when they saw this. Just as Chen Muming's palm was about to touch the energy ball, he moved his mind, and the data core in the system space was activated. A wisp of dark blue light containing countless complex data streams shone from his fingertips and touched the energy ball first. Chapter 89: Abandoned Outpost and Purification Field. Buzz. There was no explosion as expected. The wisp of pale blue light seemed to have found its home, instantly merging into the energy sphere. The previously violent and unstable energy sphere suddenly became soft and stable, its internal structure seemingly being rapidly analyzed and reorganized. The massive body of the A-class hunter jolted violently, its crimson sensors flashing wildly, emitting unintelligible electronic noises mixed with pain and some kind of confusion. Its movements came to a complete halt, its raised pincers drooping limply. The other two hunters, who were engaged in fierce combat with Lei Yu and Su Wan, also seemed to receive some kind of command and stopped attacking. Their crimson sensors turned towards the A-level hunters, emitting a similar, low hum. An eerie silence suddenly fell over the battlefield. Lei Yu and Su Wan retreated warily to join Chen Muming, and Lin Wei quickly moved closer as well. The four of them formed a defensive formation, looking at the three suddenly crashed nether beach hunters with suspicion and uncertainty. Unknown data stream detected interacting rapidly with the data core, parsing, acquiring partial shoal environment data, acquiring basic structure diagram and energy circuit information of low-tier construct guardian. Warning, the data core is attempting to write a new instruction protocol. Insufficient permissions. Write failed. Attempt to gain control of the low-level construct guardian beach hunter failed, but successfully implanted low-level identification code, significantly reducing the target's hostility. The system notification sounded rapidly in Chen Muming's mind. He understood. This data core seemed to possess some kind of authority, capable of influencing or even controlling these construct guardians of the beach. It was just that, due to core damage or insufficient authority, it might not be able to fully control them, but it was enough to make them temporarily cease their attacks. Just then, the crimson sensor light of the A-level hunter gradually stabilized. It slowly turned its head, and the cold sensors locked onto Chen Muming once more. But this time, it no longer contained pure killing intent. Instead, it contained a certain scrutiny, and even a barely perceptible awe. It emitted a short, strange electronic sound, then its massive body slowly turned and crawled into the depths of the stone forest. The other two B+ level hunters followed closely behind, quickly disappearing into the shadows of the jagged stone pillars as if they had never been there. Only when the energy reactions of the three hunters completely disappeared from their perception range did Chen Muming and the others breathe a sigh of relief, but they did not relax their vigilance. What just happened? Lei Yu gasped for breath, staring in disbelief at the direction the hunters had vanished. Why did they suddenly leave? Captain, what did you do? Su Wan and Lin Wei also looked at Chen Muming, their eyes filled with doubt. Chen Muming slowly raised his hand, looking at his fingertips, where a trace of the data core's eerie blue light still lingered. He said in a deep voice, "It's that data core. It seems to have some kind of influence on these construct guardians of the underworld beach." He didn't explain the system's analysis in detail, but simply informed the team members of the results. Some of their trump cards couldn't be fully revealed yet. It seems this thing is even more important than we thought. Lin Wei looked at Chen Muming with a complex expression. It seemed the captain was uncovering more and more secrets. Chen Muming nodded and once again immersed his consciousness into the system. After the interaction just now, the progress of cracking the data core seemed to have improved slightly, and some basic information about Nether Beach and Construct Guardian had been obtained. Environmental scan update: the beach, suspected to be fragments of a large experimental field or battlefield from the lost era before Nirvana. The spatial structure is unstable, with multiple unknown areas and high-intensity energy sources. The inert energy radiation permeating the environment has a certain suppressive and corrosive effect on conventional spiritual energy. It is recommended to minimize unnecessary energy release and prioritize physical or rule-based attacks. Analysis of low-tier construct guardians: these are non-natural life forms, some kind of automated defense or cleanup unit, powered by environmental radiation and a core energy reactor. They possess basic friend or foe identification and combat logic. Their manufacturing technology far surpasses current levels. Experimental field or battlefield debris? Automated defense units? Chen Muming felt a chill run down his spine. The Blackwater Merchant Guild had gone to great lengths to find this place. Was it all for these lost technologies? He looked up at the boundless, dark red wasteland and the even larger, more unsettling shadows in the distance. The direction the data core pointed to was still deeper. Rest for 5 minutes, replenish energy, and check your equipment, Chen Muming ordered. The environment here severely suppresses our energy, so we must conserve it even more. Next, we'll head towards the data core sensing area. He paused, then added, "Be careful. Those three were probably just ordinary guards on this shoal of the dead." The team members nodded solemnly. Having encountered a near-level threat so soon after entering, the dangers lurking in this unknown land were unimaginable. But Ice Crown Team's exploration of the beach, after a perilous initial encounter, has officially begun. The data core in Chen Mumming's hands seems to have become their only guide and protector in this deadly land. The dark red gravel rustled softly underfoot, accompanied by the wailing of the scorching, eerie wind, forming the deathly melody of the nether beach. Chen Mumming and his companions cautiously traversed the rugged stone forest and the massive, pale skeleton, following the faint guidance of the data core. The oppressive atmosphere was pervasive. The inert energy radiation permeating the air acted like invisible shackles, not only continuously consuming their outward emitting energy. Both Lin Wei's chilling aura and Su Wan's beams of light were significantly less effective, but also constantly attempting to erode the energy stored within their spiritual cores. This forced them to constantly circulate their mental techniques, consuming their mental energy and spiritual core energy at a rate many times faster than the outside world, in order to maintain basic protection and stability. This godforsaken place, if I stay here too long, I'm afraid I won't even have the strength to stand up. Lei Yu panted heavily, leaning on the earth-shaking hammer. As a melee main force, she was consuming the most physical strength and energy. At this moment, beads of sweat were already on her forehead, but the sweat was quickly evaporated by the high temperature as soon as it seeped out. Conserve your energy and reduce unnecessary energy expenditure, Chen Mumming said in a deep voice. He continuously drew upon the sparse and mixed energy from the environment through the infinite engine to replenish his energy. The burden was relatively small, but he could still clearly feel the harshness of the place. The system shows that the deeper we go, the higher the intensity of environmental radiation. Chapter 90. This is an outpost of a pre-civilization? Su Wan silently adjusted the output power of Radiant Wings, keeping it at a minimum alert level. Lin Wei, on the other hand, almost completely suppressed the extreme cold field of Winter Guardian, retaining only the most basic armor protection to reduce energy consumption. Along the way, they encountered several more scattered waves of nether beach hunters, but their numbers were small, and their levels were all around be drawing on their previous experience. Chen Mumming tried actively activating the data core, emitting its eerie blue data stream glow. The effect was significant. Upon sensing the fluctuations of the data core, the crimson sensors of these low-level constructs flickered for a moment, and most chose to retreat rather than attack. This saved them from many unnecessary battles and conserved their precious energy. Captain, this core seems to have become our protective charm? Lin Wei said softly as she watched a B-level hunter silently retreat into the shadows of the stone forest. It seems so for now. Chen Mumming nodded, but his eyes did not relax. But it doesn't have enough authority to control it. If it encounters a higher level unit, or a unit that is not affected by it, it probably won't be so easy. Data parsing is still in progress, albeit slowly. System feedback indicates that the core information structure is extremely complex and ancient, and appears to have multiple layers of encryption and corruption. After walking for about 2 hours, passing through a particularly dense, maze-like stone forest, the view suddenly opened up before us. It was a relatively flat red sand basin, and in the center of the basin stood a building. It was not a naturally formed structure, but a metal building clearly in the style of the pre-Nirvana era. It was cylindrical, about 20 meters high and over 50 meters in diameter, its exterior covered in thick, dark red rust and dust, yet its intricate structure and flowing lines were still discernible. Several antenna-like or sensor-like devices were located on the top, but most were broken or tilted. A huge tear, as if ripped open by some immense force, revealed a dark interior space. Unlike the completely silent surroundings, a faint but exceptionally pure energy field could be sensed around this abandoned building. This energy field dispelled the inert radiation in a small area, making the air feel slightly fresher. This is an outpost from a previous civilization? A look of surprise flashed in Su Wan's eyes. Scan confirmed, remnants of a pre-Nirvana era purification outpost discovered. A low-power environmental purification force field generator was detected inside, covering a radius of approximately 50 meters. Force field effect, weakly dissipates inert energy radiation and slightly increases energy activity within the area. The core data resonance response is intensifying, pointing towards the inner workings of the outpost. A purification field? Chen Mumming's heart skipped a beat. This was practically an oasis in this dead land. Let's go in and take a look, it'll be a good opportunity to rest. The four men cautiously approached the outpost. Entering through the massive breach, the light suddenly dimmed. The emergency lighting system had long since failed, only the dim reddish light filtering through the breach barely illuminated the spacious interior. The interior appeared even more dilapidated than the exterior, with collapsed control consoles, broken cables, and scattered metal parts everywhere, all covered in a thick layer of dust. But as the system scan indicated, once inside the outpost's range, the pervasive sense of oppression and energy erosion lessened considerably, as if surfacing from underwater. Although still uncomfortable, at least breathing was now easier. Phew, that feels much better. Lei Yu let out a long sigh and sat down against the still relatively intact metal wall, making the most of her time to recover her strength. Lin Wei and Su Wan breathed a sigh of relief and found places to sit down to absorb the energy crystals distributed by Chen Mumming to make up for their previous consumption. Chen Mumming did not rest immediately. He surveyed the interior of the outpost. At the center was a massive, now dormant main control console, surrounded by several secondary control terminals and entrances to maintenance access routes. Faint markings and wiring diagrams were still visible on the walls, the script resembling modern writing but more ancient and complex. He walked to the control panel and tried pressing several buttons that looked like switches, but there was no response. The power had already been cut off. System, attempt to connect to the outpost's internal network and read residual data. Command confirmed. Connection attempt failed. Main power offline, backup power depleted. Local data storage unit detected. Physical damage present, attempting to read. A faint, intermittent stream of data was fed back to Chen Mumming's mind through the system. It consisted mostly of fragmented log snippets and environmental monitoring data, all pointing to the early days of the Great Nirvana era. Day 47, the purification field strength continues to weaken, the external environment deteriorates beyond model predictions. Unknown constructs are active frequently, outpost defense system overloaded, requesting support. The energy core is about to melt down, initiating emergency hibernation protocol, hope, for those who follow. Fragmented information pieced together a picture of despair. The outpost was still operational in the early days of the Great Nirvana, attempting to purify or resist the erosion of the shoal environment, but ultimately succumbed to the relentless attacks of the structures and the depletion of its energy. Chen Mumming's gaze fell on a panel below the main control panel that had been forcibly pried open. The recess that had originally held some kind of core component was now empty, and there were obvious, relatively recent scratches around it. Someone came here first. Chen Mumming squatted down and carefully examined the traces. It's not the work of Night Owl or the Blackwater Guild. The traces are very old, at least a few years, or even more than a decade ago. Who were they? The military? Or other explorers? What did they take? The energy core? Or some other crucial item? Just then, a strong fluctuation came from the data core in his system space again. This time, it was not directed at the outside of the outpost, but at a maintenance channel deep inside. There's something inside. Chen Mumming stood up and said to the team members who had recovered somewhat, the data core is reacting, I'll go in and take a look. Lin Wei, Lei Yu, you two stay here and keep watch. Su Wan, come with me, we might need your precision firepower. Understood. Lin Wei and Lei Yu immediately perked up and guarded the entrance hole in the main passage. Su Wan stood up, adjusted, wings of radiance, to be ready to be activated at any time, and followed behind Chen Mumming. The two stepped into the dimly lit maintenance passage, one after the other. The passage narrowed further, and the air was thick with the smell of engine oil and rusty metal. After walking about several dozen meters, a heavy, half-open security door appeared ahead. The fluctuations in the core data reached their peak here. Chapter 91: The Eliminators and the Counterattack from Desperate Circumstances. Chen Mumming pushed open the safety door, revealing a relatively small room, resembling an emergency shelter or a storage room for valuables. In the center of the room was a cylindrical base, and above the base, suspended a roughly fist-sized, dodecahedral crystal emitting a soft white light. The soft white light formed a small force field, repelling the surrounding dust and rust. Inside the crystal, countless tiny points of light seemed to flow, emitting a pure and refreshing energy fluctuation. High-purity Titan energy core residual discovered. Energy level, S-class estimated, significantly diminished over time. Status, stable, operating at low power, maintaining a miniature purification field. The data core resonates strongly, requesting access to an absorption of the energy core to replenish its own energy, repair some damage, and accelerate the decryption process. Titan energy core. Although it's only a remnant, it's still an S-class energy source. Moreover, it seems to complement the data core. Chen Mumming was excited, but he remained vigilant. He carefully observed the room to make sure there were no other traps or dangers. Captain, this is Suwon looked at the crystal that emitted a pure white light and felt the energy contained within it that was completely different from the outside world. Her eyes also showed surprise. This is our opportunity, and also the key to repairing the data core. Chen Muming stepped forward, took a deep breath, and guided the data core from the system space into his palm. A deep blue data core emerged, echoing the white Titan energy core, its light flowing faster. Chen Muming carefully brought the azure core close to the white core. There was no repulsion, no explosion. The instant the two came into contact, the white core transformed into a gentle torrent of pure energy, flowing like 100 rivers into the sea, and was rapidly absorbed by the azure core. Buzz! The azure core erupted with unprecedented brilliance, and the cracks on its surface began to heal at a visible speed. The data flow within became clearer and more active. A larger and more ancient torrent of information surged into Chen Muming's mind, accompanied by the system's urgent notification sound. Titan energy core absorption in progress. Data core energy level restored to 15%. Damage repair in progress. Underlying encryption protocol cracking accelerated. Unlocked portion of the shoal structure map areas, current location Edge Wasteland, unknown areas Steel Graveyard, active Abyss. Unlock the complete structural diagram and weakness analysis library of low-tier Construct Guardians. Unlocking the fundamental principles and miniaturization technology blueprint of the Purification Force Field incomplete. High-level command fragment detected. Attempting to reassemble. Reassembly failed. Temporary area security pass obtained expiration unknown, coverage, most low-tier Construct Guards in the Edge Wasteland. The sheer volume of information made Chen Muming feel dizzy for a moment, but he quickly calmed himself down and began to process this crucial intelligence. Maps, vulnerability analyses, technical blueprints, and area security passes. This means that in the Edge Wasteland region, they will no longer be harassed by low-level Construct Guards. This greatly enhances their survival and exploration capabilities. However, before he and Suwon could rejoice over this unexpected gain, the entire outpost suddenly shook violently. Wah! A piercing alarm, unlike the howling wind outside, came from deep within the outpost, accompanied by the hum of some large piece of equipment restarting. Warning! High energy activity detected awakening beneath the outpost. Energy level, A+. Threat level, high. Energy characteristics analysis. Match successful, outpost self-defense unit eliminator. Chen Muming's expression suddenly changed. It's the outpost's own defense system. The act of absorbing the energy core seems to have accidentally activated the last guardian of this dormant outpost. Hurry up! He grabbed Suwon, who was still a little dazed, picked up the data core whose light had been dimmed but was obviously brand new, and turned around to rush out of the passage. Behind them, the floor of the storage room was slowly cracking open, and a huge, ferocious metal outline, exuding a chilling killing intent, was rising from the ground with heart-palpitating energy fluctuations. After a brief respite in period of gains, an even more deadly crisis has arrived. Boom! The entire purification outpost shook violently as if struck by a giant hammer, with rusted metal and dust falling from its roof. The piercing alarm mingled with the roar of some heavy machinery, making one's eardrums ache. As Chen Muming pulled Suwon back to the main control hall from the maintenance passage, they saw Linwei and Leiyu standing ready, their eyes fixed on the metal floor in the center of the hall that was slowly cracking and rising. What's going on, Captain? Leiyu asked urgently, her earth-shaking hammer already poised to strike. It's the outpost's autonomous defense unit. We took the energy core and activated it. Chen Muming spoke rapidly, simultaneously storing the newly revamped data core into the system space. Now was not the time to examine it closely. Automatic defense unit? How strong is it? Linwei instantly raised the coldness of Winter Guardian to the limit of the current environment, and a thin layer of frost covered the air around her. A+ level. Code name the Eliminator. Chen Muming uttered these words with a solemn expression. A+ grade. Everyone's heart sank. Outside, rank mechanical beasts were already a force that required a full-scale team's effort to deal with, or even avoid. A+ rank beasts were a catastrophic threat to small and medium-sized settlements. And here, on this energy-suppressed beach, they faced a fully armed war machine left behind by a previous civilization. Crack! The central floor shattered completely, and a colossal object slowly rose amidst billowing smoke and sparks. Its form is drastically different from the previous beach hunter. More humanoid, it stands nearly 4 meters tall, cast entirely from a matte, dark gray alloy, its lines sharp and menacing. Its head is an inverted triangular array of sensors, flashing a cold blue light, constantly scanning the 4 intruders in the hall. Its arms are 2 multi-barreled rotating energy cannons, currently pre-rotating, emitting a sickening zzz sound as they charge. Small missile pods are mounted on its shoulders, and its legs feature a hydraulically assisted, anti-joint structure, exuding power. A striking red emblem on its chest, resembling a skull and gears crossed, symbolizes its ruthless function of eliminating all threats. Chapter 92 Mutation and Rebirth. Target, Purger Autonomous Defense Unit. Energy level, A+. Due to its age and energy limitations, it has not reached its peak S level. Characteristics: high mobility, heavy energy weapons, tactical analysis capabilities, extremely high defensive capabilities. Weaknesses: back energy transmission corridor, joint connections, main head sensor. Warning: its energy weapons have extremely high penetrating and destructive power against the energy of the spiritual pivot. The system's analysis sent Shen Mumming's heart sinking. High mobility, heavy firepower, strong defense, and tactical analysis capabilities. This was practically a perfect killing machine. Spread out. Find cover. Don't take direct hits. Shen Mumming shouted sharply while his fusion armor's thrusters activated, propelling him toward a collapsed control console on the left. Almost at the same time he moved, the rotating muzzle of the cleanser's right arm locked onto the spot where he had been standing. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 3 dark blue energy beams, each as thick as an arm, shot out like venomous snakes, instantly piercing the air and striking the metal ground. Instead of exploding, they left 3 deep, melted holes. Their penetrating power was terrifying. Lin Wei, Su Wan, and Lei Yu had already reacted and rushed towards the nearest cover. As Lin Wei moved, she waved her hand and threw out several ice walls, trying to block the Purger's line of sight and trajectory, but those ice walls were like paper in front of the dark blue energy beams, instantly pierced and vaporized. Its attack is too strong. Even the energy shield probably won't be able to withstand more than a few hits. Bai Zhi's anxious voice came through the soul link. Although she was on the outside, she could still feel the terror of the energy beam through the shared vision. Su Wan. Try to interfere with its sensors. Lei Yu, find an opportunity to get close and attack its joints. Lin Wei, continue to use your cold air to slow its movements, even if it only has a slight effect. Shen Mumming's brain was racing, issuing commands. Against this kind of enemy, holding back was tantamount to suicide. Understood. Su Wan emerged from behind cover with radiant wings, no longer aiming for lethality, but instead firing blinding flashbangs and low-power interference beams directly at the Purger's triangular head sensors. The intense light interference seemed to have some effect. The cleanser's scanning blue light became momentarily disordered, causing its cannon to slightly deflect Lei Yu's target. Several beams grazed Lei Yu's protective energy, riddling the wall behind her with holes. A good opportunity. Lei Yu roared, taking advantage of the opening. The earth-yellow light on the Earthshaker hammer flashed, and she rushed out from behind the cover like a cannonball, smashing the hammer hard into the Purger's joint-locked knee. Thump! A deep, resounding clang, like the striking of a giant bell, rang out. Lei Yu felt as if she had crashed into a mountain. The terrifying recoil made her arms numb and her tiger's mouth split open. The Purger, on the other hand, only suffered a slight dent in the armor at its knees, its body swaying slightly before it swung its heavy metal arm in a backhand sweep. Lei Yu's pupils contracted, and the warhammer deflected. Bang! She was swept away by the immense force, crashing heavily into the wall. A sweet taste rose in her throat, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Merely blocking the attack had inflicted internal injuries on her. Lei Yu! Lin Wei exclaimed, and an even stronger surge of cold air erupted, attempting to freeze the Purger's movements. However, the alloy on the Purger's body seemed to have extremely strong resistance. The cold air could only condense a thin layer of frost on its surface, having negligible effect on its movements. The cleanser seemed to be enraged by Lei Yu's attack. The blue light from the triangular sensor locked onto the fallen Lei Yu, and the missile pod on its left arm opened with a click, releasing 3 small tracking missiles with trails of flame. Not good. Shen Mumming's expression changed drastically. He unleashed the full power of his fused battle armor and was about to rush out to rescue them. Just then, another unexpected event occurred. Xiaoya, who had been protected by Lin Wei and tightly clutching the Chongyue core, stood up at some point. She looked at the incoming missiles, at the injured Lei Yu, and at the others struggling in the battle, a resolute glint in her eyes. She pressed the Chongyue core, radiating a warm yellow light, against her chest with a sudden, resolute motion. Xiaoya! No! Lin Wei noticed her actions and was horrified. Without the guidance of a power user, forcibly fusing the core with the goddess armament, especially a high-grade weapon like Chongyue, would place a devastating burden on her and cause a devastating backlash. But it was too late. A thick, vast, earthen yellow light, seemingly carrying the will of the earth, erupted from Xiaoya. The light wasn't dazzling, but it possessed an incredibly solid texture. The light rapidly condensed and shaped, and a set of slightly rough but incredibly heavy earthen yellow rock armor covered Xiaoya's entire body. Although it wasn't a complete cover, and some parts were even still blurry, its majestic, mountain-like aura instantly filled the entire hall. Buzz! The 3 tracking missiles crashed into the suddenly appearing, solid, earth-yellow energy shield, as if they had hit an ancient mountain wall. Before the explosion could even fully unfold, they were crushed and annihilated by the thick energy. This is the autonomous weapon of Chongyue? Suwan looked at the petite figure covered in incomplete rock armor in disbelief. Xiaoya raised her head, and through the visor, her eyes were no longer timid, but filled with determination and a will to protect. She clenched her fists, and a huge, ancient warhammer phantom made of pure earth energy materialized in her hands. "You are not allowed to hurt my companions." She let out a deep, muffled growl that seemed disproportionate to her size, gripped the phantom of the warhammer in both hands, took a step forward toward the purger, and slammed the hammer into the ground. The earth's veins are shaking. Boom! The entire outpost hall was as if an 8-magnitude earthquake had struck. Visible shockwaves of earthy yellow spread forward in a fan shape, shattering and lifting the metal floorboards wherever they passed. The heavy body of the purger was also thrown off balance by this sudden and violent tremor originating from the earth itself, its movements instantly deformed, and the energy beam it was about to fire was deflected, blasting a large hole in the ceiling. A perfect opportunity. Chen Muming's eyes flashed with brilliance. Xiaoya's unexpected attack had created an excellent chance for battle. Lin Wei. Freeze its joints to the extreme. Su Wan. Attack its back energy corridor with all your might. Lei Yu, can you still move? Follow me, attack the head sensors. Chen Muming charged out like a blue lightning bolt, the Ice Star Sword, unleashing unprecedented extreme cold, its target aimed directly at the knee and ankle joints exposed by the purger due to the shock. Without hesitation, Lin Wei unleashed the combined chilling energy of the Winter Guardian and Frost Soul armor to its limit, even at the cost of overdrawing her spiritual core energy. 2 beams of condensed, almost deep blue, chilling energy shot precisely at the purger's leg joints. Crack! 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 A piercing freezing sound rang out as thick, shimmering blue ice instantly covered its joints. Although it couldn't completely freeze them, it successfully made its movements incredibly slow and stiff. Chapter 93: The Exile's Outpost. Su Wan's Wings of Radiance unleashed its most dazzling attack since entering the beach. All energy converged into a single point, and a beam of blazing white light, only the thickness of a finger but as bright as a small sun, shot with unparalleled precision at supersonic speed toward the thick tubes on the back of the purger that were shimmering with energy. Put! The blazing white beam successfully penetrated the outer armor and struck one of the energy conduits. Blinding sparks and flashes of light from the energy leak erupted. The massive body of the purger shuddered violently, emitting a sharp electronic alarm, and its overall energy fluctuations instantly dropped. Now! Chen Muming and Lei Yu, who was struggling to get up, attacked the purger's constantly flashing triangular sensor from the left and right. Ice Star Sword Extreme Cold and Eternal Freeze. Chen Muming poured the massive energy output from the infinite engine into the sword. The extreme icy blue at the tip of the sword seemed to freeze time and space. With unwavering determination, it pierced towards the sensor core. Earthshaker Mountain Crash. Lei Yu poured all her power, even a portion of her life force, into this strike. The earthy yellow light on the warhammer condensed into a tangible mountain phantom, carrying the will to shatter everything, and slammed it hard into the side of the sensor. The cleanser seemed to sense a deadly threat and tried to raise its arms to block, but its frozen joints and damaged energy channels severely hampered its speed. Ding-click! The tip of the Ice Star Sword struck the sensor core first, unleashing an explosive burst of extreme cold that froze the entire triangular sensor. Immediately following, Lei Yu's mountain crash hammer crashed down. Boom! The frozen sensors were simply unable to withstand the terrifying force from both inside and outside, and instantly shattered into countless ice crystals and metal fragments. The purger's massive body suddenly froze in place, the energy cannons on its arms rapidly dimming, and the missile pods on its shoulders drooped limply. The dark gray light on its surface flickered a few times before finally extinguishing completely. Clang! The heavy metal body lost all power and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The battle is over. The hall was deathly silent, save for the heavy breathing of the crowd. Thump! Xiaoya's rock armor vanished instantly, her face turned ashen, blood seeped from her mouth, nostrils, and ears, and her body slumped backward. Xiaoya! Lin Wei was the first to rush over, hug her, and immediately transformed the little remaining cold energy into gentle life energy to enter her body, stabilizing her body, which was on the verge of collapse. Lei Yu, leaning on her warhammer, knelt on one knee, coughing up blood continuously. That final blow had almost drained her dry. Suwan leaned against the wall, her face pale. The radiant wings had automatically deactivated due to overexertion, and she felt a sharp pain in her spirit. Chen Muming removed his armor, his face somewhat pale, mainly from the exhaustion caused by his mental energy and the overloaded infinite engine. He quickly walked to Xiaoya's side to check on her. The Lingshu spiritual pivot is severely damaged, and the meridians are broken in many places. She was too reckless. Lin Wei's voice was filled with sobs and heartache. Chen Muming silently took out the most potent healing potion and, combined with his own pure energy, carefully guided the raging and chaotic energy within Xiaoya's body. He knew that Xiaoya had forcibly fused with Chongwei at any cost to save everyone. She needs intensive treatment and rest immediately, otherwise she will suffer permanent damage, or even Lin Wei didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. Chen Muming looked at Xiaoya, who was barely breathing in his arms, then at Lei Yu, who was also seriously injured, and the others who were in poor condition. He then took in the still oppressive atmosphere of the Mingtan outside the outpost. We can't stay here any longer. The activation of the purger may have attracted something else, and the outpost's purifying field seems to have weakened due to the previous battle and the removal of the energy core. He has to make a decision. System, based on the acquired shoal structure map, find the nearest safe area for rest and recuperation. Map search in progress. The nearest safe zone, Exile Outpost, unofficial name, a small outpost established by unknown explorers, located at the border of Edge Wasteland and Steel Graveyard, approximately 25 kilometers from the current coordinates. Weak life signals and rudimentary defensive fortifications are present. Warning: traveling to Exile Outpost involves traversing some medium danger areas, which may contain mid-tier constructs or other threats unaffected by area security passes. Exile Outpost, an outpost established by unknown explorers. Chen Muming's eyes flickered. Although the unknown meant risk, it was still better than waiting to die in this desolate place. At least there might be basic medical care and a relatively safe environment for Xiaoya and Lei Yu to recover. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over his exhausted but still determined teammates. Pack your things, take any useful parts from the purger. Let's leave here and head to the Exile Outpost. In their desperate situation, they once again found a glimmer of hope for themselves. Xiaoya's unexpected outburst, along with the new information obtained from the data core, gave Chen Muming a deeper understanding of the potential of Nether Beach and Goddess armed forces. The tremors of the abandoned outpost gradually subsided, leaving only a scene of devastation and the massive remains of the purger, telling the story of the brief but brutal battle that had just taken place. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burnt energy overload, the pungent odor of molten metal, and a faint tang of blood. Lin Wei carefully cradled the unconscious, weak-breathing Xiaoya, her eyes filled with heartache and worry. Lei Yu, supported by Su Wan, struggled to stand, her face pale, the internal turmoil making each breath painful. Although Chen Muming appeared to have the lightest injuries, waves of exhaustion from the excessive use of his mental energy and the infinite engine washed over him. We must leave here as soon as possible. Chen Muming's voice was hoarse. He quickly removed several core components and alloy armor plates that looked the most intact and had the most unique energy reactions from the wreckage of the purger and put them into his system space. These creations of a pre-civilization might come in handy in the future. Without time for a thorough search, he led his dejected team and quickly left the purification outpost that had given them a brief respite but had almost buried them. Stepping back into the suffocating crimson wasteland of the underworld beach, the oppressive force of the inert energy radiation assaulted them once more, making the already injured group even more uncomfortable. Following the guidance of the system map, Chen Muming determined the direction of the Exile Outpost. 25 kilometers would be nothing to them on flat terrain. But here, on the beach where energy is suppressed, the wounded need care, and they must be constantly vigilant against unknown threats. This journey feels exceptionally long and arduous. Chen Muming carried the unconscious Xiaoya on his back, while Lin Wei and Su Wan supported Lei Yu on either side. The group moved forward in silence. The regional security passcode provided by the data core did indeed work. The few low-level nether beach hunters they encountered along the way ignored or retreated after sensing the invisible authority fluctuations emanating from them, which saved them precious physical strength and energy. But the dangers of the dark beach go far beyond that. They needed to traverse an area known as the energy-eating creep, a dark purple, moss-like substance that covered a large area of the ground and slowly writhed like a living organism. Once stepped into, this creep would frantically drain the energy of those it touched. Even Chen Mumming's infinite engine felt its energy drain accelerate significantly. The group had to expend energy to fly low over this area, a considerable burden for the injured Lei Yu and Chen Mumming, who was carrying Xiaoya. They also encountered a strange energy turbulence, with invisible spatial folds appearing randomly in the air like transparent blades. Xia Yu, with her extraordinary perception and speed, gave multiple early warnings, allowing the team to avoid danger unscathed. However, a sudden turbulence almost swept Su Wan away, but fortunately, Chen Mumming blocked her with an ice wall in time. The harshness of the environment far exceeded their expectations. The dark red sky remained perpetually unchanged, with no alternation of day and night, only an eternal stillness and oppression. The sense of time became blurred here. Only physical exhaustion and depleted energy reminded them how much time had passed. Along the way, Chen Mumming continuously comforted the team members through the soul link, while prioritizing the delivery of the relatively pure energy converted from the infinite engine to Xiaoya and Lei Yu, who were the most seriously injured, to stabilize their injuries. After an unknown amount of time of trekking, just when everyone's physical strength and willpower were about to reach their limits, the terrain ahead finally changed. The jagged stone forest gradually thinned out, replaced by an even more fragmented area filled with metal debris and huge bomb craters, as if it had witnessed a fierce battle. And on the edge of that war ruin, a small outpost built against the backdrop of a massive starship wreckage half inserted into the ground suddenly appeared on the horizon. That is the exile outpost. From a distance, the outpost appeared small, its outer perimeter a rough, uneven wall cobbled together from various discarded metal plates, vehicle shells, and even the bones of giant mechanical beasts, covered in rust and repairs. Several rudimentary watchtowers could be seen on the wall, with figures moving about indistinctly atop them. Inside the walled compound were dozens of low-lying shacks and tents, also constructed from various scraps. The central area utilized the relatively intact sections of the half-destroyed starship wreckage, which had been converted into the main building. Wisps of thin smoke rose from the outpost, bringing a faint glimmer of life. Compared to the desolate surroundings, this place truly deserves to be called an oasis. Finally, we've arrived. Lei Yu gasped for breath, looking at the stronghold in the distance, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Stay vigilant, Chen Mumming warned. He didn't believe that anyone who could survive and establish a base on the dark beach was a saint. Xia Yu, go scout ahead and be careful to stay hidden. Chapter 94: The Old Cripple and the Healing of the Earth. Xia Yu nodded, her figure blending into the shadows like a cheetah, silently stealthily moving towards the outpost. A moment later, her voice came through the soul link. Captain, the outpost has only one main entrance, guarded by 4 people with mixed equipment. The highest energy level detected is around C. There are simple energy sensors and automatic turrets on the walls. There is little activity inside, and the people all seem very vigilant. No obvious signs of faction have been found. The guards weren't particularly strong, but they were enough to handle most low-level constructs and wanderers. Chen Mumming felt somewhat relieved. He led his team, no longer concealing their whereabouts, and headed straight for the outpost entrance. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of the guards. 4 guards, dressed in tattered clothes and wearing gas masks or goggles, immediately raised their various energy firearms and live ammunition, warily aiming them at them. One of them, a burly man who seemed to be the leader, stepped forward and shouted in a deep voice. "Halt! Who are you? Where are you from?" His gaze swept over Chen Mumming and the others, lingering for a moment on the unconscious Xiaoya and the injured Lei Yu, his eyes filled with scrutiny and suspicion. Anyone who could survive this deadly place and bring the wounded here was no ordinary person. Chen Mumming stopped and gestured for his team members to relax. He stepped forward and calmly said, "We are explorers who have strayed into this place and encountered constructs. Some of our team members are seriously injured and need medicine and a place to rest. We are willing to pay for our services." He did not reveal the specific origin of the transaction, but only stated his predicament and his intention to make the deal. The burly guard narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chen Mumming's nameplate, then glanced at Lin Wei and Su Wan behind him, who, though exhausted, had sharp eyes, seemingly making an assessment. "Wandered in? There's no such thing as wandered in this godforsaken place. Understand the rules?" Upon entering the outpost, each person must pay a purification dust or an equivalent amount of energy crystals or weapon parts. If you have valuable supplies, you must report them. Old Cripple will set the price. Private duels or prohibited violators will be killed without exception. Purifying dust? Chen Mumming's heart skipped a beat. This must be an essential item for the exiles to combat environmental radiation. Without making a sound, he took out several low-quality energy crystals he had previously collected from low-level constructs from his system space and handed them over. We'll use this. The burly guard took the energy crystal, weighed it in his hand, examined it with a small instrument, nodded, and softened his tone slightly. Go in. Remember the rules. Find an empty shack to settle in, and go to the general store in the central district to trade with Old Cripple. If you need a doctor, you can only go to him, but that old guy charges exorbitant fees. He waved his hand, signaling to let them pass. Chen Mumming thanked him and led his team into the exile outpost, which was filled with a wasteland atmosphere. Upon entering the enclosure, a stench of engine oil, sweat, substandard food, and some kind of chemical hit them. Along the narrow, muddy road stood various makeshift shacks, where emaciated, listless exiles sat or stood, coldly observing the newcomers, these fat sheep. An eerie atmosphere, a mixture of despair and resilience, permeated the air. There are no laws here, only the unspoken rules of the jungle and the rules set by that so-called Old Cripple. Ignoring the malicious stares, Chen Mumming quickly found a relatively secluded, unoccupied, dilapidated shack near the edge of the starship wreckage, based on the information Xiaoyu had previously gathered. After carefully settling Xiaoya in a reasonably clean corner, with Linwei continuing to care for her and stabilize her injuries, Chen Mumming said to Su Wan and Leiyu, "You two stay here and guard this place. I'm going to find that Old Cripple and get some medicine and intelligence." "Captain, be careful." Su Wan nodded. Although Wings of Radiance had been deactivated, she remained vigilant. Leiyu also braced herself and gripped her warhammer tightly. Chen Mumming walked alone toward the main building in the center of the outpost, which was converted from half of the starship wreckage. He knew that in this lawless land, the real challenges might have only just begun. Would that mysterious Old Cripple be their turning point on this dark beach, or another trap? The exile outpost was even more crowded and chaotic inside than it appeared from the outside. Along the muddy roads, besides dilapidated shacks, there were tents pitched directly in the open, and some people were even huddled inside abandoned vehicle skeletons. The mingled stench in the air was nauseating, but even more unsettling were the gazes cast upon them, numb, wary, greedy, like hyenas lurking in the shadows. Chen Mumming ignored the stares. His steps were steady, and his sharp gaze swept across his surroundings, memorizing the general layout of the outpost and the characteristics of several obviously troublesome individuals. The system was also continuously scanning, marking several locations with abnormal energy reactions or hidden weapons. The starship wreckage in the central area had been most thoroughly modified. A slit had been cut into the side of the massive hull, and a large door welded from thick alloy plates had been installed. Hanging above the door was a crooked sign made of discarded circuit boards, with the words "General Store" written in red ink, possibly paint or some kind of biological blood. Two relatively well-dressed guards, armed with modified energy rifles, stood at the entrance, their eyes even more ferocious than those on the perimeter. Chen Mumming stepped forward and calmly said, "I've come to see the Old Cripple. We need a doctor for our transaction." One of the guards looked him up and down, noticing that although Chen Mumming looked travel-worn, his aura was calm and collected, and although his clothes were tattered, they were made of extraordinary material traces left after the fusion armor was dispelled. He nodded, stepped aside, and knocked on the heavy metal door. A small observation window, about the size of a palm, opened on the door, and a pair of cloudy but sharp eyes swept out. "A new face?" "What's the matter?" a hoarse voice asked. "The newcomers have wounded soldiers who need medicine, and they also have some things they want to sell," Chen Mumming repeated. The observation window clicked shut, followed by the clanging of the sliding chains. The heavy metal door slowly opened inward, releasing an even stronger odor, a mixture of machine oil, chemical reagents, musty smells, and the fresh scent of some herbs. Chen Mumming stepped inside. The interior space was larger than expected, utilizing the original cabins of the starship. The walls were covered with exposed pipes and broken control panels, but they were cleverly utilized, hanging with all sorts of items from rusted gears and broken weapon parts to unknown crystals emitting faint energy fluctuations and strange biological tissues encased in transparent containers. The items were dazzling and seemingly organized in a certain way. Chapter 95, Blackwater Merchant Guild Envoy. Scorpion Mars. The light source came from a few flickering emergency lights hanging from the ceiling, and a huge, still operating furnace in the center of the room, seemingly a modified starship engine? Inside the furnace, eerie blue flames danced, radiating a steady heat, while also powering several rudimentary lathes and processing equipment attached to it. Beside the furnace, behind a workbench welded from thick metal plates, sat a figure. He was a man who looked quite old, with messy gray hair, a face covered in wrinkles, and a gruesome scar running from his forehead across his left eye to his chin, completely covering his left eye with a black mechanical eye patch. He wore an oil-stained leather apron, and his right leg was a rough metal prosthetic leg below the knee. At that moment, he was skillfully disassembling a complex mechanical component with his calloused and greasy hands. He was Old Cripple. Hearing footsteps, the old cripple didn't even look up, but said in his hoarse voice, "New here? You know the rules, right? Here, we only care about the goods, not the people. If you can't produce what I want, or can't pay the price, get lost." His tone was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority and indifference. Chen Mumming walked to the workbench, but instead of immediately taking out anything, he said, "I have a companion whose spiritual core is severely damaged and whose meridians are broken. He needs urgent treatment." The old cripple paused in his disassembly, finally raising his head. His single eye swept over Chen Mumming like a hawk's, filled with scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible surprise. "Damaged spirit pivot? Broken meridians? She's lucky to have made it this far." He chuckled. "Treating this kind of injury comes at a high price." "The price is negotiable," Chen Mumming replied calmly. "I need to confirm first that you can treat him." The old cripple squinted his one eye, put down the tools in his hand, and the metal prosthetic leg made a clatter on the ground. He stood up, limped to a shelf full of bottles and jars, fumbled for a moment, and took out an inconspicuous pottery jar plugged with dark brown wood. Meridian reconnecting glue, a legacy of a pre-civilization, can reconnect broken meridians and nourish damaged spiritual organs. There's only one jar, use it sparingly, it's enough to save your companion's life. He placed the pottery jar on the workbench, making a dull thud. Price, a pure energy crystal of grade A or higher, or equivalent technical blueprints or rare materials that I find acceptable. Grade A energy crystals. This price is astronomical. In the outside world, grade A energy crystals are enough to serve as a strategic energy reserve for a small city. Even if Chen Mumming has a system, it would still require a massive amount of basic energy and a considerable amount of time to create grade A pure energy crystals out of thin air, and it would be even more difficult in this nether beach environment. Chen Mumming didn't haggle. He knew that in this kind of place, showing hesitation or weakness would only lead to being ripped off even more. He directly took out the core components he had dismantled from the purger from his system space, as well as a small fragment of the highest quality energy core of the underworld hunter he had collected before, and placed them on the workbench. "How much are these things worth?" The old cripple's one eye lit up instantly. He grabbed the core component of the purger and rubbed it with his fingers. The mechanical prosthetic even made a slight clicking sound, showing his inner turmoil. The purger's psionic coordinator and fragments of the hunter's fishing core, good stuff. He examined it closely, a fanatical glint in his single eye. "You took down a purger? Interesting, very interesting." He raised his head and looked at Chen Mumming again, his disdain lessened, replaced by a hint of seriousness and inquiry. "These parts are technically valuable, but their energy is almost depleted. Combined with this fragment, they're barely enough to exchange for this can of pulse-regenerating glue. Chen Mumming breathed a sigh of relief, but his face remained expressionless. "Okay. Also, I need information about the Beach of the Dead, the Blackwater Merchant Guild, and how to leave this place." The old cripple swept the parts and fragments into a box under the workbench, as if afraid Chen Mumming would change his mind. He picked up the pottery jar and handed it to Chen Mumming, a sly glint in his one eye. "Intelligence? That comes at a different price," he said slowly. "However, since what you brought is rather interesting, I can give you one for free: the energy core of that purification outpost you stated was taken by Scorpion Mars, an envoy of the Blackwater Merchant Guild, just half a month ago. That guy is an A-level energy user, a ruthless character, leading a group of night owl elites. They seem to be searching for something deep in the shoal of the underworld, but nobody knows exactly what it is." Blackwater Merchant Guild Special Envoy. Scorpion Mars. A rank energy master. Chen Mumming's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, the Blackwater Merchant Guild had already penetrated deep into the area, and their movements were much faster than theirs. As for how to leave, the old cripple pointed to the ceiling. The beach is a warp fragment attached to the main world. Its entrances and exits are unstable and seem to be blocked by some kind of force. The few stable exits I know of are either occupied by powerful constructs or are key monitoring areas of the Blackwater Company and Night Owl. Leaving is difficult. He paused, looked at Chen Mumming, and said meaningfully, however, if you can get your hands on the key to the legendary Overlord control tower deep within the Nether Beach, you might be able to forcibly open a stable passage. Of course, that's just a legend. It's not even certain whether the Overlord control tower exists, and even if it does, it's not something you can touch. Domination control tower? Access key? Chen Mumming silently noted down these keywords. The map obtained by the data core did indeed show an area called Active Abyss marked with an extremely high danger level and unknown symbols. Could it be related to this? More intelligence, come back when you bring something more valuable. The old cripple waved his hand, sat back down at his workbench, picked up his tools, and gestured for him to leave. Let me remind you, renewal glue can only save your companion's life and foundation, but the backlash and depletion of her essence caused by forcibly fusing with high-level weaponry will require something more precious to compensate for. For example, the fountain of life water that occasionally appears at the edge of the active abyss, or the primal core of a high-level construct with self-awareness deep within the steel graveyard. The fountain of life? The primal core? These are all unheard of things, obviously extremely rare and dangerous. I understand, thank you. Chen Mumming nodded, picked up the precious pulse regenerating glue, said no more, and turned to leave the general store. Watching Chen Mumming's departing figure, a glint of light flashed in the old cripple's single eye. He muttered to himself, to be able to take down the purger, and bring along a little girl who dared to forcibly fuse with the Earth Guardian derivative, these people are not simple. This stagnant pool might be about to be stirred up. Chapter 96 Undercurrents and the Call of the Steel Graveyard. Chen Mumming returned to the secluded shack and handed the pulse regenerating glue to the eagerly awaiting Lin Wei. Lin Wei immediately and carefully applied the viscous, black glue, which emitted a cool medicinal fragrance and faint energy fluctuations, to the main meridian nodes and spiritual pivot points all over Xiaoya's body, and used her own cold energy to guide the medicinal power to penetrate. Soon, a sliver of color returned to Xiaoya's pale face, and her disordered breathing gradually stabilized. Although she was still unconscious, her vital signs were clearly stable. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, how is it? That old cripple? Suwan asked with concern. Chen Mumming briefly recounted the transaction details and the intelligence he had obtained, omitting some of his own judgments regarding the system. A level energy user Scorpion the Blackwater Merchant Guild really sent in an expert. Lei Yu gritted her teeth, feeling the pressure. The Dominator Control Tower, the Fountain of Life, these things sound like they're going to be difficult to deal with. Suwan frowned. Our top priority is to help Xiaoya and Lei Wei recover, Chen Mumming said in a deep voice. We need to rest here for a while. At the same time, we need to find a way to gather more intelligence on the movements of Mingtan and the Blackwater Merchant Guild. He looked out at the dark red, perilous landscape beyond the shed, his eyes deep and thoughtful. The Exiles' outpost is only a temporary haven. To leave the beach, to uncover the Blackwater Guild's conspiracy, and to heal Xiaoya, they must continue deeper into this desolate land to face even more powerful enemies and unknown dangers. The mysterious old cripple, and the Earth Guardian derivative he mentioned, clearly referring to Chongyue, seemed to suggest that Xiaoya and Chongyue are hiding secrets closely related to this nether beach. Rest is merely a way to recharge for the next, even more arduous expedition. The fog over the beach remains thick. The days at the exile outpost seemed to be on slow motion, yet they flew by rapidly amidst an invisible tension. The dark red sky remained unchanged, with only occasional unusual energy flows streaking across the horizon, or faint explosions and roars echoing from afar, reminding people of the cruelty of this land. Inside the shed, Xiaoya's injuries stabilized under the nourishment of the pulse-regenerating glue and Lin Wei's extravagant use of cold energy, and she was out of danger. However, she remained asleep, her face as pale as a sheet. The backlash from forcibly fusing with the Chongyue core far exceeded her expectations, not only damaging her spiritual core and meridians but also seemingly touching upon some fundamental source. Although the Chongyue core in her arms still shone warmly, it no longer actively transmitted any fluctuations, as if it too had fallen into silence. Lei Yu's internal injuries had mostly healed thanks to the pure energy and healing potions continuously supplied by Chen Mumming, but the depleted vital energy couldn't be replenished in a short time, and her combat strength had recovered to at most 80%. Suwan and Lin Wei were in slightly better condition, but they were still far from their peak. Chen Mumming himself used this time to silently run the infinite engine, accelerating the absorption and conversion of energy from the harsh environment of the dark beach to replenish his and his teammates' consumption, while also studying the massive amount of information obtained after cracking the data core. Partial map of the beach has been loaded. Areas: Edge Wasteland current location, Steel Graveyard high risk, Active Abyss extremely high risk unknown. The low-tier Construct Guardian Weakness Analysis database has been integrated. Effective target units: Beach Hunter Tier B and below, Cleanser Tier A, requires specific conditions. Analysis of the incomplete Purification Force Field Miniaturization Technology Blueprint. Progress, 17%. Advanced Permission Command Fragment. Regional Security Past Status, Stable Edge Wasteland. There's a lot of information, but regarding the method of leaving, the Overlord Control Tower, and the access key, it's still just legend from the old cripple's mouth. There's no direct record of it in the data core. However, there are some vague descriptions of the Steel Graveyard and the Active Abyss. According to fragmentary information, the Steel Graveyard was the final battlefield of a decisive battle in a previous civilization. It is a place piled high with the remains of countless massive war machines, still retaining powerful energy and chaotic force fields despite the erosion of time. Some of the remains, due to the unique environment and energy absorption, have even developed bizarre activation or symbiotic phenomena, giving birth to even more dangerous and incomprehensible constructs. The primordial core mentioned by the old cripple is said to be located deep within the Steel Graveyard. The description of the Active Abyss is even more vague, only mentioning that it is the source of disorder in the energy and rules of the Nether Beach, suspected to be related to the Overlord, and its danger level is marked as the highest, filled with unpredictable spatial rifts, temporal turbulence and incomprehensible terrifying existences. It seems that if we want to find clues to our escape route, or the source of healing for Shoya, the Steel Graveyard is the place we must go, Chen Mumming told his team members, sharing his analysis. The atmosphere inside the shed was heavy. Everyone understood that, in their current state, venturing into the Steel Graveyard was tantamount to a near certain death. Go! We have to go. Lei Yu was the first to speak up. She clenched her fists. Xiaoya became like this to save us. As long as we can save her, I'll brave any danger. Su Wan and Lin Wei nodded firmly. Having fought side by side all this way, they were already inseparable comrades. However, we need to be fully prepared before we go, Chen Mumming said in a deep voice. Our equipment needs to be repaired and replenished, especially for protection against high-energy radiation and physical impacts. In addition, we need more information about the interior of the Steel Graveyard. We can't just rush in blindly. Over the next few days, the Ice Crown team began intensive preparations. Chen Mumming found the old cripple again and used some non-core but highly technical parts that he had previously disassembled from the purger to exchange for a large amount of purification dust, several sets of old but effective protective clothing that could resist the radiation of the underworld beach environment, some effective first aid medicines, and a batch of high-strength alloy materials and energy conduction cables. Back in the shed, Chen Mumming, combining the miniaturized purification field technology from the data core albeit incomplete with the system's powerful deduction and manufacturing capabilities, began to modify and enhance everyone's equipment. He embedded a miniature purification matrix inside Lin Wei's Winter Guardian armor. Although it couldn't form a force field like an outpost, it significantly improved her personal resistance to radiation and slightly enhanced the efficiency of cold energy condensation. Su Wan's Radiant Wings energy circuit has been optimized, key parts of the cannon body have been reinforced with high-strength alloy, and a simplified version of the energy penetration enchantment derived from the cleanser energy weapon has been added, making its attacks more threatening to high defense constructs. Chapter 97: The Steel Torrent and Living Towards Death. Su Wan's Radiant Wings energy circuit has been optimized, key parts of the cannon body have been reinforced with high-strength alloy, and a simplified version of the energy penetration enchantment derived from the cleanser energy weapon has been added, making its attacks more threatening to high defense constructs. Lei Yu's earth-shaking hammer head was reforged, incorporating heavy energy-absorbing metal to better absorb recoil during impacts and protect the user. At the same time, Chen Mumming attempted to inscribe a trace of the profound meaning of Heavy Mountain into the warhammer after analyzing it through the data core. Although the effect was weak, it made Lei Yu feel a closer connection with the warhammer, and when she swung it, she could faintly draw upon a trace of the Earth's power. Xia Yu's Shadow Blade and Bai Ji's Thousand Machine Umbrella also underwent similar anti-radiation treatment and structural reinforcement. Chen Mumming's own Frost Soul Winter Armor and Ice Star Sword were the focus of the upgrades. The armor integrated a more efficient energy circulation system, increasing the conversion efficiency of the Infinite Engine by nearly 10%. The Ice Star Sword's blade was reforged, incorporating a trace of pure energy remaining from the Titan energy core he had previously obtained, making its chilling aura more concentrated and its destructive power against energy shields stronger. These modifications consumed a significant amount of Chen Muming's energy and reserves, but the results were remarkable. The team's overall survivability and combat effectiveness were maximized under the current conditions. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu used her stealth abilities to gather intelligence within the outpost. She brought back some fragmented but valuable information. The Blackwater Guild and members of Night Owl have indeed been active on the shoal of the underworld, mainly concentrated in the area suspected to be in the direction of the active abyss, seemingly searching for something. Several unfamiliar faces have recently arrived at the outpost. They possess considerable energy and move mysteriously, seemingly observing them from the shadows. Old Cripple's identity is more mysterious than imagined. Rumors suggest he might be a survivor of a lost research team from the early days of the Great Nirvana era. Undercurrents were swirling within the outpost. That evening, Chen Muming was testing the upgraded Ice Star Sword outside the shed when suddenly, the data core in his system space began to vibrate violently without warning. Unlike previous guidance or resonance, this tremor carries a sense of urgency, almost a warning. Warning! High intensity, same source data stream scan detected. Location: Steel Graveyard direction. Scanning intent, identification tracking locking. Analysis of data stream characteristics. 89% match. Highly consistent with the residual fluctuations in the core of a Titan-class war unit. Speculation: a higher-level structure or control unit is actively searching for the data core. Chen Muming's expression changed drastically. He immediately issued a warning via the Soul Link: everyone on alert. Something is scanning us. It might be from the Steel Graveyard. The team members instantly entered combat mode, weapons in hand, energy surging within them. Almost simultaneously, a commotion and terrified shouts suddenly erupted outside the outpost. Immediately afterward, ear-piercing explosions and the firing of energy weapons shattered the silence of dusk. Enemy attack. It's constructs. Lots of constructs. Run. They're coming in. It's a monster from the Steel Graveyard. Chaos spread like a plague within the outpost. Chen Muming leaped onto the roof of the shed and looked around. He saw that the simple wall of the outpost had been blasted open in several places, and a dark mass of constructs of various shapes and sizes was surging in like a tide. Most of them were the familiar shoal hunters, but mixed in were some new units that were larger and more ferocious in structure. There were fortress guardians that walked on 8 legs like giant spiders and had multi-barreled turrets on their backs. There were psionic disruptors that looked like floating jellyfish and emitted interference waves, and there were even a few city breakers that were over 5 meters tall and wielded giant chainsaw swords and heavy shields. These constructs seemed to be under some unified command, with clear objectives and fierce attacks, completely different from the scattered soldiers encountered before. Although the outpost guards and exiles fought hard, their defenses were rapidly collapsing in the face of this steel torrent. They are coming for us? Suwon's face paled as she looked at the surging army of constructs. The data core being scanned, followed immediately by an overwhelming army. This was no coincidence. Chen Muming's eyes were icy cold. He sensed a cold, malicious will that was locking onto him through the chaotic battlefield, or rather, locking onto the data core within his system space. We've been discovered, Chen Muming said in a deep voice. We can't stay at the outpost, or we'll just be surrounded and worn down. He glanced at Xiaoya, who was still unconscious in the shed, his eyes resolute. Prepare to break out. Direction: the Steel Graveyard. Since there's no way to avoid it, then let's face it head on. He wants to see what's summoning them, or rather, what's hunting them. But Ice Crown Squad, a small boat tossed about in the storm of the beach, was forced to sail into even more turbulent waters. The call of the Steel Graveyard, accompanied by the shadow of death, had already arrived. The twilight of the exile outpost was utterly shattered. The flames of the explosion illuminated the crimson sky, and the cold metal shells of the constructs intertwined with the dying screams of the exiles, creating a desperate elegy. The rudimentary walls crumbled like paper under the chainsaw swords and heavy cannons of the city breakers, and a tidal wave of shoal hunters, along with new types of fortress guardians and psionic disruptors, poured in, mercilessly reaping lives. Chaos is the best cover, but it also means danger is everywhere. Walk! With a low shout, Chen Muming instantly donned the Frost Soul, winter armor, its icy blue radiance standing out starkly against the chaotic battlefield. He held Xiaoya, who was tightly protected by Lin Wei's ice crystal shield, in one arm, while wielding the Ice Star Sword in the other. Wherever the sword pointed, a chilling aura spread, instantly freezing and shattering several pouncing hunters. Follow me. To the northeast, the breach. Chen Muming pointed out the direction of the breakout based on the weakest point in the defense line detected by the system. Understood. Lei Yu roared, and the Earthshaker hammer erupted with a thick, earthy yellow light. Like a human tank, she charged ahead, smashing away the hunters blocking her path along with the rubble with each swing of the warhammer. The upgraded warhammer's ability to absorb recoil was significant, allowing her to maintain this ferocious output for longer. Suwon followed closely behind, her radiant wings perched on her shoulder. She no longer sought to maximize damage area, but instead focused on precise, pinpoint shots. Beams of blazing white light, enchanted with energy penetration, struck like the Grim Reaper, precisely piercing the turret connections of the Fortress Guardian or the core wave generator of the Psionic Disruptor, clearing away threats from Lei Yu's flanks. Chapter 98 Steel Graveyard. Lin Wei and Qin Shuang's fused, Winter Guardian, armor unleashed its full chilling power. Although its range was limited, its cohesion was much higher. She moved around the group, with ice walls and ground spikes constantly rising up, effectively slowing down the encirclement speed of the torrent of constructs and freezing or shooting down those who attempted to attack from the air or the side. Bai Ji's Thousand Chance umbrella opened, and a rotating energy shield enveloped everyone, blocking stray bullets and scattered energy attacks. Xia Yu, like a true ghost, flickered in the shadows and chaos, using Shadow Blade to target the construct's energy lines, sensors, and joints, carrying out efficient and deadly destruction, while constantly warning of sniper fire from the shadows and even more dangerous individuals. This is a weary but sharp arrow, struggling to pierce through the torrent of steel towards the northeast. However, the icy wool that was locked onto Chen Muming seemed to have sensed their intentions. Buzz. A powerful surge of energy, accompanied by intense mental suppression and energy disruption, suddenly emanated from the rear of the battlefield. It was the coordinated interference of the psionic disruptors. Chen Muming felt a sudden heaviness in his mind, and his soul link fluctuated momentarily. The team members visibly froze. Lei Yu's hammer swing went awry, and she was almost hit by a city breaker heavy shield. Suwon's beam of light went astray, blasting a crater in the distant rock wall, and Lin Wei's ice wall also showed signs of instability. Be careful of interference. Chen Muming endured the discomfort, overclocked the infinite engine, and forcibly stabilized his own and the energy field around him. At the same time, he swung the Ice Star Sword to unleash a fan-shaped ice ring, forcing back the approaching hunters. But crises followed one after another. The two city breakers seemed to have received orders, abandoning their attacks on the other exiles. With heavy steps, they moved from the left and right, like two mobile steel fortresses, and attacked them from both sides. The chainsaw swords emitted a piercing roar, and energy flowed on the heavy shields, clearly indicating that some kind of enhanced defense mode had been activated. At the same time, the turrets of several Fortress Guardians also adjusted their direction, and a dense barrage of energy bullets poured down like a torrential rain, covering their path of advance. There were blockades ahead, pursuers behind, and interference on the flanks. Don't stop. Charge through. Chen Muming's eyes were fierce. He knew that once the speed slowed down and they were completely surrounded, there would be no way out but death. Lei Yu. The leg of the left city breaker. Suwon, the head sensor of the right city breaker. Lin Wei, freeze the ground and restrict their movement. Xia Yu, Bai Ji, clear out the bullets and minions. The command was executed instantly within the soul link. Lei Yu roared, holding nothing back, pouring 80% of her recovered power into the earth-shaking hammer. The earthen yellow mountain phantom on the warhammer solidified, carrying the will to shatter the earth, and slammed fiercely into the left city breaker's reverse joint knee. Earth-shattering strike. Suwon's radiant wings cannon beam condensed to its maximum intensity, and a slender yet seemingly all-piercing beam of blazing white light shot precisely at the triangular sensor of the city breaker on the right, protected by its thick armor, at a speed beyond the reach of vision. Lin Wei pressed her palms to the ground, and the extreme cold energy rushed into the ground beneath her feet. Cracking sounds were heard incessantly, and large swaths of ice rapidly spread, covering the area beneath the two city breakers, causing their heavy bodies to slip and their movements to become distorted. Xia Yu's figure weaved through the barrage of bullets, his Shadow Blade leaving afterimages as he detonated some of the more threatening energy projectiles mid-air. Bai Ji's Thousand Chance umbrella shield spun to its limit, forcefully withstanding most of the overwhelming barrage. The umbrella's surface flickered violently, clearly under immense pressure. Boom! Crack! Lei Yu's warhammer successfully struck the left knee of the city breaker. The immense force, combined with the fragility of the ice at the joint, actually bent and broke the metal leg, which was thicker than an adult man's waist. The city breaker's massive body lost its balance and crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Put! Almost simultaneously, Suwon's penetrating beam miraculously found a tiny gap in the sensor armor of the city breaker on the right and successfully penetrated it. A burst of electric sparks suddenly erupted from the head of the city breaker, the scanning blue light instantly went out, and its massive body froze in place, losing control. The passage is open. Rush! Shen Mumming took the lead, speeding past the two disabled city breakers. The team members followed closely behind, unleashing their last bit of strength. The army of constructs behind them continued to pursue relentlessly, but without unified command and the strongest human shield to hinder them, their threat was greatly reduced. Like arrows, the group shot out of the chaotic outpost and rushed into the vast but also more dangerous dark red wasteland outside. They did not turn back, nor could they. The exile outpost behind them had turned into a sea of fire and a slaughterhouse. Their final fate was already sealed. They fled for an unknown amount of time, until the sounds of explosions and roars behind them gradually faded, until their lungs felt like bellows and their legs felt like lead, before finally stopping in a relatively secluded crevice in a canyon formed by huge metal debris. It's safe for now. Lei Yu slid down to the ground against the cold metal rock wall, panting heavily. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth again, as the outburst had aggravated her old injury. Suwon disarmed herself, her face pale, and slumped down, a sharp, empty pain shooting through her spiritual core. Lin Wei was also nearly exhausted. Maintaining the ice crystal shield and protecting Xiaoya had drained her of a great deal of energy. Bai Ji's thousand chance umbrella dimmed, needing time to recover. Xia Yu's figure emerged from the shadows, her breathing somewhat disordered. Chen Mumming gently put Xiaoya down and checked her condition. Fortunately, Lin Wei's protection was in place, and Xiaoya was not affected by the breakout. She was still asleep, her breathing steady but weak. He himself felt waves of exhaustion that penetrated to his very bones. The infinite engine was running at overload, his mind was under immense tension, and the continuous combat and energy output had pushed even him to his limit. System, scan the surrounding environment, assess threats, and determine the current location. Scanning. Current location, border area between the Edge Wasteland and the Steel Graveyard, coordinates X734, Y119. No large-scale construct clusters were found within a 3-kilometer radius, but traces of low-level hunter activity were present. Environmental radiation intensity, high. Warning, the data core is continuously subjected to weak, same source scanning. The scanning source location remains unchanged deep within the Steel Graveyard. Threat level, extremely high. Sure enough, that thing was still watching them. Shen Mumming raised his head and looked beyond the crevice in the canyon. At the edge of the dark red sky and earth, there was an even deeper and more unsettling dark outline. It was an endless metal mountain range formed by countless massive war debris. The Steel Graveyard. That place is a den of death, but it is also their only way out at present. We'll rest here for 2 hours, Chen Mumming said in a deep voice, taking out energy crystals and distributing them to everyone. Hurry up and recover. After that, we'll enter the Steel Graveyard. All eyes were drawn to the massive metal graveyard, and a heavy atmosphere hung in the air. To live in the face of death. They had no way back but to move forward, searching for a slim chance of survival and the answer to the existence that dared to hunt them down in that graveyard where countless weapons of war lay buried. The Ice Crown team officially stepped into the heart of the beach, into the Steel Graveyard, a place where legend and death intertwine. Chapter 99: Graveyard Scavenging and Revitalizing Remains. In the cold, metallic cracks of the canyon, time slipped away in a stifling silence punctuated by the faint hum of energy emanating from afar. 2 hours of rest felt like a fleeting moment to the exhausted Ice Crown Citadel team. Chen Mumming opened his eyes first. The infinite engine within his body was running at a low speed, like a tireless heart, continuously converting the thin and chaotic energy in the underworld beach environment into relatively pure spiritual energy, replenishing his own consumption and sharing some to nourish his teammates. His condition had mostly recovered, but the tension in his mind had not disappeared. The faint, persistent signal from the data core within the system space was like a Damocles sword hanging over his head. The team members gradually finished their meditation. Lei Yu's face was still somewhat pale, but her eyes had regained their sharpness. Suwon and Lin Wei's breathing had become much more stable. Bai Ji's thousand chance umbrella had regained its radiance. Xiaoyu, like a cheetah blending into the shadows, remained on high alert at all times. Only Xiaoya remained asleep, her breathing weak but steady, like a fragile porcelain doll. It's time to set off. Chen Mumming stood up, his gaze fixed on the massive, dark outline beyond the canyon crevice, formed by countless war debris. The Steel Graveyard. Without further mobilization, everyone understood their current situation. They organized their equipment, checked the upgraded weapons and protection again, and carefully placed Xiaoya on a small ice sled that Lin Wei had conjured with icy energy and had a levitation effect, which Lin Wei then personally pulled. Stepping out of the canyon crevice, an even stronger, more mixed aura rushed towards me. It was the heavy smell of corroded metal, residual energy radiation, and something else, like the stench of dried, aged blood. The ground beneath my feet was no longer endless red sand, but had transformed into a hard, composite layer covered with thick metallic dust and tiny fragments, making a soft crunching sound when I stepped on it. As far as the eye could see, there was a scene that was both incredibly shocking and incredibly oppressive. Countless enormous metal fragments, like the skeletons of colossal beasts, were piled up, intertwined, and tilted haphazardly, forming a boundless metallic jungle. There were broken starship keels, stretching across the landscape like mountains. There were twisted turrets and armor plates, covered with huge claw marks and melted holes. There were scattered engine parts, larger than houses, their internal structures exposed, flickering with unstable electrical sparks, and there were mechanical structures of completely incomprehensible shapes, their design concepts far beyond the comprehension of the present age. The silence here was eerily profound, yet it seemed to echo with the remnants of a devastating battle from countless years ago. The intensity of the inertial energy radiation permeating the air was several times higher than that of the edge wasteland. Even the reinforced protective suits caused a slight stinging sensation on the skin, and the circulation of spiritual energy became somewhat sluggish. Be careful, the radiation level here is very high. Try not to stay in unprotected areas for extended periods, Chen Muming warned, while the system continued to scan the surroundings. Environmental scan update, entered the outer area of the steel graveyard. High-intensity composite energy radiation field detected, with various unknown energy residues, causing strong interference. A large number of weapons remnants from a pre-civilization war have been discovered. Technical level assessment, high. Some remnants showed weak energy signatures and unusual structural changes. Data core scan source location locked, 15 degrees east of due north, straight line distance approximately 21 kilometers, signal strength enhanced. 21 kilometers. It's nothing in normal times, but in this treacherous graveyard, every step could lead to death. The group cautiously made their way north along a relatively flat road paved with massive armor plates. Xiaoyu led the way like a ghost. Her shadow blade was extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations, allowing her to detect hidden energy traps or dormant constructs in advance. After traveling about a kilometer, a relatively open area appeared ahead, in the center of which lay an exceptionally large wreckage. It appeared to be the upper body of a giant humanoid weapon, over 30 meters tall, with a huge, melted hole in its chest, and a single mechanical arm deeply embedded in the ground. Even though it had been dead for countless years, it still exuded a chilling aura. "Captain, something's up." Xiaoyu's voice came through the soul link, tinged with seriousness. "There's an energy reaction next to that giant wreckage. It's not a construct, more like humans? And they're digging something out." Chen Muming signaled the team to stop and took cover in the shadow of the wreckage. He stared intently and, sure enough, saw several figures in heavy protective suits, carrying various tools, carefully cutting a piece of armor plate that shimmered with an eerie light from the leg of the massive wreckage at its base. Their movements were practiced, they were clearly experienced. "They're scavengers," Su Wan whispered. "In a place like the Dark Beach, besides exiles, there are naturally scavengers who make a living by digging up relics from previous civilizations. These people are often quite strong and will stop at nothing to obtain resources." Chen Muming didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble and was about to signal the group to take a detour. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The mechanical arm embedded in the ground by the giant wreckage suddenly shuddered without warning. Immediately afterwards, the energy patterns on the surface of the wreckage, which had long since faded, suddenly lit up with an ominous dark red light, like blood vessels. "Not good. Retreat!" Chen Muming shouted sharply. Almost at the same time he spoke, the huge mechanical arm suddenly ripped from the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and rubble, like a giant python that had come back to life, sweeping fiercely towards the scavengers who were digging. The scavengers reacted swiftly, scattering in alarm and firing their energy weapons at the mechanical arm. But their attacks were like tickling the massive arm, producing only a few sparks. Boom! As the robotic arm swept across, two scavengers who couldn't dodge in time, along with their tools, were instantly smashed into a bloody pulp, their protective suits shredded like paper. The remaining few were terrified and scrambled away into the distance. And then, amidst a sickening metallic creak, the gigantic wreckage actually stood up. It used its single remaining arm to support its massive upper body, and the huge hole in its chest, like a single eye, locked onto the fleeing scavengers, and Chen Muming and his group hidden further away. Warning! High energy detected. Target, Titan-class war wreckage semi-activated. Energy level, A. Unstable. Characteristics, extremely strong physical attack, high energy resistance, unknown activation mechanism exists. Weaknesses, chest damage, head missing, energy core possibly displaced decayed. Chapter 100, Revitalized Remains? Revived wreckage? Leiyu gasped. Dead war machines had somehow come back to life? The reanimated remains let out a low, ancient roar, actually the noise of energy overload and metal friction, raised its single arm high, clenched its fist, and with an aura of annihilation, slammed it down on the area where Chen Mumming and the others were hiding. It seemed to regard everyone as intruders. Scatter! Chen Mumming grabbed Lin Wei, who was pulling Xiaoya's sled, and with the burst of power from his armor's thrusters, he retreated rapidly to the side and rear. The others reacted instantly, scattering to avoid them. Boom! The enormous metal fist slammed down on the spot where they had just been hiding, the ground trembled violently, and a crater several meters deep was punched into the hard composite strata. The shockwave carried metal fragments flying everywhere. Attack! Aim for the hole in its chest and the joints. Chen Mumming steadied himself in mid-air, instantly drawing his Ice Star Sword. The extremely cold sword energy was highly compressed, like an ice blue lightning bolt, shooting straight at the huge hole in the wreckage's chest. He needed to test the defenses there. At the same time, Suwan's Wings of Radiance were already in place, the piercing beam precisely striking the shoulder joint supporting the wreckage. Leiyu roared and charged from the side, her earth-shaking hammer crashing down with the force of a mountain collapsing. Ding! Puff! Thump! The three attacks hit almost simultaneously. Chen Mumming's sword energy pierced the hole in his chest, but it vanished like a mudox entering the sea, only stirring up some chaotic energy sparks inside. Suwan's beam of light left a charred dent at her shoulder joint, but failed to penetrate. Only Leiyu's warhammer slammed heavily onto her elbow joint, causing the massive arm to tremble violently and momentarily stiffen. Effective. Physical attacks are effective against joints. But the wreckage's defenses were simply too strong. And its attacks. The remnant seemed enraged, its single arm swinging again, no longer smashing, but sweeping. The massive arm shrieked as it tore through the air, covering an extremely wide area. Lin Wei. Ice Wall. Bai Ji. Full Power Shield. Chen Mumming shouted urgently. Lin Wei pushed her hands forward, and several thick ice walls, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, instantly rose from the ground, blocking the path of the giant arm sweep. Bai Ji's Thousand Chance Umbrella shield also shone brightly, enveloping everyone. Snap! Bang! The ice wall shattered layer by layer like glass, unable to completely stop the power of the giant arm. In the end, the giant arm slammed heavily into the shield of the Thousand Chance Umbrella. Buzz! The shield groaned under the strain, its light flashing violently. Bai Ji's face paled, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth, clearly indicating internal injuries. But in the end, she had managed to block the attack. We can't fight them head-on. Chen Mumming judged instantly. This reanimated remnant possessed boundless power and astonishing defense. If they continued to fight, defeat was inevitable. His gaze swept rapidly across the wreckage, while the system analyzed its energy flow at breakneck speed. An abnormal energy source detected. Located on the lower back of the wreckage, its energy response differs from the main body, being more active and exhibiting life signs? Vital signs? Chen Mumming's pupils contracted. Could it be that the activation of this remains was not due to its own cause, but rather that something was parasitizing or controlling it? Xia Yu. There's something on its lower back. Find a way to interfere with or destroy it. Chen Mumming immediately gave the order through the soul link. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu, who had been hovering on the edge of the battlefield, vanished instantly, climbing upwards along the massive torso of the wreckage like a ghost. Her shadow blade was extremely sensitive to energy and life force, quickly locking onto its target, a bizarre creature, roughly the size of a millstone, resembling a giant metal anemone, tightly attached to the wreckage's back armor. It extended countless tentacles shimmering with purplish red light, piercing deep into the wreckage's internal structure, seemingly drawing energy from and controlling it. Found you! A cold glint flashed in Xia Yu's eyes, and the shadow blade erupted with unprecedented sharpness, the two blades crossing each other, slicing towards the core of the metal anemone like scissors. The metal anemone seemed to sense the danger, its purplish-red tentacles snapping back in an attempt to defend itself, while simultaneously manipulating the massive single arm of the wreckage to slap down on its back. But Xia Yu is faster. Sizzle! The shadow blade successfully pierced the core area of the metal anemone. A viscous, foul-smelling purplish-red liquid spurted out. Squeak! A piercing, inhuman screech emanated from inside the metal anemone. At the same time, the massive, living remnant seemed to have lost all its power. Its single arm, which had been waving halfway, fell limply to the ground. Its enormous body trembled violently, and the dark red light on its surface flickered rapidly and uncertainly before finally going out completely. Boom! The massive wreckage, once again lifeless, crashed heavily to the ground, raising plumes of dust and returning to deathly silence. The battle is over. Xiaoyu leaped off the wreckage, landing lightly, and shook off the disgusting liquid that clung to her wrist blade. Everyone stared in lingering fear as the colossal object, now transformed back into cold steel, remained motionless. This steel graveyard was indeed fraught with danger. Even the remains of the dead could suddenly come alive and launch an attack. Chen Muming walked to the metal anemone that Xiaoyu had cut open and poked at it with the tip of his sword. The thing was completely dead. Its core was destroyed, and its purplish-red tentacles had lost their luster. Scan confirmed, mechanical symbiote. The infiltrator, tentative name. A peculiar silicon-based energy hybrid life form possessing the ability to parasitize and briefly activate inorganic mechanical structures, surviving by absorbing energy remaining within the host's body. Threat level, B+ soul, depending on host strength. So this was the thing causing the trouble. Chen Muming dug out a crystal from its core that was shimmering with a faint purple light and stored it in his system space. It might be useful later. He looked up, gazing in the direction indicated by the data core, deeper into that graveyard. Even on the outskirts, they encountered Class A wreckage that had been parasitized and turned into living beings. The dangers deeper inside are unimaginable. Keep moving forward, Chen Muming said in a deep voice, his gaze resolute. Desperate to find answers and survive, they had no choice but to delve deeper into this massive metal tomb. And the being that had been watching them from the depths seemed to have taken another step closer. The invaders were destroyed, and the massive war wreckage was reduced to cold, lifeless matter once more. Silence enveloped the metal graveyard once more, leaving only the heavy breathing of the crowd and the faint hissing sound of energy weapons cooling down. The air was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder, molten metal, and the nauseatingly sweet and pungent odor of the evaporating purplish-red slime. Chapter 101 Core Control Unit. This thing is disgusting. Lei Yu spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva as she looked at the gradually dying eroder remains on the ground. The force of her clash with the activated remains had once again shaken her internal organs, causing her old injuries to ache. The steel graveyard is more dangerous than we imagined. Not only the constructs, but the environment itself can also give rise to these bizarre symbiotes. Lin Wei's expression was solemn. Maintaining the ice sled and protecting Xiaoyu had taken a toll on her, and her breathing was somewhat rapid. Chen Muming remained silent. He crouched down, carefully examining the eroder's core that Xiaoyu had severed. He had already collected the purplish-red crystal. The remaining tissue was still writhing slightly, as if unwilling to die. System, deep scan of this biological tissue, analyze its life form, energy composition, especially the way it establishes and controls its connection with the mechanical debris. Command confirmed. Scanning in progress. The activity of the invader tissue continues to decline. Analysis of its energy composition, a hybrid bioelectric psychic signal, possessing high adaptability and invasiveness. Nanoscale pheromone-secreting glands and microscopic energy probes were found at the ends of its tentacles, suggesting that it may be deceiving and overriding the underlying commands of the control nodes inside the debris by simulating specific energy frequencies in pheromones. Simulated energy frequency? Overriding underlying commands? A thought struck Chen Muming. This might explain why the data core's regional security access code was ineffective against these parasitized, activated remnants. Their control had been usurped by the eroders in a more fundamental and domineering way. He stood up and looked north, where the data core was pointing. That cold, scanning will remained, and as they went deeper, it seemed to become clearer and more oppressive. Baiji, how are your injuries? Chen Muming looked at Baiji, whose face was pale. She had just withstood the attack from the activated remnant, and her spiritual core had been shaken. It's still holding up, Captain. Baiji wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and gave a forced smile. The defensive capabilities of the Thousand Chance umbrella have been greatly improved, otherwise it might have shattered just now. Chen Muming nodded and handed her a highly effective treatment potion. Hurry up and recover. We need to move on and find that thing that's scanning us as soon as possible. Otherwise, in a place like this, we're like torches in the dark, completely passive. After a brief rest, the team set off again, heading deeper into the steel graveyard along the gaps in the massive wreckage. The deeper one ventures, the larger and more complete the surrounding wreckage becomes, as if entire fleets or legions were buried here. Some wreckage even retains its battle-ready posture, cannons pointing into the void, and huge wounds on the armor telling tales of the carnage of yesteryear. The energy radiation in the air becomes more violent and chaotic, with eerie blue arcs of electricity occasionally leaping among the wreckage, or a dormant engine suddenly igniting, emitting a brief roar. The dangers they encounter are becoming more frequent and bizarre. Sometimes, it's the lurkers hidden in the shadows, like metal spiders, that suddenly spring out and launch a sneak attack with their sharp limbs. Sometimes it's the phantom jellyfish floating in the air, constantly releasing whispering mental interference, making people uneasy and causing hallucinations. And once, they stepped into a seemingly peaceful area, but the metal floor beneath their feet suddenly liquefied, trying to swallow them up like a swamp. Fortunately, Chen Mumming reacted quickly, freezing a large area instantly with his extremely cold sword energy, allowing everyone to escape. This cemetery seems like a huge, malevolent lifeform, rejecting and eliminating these outsiders in various ways. Relying on the increasingly detailed regional maps, though large areas are still blurry, and vulnerability analysis provided by the data core, as well as the team members' increasingly tacit cooperation and upgraded equipment, they repeatedly averted crises without serious harm. However, the continuous intense combat and high-intensity environmental pressure left everyone's faces etched with fatigue, and their energy and mental strength were greatly depleted. Chen Mumming had to use the infinite engine more frequently to replenish the team members' energy, which was also a considerable burden for him. After traversing an area resembling a metal forest composed of countless broken cannon barrels, the view ahead suddenly opened up. It was a huge, circular depression, as if it had been bombarded by some kind of space-based weapon. At the center of the depression, instead of wreckage, stood a relatively well-preserved, pyramid-shaped metal structure. The structure was not tall, only about 50 meters, but it was entirely cast from a dark, black alloy that seemed to absorb all light. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, without any seams or windows. Only at the top floated a constantly rotating, multifaceted crystal that emitted a ghostly blue light. A powerful, orderly, yet cold and ruthless energy fluctuation was emanating from the pyramid structure and the crystal at its top. The data core within Chen Mumming's system space was vibrating so violently that it almost flew off on its own. Warning! High energy signal source reached. Target, regional core control unit damaged. Energy level, S significantly attenuated due to long years and unknown damage. Function, monitoring coordination command issuance limited area, central steel graveyard. Status, low power operation, with abnormally active data interaction. Same scan source confirmed. This is the control unit. It is attempting to establish a forced link with the data core. That's it. The thing that's been scanning and locking onto them. Watch out. That's the target. Chen Mumming shouted, signaling the team to take cover behind the wreckage at the edge of the depression. He carefully observed the pyramid structure and the crystal at its summit. Establish a link with the control unit? The data core seemed desperately eager, yet also instinctively resistant. Was it because of access restrictions? Or because it sensed a threat? Just then, the spinning speed of the azure crystal at the top suddenly increased. An invisible data stream, several times more intense than before, swept across everyone in an instant. Warning! Forced link attempt to upgrade. High-level permission commands and fragments of consciousness detected in the data stream? Fragments of consciousness? Chen Mumming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this control unit wasn't an inanimate object, but contained some kind of consciousness? Before he could think further, the smooth surface of the pyramid suddenly rippled like water, and then three blurry figures made of pure blue energy slowly emerged from the surface. These three energy entities resembled humanoid figures, but lacked facial features, like three silent ghosts. In their hands condensed energy forms of spears, swords and shields, and staffs, radiating a solid and chilling energy fluctuation between A and S rank. Chapter 102: The Whisper of the Sovereign. A Guardian energy projection has been detected. Generated by the core control unit, it possesses some of the original's combat capabilities and characteristics. Threat level, high. Prepare for battle. Chen Mumming instantly donned the Frost Soul Winter armor, his Ice Star sword, radiating a chilling aura. Each of these three energy projections was not to be underestimated. Without uttering a single word, the three Guardian projections launched their attack instantly, like machines executing a program. The projection holding the gun took a step forward, its figure blurring, and the next moment it appeared in front of Chen Mumming like a ghost, its dark blue spear thrusting straight for his throat with astonishing speed. The shield-wielding projection charged towards Lei, its massive energy shield slamming down with immense force. The projection of the staff floated in the air. With a wave of the staff, countless dark blue energy arrows rained down on Su-wan, Lin Wei, and Bai Ji. The battle erupted instantly. Chen Muming parried the spear with his Ice Star Sword, the piercing cold air colliding with the dark blue energy, producing a hissing sound. This spear-wielding projection was not only fast but also extremely powerful, and its spear technique was cunning and ruthless, like that of a warrior who had been tempered 1,000 times. Lei roared as she clashed head-on with the shield-wielding projection. Each collision between the Earthshaker and the energy shield unleashed a muffled boom and a blinding flash of energy. The shield-wielding projection possessed extremely high defense and terrifying strength. Lei was actually forced to retreat repeatedly, her hand splitting open again. Su-wan's radiant wings fired in bursts, attempting to intercept the rain of energy arrows falling from the sky. However, the sheer number of arrows and their penetrating power were overwhelming, and Bai Ji's 1,000 manifestations umbrella shield once again bore immense pressure, its light flashing violently. Lin Wei, on the other hand, continuously released icy energy, creating ice surfaces on the ground to disrupt the movement of the shield-wielding projection, and used ice walls to assist in blocking the arrows. Xiaoyu attempted to stealthily approach the projection wielding the staff to assassinate it, but there seemed to be an invisible force field around the projection, which her shadow blade could not break through. Instead, she was forced to dodge several tracking energy arrows. The battle reached a stalemate, and the opposing forces were even subtly gaining the upper hand. The three projections coordinated perfectly, their offense and defense seamlessly integrated, resembling a flawless combat system. This can't go on. Chen Muming's mind raced. While dealing with the gun-wielding projection, he forcibly separated a sliver of his consciousness to connect with the restless data core within the system space. System, try analyzing the data flow of the control unit to find vulnerabilities or interactive interfaces. The data core wants to be linked, right? Then create an opening for it, but add our firewall and reverse DNS lookup. Command confirmed. Establish one-way data channel. Load reverse engineering protocol. Attempt to access control unit core data. A massive, icy torrent of data instantly surged into the data core through the channel Chen Muming had created. The data core shone brightly, and the patterns on its surface began to swirl at an unprecedented speed. At the same time, Chen Muming felt a cold, vast will, as if from the ancient starry sky, trying to impact his consciousness along the data stream. Detected, unknown privilege core, identified, observer protocol fragment, unauthorized carrier. Eliminate, threat, recover core. A broken, emotionless electronic synthesized voice resounded directly in the depths of his mind. It carried an unquestionable, all-consuming coldness. It's that remnant consciousness. It claims to be related to the observer protocol? And it wants to wipe out and reclaim the data core? Chen Muming groaned, feeling as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, and his vision went black. Although this will was incomplete, its essential level was extremely high, far beyond what he could currently resist. Captain. Lin Wei and the others noticed Chen Muming's abnormality and were extremely anxious, but they were tightly entangled by the projection and could not break free. Just as Chen Muming felt his consciousness was about to be overwhelmed by that cold will, the long-dormant soul essence belonging to the transmigrator within his body, as well as the characteristics of the infinite engine that transcended the rules of this world, suddenly started to operate spontaneously. A chaotic, all-encompassing aura, seemingly containing infinite possibilities, flashed from his body and disappeared. That icy will seemed to have encountered some kind of natural enemy or incomprehensible existence. Its momentum suddenly stalled, and even revealed a very faint doubt. Now. Despite the excruciating pain, Chen Muming seized this fleeting opportunity and, through the data core, channeled an energy containing his own will and the characteristics of the infinite engine back into the data channel, aiming directly at the core of that cold will. Refuse to be eliminated. He responded forcefully with his own will. Boom. A silent explosion seemed to resound deep within my mind. That cold will receded like the tide, carrying with it a trace of unfulfilled anger and a deeper doubt. At the same time, the external battlefield has also changed. The three guardian projections froze in unison, their eerie blue light dimming and flickering as if they had lost a stable energy supply and command source. A good opportunity. Lei seized the opening, and the earth-yellow mountain phantom on the earth-shaking hammer reappeared. A solid mountain crash slammed heavily onto the shield projected by the shield. Bang! The shield-wielding projection was smashed backwards along with its shield, its form becoming even more illusory. Suwon's penetrating beam finally found an opportunity, piercing through the core of the staff-wielding projection and causing it to disintegrate into countless points of light. The projection of the gun in front of Chen Mumming was also turned into an ice sculpture by his follow-up, Extreme Freeze, and then shattered. The battle is over. Everyone was panting, looking at the spot where the 3 projections had disappeared, still shaken. Chen Mumming's face was pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The battle of wits he had just fought was extremely dangerous, far more mentally taxing than any external combat. He sensed that although the forced link between the data core and the control unit had been severed, it seemed that an extremely weak and unstable connection had been established. He looked up at the deep blue crystal at the top of the pyramid, and saw that its rotation speed had slowed down and its light had become much more subdued. Reverse engineering revealed some data, confirming that this control unit is one of the subsystem nodes of the previous civilization's global defense network Gaia, codenamed Guardian of the Underworld. Its core consciousness is a subprogram that split off from the artificial intelligence Gaia, responsible for monitoring the beach, the original abandoned experimental field and final battlefield of the Gaia network, but due to unknown reasons, it suffered a logical collapse and consciousness fragmentation, switching to an extreme exclusionary defense mode. Obtained incomplete map information, coordinates of the active abyss entrance marked. Obtained some information related to Overlord. Data is severely corrupted. Keywords: uncontrolled evolution, civilization filterer, access key. Chapter 103 Echoes from the Abyss and Traces of Blackwater. Warning: the weak connection to the control unit is extremely unstable and may be tracked or interfered with again. A huge amount of information. The Gaia network? The beach, an abandoned testing ground and final battlefield? Out of control AI subprograms? The Overlord, the civilization selector? And the access key. Chen Mumming felt that the fog in front of him seemed to have lifted a little, but the truth that was revealed was even more shocking. He glanced at Xiaoya, who was still fast asleep in his arms, and then at his exhausted teammates. Now, they have a clear objective: the entrance to the active abyss, as well as clues about the access key and the fountain of life which may be related to healing Xiaoya. But the road ahead is destined to be even more treacherous. That being known as the Dominator is likely the source of all this chaos. Let us go. Chen Mumming took a deep breath, suppressing his surging blood and chaotic thoughts. Let us go to the entrance of the active abyss. He did not choose to try to destroy the control unit. Firstly, it might not be possible, and secondly, this weak connection might become a crucial information channel at some point in the future, or a breakthrough for a counterattack. The Ice Crown clan set off again, bearing wounds, exhaustion, and the weighty secrets they had just acquired, heading towards the deepest part of the steel graveyard, the most dangerous area of the beach, the active abyss. The deep blue crystal at the top of the pyramid flickered faintly after they turned to leave, like a cold eye still silently watching their departing figures. Leaving the depression where the Guardian of the Underworld control unit was located, the landscape of the steel graveyard began to subtly and continuously change. The mountains of war debris were no longer merely cold, lifeless metal. Indescribable, biological like veins began to emerge on them. Dark purple, moss-like substances spread across the armor plates like blood vessels, and viscous, shimmering droplets dripped from the cut ends of some broken pipes. A faint, cloying, and putrid odor began to permeate the air, mixing with the original smell of corroded metal to create a nauseating and bizarre atmosphere. This is the boundary between the steel graveyard and the active abyss, where the distortion of life and the death of machinery eerily intertwine. The radiation readings here are very abnormal. Suwon frowned as she looked at the wildly fluctuating data displayed on her personal terminal. It's not just energy radiation, but also strong biological contamination indicators and some kind of residual mental interference. As if to confirm her words, a low, chaotic buzzing sound, like countless fragments of consciousness merging together, began to faintly echo in everyone's minds like background noise, trying to penetrate the gaps in their thoughts and disturb their minds. They had to concentrate at all times to resist this invisible erosion. Keep your mind clear and circulate your basic mental techniques to resist interference, Chen Mumming reminded him in a deep voice. His infinite engine had a high resistance to this kind of invisible erosion, but he could still clearly feel the force attempting to penetrate. The weak connection established between the data core and the Guardian of the Underworld was like a thin thread, intermittently transmitting some vague warning signals amidst the chaotic noise. The ground beneath their feet became slippery and sticky, covered with a thin, slightly corrosive biofilm. The shapes of the remains were more distorted, some even looking as if they had been kneaded by some immense force, or half digested and then expelled. Xiaoyu became even more cautious as she scouted ahead. Her shadow blade was sensitive to life force, and the signals it returned were chaotic and malevolent. Captain, there's a strong life energy reaction 1 o'clock ahead, but it's very chaotic, like many different things forcibly mixed together. They're moving, and their direction seems to be the same as ours? Chen Mumming signaled the team to stop, using the wreckage of a giant engine half buried under a biofilm for cover. He focused his senses and indeed detected a rustling, creeping sound coming from not far ahead, interspersed with metallic scraping and low rumbling. Soon, the target's true form came into view. It was an indescribable monster. Its main body resembled a magnified burrowing worm, its carapace covered in dark purple biological tissue, but its head was grafted with a rusty, constantly rotating radar disc, emitting intermittent scanning waves. Its legs were partly sharp metallic segments, and partly wriggling, sucker-like fleshy tentacles. Its tail dragged a metallic structure like a scorpion's tail, the end of which was a fleshy growth that dripped mucus, blooming like a flower, its center shimmering with an ominous red light. Hybrid mutant detected, Devourer Amalgamator tentative name. Energy level, C+ to be high individual variation. Characteristics, a hybrid of physical and energy attacks, possesses some environmental mimicry ability, resilient weaknesses, the mechanical structure grafted onto its head and the tumorous core in its tail. They are products of the erosion of abyssal energy. Lin Wei looked at the twisted monsters, her face turning pale. This sight of forcibly fusing life and machinery was even more physically unsettling than a pure construct. There were about a dozen of these devouring fusion beings. They seemed to have smelled the presence of living people and became restless. Their radars locked onto the direction where Chen Mumming and the others were hiding, and they emitted sharp hisses before surging in like a tide. Don't let them get close. Eliminate them from a distance. Chen Mumming immediately ordered. The biofilm and slime on the surface of these monsters looked formidable. Understood. Suwan's radiant wings fired first, its penetrating beam precisely striking the radar discs on the heads or the fleshy cores on the tails of the leading devouring fusioners. The monsters, their cores destroyed, immediately went limp, their bodies rapidly decaying and emitting plumes of black smoke. Lei Yu then swung the Earthshaker hammer, smashing it into the ground to create a small-scale shockwave and ground fissures, disrupting the monster's charging formation and knocking some of the closer ones to the ground. Lin Wei released a chilling aura, creating icy zones on the ground to slow them down, and then used ice spikes to precisely pierce those individuals attempting to flank her. The battle wasn't particularly difficult, but these monsters were incredibly resilient. Even if their head's mechanical structure was shattered or their limbs were broken, as long as the fleshy growth on their tail remained, they could struggle to continue attacking. Only by completely destroying their core could they be killed.